Chapter 751. Are you surprised or surprised? Boom! In an instant, as the two killing moves of Gervais and Kiddo collided, two terrifying sword lights exploded directly in the field, and a shocking explosion sounded outside the city of Seignior, with a radius of 100 meters. The interior was suddenly shrouded in smoke and dust. The shock wave generated by the explosion directly flew away the nearby Warcraft mount that was still looking for purple kiwi fruit. When these flying Warcraft mounts hit the ground, they all bleed from their mouths and noses, and were shocked to death on the spot by the aftermath. When the sound of the explosion gradually faded away, only then did the surrounding natives react. Seeing such an astonishing power, their faces all turned pale with fright. Let's go! Let's retreat into street and city! Seeing such a scene, Delia and Alphonse knew that they could not stay here any longer, and immediately began to order the remaining 700 or so servant of God guards to retreat. However, neither Delia nor Alphonse noticed that the sky above their heads was empty at this time. The few rapid dragon birds that had been hovering had disappeared at some point. When the indigenous soldiers in Saint and City began to retreat, the smoke and dust on the battlefield on Gervais and Kiddo's side finally dispersed, and then the appearance of the two men was revealed. I saw that Gervais's body was in tatters at this time. The mithril full-body armor forged by Bernard and strengthened by Brian had been damaged with several large holes. The bronze flesh was directly exposed, and his face was covered with dust. How embarrassing. Of course, he looked a little more embarrassed. But Gervais was not really hurt, because the damage-immune kiwi fruit was still 100% effective at that moment. So Gervais himself was invincible at that time. As for Kiddo, the armor on Kiddo was also damaged at this time. But like Gervais, he did not receive any substantial damage. You are indeed worthy of being a red flag knight. Gervais was extremely surprised when he saw Kiddo's condition. No wonder Batman would send Kiddo to chase him. With Kiddo's strength, if he hadn't thought of this series of calculations and had the purple kiwi fruit at the same time, then after Kiddo caught up with him and others, he would have been the only one. It was enough to eliminate the 500 people of his own. In fact, Gervais didn't know that Kiddo, who was opposite him, was even more shocked. The previous move was his most powerful killing move, but Gervais was not harmed at all, which was beyond Kiddo's expectation. However, no matter what, Kiddo must kill Gervais today. Otherwise he will have no face to go back to the Golden Shield family to explain to Batman. Go to H.L. Hellfire continuous slash. Immediately, Kiddo shouted loudly again, running his fighting spirit, and quickly swung his sword towards Gervais. Blood Moon Death God slash. Gervais also made a move the moment Kiddo started to attack. He raised his sword to slash again without any hesitation. And then the two sides fought together. When Gervais and Kiddo began the second round of crazy fierce fighting, Delia and Alphonse finally escaped under the city wall with the remaining servant of God guards. Listening to the roar from behind, they finally breathed a sigh of relief until this moment. The invading Golden Knights were almost slaughtered, which was considered to be the elimination of the enemy that threatened Saint and City the most. As for the remaining 500 invader soldiers, the two of them were not worried. As long as they entered the city, they had absolute confidence that they could defend Saint and City with the help of the remaining servant of God guards. Now their biggest threat is the two intruder commanders, because the strength of the two is much stronger than either Alphonse or Delia. Fortunately, the two of them were fighting for their lives, and it seemed that only one of them would survive. Both she and Alphonse were unscathed. No matter which one survived, she and Alphonse would have no problem joining forces to defend the city. After all, they were protected by a city wall more than 30 meters high, so they had a complete advantage. Open the city gate! Let us in! Continuing okay, for a short distance, Delia and others finally arrived at the gate of the city wall. But what was a little strange was that the gate of Saint and City was not opened at this time. It was impossible for the people on the city wall not to notice such a big noise when they returned, which made Delia and Alphonse a little confused. So Alphonse immediately started shouting towards the city wall. 1 second, 2 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. But half a minute passed, and the city gate still wasn't opened. And there was no response from the city wall either. Could it be? Delia and Alphonse looked at each other. Their expressions immediately changed, and an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Sorry everyone! This city has been captured by our Stormwind City. We can't open the city gate for you. Just when Delia and others had bad thoughts, a group of people suddenly appeared on the city wall and shouted at them. And the people on the city wall were Gust and Hayden. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, Delia and Alphonse's expression suddenly changed. and they quickly led the team back. How is this possible? When did you enter St. Anne's City? There were clearly servant of God guards standing on the wall just now. Sorry, we just got here just now. Gust and Hayden waved their hands downwards and said with a smile. In fact, this was the plan that Gervais told Gust earlier, when Gervais saw Delia taking a large number of city guards out of the city for support. He guessed that the defenses in St. Anne's City must be empty, so he asked Gust to find Ike and others, and then went around to the south of St. Anne's City to launch an attack. After all, this street and city has a city more than 30 meters high. Although the number of defenders is small, it is not something that Gervais can capture silently with only 500 people. But the problem is that Gervais happens to have the Rapid Dragon Bird and 2 White Flag Knights, Gust and Hayden. The two rode the Rapid Dragon Bird to an altitude of 3,000 meters above St. Anne's City, and then landed at the southern gate of St. Anne's City at lightning speed. Then they quickly eliminated a small group of indigenous guards guarding the city gate and directly opened the south gate of St. Anne's City. The next thing happened smoothly. When the south door opened, Ike and others who had been waiting outside rushed straight in. The natives did not have the city wall to rely on. Gervais's direct guards, led by Hayden and Gust, swept all the way from the southern city wall to the eastern city wall. Most of the indigenous guards in St. Anne's City were bronze knights, while there were only a dozen or so silver knights and golden knights, and they were immediately eliminated by Gust and Hayden. When Delia and the others arrived at the city, Gust and others also happened to arrive at the east wall and had just eliminated the indigenous guards on this section of the wall. Master Priest, what should we do now? Alphonse did not expect that St. Anne's City would be captured by the invaders so easily, although he secretly resented that if the other two teams of God servant guards had not been transferred away, they would not have been captured by such a weak intruder. However, the matter is now a foregone conclusion. Facing the 30-meter-high city power, the remaining 700 or so of them have no hope of recapturing street and city. So they need Delia, the priest, to decide what to do next. Alphonse, now take the remaining servant guards directly to the main temple. Tell the officiant what happened in St. Anne's City. After hearing Alphonse's inquiry, Delia thought for a moment, gritted her teeth, and made a decision. Master Priest, what about you? I want to stay here. How can this be done? Priest Delia, the duty of our servant of God guards is to protect the safety of the holy objects and the priest. If you don't leave, our servant of God guards will never leave. Faced with Delia's decision, Alphonse firmly opposed it. Alphonse, I can't leave. There are still 50,000 civilians in the city. I must stay here. Now Delia very much hopes that the young man can win, because the young man has no hatred for the civilians in the city. After the city is captured by him, the civilians may still have a chance to survive. But if the leader of the Golden Knight wins, the leader of the Golden Knight said before that he would massacre the city. Therefore, as the priest of St. Anne's City, Delia must stay here. If the young man wins, then she can try to negotiate with the man not to harm the civilians in the city. If the Golden Knight wins, then she will fight to the end, which can be regarded as making up for her mistake of losing street and city. Master Priest, if you don't leave, we, the servant of God guards, will definitely not leave. There is no way that the servant of God guards will leave the Master Priest and escape on their own. Alphonse showed determination again. Delia heard Alphonse's firm words, looked at the firm eyes of the God servant guards, thought for a while, and then slowly spoke. In that case, then you should stay too. The Lord God will bless us. In addition, select 10 people to send the news about St. Anne's City to the main temple. Yes, Priest Delia. Afterwards, the group of them moved closer to the battlefield in the distance. Boom, boom, boom. When Delia and others approached the battlefield between Gervais and Kiddo again, Gervais and Kiddo were fighting in full swing. Explosions continued to be heard from the field, and in the smoke and dust that filled the sky, frightening sword rays kept shining, colliding or bombarding the ground. The explosions in the field continued for several minutes before finally stopping for a short time. And during this pause, as the smoke and dust slowly dispersed, Delia and her group finally saw the appearance of the two people in the field. At this time, the armors worn by the two people on the field were almost scrapped, and gaps had been cut in most places. At this time, both parties seemed to have been injured, especially the young man, who had several blood marks on his body. Although the blood marks were not deep, he was obviously at a disadvantage. As for the middle-aged man, the leader of the Golden Knights, although his armor was in tatters, he only had 2 scars. Boy, you are dead today. At this time, Kido finally had a smile on his face. Although he didn't know why the god of killing had such a strong defense despite not having the strength of the Red Flag Knight. However, he could already sense that the god of death's defense was weakening. The 4 or 5 sword marks were good proof. He believed that he would be able to kill the god of death directly before long. After killing the god of murder, he would also capture the priestess and torture her before killing her. The only troublesome thing is that his fighting energy is consumed too quickly. It seems that he needs to take a fighting spirit recovery potion to replenish it. With this in mind, Ji-Tuo took out a top-quality fighting energy recovery potion from the space ring. For the Red Flag Knight, low-quality recovery potions have no effect. It takes a large amount of potions and a lot of time to restore some fighting spirit. But taking this top-quality potion is different. It can restore most of the fighting spirit in a short period of time. This time when Ji-Tuo came to the Land of God's Fall, he specially brought 3 bottles of the best fighting energy recovery potions just in case. But he didn't expect to actually use them. Bo! Holding the ultimate fighting spirit recovery potion in his hand, Ji-Tuo opened the cork of the potion without hesitation. However, just when he was about to drink the recovery potion in one gulp, Gervais suddenly rose up in front of him. If you want to replenish your fighting spirit, have you asked me? Gervais didn't hesitate at all. He immediately raised his blood-red sword and slashed at Kido. Naturally, Kido did not dare to neglect Gervais' all-out attack. He quickly stopped taking the fighting spirit recovery potion and swung his sword to defend against Gervais' slash. Boom! Snapped. As the swords of the two collided again, there was another explosion in the field. However, when the explosion sound came out, the top-quality potion that had been uncorked in Kido's hand could not withstand the shock wave and directly shattered. And all the potion in it was spilled on the ground. Asshole! Ji-Tuo was immediately furious. He only had 3 top-quality potions. But now, he wasted one. Although the price of the best potions was not too expensive, there were not many on the market. Not to mention that we were still in the Land of God's Fall. How could he not feel bad for wasting one like this? The two immediately started fighting. Boom! 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 After the two continued to fight for about 2 or 3 minutes, they separated. But this time it was Gervais who took the initiative to separate. When Gervais's figure appeared in front of everyone, there were 3 or 4 more sword wounds on his body. The reason why Gervais took the initiative to separate was not because he was injured or lacked fighting spirit, but because he knew that the only way to kill Kido was through grinding. Completely consume Kido's fighting spirit, and then Kido will be able to be slaughtered by himself. However, it is naturally not that easy for Ji-Tuo to use up all his fighting energy. Whoever comes to this Land of God's Fall has not prepared several recovery potions, let alone Ji-Tuo. Gervais stopped fighting with Kido earlier just to lure Kido to take out the potion, and then take the opportunity to break his potion. If he kept fighting with Kido, Gervais was worried that Kido would turn around and run away in order to take the potion. Then he might actually take the potion, and then his previous fight would be in vain. After separating from Kido at this time, Gervais deliberately pretended to be tired, with his sword stuck on the ground and leaning on his body, panting. On the opposite side, Kido was cautious this time. He did not take out the potion and take it as carelessly as before. Instead, he had the idea of pretending to retreat. Seeing this, Gervais naturally did not want to let such a thing happen. He immediately thought about it, and took out a bottle of the best fighting spirit recovery potion from his space ring. Although Gervais has energy spirit fruits, he cannot use energy spirit fruits in every battle. So he also prepared many top-quality recovery potions for himself. Bo! After taking out the best recovery potion, Gervais deliberately raised it slowly to let Kido on the opposite side see it, and then forcefully opened the bottle cap of the best fighting spirit recovery potion. When Kido on the opposite side saw Gervais's actions, he no longer had any worries. He immediately took out the second top-quality recovery potion, and then opened it with a bang. Little did Kido know that Gervais had taken the energy spirit fruit beforehand, which gave him unlimited fighting energy for an hour. After seeing him open the bottle cap, Gervais's eyes lit up, and then he roared violently. Critical strike and slash with one sword. In an instant, Gervais threw away the top-quality potion in his hand, and then, as fast as lightning, he raised his sword and charged towards Kido. You bastard is cheating on me! When Kido saw Gervais's sudden outburst, he still didn't understand that he was being plotted by the god of killing again. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. However, facing Gervais's attack, he still had to defend himself no matter how angry he was. After all, he had seen Gervais's skill before, so Kido still didn't care about putting the best medicine into the space this time. and quickly raised his sword to resist Gervais' sudden attack. Boom! Snapped. With a loud explosion. The second bottle of the best recovery potion in Kid's hand shattered on the spot. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? When the second potion also broke, Gervais looked like he wanted to be beaten when he saw Kido's furious look. Ah! I chalk you up alive today! Feeling the shattering of the potion in his hand, and seeing the smiling face of Gervais, Kido roared angrily, and the sword in his hand became more fierce. Chapter 752, Cruel Jew. However, while slashing, G2 also had some doubts in his heart. That is, why the killing god could still maintain sufficient fighting spirit. You must know that even after such a long period of fighting, most of the fighting energy in his body has been consumed, leaving only 20 to 20%. If he does not replenish his fighting spirit and continues to release 1 or 2 killing moves, his fighting spirit will be exhausted. But this killing god by himself had no intention of taking the potion. In order to calculate that he would be deceived, the killing god even threw away a potion. Isn't this god of death worried that these natives will revolt after their fighting energy is exhausted? Kido couldn't help but glance at Delia and Alphonse again. At this time, Kido hadn't realized that Gervais's fighting spirit had not been consumed at all. Boom boom boom. But doubts turned into doubts. And now the two began a new round of fighting. And at this time, Kido noticed that Gervais's fighting style was quite different from before. In the previous battle, Gervais didn't care. Even if his sword hit his neck, Gervais didn't even blink. But now Gervais doesn't dare to do this. More often, he will be careful to defend himself to avoid being attacked. Fire strike! Suddenly, Kido caught an opening in Gervais's sword. As long as he could succeed with one blow, the killing god would be seriously injured even if he did not die. In an instant, G2 let out a roar, slashed out with a secret skill, and the long sword was covered with flames and slashed towards Gervais's ribs. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Win! Boom! But Kido didn't know that this gap was deliberately left by Gervais for him to lure Kido to consume his fighting energy. When Kido quickly slashed out this sword, Gervais was already on guard and immediately moved sideways to avoid it, then waved his long sword to block Kido's heavy slash. After seeing that his secret attack was blocked by Gervais, Kido's expression immediately changed, and then he began to retreat violently. He understood that this was another plan of the god of death. This blow failed to seriously injure the god of death. His fighting spirit was already gone. If he did not replenish his fighting spirit, he would not be able to fight in the future. Want to run? No way! Critical strike and slash with one sword. Seeing Kido start to retreat violently, Gervais immediately jumped up and gave chase. At the same time, the blood-red sword in his hand also started to chop quickly. Boy! I will kill you later! At this time, Kido finally understood what Gervais had planned. He must have some weird way to maintain his fighting spirit and want to use it to wear himself to death. Although such things are like myths and legends. Only in this way can we explain why the god of death is not worried about the consumption of fighting energy at all. I want to run now, but it's too late. Judging from the slightly dim aura of fighting spirit on Kido, Gervais knew that he was no longer able to survive and was at the end of his strength. So he pursued him closely and attacked continuously. As long as the last bit of Jito's fighting spirit is drained and he is not replenished, the dozens of large and small scars on his body will be worth it. Boom! Boom! Next, the situation changed in this scene. Kido, who was so arrogant at the beginning, actually started to run away, while Gervais, who was much weaker, chased after him. How can this blasphemer be so powerful? He is the Red Flag Knight. Even if he fights against me, he will definitely die. Alphonse looked at the battle ahead, a little stunned. This young intruder is weird. Didn't you notice that his fighting spirit is always flowing? Delia was naturally a little happy that Gervais was about to win, as this would have a high probability of ensuring the safety of civilians in St. Anne City. But in addition, there was a hidden worry in her heart. That is, whether the strangeness of this young intruder would be a huge threat to them, the servants of the gods in the land where the gods fell. Is he also a servant of other gods in the land of gods fall? After hearing Delia's words, Alphonse uttered something in surprise. No, he doesn't have the aura of the gods on him. Although the gods have fallen, as descendants of the servants of gods, we all have the aura of our respective gods in our bodies. But that young man does not. Delia shook her head, denying this possibility. Then the two of them stopped talking and continued to look back at the field. No, if I continue like this, I won't be able to escape the pursuit of this murderous god until all my fighting energy is exhausted. At this time, Keto in the field was already a little anxious. The god of death behind him was chasing after him. And he had no chance to take out the potion and take it. And what he was even more worried about was that the god of death was so close to him. Even if he took out the potion, it would be instantly shattered by the god of death's attack. He currently only has the last best potion. So Keto began to quickly think of countermeasures in his mind. And his eyes wandered around the field to see if there was any way to change the situation. As long as he takes this top-notch fighting spirit recovery potion, he will have absolute confidence to kill this murderous god. Those idiots didn't dare to step forward to help. Suddenly, Keto glanced around and saw the dozens of remaining subordinates, several of whom were white flag knights, while the others were golden knights. But these people were so frightened at this time that they cowered and hid in the distance to watch. No one dared to come up to help them stop this murderous god. The next moment, Keto's heart trembled, and he made a decision. Since you are so useless, then use your lives to serve the Duke faithfully. Then he saw that Keto suddenly changed the direction of his escape and ran directly towards his subordinates. Not good! After Gervais saw Keto's actions, he immediately knew what Keto had planned. He thought to himself that it was not good and pursued Keto with all his strength. But Keto is a red flag knight after all. And Gervais's current strength is at best comparable to that of the black flag peak knight. Without the damage immunity kiwi fruit, he would have died countless times. Now that Keto was running away quickly, he really couldn't close the distance. If Keto takes the best potion, everything he has done today will be in vain. At this time, his damage-saving kiwi fruit has been used up, and the effectiveness of the one he drank has also diminished a lot. If Keto attacks with all his strength again, he will suffer a lot of damage. Asshole! Come up and help me resist this murderous god. I will kill anyone who dares to retreat now. When the remaining knights of the Golden Shield family saw Keto coming towards them, they turned around and tried to escape. After all, the god of death is not something they can compete with. Even if they get a chance, their lives will probably be in danger. As elites, they have the courage to fight to the death with their enemies, but they cannot do so deliberately. Anyone who can cultivate to such a state will not hesitate to die. But just when they were about to escape, Gio's harsh words came, causing everyone to hesitate for a moment. And in this moment of hesitation, Keto had already arrived beside them. Blood Moon Death God / Gervais was anxious. If he was delayed even for a moment by the soldiers of the Golden Shield family, Keto would be able to finish taking the potion. So without hesitation, he raised the Crimson Moon in his hand and slashed towards the crowd in front. When Keto saw Gervais's attack, he became furious and instantly kicked a white flag knight away. It hit Gervais directly. Boom! Ah! Gervais's Blood Moon Death / was still executed, but it was at a wrong angle and struck directly among the knights of the Golden Shield family. Keto rolled over and did not suffer any attack, because the one who had been kicked away by Keto a moment ago, a white flag knight, bumped into Gervais's arm. So shameless! Gervais did not expect that Keto would be so ruthless. This was his own subordinate, and he was used as a shield. Boy! Just wait! Right! Taking advantage of this gap, Keto finally escaped from Gervais' pursuit and ran dozens of meters away. So he opened the cap of the last bottle of the best potion without hesitation, put the potion directly to his mouth, and looked at Gervais with a look full of resentment on his face. All of this today was given by Bagwise. He just used his subordinates as a shield, which means that he will kill all the remaining subordinates. Otherwise, even if Batman does not punish him when he returns, he will not be punished in the future. His reputation was also ruined. Now he can only take the potion, and then go on a killing spree. First killing the god of death, and then killing everyone here. Chapter 753 Exchange of Secrets. Snapped. However, just when Keto had a bloodthirsty smile on his face, and thought he was about to win. However, he suddenly heard a snapping sound next to his ear, and at the same time felt that the potion bottle that had been put to his mouth suddenly broke. At this moment, Keto's smile suddenly froze. He raised half of the broken glass bottle in his hand in disbelief, and froze on the spot. Ah! Why? Why? The next moment, Keto roared wildly. He knew that his only hope was lost. He will die. God's punishment! And dozens of meters away from Keto, Delia looked at him with a slightly pale face and muttered something. The broken potion bottle in Keto's hand was her masterpiece. This was the most powerful support for the servants of the gods, when the gods still existed. They could use the power of the gods to inflict divine punishments and change some states out of thin air, which was a bit like the effects of Gervais's words and actions in his previous life. But now that the gods have been dead for who knows how many years, Powerful divine punishments naturally no longer exist. Today's servants of the gods rely on the remaining objects of sacrifices to the gods. Over time, they can accumulate a small amount of divine power. However, at most, these divine powers can only release some low-effect divine spells as before. For example, the entanglement of Shinji that entangled G2 earlier, and now Delia spent the last bit of her divine power to perform divine punishment, which made it impossible for Kido to finish taking the potion this time. Then under the influence of divine power, Kido's crystal bottle burst automatically. Of course, with Delia's magical power, she could only break the crystal bottle. Blood Moon Death God Slash. Finally, after the potion in Kido's hand broke, Gervais also felt Kido's approach, and then without hesitation, he slashed out the strongest sword with the madness on Kido's face. Boom! As the red sword light slashed out, Kido's entire figure was directly covered by the sword light, followed by a shocking explosion. 10 seconds after the explosion, Gervais did not continue to attack, but raised his sword to guard the field. When the smoke and dust cleared from the scene, Kido's figure immediately appeared. He was still fighting upright, and appeared to be unscathed. This situation immediately shocked Gervais, who was about to continue swinging his sword. But suddenly, I heard intermittent words coming from my ears. How could I die? Blood suddenly overflowed from the corner of G2's mouth, and blood overflowed from one side. He usually murmured in a low voice, and his eyes were full of blood red. Boom! Finally, after Kido finished murmuring, his shoulder slowly tore apart, and a wound appeared straight to his chest. Then there was a bang. Kido fell to the ground with wide eyes, and a red flag knight appeared. He fell to the ground with his eyes open. Phew! He is finally dead. It seems that we need to improve our strength quickly. If we encounter the red flag knight again in the future, we will not be as lucky as this time. Gervais let out a long sigh of relief when he saw that Kido had finally lost his breath. The big stone in his heart finally fell. At the same time, Weiss looked at the ring on Kido's hand, then quickly walked to Kido's side and put away the space ring and the long sword on his finger. After doing all this, Gervais turned to look at Delia, who was standing not far away. Gervais also saw these natives fleeing towards street and city before. Not long after, these natives left and returned. Gervais had already guessed that it must be Gust and the others who had completed the task assigned to them successfully occupied his Saint Anne city. Then this city will belong to him, and he will take it from the hands of the indigenous priestess in front of him. Logically speaking, it would be best for Gervais to kill or arrest her to avoid future trouble. But if it hadn't been for this woman before, not only would he not be able to kill Kido today, but he might even run for his life like crazy. So this woman was considered a favor to him, and Gervais thought about how to deal with him. He doesn't like owing favors to others, especially a woman. When Gervais looked at Delia, Delia's eyes were also complexly placed on Gervais. Gervais now looks embarrassed, but Delia does not dare to look down on Gervais at all. Instead, she feels a little pressure because of Gervais's murderous aura that has not dissipated yet. My name is Delia. I am the priest of Saint Anne City. I don't know what the name of this commander is. Before Gervais could speak, Delia took the initiative to introduce herself. She knew that she was now asking for help, so her attitude naturally had to be lowered. You can just call me Gervais. Gervais broke away from his contemplation and answered in a deep voice. Based on the previous incident of smashing the bottle of Kichuo potion, I can grant you a request that is not too excessive. Just tell me. After a moment of pause, Gervais added another sentence to the priestess named Delia. These natives did not flee immediately after the city was breached, but came to watch the battle. Gervais knew that they must have something they wanted. Since the priestess took the initiative to speak, Gervais was fortunate to let him do it himself. Of course, Gervais added the word not excessive in front of this request, which was Gervais's warning to the priestess. After listening to Gervais's straightforward words, Delia pursed her slightly dry lips and understood the meaning of Gervais's words. However, if the request is not excessive, it should be that hundreds of them can leave safely, or that they can take away a few people or objects in the city. The intruder named Gervais may agree to these requests, but she had a rather excessive request in her mind. Commander Gervais, I hope you will let me take away the civilians in the city. It was because of these civilians that she stayed. So even though she knew her request was too much, Delia put it forward bluntly. After she finished speaking her request, she looked at Gervais slightly nervously. It can be seen from the previous battle that the person who killed thousands of people without blinking an eye, the person who is called the god of killing by the Golden Knight, was naturally not a kind person. Delia even prepared herself for the urge to kill herself if Gervais got angry. However, just as Delia was nervous, Gervais did not raise his angry face as she imagined, but simply shook his head. Another! Of course Gervais will not give up the tens of thousands of prisoners in this city. These are tens of thousands of free laborers. Wouldn't it be a big loss to let them go? Commander Gervais, this is my only request. Delia gritted her teeth and continued to insist. But this time, after she finished speaking, Gervais's face finally darkened. This woman is taking things too far. Gervais thought so. So he was ready to drive people away and let the people outside the city leave, which would be regarded as giving back to their crowd. However, at this moment, Delia gritted her teeth and continued to speak. I'll trade you a secret from Saint and City. I just hope you can agree to my request. What a secret! After hearing Delia's secret, Gervais asked calmly. Commander Gervais, you must first promise to agree. Priestess, you have no choice. Tell the secret first. Gervais interrupted Delia's words directly. There is a hidden spring in the temple of Saint and City. Although it is small, it is the real spring of life. The fountain of life has been hidden by us. If I don't tell you, you will definitely not be able to find it. Delia knew that now they were fish on the sticky board and had no right to bargain. So fortunately, she spoke frankly. Chapter 754 Fountain of Life, eh? Fountain of Life? Are you sure? Gervais was also shocked when he heard the words of the priestess and stared at her beautiful eyes. Although Gervais has never seen the Fountain of Life, he knows how precious it is. For example, the Fountain of Life of the Elves is the only one in the entire sacred continent. The Fountain of Life not only helps improve the body and heal serious injuries, but it can also help you live longer after taking it. In the Elves, the Tree of Life and the Fountain of Life have the same status, even if the elves themselves do not use it at all. Only newborn elves have the opportunity to be baptized. Except for this opportunity, if there is no danger to his life, even the elf elders will not be able to use the Fountain of Life without any reason. Commander Gervais, I'm sure. I just hope you can agree to my request. Delia nodded affirmatively and replied. Then take me to take a look first. Gervais did not answer whether Delia agreed to her request, but took steps to go to Saint and City to verify it first. Seeing this, Delia had no choice but to follow Gervais towards the city of Saint Anne. Arriving at the foot of Saint Anne City, Gervais immediately saw Gust, Hayden and others standing on the city wall and looking around with joy. Your Majesty is mighty! Your Majesty is mighty! After the two saw Gervais, they immediately took the lead in shouting. Okay, open the city gate! Gervais just moved towards them. Yes, Your Majesty! Open the city gate and welcome His Majesty's triumphant return. The two stood upstairs and immediately shouted orders to Ike and others who were guarding the city gate. Of course, Gervais and Delia were the only ones under the city wall at this time. As for the natives of Alphonse, they were still on the battlefield in the distance. In order to avoid unnecessary complications, Gervais did not allow them to approach the city, so it was very safe to open the city gate at this time. Congratulations to Your Majesty on your triumphant return! Congratulations to Your Majesty on your triumphant return! When the city gate slowly opened, Gyke and a group of personal guards had been waiting to greet him. When they saw Jevis, they immediately shouted again. Gervais stood inside the city gate and glanced around with a smile, which was regarded as recognition of the welcome to Ike and others. At this time, Lilia and other members of the medical team immediately stepped forward to check Gervais's wounds. However, when they came to Gervais, they were all waved down by Gervais. It was important to go see the Fountain of Life now. The wounds on the body were not deep, so it would not be a big deal to deal with them later. Ike, please give me an order now, and send 200 people to collect those corpses outside the city. If the Warcraft mount is intact, stay behind. The corpses of the Golden Shield family will be burned directly. After clearing away Lilia and others, Gervais turned his eyes to Ike and gave a deep instruction. Yes, Your Majesty. Ike quickly accepted the order, bowed respectfully, and then quickly ran towards the tower. After Ike left, Gervais directly took a war horse tied to a wooden stake and handed it to Delia. And then the two of them headed towards the temple in the center of the city. Tap! Tap! At this time, the city of Saint Anne was completely quiet, and the relatively wide streets were deserted. The houses and shops on both sides of the streets had their doors locked. Only through the cracks in some windows, Gervais could see a pair of eyes secretly looking through the cracks. How many civilians are there in your Shungan city? Gervais rode Nightmare in front, while Delia, the priestess, was a little slower than him, riding on the side. 63,700 people. Delia replied bitterly. Such a large city was occupied by invaders, with only 500 people in front of them. Although the Golden Knight disrupted the situation, it was also due to her dereliction of duty. More than 60,000 people. Gervais nodded, then stopped talking, and the two of them quickly rode on their horses and continued forward. The temple in the city is where Delia lives on weekdays, and it is also where sacred objects are placed for the descendants of the servants of God to worship the Lord God. So it is naturally the most magnificent and luxurious building in the city. Gervais had seen this outstanding temple just after entering the city gate, so there was no need for the priestess Delia to lead the way. After walking for about 5 minutes, they finally arrived at the foot of the temple. This temple is at least 50 meters high. Outside the door are marble steps with a drop of 7 or 8 meters. There are a total of 12 stone pillars lined up on the steps, followed by the wide entrance of the temple. Priest Delia, I can ask you to lead the way now. Arriving at the steps of the temple, Gervais immediately got off his horse and made a gesture of invitation towards Delia. Delia didn't delay, and quickly walked up the steps with Gervais. After walking up the steps and entering the temple gate, there is a luxuriously decorated and extremely spacious hall, which is somewhat similar to those churches in previous lives. After all, this is a place used to worship the Lord's sacred objects. Delia took Gervais through the sacrificial hall, and then came to the back of the temple. Originally, Gervais thought that the area behind the temple should not be large, but he did not know that there were many luxurious and exquisite buildings behind the temple, as well as tree-lined gardens. This scene is no worse than those large estates in the City of Hope. It seems that your priest's life is not bad. Gervais sighed sincerely when he saw such a scene. We did not build this temple. The temple was already built when our ancestors captured this city hundreds of years ago. Perhaps feeling that there was another meaning in Gervais's words, Delia immediately retorted and explained. Oh! Gervais nodded and said no more. Anyway, this will be his own from now on. The more luxurious, the better. Afterwards, Delia said nothing and honestly led the way. After leading Gervais through several gardens, they finally entered a luxurious small building. After passing through the small building again, the two of them came to a walled back garden. Well, it feels a bit like a matryoshka doll. Under normal circumstances, manors in this other world are only isolated by walls on the outside. But there are rarely walls inside the manor. There are already towering walls on the outside of this temple, but there is also a wall inside. Gervais can already guess that the Fountain of Life is probably in the back garden. Commander Gervais, the Fountain of Life is here. Sure enough, after taking Gervais to the edge of a small lake, Delia pointed to a rockery 2 or 3 meters high by the water, which looked like it was artificially placed here. Here? Gervais looked at the rockery and didn't notice anything strange except for a hole in the center with a small stream of spring water coming out. The spring water that emerged was usually just an ordinary spring water. Of course, Gervais would not think that Delia was teasing him, so he immediately turned on his perception and began to sense it carefully. It's actually true. But at the next moment, Gervais was suddenly shocked, because when he released his perception, he immediately noticed the strangeness of the spiritual energy around him. Previously, outside the city, the spiritual energy could not be absorbed by the riots, and it would even consume mental energy. But now that Gervais was releasing his senses, he immediately noticed that the surrounding spiritual energy was extremely peaceful and could be absorbed by him. As far as Gervais knows, there are only 2 situations that can achieve such an effect in this land of gods. That is the Holy Tree or other extremely special existence. Chapter 755 Fountain of Life B. Tell me, where is the Fountain of Life? However, although he felt that this place was special, Gervais could not detect what was strange. Delia also said that the Fountain of Life was hidden by them. After listening to Gervais's words, Delia nodded, and then she crossed directly to the spring. Then she pressed lightly on an inconspicuous stone, and then she saw the rockery vibrating slightly, and it turned out to be towards the spring. The two sides separated. When the rockery was separated, the true face below finally came into view. A clear green spring appeared, and the green spring was filled with mist that shone with green light, as if there were countless fireflies twinkling in it. It's just that the water mist is completely covered by a transparent film. Not even a trace can be leaked out. When the rockery stopped shaking completely, Delia walked to the spring, and then moved away a few nearby stones with inscriptions. The thin film that blocked the green mist finally disappeared. In an instant, Gervais felt a strong breath of life rushing towards his face, and then surrounding him. At this time, Gervais could only feel that the pores all over his body could not help but relax. and his whole body felt indescribably comfortable and enjoyable, which could penetrate deep into one's bones. And just as Gervais felt the breath of life, strange changes were also taking place in him. After the green mist touched Gervais's skin, the dozens of wounds on his body began to scab at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the wound is completely scabbed, the scabs peel off instantly. After the dark red scabs peel off, the skin and flesh inside have become intact and restored to smoothness and whiteness, as if Gervais's previous injury did not exist. Only some clues can be seen from the difference in skin color between the white and tender skin and the surrounding slightly bronzed skin. After continuing to feel it for a while, Gervais finally broke away from that comfortable feeling, because the previous thick mist has weakened as the area spreads. Commander Gervais, this is the secret I'm talking about, the fountain of life. I hope you can agree to my previous request. Seeing Gervais opening his eyes again, Delia immediately opened her mouth and continued to plead with Gervais. She felt a little uneasy now, not sure whether the man in front of her would agree to her request. Can! What Delia didn't expect was that Gervais answered very simply. Commander Gervais, did you agree to let me take away all the civilians in the city? Delia was surprised and spoke again to confirm. Yes, you can take those civilians away. But one thing you have to remember is that except for people and their clothes, nothing else can be taken away. Since Delia really gave this big gift, Gervais didn't mind letting the descendants of the servants of God in the city leave, although doing so would cost him tens of thousands of free labor. But the problem is that Gervais does not lack labor. Eurasia has plenty of labor. Moreover, there are so many descendants of these servants of God that if Gervais enslaves them to work, he will definitely need to send a large number of people to guard them. Otherwise, it is not impossible for his territory to become unstable by accident. These descendants of the servants of God all have the same belief. If some of them are restless, the chances of them joining together to cause trouble are definitely high, and the consequences will be absolutely disastrous. Therefore, letting them leave is not really a loss, as Gervais is not short of people or money. It can actually save him trouble and eliminate hidden dangers. Of course, people can leave, but Gervais will not let them take away the property in the city. Okay, Commander Gervais, I will tell them. Being able to take away civilians is already Delia's biggest wish. As for property, she naturally knows that it is impossible to take away. Next, Gervais and Delia, who had identified the fountain of life, left the temple directly and prepared to make arrangements for their retreat. Since it was determined to let the descendants of the servants of God in this city leave, it was natural to let them leave as soon as possible. In order to prevent these servants of the gods from causing trouble, Gervais allowed Delia to personally contact these civilians in the city about their departure. Of course, when she contacted her, Gervais also sent 10 guards to monitor her. In the air, there is also Gus riding on the rapid dragon bird, who is responsible for tracking and monitoring, to guard against accidents. Because the priestess Delia personally ordered these servants of the gods to leave, the servants of the gods were also very cooperative and orderly. It only took a few hours to evacuate in an orderly manner directly from the East City Gate. Commander Gervais, I am here to express my gratitude to you for letting the civilians in the city go. When the civilians walked out of the city gate one after another, Delia was serving as a hostage next to Gervais. Seeing that the civilians had almost evacuated, Delia said something to Gervais. This is a deal. You and I will owe each other nothing. Gervais was in a very good mood and answered the priestess's words with a smile. Everything went well. Not only did he occupy the city of Seignior, he also obtained the fountain of life. Although it was only a small pool, it was definitely a big gain. Commander Gervais, I will take my leave then. Delia knew what Gervais meant. After they left the city, if they came again next time, the two sides would still be enemies. See you later? Gervais nodded. Then, Delia walked down the city wall without looking back and walked towards the outside of the city. Seeing the priestess dressed in white and tall and graceful, Gervais smacked her lips and immediately looked away. Ick! Your Majesty! Your subordinates are here! Tonight you lead the direct guard to guard the city wall. Yes, Your Majesty! This is very likely to be our base stationed in the land of God's fall. So be smart. Now that he had occupied this larger base by accident, Gervais was not going to move the place and wanted to use this as his base directly. Although this was a bit risky, Gervais had no choice. Although the fortress by the bridge in the rear was more suitable for safety, the natives stationed there were no worse than those in St. Anne's City. The most important thing is that there is a spring of life in St. Anne's City, which is enough for him to take the risk. There is no reason to give up such a magical thing. So everyone is going to wait until tomorrow to send out the rapid dragon bird to investigate the surrounding area, and then make a decision. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying that, Gervais walked directly down the city wall. His Majesty the King, was really tired after a bloody battle this afternoon. When Gervais captured the huge city of Saint, and without any effort, numerous griffins were hovering over the burned wooden bridge more than 100 miles away. These griffins were the team sent by Sky City to investigate Gervais's situation. At this time, the news that Gervais was missing had been passed to Edward by Johnson and others. Chapter 756 Edward's Doubts. Your Majesty the Duke, the Griffin team has searched from along the road to the small city on the other side, but they have not found Lord Gervais. Have you searched the area near the road? Have you found any traces of fighting on the road? Edward sat in the temporary meeting tent, listening to the reports of his subordinates and asking questions in a deep voice. Back to the Duke. My subordinates led 2 teams with a total of 20 people to search, but nothing was found along the way. My subordinates and others have carefully searched the area around 30 miles along the road. There is no sign of the Lord Gervais, and there is no trace of any battle. The subordinate immediately answered in detail. Then you go down first. After Edward heard this, he silently dismissed the subordinate who came to report. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. I resign. After the Griffin Knight left, the temporary meeting hall suddenly fell into silence. At this time, in addition to Edward, there were 4 or 5 city lords sitting in the meeting tent on both sides. They were all the city lords closest to Gervais in their alliance. Duke Johnson, are you sure which route Gervais took that day? Edward was silent for a moment, then looked at Johnson and Bruno, and then asked. Yes, we parted ways with Lord Gervais at the predetermined intersection. We also made an agreement with Lord Gervais that our support will arrive in a week at most. Let him not be impatient. Moreover, the progress of our siege was quite smooth. 4 days later, we sent out manpower to support Lord Gervais. When we arrived at the shore, although the bridge had been destroyed, we still sent dozens of the aerial monsters went to the other side. But there was no trace of Lord Gervais. Johnson heard Edward's words, and was very sure that there was nothing wrong with Gervais' route. Before they parted ways, Gervais also told him the estimated travel time. Although Gervais was the only team heading that way, the route was straight, and there was no need to worry about getting lost. But when their reinforcements arrived as promised, no trace of Gervais and his party was found. It was an accident, but they also sent out a few aerial monsters, including themselves, to search, and found no traces of fighting anywhere. Even if the battlefield of more than 500 people is cleaned up, there will still be traces of blood, or signs of corpses being buried or burned. After a day of preliminary searching, no trace of Gervais was found, so they immediately reported the situation to Edward, who personally led the Griffin Knights. Then where else could he go? It's impossible for more than 500 people to disappear quietly. After hearing this, Edward also felt a little troubled. Although Gervais' overall strength was not strong, his personal strength was not weak. There was really no reason for him to disappear like this. Gervais has the most potential among their allies, and has a good relationship with Sky City. Now, he suddenly disappeared and could not be found. This was a big change for them. Duke Edward, will Lord Gervais move forward? At this time, Bruno, who had been silent, looked at the map and spoke. Going forward? Edward frowned and looked at the map. He thought for a moment and then said, maybe it's possible. After much deliberation, this is the only possible explanation, although this makes no sense. After all, the front has not been explored. Gervais's chosen target is also the small town on the other side. What reason does he have to go deep alone? But now I have searched all along the way and found no trace of Gervais. So this is the only explanation. Your Majesty, urgent report. At this moment, a soldier's report suddenly sounded outside the tent. Come in! Edward spoke immediately. Your Excellency, the news I just received is that the descendants of the servants of Osqui War God have gathered 50,000 people to counterattack. And they also have hundreds of flying monsters. When the soldiers outside the tent heard the permission, they hurried into the tent and immediately knelt on the ground to report to Edward. The assembly was completed so quickly. Edward frowned slightly when he heard the soldiers' report. The other lords of the holy city were also shocked at this time. This land of God's fall was different from the outside. The natives could be said to have the right time and place. They didn't have to worry about the consumption of fighting spirit. Directly gathering an army of 50,000 people was a powerful force. If they don't hold on this time, the next situation will be troublesome. This is the only thing that can happen with Gervais for the time being. Now all of you lead your troops and assemble towards Shinko's city. At that moment, Edward no longer hesitated and gave instructions to the city lords. The Osqui war god is the main god believed by Edward and his descendants of the servants of God in this area. In this land where the gods fell, a big city represented the power of the descendants of different servants of gods. A few days ago, Edward and others came with a fierce attack, directly beating Osqui's servants to retreat. Their big city, Saint Osqui, was captured by Edward in a few days. However, the chief priest in this city took away a large number of the servants of the gods. Originally, Edward was planning to immediately assemble the team to continue the pursuit. Unexpectedly, he got the news of Gervais's disappearance at this time, and he rushed over with the Griffin team to check the situation. Now Osqui's divine servants have gathered a lot of soldiers and horses, and they are preparing to counterattack. They will definitely rush back, and Shinka City is the city they currently occupy at the forefront. When the time comes, more than a dozen holy cities will merge together and advance together according to the originally discussed plan to eliminate or drive away the indigenous people in this area. Yes, Duke Edward. When the other holy city lords heard this, they all had no objections and responded immediately. Okay, let's all disperse then. Edward nodded to all the city lords. Afterwards, all the city lords got up and walked towards the outside of the tent. But Johnson and Bruno hesitated for a moment. I will leave a few Griffin Knights to check ahead. You don't have to worry. Edward naturally would not ignore Gervais. But now the war was tense and related to the overall situation. So he could only leave a few people to continue the search to see if Gervais could be found. Hearing this, Johnson and Johnson didn't say anything more. They nodded to Edward and quickly left the tent to gather troops. After a night of silence, Gervais climbed out of bed beautifully the next morning. Hey! My waist doesn't hurt, and my legs don't hurt! As soon as Gervais stood up, he immediately noticed something strange about his body. In the past, after using the strength-enhancing fruit, I would fall into a 3-day period of weakness. Although it was not as serious as the previous times, the side effects were definitely still there. But today when he got up, he didn't feel any side effects of pain. Instead, he felt that his whole body was in surprisingly good condition. Is it because of the fountain of life? Suddenly, Gervais remembered the scene where his scar was visibly healed yesterday, and thought of this possibility. Chapter 757 Transfer Channel in Trance. What a good baby. I must defend this city no matter what. Gervais immediately gave a thumbs up. Then, Gervais climbed up from the soft and fragrant big bed. The original owner of this bedroom actually belonged to the beautiful priestess Delia. As the person with the highest status in Saint N City, Delia's room is naturally the best place. And only in this way can she be worthy of Gervais, a man who is the king. Therefore, Gervais directly chose to stay here last night. And because they were sleeping in the wilderness on the road these days, the quilts and blankets Gervais brought had all become dirty after being used in the wild for a long time. And naturally they could no longer be used here. So Lilia simply took a new quilt from the priestess cupboard and helped Gervais lay it out neatly for Gervais to rest. Not to mention, the priestess is not only beautiful and elegant, but even the washed quilt is fragrant, which directly improved the quality of Gervais's sleep last night, as if she was sleeping in her own nest. They have all been taken care of by Anna's little maid, and they have the air of a gentle country. Your Majesty, Lilia is here to help you wash up. Not long after Gervais got up from the bed, the voice of Lilia, the leader of the medical team, came from the door of the bedroom. Although the bedroom walls were well soundproofed, with the help of enhanced mental power, Lilia outside the door noticed Gervais' movement. Come in! Gervais didn't care and directly agreed. Then he saw Lilia carefully opening the door and walking into the bedroom. And then she continued, Lilia, it seems that you are making rapid progress. Your mental power has increased a lot, and you can detect me getting up outside the door. Gervais's words were just to praise Lilia because she was well behaved. However, what Gervais didn't expect was that after Lilia listened to his words, her body suddenly trembled. And then she knelt down. Your Majesty, I know my mistake. I shouldn't have released my mental power to explore your bedroom. It's just... Okay. I am complimenting you. I know you have just started meditating, and your mental power can only be relaxed. I didn't mean to explore the bedroom. Gervais was speechless when he saw Lilia's reaction, and immediately interrupted Lilia's plea for mercy. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. Lilia breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this, and then quickly stood up and started to help Gervais dress and wash. When Gervais finished washing, he went directly to the temple in front of the small building. Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King! When Gervais walked into the temple hall, Gust and Hayden were already waiting here. Yeah. Have you guys explored the area this morning? The sun was already high at this time, and Gervais had told Gust and Hayden last night to ride the rapid dragon bird to investigate the area this morning. After getting the specific environmental conditions, he could make the final decision on whether to move the entrance to the Divine Fall passage here. After all, this is related to the safety of the sacred forest. Even though Gervais has made up his mind to defend the city, he cannot be reckless. Your Majesty, we have already conducted an investigation. We have explored a nearby area of 50 miles and found a total of 3 small cities with a population of around tens of thousands. We didn't dare to go deeper further because we saw flying animals occasionally appearing in the distance. Gust immediately answered Gervais's question. 3 seats? Fortunately, it's not too much. But if a flying beast appears, it means there must be a big city in the distance. The news was a mixed blessing for Gervais. The good news is that the nearby enemies are not too strong for them to fight. But the bad news is that their current location should be considered the forefront. After all, those flying beasts were probably the investigation units of the aboriginal big city. And the place where the flying beasts appeared was probably within the big city's sphere of influence. Which is why they patrolled like this. Then put the Divine Fall channel in Shunyan City. Gervais thought for a moment, and finally wanted to give it a try. It would be no problem for him to hold on here in a short period of time. After all, he only occupied this small city. And the indigenous enemies must be the Holy Alliance's large forces, or the orcs. During his time here, he thought, at most, only a small group of troops would come to trouble him, as long as he could hold off the attack of these small groups of troops. When Edward and the other holy cities of the Holy Alliance broke through, his front line would become a new one. Rear. Let's go! Let's change the coordinates of the passage now, and place it in Saint and City. After making the decision, Gervais no longer hesitated and moved the coordinates over earlier so that he could supplement the city's population defense earlier. Yes, Your Majesty, 1 inch. Gust and Hayden naturally had no objection, and immediately responded and followed Gervais directly outside the temple. The internal entrances and exits of the Land of God's Fall are different from the entrances and exits on the other side of the Holy Continent. Gervais does not need to worry about enemies coming in from the entrances and exits to cause trouble in the Holy Continent. So the internal entrances and exits here can be set up in the city. Moreover, in most cases it must be set up inside the city, because only in this way can the natives be prevented from traveling to the Holy Continent through this internal passage. After leading Gust and others to the steps of the temple, Gervais continued walking forward for about 100 meters before stopping. In front of the Saint and City Temple is a large square with an open area hundreds of meters long and wide. And Gervais is planning to place the entrance and exit of the Land of Gods here. It is safe and open, and is the best place to place the entrance and exit of the entrance. Choice. After Gervais stood still, he took out a handful of fragments directly from the space ring. The fragments were exactly the fragments of the sphere that shattered when the divine meteorite passage was opened that day. In addition, Gervais later took out a teleportation scroll and took it away. Speaking of which, this teleportation scroll was robbed from Lolita, the eldest lady of the Sacred Business Company, in the Magician's Tower. The way to rechange the coordinates of the passage is to smear the fragments of the light ball onto the surface of the teleportation scroll, and then open the scroll. The entrance and exit of the divine meteor passage originally opened by Gervais will be automatically transferred here. Although he didn't know the principle, this method was told to him by both Edward and Alder, so there would be no problem. Immediately, Gervais directly crushed the light ball fragments into powder like glass, and then applied it to the teleportation roll away. Hey! It sticks on by itself. It's really convenient. Originally, Gervais was careful to avoid falling off the powder. But when he smeared the powder on the teleportation scroll, he realized that the moment it touched the teleportation scroll, the powder seemed to be magnetic and stuck directly to it, will not drop anything at all. In this way, Gervais spread his palms with confidence and quickly spread all the powder on the surface of the entire teleportation scroll. Turn on! After doing all this, Gervais directly opened the teleportation scroll, and then threw the scroll out. Boom! As the scroll was thrown more than 10 meters away, a small black vortex soon appeared in front of Gervais. As the vortex grew larger and larger, a dark red hazy mist gradually filled it. Exactly the same as the scene when the divine meteor passage was opened. In the end, there was only a bang, and the entire passage stabilized, and the internal entrance and exit of Gervais, the place where the gods fell, was permanently fixed in the square in front of the Saint and city temple. It's done! Gervais suddenly became happy after seeing that the passage was stable. After being away from the sacred forest for so long, he really missed Caroline and his cheap wife. I don't know how things are going with my cheap wife. Guster! Hayden! I'll go out and take a look first. You guys are stationed in St. Anne City. If you have any questions, please notify me quickly. Immediately, Gervais told Gust and the two of them. And then, he couldn't wait to walk into the entrance of the passage. Chapter 758 Genius Slave. His Majesty the King is back! His Majesty the King is back! Gervais entered the divine meteor passage and walked 5 or 6 meters forward. And his figure immediately appeared in the sacred forest. When his figure appeared, the soldiers of the direct guard on the 5 or 6 turrets near the exit of the passage were shocked when they saw him. And then they began to shout loudly. Wow! Afterwards, all the soldiers directly under the guard quickly ran down the turret and lined up in front of Gervais. Your Majesty the King! After arranging an order, the more than 100 members of the direct guard immediately respectfully saluted Gervais and greeted him. Well, not bad. Let's continue on duty. After Gervais waited for the guards to salute, he waved to them with a smile and dismissed everyone. Yes, Your Majesty the King! Upon hearing the order, the soldiers of the direct guard saluted again, and then returned to their respective turrets in an orderly manner. After dismissing everyone, Gervais walked directly towards the camp without staying here any longer. His Majesty! His Majesty! When Gervais was halfway there, he saw 2 people running in front of him. It was the little maid Caroline and Anna. After seeing Gervais, the two of them had expressions of surprise on their faces. Caroline took a few quick steps, rushed directly towards Gervais, and then jumped directly into Gervais's arms. I thought I heard it wrong just now. It's really you who is back. Caroline vaguely heard the king's words in her study before, and immediately left the room and rushed here. Now that she saw Gervais back intact, she was naturally very happy. Yes, I'm back. Don't worry. Everything is fine with us in the land of God's fall. In addition, we have captured a city, and the location inside the passage has been moved. From now on, you can also enter the land of God's fall. Gervais patted Caroline's back gently and comforted her softly. Now that the internal entrances and exits have been placed in Shungen City, it is relatively safe, so it is completely possible to communicate with Seignior Continent at this time. When Caroline heard Gervais's relief, she felt her heart was filled with sweetness, and she hummed submissively. Ahem! Gervais! But at this moment, Gervais heard another shout in his ears. It was his cheap dad Gandalf. Father! Hearing this voice, Caroline immediately blushed and left Gervais's arms. There was nothing unusual about Gervais, and he responded directly to his father. You're back! Is everything going well in the land of God's fall? Gandalf looked a little strange and asked Gervais. A city has been captured. Father! You are here at the right time. I am preparing for you to take the remaining direct guards to the city in the land of God's fall. Gervais replied calmly with a smile. That's great. Father will go with the direct guard now. When he heard that Gervais had captured a city, Gandalf's weird thoughts were immediately forgotten. He opened his mouth in excitement, and the beard on his face trembled. Well, Father, go quickly. Ike is in charge of defense inside. You can take turns with him. Strictly speaking, the direct guards are temporarily led by Gandalf. Gandalf is the commander-in-chief of the direct guards, and Ike is the part-time deputy commander. Because it was Ike who taught these members of the direct guards to line up and stand in military postures. Okay, Gervais! After saying that, Gandalf rushed towards the camp of the direct guard. After Gandalf left, Gervais, Caroline and Anna, the maids, walked directly towards the center of the camp. Has there been any news from Alice these days? Walking side by side with Caroline, Gervais suddenly remembered his cheap wife, and began to ask about his cheap wife. The strategies of the elves, humans, and orcs are different, so for the time being, there is no way to know the situation of Alice and the others in Nejivs, the land of God's fall. The elves just sent a messenger to ask for news about you 2 days ago. I told him that you haven't come back yet, and the messenger told me their situation according to Alice's instructions. The elf messenger said that Alice and the others have occupied a forest in the land of God's fall as a stronghold. The positions of the Holy Tree and the God's Fall passage have also been moved into place, and they are basically stabilized. When Caroline heard Gervais asking about Alice, there was no expression on her face, and she told the news she knew in great detail. You have established your footing. That's really good. After hearing this, Gervais felt a little relieved. However, in fact, Gervais does not need to worry about the safety of the elves at all. Although the elves are at a disadvantage when facing the entire human race and the orcs, they are more than enough to face the power of a single holy city. Even facing the Sky City alone, it is not inferior at all. So what Gervais needs to worry about most is himself. Moreover, the elves are stationed in the jungle. Apart from the need to be careful of some powerful monsters, in other respects they are safer than the Jevis humans and the orcs. How are the slave soldiers studying these days? After confirming that Alice and others were safe, Gervais began to change the topic. At this time, he and Caroline had arrived at the center of the camp. But he did not go back to his hut first, but walked towards the slave soldier station not far away. Gervais originally wanted to teach the slave soldiers to learn magic by himself, but he didn't expect that he happened to encounter the opening of the Land of God's Fall. So he could only let Caroline teach him, for the time being. After capturing St. Anne's City this time, he was ready to personally take charge of the matter. Now is the time to employ people. The sooner the slave soldiers become magicians, the sooner he can increase his strength. Slave soldiers? They are excellent. When she heard Gervais asking about the slave soldiers, Caroline blinked, thought for a moment, and finally answered Gervais with the word, excellent. Outstanding? Gervais was stunned when he heard this. Yes, Gervais. These slave soldiers are very good. Even the elf elder Vaughn said so. Caroline nodded seriously, and then led Gervais quickly towards the slave soldier station. Gervais' curiosity was also aroused, and he quickly followed Caroline. Owner! Owner! When Gervais arrived at the slave soldier station, the slave soldiers were sitting cross-legged in a large wooden room practicing meditation. When Gervais saw them, he understood why even Elder Vaughn of the elf tribe praised these slave soldiers for their excellence. This is more than excellent. This is simply genius. There are a total of 98 slave soldiers, and all of them have developed spiritual power. And they are no worse than Lilia. Some of them are even half a point stronger than Lilia. At this speed, they will be able to learn the fireball technique in a few days. Chapter 759. The sound of gunfire is heard. Are they all geniuses? Gervais did not expect that the slave soldiers would give him such a big surprise. You must know that ordinary people learn magic, even if they have average qualifications. They will not reach this point in just a year and a half. At this time, although these slave soldiers of his had taken magical potions, it should also have a lot to do with their own qualifications. You are very good. Keep practicing hard. And when the time comes you will follow me to fight in the Land of God's Fall. Gervais was stunned for a moment, and finally came to his senses, and then encouraged these slave soldiers warmly. Yes, master. The slave soldiers responded immediately and respectfully. Gervais had already vaguely guessed why the slave soldiers practiced meditation so quickly. The reason for this should be related to the way slave owners train their slaves. Slave owners train these excellent slave warriors by raising goo. It takes thousands of ordinary slaves to get these 100 slave soldiers. It can be said that everyone here is the cream of the crop, and those who can stand out among 100 people, except for a little luck, are naturally the best. Otherwise, how can they compare with their peers? Another point is also related to the efforts of the slave soldiers. They have gone through age-less training and can never lose, because losing means elimination and death. Therefore, when these slave soldiers learn anything, they study hard. This habit has penetrated into their bones. That's why they can become real magic apprentices in this short period of time. After seeing these slave soldiers, Gervais returned to his hut, and the first thing he did was to exchange 5 green kiwi fruits and 5 orange kiwi fruits. Since these slaves are so talented, he must focus on training them so that these slave soldiers can help him as quickly as possible. Done! Taking the stream water obtained from the elves, Gervais completed the preparation of the potion an hour later. After putting away 200 potions for increasing mental power and increasing affinity, Gervais rubbed his sore neck and walked out of the room. Your Majesty, wash your face. When Gervais walked out of the room where the dispensary room was located, the little maid Anna was already waiting. Gervais took the towel handed by Anna's maid, washed his face and hands, and then looked at Anna carefully. Have you developed spiritual power? It seems so. Your Majesty, I can see things more clearly these past 2 days than before. Anna's pretty face turned red, and she nodded in a soft voice and answered. Yes, yes, take these 2 potions. With that said, Gervais took out 2 potions that he had just prepared and handed them to Anna. The maid, although this little maid's mental strength is not as fast as that of the slave soldiers, it is not too slow. I believe that in a few months, Little maid Anna will be a trainee magician maid. Thank you, Your Majesty. The little maid Anna was flattered and quickly thanked Gervais before taking the 2 potions. Work hard. By the way, later you go and notify the slave soldiers and ask them to carry the 2 boxes of potions in the room and divide them. Gervais touched Anna's little maid's head and explained. Yes, Your Majesty. After finishing the potion, Gervais was about to find Caroline and take her to Saint and City for a walk, and then take the rapid dragon bird out to visit the elves. But it was at this moment that I suddenly heard a strange noise. Boom! Boom! The sound of artillery! Although the sound was not very loud and still had that kind of echo, Gervais immediately recognized that it was the sound of artillery firing. Are some orcs coming to attack? Gervais looked in the direction of the sound, feeling that this was the only possibility. Gervais, have you prepared the potion? At this time, Caroline may have also heard the noise. As soon as she came out of her house, she saw Gervais standing in the middle of the open space. It was just configured. Did you hear the sound of the cannon over there? Yes, I heard it. About a week ago, the pig-headed men of the Beast tribe came to redeem their Prince Dosalon. But when they learned that their prince was killed by us, they left immediately. Caroline nodded quickly and told Gervais about the orcs coming to redeem people. Gervais had been busy before, and she didn't have time to tell Gervais about this. Come on, let's go take a look. After hearing this, Gervais was not surprised at all. But after all, this was the first time the turret was used. Since he had caught up, he naturally wanted to see the effect. Okay. Caroline didn't think much and immediately turned around to get the sword. No need to get a weapon. Gervais directly interrupted Caroline's movements, then quickly stepped forward, took Caroline's hand, and walked towards the entrance of the passage. Wow! Gervais, this monster actually has a stool on its back. A few minutes later, a huge rapid dragon bird appeared in front of Caroline at the entrance of the passage. The moment she saw the rapid dragon bird, Caroline was also startled. Fortunately, Gervais was right in front of the rapid dragon bird, so she did not make any other extreme reaction. This is called the rapid dragon bird, and it is specially trained for combat. Gervais stroked the rapid dragon bird lying obediently on the ground and said, Come on, let's sit on it and see how effective the turret defense is over there. With that said, Gervais picked up Caroline and held her in front of him. Sit tight. Take off. Wow. Following Gervais's order, the rapid dragon bird instantly spread its wings, and then with a wave of its arms, the rapid dragon bird instantly rose from the ground and flew straight towards the sky. Ah! Regarding the feeling of flying into the sky for the first time, even a brave woman like Caroline couldn't help but exclaim, and was so frightened that she instantly turned around and hugged Gervais. Don't be afraid. You are very safe with me. When the rapid dragon bird flew to a height of more than 400 meters in the air, Gervais ordered him to fly smoothly, and then smiled and patted Caroline on the shoulder, indicating that she did not need to be afraid. At this moment, Caroline also noticed that there was no sense of weightlessness as before soaring into the sky. She put her hands around Gervais's shoulders and finally opened her eyes. After opening her eyes and looking at the scenery below that she had never seen before, Caroline forgot about her fear and was lost in thought. Gorgeous! For Caroline, who had never known what it felt like to look down from the sky. All this was really novel and had only been seen in her life. After sighing, Caroline relaxed her arms around Gervais and leaned against Gervais, looking left and right. You can watch it if you like. I will capture a magical beast for you later. Now we are going to see the battlefield over there. Seeing that Caroline finally calmed down, Gervais said to her with a smile, and then changed the direction of the rapid dragon bird and flew quickly towards the distant battlefield. That's so kind of you, Gervais. Bo! Suddenly, Gervais felt his cheeks moisten, and he was actually knocked against the wall by Caroline. Afterwards, the two stopped talking. The dragon bird was flying at full speed, and the wind was quite strong. It was easy for the words to be filled with wind at this time. Chapter 760. The orcs retreated. It's indeed an invasion of orcs. As the rapid dragon bird quickly moved forward in the sky, Gervais soon arrived in front of the mountain range where the defense line was originally deployed more than 10 miles away. At this time, thousands of orcs were densely packed in the gap in the mountain range and were constantly advancing. And the turret ordered by Gervais was constantly rising from the turret, accompanied by deafening explosions. The number is much larger than expected. Gervais, should we go back and ask people to come to support us? Caroline also stopped looking at the scenery at this moment, and her expression became slightly solemn. There are more than 3,000 orcs below, which is much more than they originally expected. At this time, these orcs are still rushing out of the gap in the mountains. No, let's check the situation first. Gervais shook his head. With him here, what kind of support was needed? In addition, although there are many orcs below, they are basically ordinary pig-headed people, kobolds and other races. There are very few orc leaders with extraordinary strength. Gervais believed that the turret below would not be a big problem to defend. At the same time, he also wanted to see whether the turret he built had any defensive effect on the orcs. Boom boom boom. When Gervais and the two were hovering in the sky on the rapid dragon bird, the battle below became more and more intense as the orcs came one after another. And the loading and firing of dozens of turrets below also became faster. As soon as the 3 cannons on the turret fired, solid projectiles weighing 6 pounds would roar and hit the charging orc crowd. Puff puff. After those LS, which were several times larger than an adult's fist, fell into the crowd of orcs. They immediately defeated the orcs, facing the bombardment of artillery. No matter how strong the orcs are, it is in vain. The solid cannonball easily passed through the first unlucky guy, and then in an instant, it pierced through the unlucky guy's chest and hit the orcs behind. Often, one cannonball could take away 7 or 8 pig heads. People. Sometimes even if a cannonball misses the enemy when it hits the ground. Under the huge inertia, the solid cannonball still bounces off the ground with terrifying power and hits the enemy again. Suddenly, the battlefield was filled with cannons and wailing, especially from the perspective of Gervais and the others from the air. The orcs below seemed like ants, and the damage caused by the artillery was like the marks of a long sword. Each bombardment could bring out a string of ants on the ground. Bloodstains. Ho ho ho. Kill! Kill all these despicable reptiles! Although there were a lot of casualties, the orcs were not afraid, but roared and charged forward crazily. Several of the orc leaders had already changed their forms on all fours, roaring violently as they rushed forward. Because the central area between the turrets was blocked by several layers of thick wooden piles, the charging orcs subconsciously leaned towards the sides of the turrets, which had only a gap of more than 100 meters wide. In fact, even without those wooden stakes as obstacles, the orcs who were attacked by strange weapons for the first time did not realize how to fight. According to their usual simple and crude fighting methods, they naturally crushed them with force. Although the orcs paid a heavy price during the charge, many orcs finally rushed to a place 100 meters away from the turret due to their ferocity that was not afraid of death. Arriving here means that they are temporarily safe, because the artillery on the turret has no time to lower the shooting angle. Roar! Kill! Kill all these cunning reptiles! There were no more terrifying LS roaring around their ears, which made the orcs at the front feel quite safe. They roared and continued to charge forward, wanting to vent their anger by tearing apart the turret in front of them. Ho! Roar! As the leading orc roared, the orcs beside him raised their large hammers and swords and rushed toward the turret. Bang bang bang. Ho ho ho. However, what they didn't expect was that just when they were approaching 70 or 80 meters away from the turret, there were sudden explosions in some rectangular holes in the middle of the turret in front, and bursts of smoke also rose. Although the explosion and smoke were incomparable to the strange weapon on the top of the turret. After the explosion, they heard the wails of their companions. Ho ho ho. Bang bang bang. As explosions continued to erupt from the dark hole in the turret, the orcs who thought they could use human blood to vent their anger once again faced a one-sided massacre. This defensive battle lasted for more than half an hour, and finally ended with the orcs retreating with most of their losses. During this period, Gervais and Caroline were hovering in the air, and did not fall to the ground. These soldiers who fought today all have meritorious service. Let's go back and arrange rewards for them. Seeing the orcs abandoning thousands of corpses and fleeing back to the other side of the mountains, Gervais said to Caroline with satisfaction. Okay, Gervais. The people fighting in the turrets below are soldiers brought by Gust and Hayden. So Gervais is not prepared to come forward in person to reward them. Nowadays, in the Holy Continent, even Gervais's direct bodyguards are not considered to be first-class characters. 90% of these soldiers below are ordinary people, and Gervais can no longer focus on them. In addition, all his gold coin expenses are now handed over to Caroline, so she can just check the soldiers' meritorious service and reward them when the time comes. After continuing to hover above the turret for a while, and confirming that the orcs were retreating towards the direction of the Orc Royal Court, Gervais directly ordered the rapid dragon bird to fly back. On the way back, Gervais did not go directly to the gathering place, but deliberately hovered above Stormwind City for a while. Here in Stormwind City, tens of thousands of serfs are busy digging the foundations, and most of the dozens of kilometers of deep pits for the city wall have been excavated. And at the same time as the city wall, there was also a smaller square wall in the back of Stormwind City, which was the future city lord's palace of Gervais. After confirming that the city was being built in an orderly manner, Gervais returned to the red base in the center of the gathering place. After returning to the gathering place, Gervais did not get off the rapid dragon bird, but asked Caroline to get off the rapid dragon bird alone. Gervais, be careful on the road. Arriving on the ground, Caroline stood next to the rapid dragon bird and confessed to Gervais with a tender face. Don't worry. I'm just going to check on Alice's condition and I'll be back soon. Gervais was ready to go see his cheap wife at this time. After returning from the land of God's Fall, there was also a convenient means of transportation like the rapid dragon bird. It would be unreasonable if he didn't go to see his cheap wife. Caroline nodded obediently before stepping aside. Wow! As a stream of air spread on the ground, the rapid dragon bird rose from the ground again and flew towards the depths of the sacred forest. Chapter 761, Go to the Elf Tribe. After leaving the gathering place, Gervais took the fast dragon bird flight and traveled for about half a day before arriving at the main gathering place of the elves, where the elf palace is located. Whoosh whoosh. What made Gervais quite embarrassed was that, just as he was riding the rapid dragon bird, he was slightly close to the area where the elves gathered, but he was attacked head-on by several arrows with auras. Fortunately, Gervais was at a height of 500 to 600 meters at this time, so he had enough time to discover and order the rapid dragon bird to dodge. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Gervais quickly raised the height of the rapid dragon bird, and then returned to the edge of the gathering place, and then allowed the rapid dragon bird to land. Wow! As the rapid dragon bird spread its wings and glided, Gervais landed safely on a road outside the gathering place of the elves after a moment. You fly high into the sky first and follow me. After Gervais landed, he gave instructions to the rapid dragon bird before walking towards the front of the road. Tap 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 tap. Gervais didn't walk long. About 4 or 5 minutes later, a team of more than 100 elves appeared in front of the road. These elves were all sitting on the 3-colored deer with bows and arrows. After seeing Gervais, they did not attack immediately. Instead, the elves who were riding the 3-colored deer in the front directly asked Gervais, Who are you, and why did you break into the sacred forest? Nowadays, because there are many humans gathering at the edge of the sacred forest, the elves no longer attack any strange humans directly, as they did in the past, because they also knew that the humans on the periphery were subordinates of their queen. They had the patience to ask Gervais, My name is Gervais, and I'm here to see Alice, Your Majesty the Queen. In any case, these were his wife's courtiers. Gervais did not show off to them, and introduced himself very politely. Are you Prince Gervais Gale? Obviously, Gervais's name has spread among the elves. In particular, Gervais showed his talents in the City of Hope, and took down the Orcs Do Salon and the human Golden Shield family. Under the propaganda of the returning elven youths, Gervais punched the Golden Shield family, and kicked the Orc Prince's family. Things had become aroused among the elves. Even some elves who were originally resentful because Gervais was a human, but became the husband of their queen, have also slightly put down their hostility. After all, the elves have been suppressed by the humans and beasts for so long. Anyone who can breathe a sigh of relief for them will easily win their favor. Yes, I am Gervais Gale. Gervais did not expect that a random group of elf soldiers would know his full name. This saved him a lot of trouble, and he immediately answered in the affirmative. Wow! When Gervais finished speaking, the group of elf soldiers, who were originally sitting on the 3-colored deer, immediately stood up from the 3-colored deer. Meet Prince Gervais! Then, under the leadership of the captain elf, these soldiers held their hands on their chests, and bowed their heads to gesture to Gervais. Except for Alice, these elves would not kneel down and salute anyone. Even when they met Alder, the queen's father, they still used the same etiquette at this moment. This is enough to show the respect that this group of elf soldiers have for Gervais. Gervais. Everyone looked respectful, nodded warmly towards everyone in response, and then started to get down to business. This elf captain, what is your name? Where is Alice now? Please take me to find her. Dear Prince Gervais, my name is Jazz. I am the squadron leader of the elf guards. Her Majesty the Queen is currently in the land of God's Fall. Please follow us. We will take you to find Her Majesty the Queen now. The elf captain named Jez answered Gervais's questions respectfully, and while speaking, he even took the initiative to bring out a 3-colored deer for Gervais to ride. Okay, I'll trouble you to lead the way. But there's no need for a mount. I have a mount. Gervais waved down the three-colored deer sent by Jazz. And then, with a thought, the nightmare ran away from a black hole out of thin air. The elves naturally knew about the necromancer. When they saw that Gervais had Nightmare as his mount, they all moved out of the way to let Gervais move forward. Afterwards, Gervais walked towards the depths of the gathering place under the protection of a group of elven guards. On the way forward, Gervais saw many ordinary elves. Most of these elves' houses were placed on thick trees, and regardless of whether they were men, women, old or young, they passed by on the branches with agility and speed. On flat ground, there is no need to worry about falling. This is the first time Gervais has truly seen the life of different races. In addition, the elves, both men and women, are really handsome and pretty, which also makes Gervais feel eye-opening. When Gervais looked around, the elves also looked at Gervais with curious eyes. After all, although many elves knew that humans lived outside the sacred forest, they would not go out of their way to check. Now that Gervais, a human race, was being escorted by a group of guards, he was naturally full of curiosity about him. I don't know if it's because Gervais took too much affinity kiwi fruit, but the eyes of those beautiful elven girls were all bright when they saw Gervais's appearance. When Gervais glanced at them, they would shyly look away one by one, not daring to look at Gervais. When Gervais looked away, these fearful elven girls would continue to secretly look at Gervais's back. In this state, after more than an hour of going on, Gervais finally followed Jazz to an open space a few miles away from the elven palace. And there is a divine fall passage in this open space. Walking to the God's Fall passage, Jazz explained Gervais's identity to the elf guards guarding the passage, and then led 5 of his subordinates to follow Gervais into the land of God's Fall. A few minutes later, Gervais finally saw Alice. Alice was obviously very surprised by Gervais's sudden arrival, even though she tried to pretend to be calm. The watery soft waves in her eyes were obvious. After clearing out all her subordinates, Alice put down her cold expression and sat face to face with Gervais. Gervais, why are you here? I just moved the passage to the land of God's Fall and returned to the Holy Continent. So I came here to see how the situation is on your side. Gervais saw that Alice's face was obviously tired. Obviously, the number of elves reached 5 or 6,000, which was much more difficult to lead than Gervais's 500 people. The situation here is not bad. Although we fought with the natives a few times on the road, they are still small towns. Now we are stationed in this large forest, and the Tree of Life has taken root again. Gervais, how is the situation over there? When Alice heard that Gervais came here specifically to care about her, a slight smile appeared on her face, and the trace of fatigue disappeared instantly. My side is very good. I just captured a city as a base. By the way, I also got a Fountain of Life. Seeing that his chief wife's mood improved, Gervais felt relieved and even reported good news rather than bad news about his own affairs. So as not to worry Alice. Chapter 762, Lure Away High-Level Monsters. What? Fountain of Life? When she heard that Gervais had captured a city, Alice was just a little relieved. When she heard the second half of the sentence, Fountain of Life, she was truly shocked. Her sapphire blue eyes couldn't help but stare wide. Stood up from a seat. The Fountain of Life is the first among the elves in the Holy Continent. And as the Queen of the Elves, she naturally understands how precious the Fountain of Life is. Yes, the Fountain of Life. But it's only a small pool, as big as a basin. Gervais didn't expect his cheap wife to react so strongly. He immediately reached out subconsciously, took Alice's delicate palm, and asked her to sit down and say, That's amazing! Alice felt Gervais holding her palm, and she was slightly shocked at first. And then she deliberately pretended not to see it, and sat down very cooperatively. Gervais, the Fountain of Life can not only heal any injury, but also make people around you live longer. In addition, don't you still have the holy tree? You planted it next to the Fountain of Life, and both they can coexist with each other, and have great benefits for both the Fountain of Life and the holy tree. Oh, I actually wanted to ask this question when I came here this time. If that's the case, I'll plant the holy tree immediately after I go back. Gervais was answering at this time, but he was a little distracted in his heart. At this time, he had not taken back his palm, but was still holding Alice's slender jade hand tightly, and his fingers were gently rubbing on the palm of the hand. A rare blush appeared on Alice's pretty face, and she completely lost the look of a cold goddess. She had never been teased like this before. The tingling feeling coming from the palm of her hand was like an electric shock, causing the pores all over her body to close tightly, and her breathing to speed up. Then I'm not welcome. seeing his cheap wife's somewhat confused eyes, which looked so alluring as never before. Gervais was surprised and exclaimed in his heart that this was a good opportunity. He immediately leaned forward a little closer, and then kissed the cheap wife's red lips directly. It feels cold to the touch and has a hint of sweetness, which will always make people have endless aftertaste. Next, relying on the experience of an experienced driver, Gervais directly pried open the SHL teeth. Then Alice's eyes widened, and she felt her cheeks were hot. Boom, boom, boom. I don't know how long it took. Just when Gervais and Alice changed from sitting opposite each other to sitting on the same soft chair, there was a knock on the office door. Alice! At the same time, there was Alder's shout at the door. Father is here! Alder knocked on the door, and immediately woke up the somewhat confused Alice. Like a frightened rabbit, she quickly pushed Gervais away, and quickly arranged her hair. After being pushed away by Alice, Gervais was slapping his mouth, thinking that his father-in-law always appeared so timely. And Gervais really doubted whether he had the ability to predict the future. He just clicked on the wall. But Alice was still wearing armor, so he was disturbed. Father! What's the matter? Come in! While Gervais was a little indignant, Alice had already arranged her hair, and was sitting upright facing Alder outside the door to respond. Bangta. After hearing Alice's words, Alder opened the door, and what he saw was his daughter, and the boy Nagwai sitting upright. Boy Gervais! I just heard that you are here too! After Alder entered the room, he did not deliberately ruin the good things as Gervais thought. Instead, he smiled and said low to Gervais. Yes, Prince Alder. I returned from the land of God's fall, and came here specifically to see Alice. As the saying goes, don't hit the smiling person. Alder's appearance seemed unintentional. Even if Gervais had resentment in his heart, he could only suppress the depression in his heart and answer his father-in-law with a smile. Well, very good. Alder nodded, and then turned his attention to Alice. Alice, the monster in the lake is not easy to deal with. No matter how we drive it away, it won't go away. This won't work. If it doesn't go away, we won't be able to mine the Mithril mine. Mithril mine? Gervais was slightly surprised. Yes, boy Gervais. We discovered a Mithril mine in this forest the day before yesterday. The reserve should be quite large. The only trouble is that there is a lake near the Mithril mine, and there is a high-level warcraft in the lake. If this high-level monster is not dealt with, it will easily pose a threat to the tribesmen who mine Mithril. Alder heard Gervais chatting, and immediately explained to him. A high-level monster? Gervais thought of the giant beast in the water he saw when he entered the land of the gods on the first day. It was indeed a very difficult problem. Prince Alder, can we just lure him away? Of course. If it is just to lure this high-level monster away, it is not difficult for Gervais, who told him that he has a purple kiwi fruit. You can lure it away or kill it. But this high-level monster is very cunning, and will not leave the lake no matter what. When Alder heard Gervais's words, his eyes brightened when he looked at Gervais. He thought that Gervais was not a top pharmacist. Maybe there was some way to lure the monster away. It's the best. Let me try it first. When Gervais saw the look in his father-in-law's eyes, he agreed directly without any further hesitation. After all, this was his wife's business. In addition, he deliberately did not tell the story too fully. After all, the matter about the kiwi fruit cannot be exposed. Gervais, is there any danger? Seeing that Gervais was ready to help, Alice immediately asked. There is absolutely no problem with safety. I will ride the flying monster and use a potion to try to lure it away. Gervais cast a reassuring look towards Alice. Obviously, his cheap wife's first concern now is her own safety. Well, then be careful. After hearing Gervais's answer, Alice said no more, and the three of them immediately walked out of the house. After going out, they did not go to the small lake immediately. Instead, they went out of the land of God's fall and called Gervais Rapid Dragon Bird in. Although the elves also have flying monsters, the flying monsters of the elves are not as fast as the Rapid Dragon Birds, and they cannot communicate with Gervais, so he is better prepared to ride his own. After arriving at the lake, Gervais got on the Rapid Dragon Bird and flew directly over the lake. After arriving above the lake, Gervais first pretended to take out a bottle of potion and put it in his hand, then opened the system panel and exchanged it for a purple kiwi fruit hidden in his sleeve. And when the purple kiwi appeared, the unpleasant smell quickly began to spread on the lake. At first, the high-level monsters in the lake did not move, so Gervais just hovered dozens of meters in the air and did not leave. Roar! Just as Gervais continued to hover in the air on the Rapid Dragon Bird, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared under the originally calm lake below. The moment the black shadow appeared, it broke through the water. It raised its huge head and looked at the sky. At the same time, with a violent roar, several water arrows from its mouth were shot directly at Gervais and the rapid dragon bird in the air. Chapter 763 Entering the City. Roar! Although those water arrows came in an urgent manner, Gervais evaded faster. The rapid dragon bird spun rapidly and fell, instantly dodging the attacks of several water arrows. Roar! Seeing that the rapid dragon bird had escaped his pursuit, the huge figure in the water did not give up under the temptation of the purple kiwi fruit. Instead, it quickly swam on the water surface, chasing the rapid dragon bird. And during the swimming he also continued to release water arrows into the sky. It's actually a big lizard! Gervais, who was sitting on the rapid dragon bird, did not panic and took advantage of his free time to look at the high-level monsters behind him. This hind mouth is very big. One mouthful is enough to fit a small car, and a rough estimate is that its body is at least 17 or 18 meters long. With such a size, the lizard-like giant beast swims in the water at no slower speed than the three-colored deer and other magical beasts. Whoosh whoosh. While Gervais continued to look behind him, water arrows kept whizzing past him. Dragon bird, fly faster! This guy's water arrows are very powerful, and it won't feel good to be hit. Gervais was now more than 100 meters away from the high-level monster, listening to the whizzing sound of water arrows. He still cautiously gave instructions to the rapid dragon bird. He has already briefly explored the strength of this high-level monster, and it is no worse than the base of the Golden Shield family. If the rapid dragon bird is really hit, he will be in trouble. In addition, Gervais has completely given up his plan to kill the rapid dragon bird at this time, because it is simply not feasible. Even if he cooperates with Alder and others, it will still cost a lot. So Gervais plans to follow the second plan to lure this high-level monster away. To the northeast outside this forest, there is a medium-sized indigenous city with a population of hundreds of thousands. According to Alder, there are at least 2 red flag knights in the city. It is the most suitable second choice to lure this high-level monster over and let them fight. Wow! Boom! Boom! At this moment, the high-level monster below finally swam to the edge of the lake. With the sound of splashing water, the lizard-like giant beast began to run on the land after a while. And the figure of this giant beast, which is 17 or 8 meters long, looks even more shocking on land. Every step it takes is like an earthquake, and the ground shakes. The tree in the sky, hugged by several people, seemed to be like young grass in front of him, completely unable to stop its figure, and would be crushed and broken by the high-level monster in an instant. Damn! This high-level monster is too powerful! It is not surprising that this giant beast is so ferocious when underwater. After all, it lives in the water, but it is so ferocious even when it comes to the shore, which is beyond Gervais's surprise. Moreover, the visual impact of such a giant creature running on the ground is a thrill that Gervais could not experience sitting in front of the TV in his previous life and watching those giant beasts chasing humans. Father! Will Gervais be okay? Alice and others hid far away on the lake shore and did not dare to get close. They were shocked the moment they saw the giant beast emerging from the water. Alice immediately began to worry about her husband's safety. Kid Gervais is very smart. He should be fine. Alder also smacked his lips, thinking that it was a good thing that this high-level magical beast had been hiding in the water a few days ago and refused to come ashore. Otherwise, if they encountered it at that time, they would definitely suffer heavy losses. Hearing Alice's worries, he pretended to be confident and comforted Alice. Boom! Boom! Big guy! Hurry up! The good things you want are here! While Alice was worried about Gervais, Gervais had already lured the high-level monster away into the distance. However, he didn't know whether it was because he had been running on land for too long, or whether the high-level monster, whose intelligence was comparable to that of an orc, was alert. But his pursuit speed slowly slowed down. Looking at the city that was still more than 10 miles away, Gervais didn't want this giant beast to go back again. He would be embarrassed by then. So, he immediately asked the rapid dragon bird to slow down and began to shout loudly at the giant beast. Roar! As if it understood Gervais' teasing intention. The giant beast immediately accelerated its speed, and then roared violently. And with this sudden violent roar, thick water arrows that were several times more than before were sprayed out from its bloody mouth. Holy crap! You can actually be mean to someone! When Gervais saw those 30 or 40 water arrows shooting towards him, he immediately understood that he was not playing tricks on others, but that others were treating him like a monkey. Facing the dense and powerful water arrows, Gervais could no longer sit still. He immediately took out the crimson moon from the space ring, poured fighting energy into it, and slashed at the water arrows without thinking. In an instant, Gervais's ears were filled with the sound of clanging collisions. Those water arrows that were fired were almost completely offset by Gervais's sword light, and the rest were avoided by the rapid flight of the rapid dragon bird. Roar! Seeing that his long-planned blow was dodged, this high-level monster even accelerated its pursuit speed. It's rude to come back without reciprocating. Eat one of my fireballs! Seeing that the giant beast behind was so arrogant, Gervais was not polite, and smashed the fireballs towards its head. Although this monster cannot speak, its intelligence cannot be underestimated. Gervais has truly seen it this time, and can no longer look at it with the same eyes as those of low and middle-level monsters in the past. Ho ho ho! As Gervais smashed down a fireball from time to time, the roar of the giant beast continued to be heard in the forest. Gervais's purple kiwi fruit actually attracts many other types of monsters. However, those monsters were basically middle and low level, and they did not dare to make trouble in front of this high-level giant lizard. And they all followed him from a distance. Some bold monsters, who dared to get close to chase them, would be slapped into pieces by this high-level monster in an instant. In this way, Gervais lured the giant beast and some low-level monsters all the way to the outside of the indigenous city. The native city was 40 to 50 meters high. When Gervais and the others were still more than a mile away, they were noticed by the other party. Dang, dang, dang. Gervais got closer and closer, and immediately heard the sound of alarm bells ringing from the city. In addition, Gervais also saw 7 or 8 birds and monsters rising from the city. Gervais ignored the flying monsters coming from the city, and flew directly over the city wall into the sky above the city. Boom! Not long after Gervais flew into the city, there was a sound of rocking caves and mountains outside the city. It was the sound of high-level monsters hitting the city. Despicable intruder! You are looking for death! The moment after the giant beast hit the city wall, Gervais saw 2 strong men flying out from the central temple of the city. These 2 strong men are different from those aerial knights. They all walk in the air. Dragon bird! Hurry up and raise the altitude! The moment Gervais saw the 2 figures, he was not prepared to confront them, and directly commanded the rapid dragon bird to soar high into the sky. The strength of these 2 people was much greater than the pressure given to him by Kiddo. They were at least mid-level red flag knights, so Gervais naturally did not dare to overpower them. You guys go catch that intruder! When the 2 strong men saw Gervais flying into the sky without saying a word, and then hearing the constant crashing sounds from the city wall, they ignored Gervais and immediately ordered several air knights, and the 2 of them quickly rushed towards the city entrance. Although they can walk through the air, they cannot fly freely in the sky. Therefore, if they want to pursue Gervais, who has escaped to high altitudes, it is only possible to take the flying monster after defeating the giant beast. Yes, Lord Priest! The air knights heard the order and immediately climbed up to pursue Gervais. Chapter 764 Dragon. In fact, there was no need for the 2 strong men to greet them. The mounts under these 8 aerial knights were already ready to move. At the previous moment, it was because they were in an upwind position, so the smell of purple kiwi fruit had not yet been smelled by several mounts. At this moment, several monsters had smelled the scent of purple kiwi fruit remaining in the air, and instantly began to rapidly flap their wings and pursue the sky. Hey! What's going on? The spiritual bird flew very fast today. Several natives sat on their respective birds, a little surprised that the mounts flew faster than usual. Perhaps the intruder broke into our Seignior city and angered the gods. The gods blessed us with divine power. As loyal servants of the gods, these descendants of the gods quickly moved their strange behavior closer to the direction of the gods. After all, the mounts under them are now pursuing the intruder in the sky. Catch this intruder and burn him to death to apologize to our great Kordimar god of war. When several other indigenous knights heard this, they also agreed with it, and even screamed, clamoring to capture Gervais. After Gervais, who had flown to an altitude of 700 or 800 meters, saw the 2 strong men going to deal with the high-level monsters, he did not continue to climb, but commanded the rapid dragon bird to start circling rapidly over the city. At the same time, he also discovered that the birds and monsters under the native were struggling towards him. Since you like delivering food so much, then I will make it happen for you. Dragon bird, you start attacking too. Fireball! Roar! Gervais did not wait for these aerial knights to approach, and began to fire fireballs when he was more than 100 meters away. And the rapid dragon bird also began to spit out blue light balls under Gervais's command. Whizzing! The intruders are starting to attack. The spirit birds are running away. Hey! Hurry up and escape. Boom! The targets of Gervais and the rapid dragon bird's attacks are quite the same. And they both attack the same aerial knight. The targeted aboriginal saw 5 fireballs and a blue light ball bombarding him, and immediately controlled his mount according to the previous process to maneuver and dodge. Although the number of such long-distance attacks was a bit larger, he was confident that he could dodge them. But what horrified him was that when he wanted to control the spirit bird under him to climb upwards, the spirit bird did not obey his orders at all and continued to fly forward. Although the spirit bird also made moves to avoid those fireballs and light group attacks. But how could 5 fireballs and 1 light ball be so easy to avoid at the same time? Not to mention that the spirit bird was interfered by its own super control. In an instant, it was directly hit in the head by one of the big fireballs, and the bursting fireball completely covering the head of the spiritual bird. Roar! Then the spirit bird let out a mournful cry, fluttered in the air for a moment, and then fell straight down. Ah! When the indigenous knight saw the spiritual bird beginning to fall, he shouted in horror. What happened? Several other natives didn't understand what was going on with their teammates. The attack just now was obviously easy to avoid. Why didn't their teammates raise their altitude to avoid it? Whoosh whoosh. But the next moment, they would no longer question it, because Gervais's second wave of attacks had arrived. There are still 5 big fireballs, and 1 blue light ball attacking 1 target. Spirit bird! Climb up! The native, who was targeted by the attack, immediately began to order the spirit bird to climb higher. No! The spirit bird is out of control! But after he gave the order, he finally discovered the problem, and then yelled anxiously. This yell became his last sentence. Boom! 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 Ah! As 3 explosions sounded in the air. The indigenous knight and the bird mount beneath him were directly hit by 2 fireballs and the light ball of the rapid dragon bird. This time, the mount under the native didn't even have a chance to flutter and fell directly from the sky. This intruder is weird. Everyone needs to evacuate first. The first teammate was hit, and no one could react. When the second teammate was also hit, they also shouted out the problem. So the remaining indigenous people wanted to evacuate. What's going on? The spiritual bird keeps giving orders. Spirit bird, quickly descend. It was only when they wanted to retreat that they discovered that they and others encountered the same problem as their teammates. No matter how they operated the orders, the spirit birds under them were not under their command at all. I want to run now, but it's too late. When Gervais saw this action, a smile appeared on his lips. Fireball! Boom boom boom. Next, these natives desperately discovered that they could only become the targets of the invaders. The unknown flying monster in front was a minute faster than the spirit bird. He and the others could never catch up or attack. What's even worse is that the mounts underneath him don't obey orders at all, and can only be knocked down one by the opponent with fireballs. 3, 4, 5. After a while, only 3 of the 8 air knights chasing Gervais were left, and the remaining 5 had fallen from the sky with black smoke, just like the falling fighter planes in the previous life. What? Lonia? What's wrong with you? And just when Gervais was about to eliminate the remaining 3 indigenous knights in one go, he suddenly felt a hint of fear coming from the rapid dragon bird in his mind. Gervais couldn't help but be shocked. What else in the air could scare the rapid dragon bird? I'm afraid there are only more terrifying flying monsters. Immediately, Gervais stopped attacking and began to scan around quickly. It's a dragon! The next moment, Gervais discovered the situation. Under the clouds at a higher altitude, a giant beast had swooped down. Gervais recognized it at a glance as the dominant dragon in the sky. Holy crap! He must have been seduced by the purple kiwi fruit. Gervais was shocked when he saw this, and immediately put away the purple kiwi fruit without hesitation. Dragon bird, let's descend. After collecting the purple kiwi fruits, Gervais used the rapid super air to swoop down with the rapid dragon bird. Roar! The giant dragon above the sky also noticed the movement and immediately let out a roar. With the roar of the giant dragon, even the dragon bird under Gervais couldn't help but tremble, and quickly fell for more than 10 meters before stabilizing his body. Dragon bird, fly that way! Gervais didn't know whether the giant dragon came here for the purple kiwi fruit, but he knew that it was best for him to blend into the crowd now, and wait until the time comes to act on his own. So Gervais directly found the battlefield where the 2 strong men were and flew over. Roar! The dragon flew very fast. When Gervais arrived at the city wall, the dragon had already flown more than 100 meters above the city. This is a dragon! The 2 strong men were still fighting fiercely with the high-level monsters. But when the dragon flew down from the sky, they finally stopped with pale faces and stood there without daring to move. The same was true for the high-level lizard beast, which lay on the ground in fear, completely losing the fury it had when it was chasing Gervais and hitting the city wall. Chapter 765 Black Dragon's Deal. Wow! As a strong wind blew by, the giant dragon retracted its wings and stood on a city wall dozens of meters high. Its lantern-sized golden eyes kept scanning the crowds and monsters, and its broad nostrils trembled from time to time. Under the giant dragon's glance, both the two indigenous strong men and the high-level monsters remained silent. Gervais also sat on the back of the rapid dragon bird and did not dare to move at all. His nervousness was not at all lower than that of the others, because squatting on the city wall at this time turned out to be a black dragon. Gervais still remembers the records of the black dragon in the books. Among the giant dragons, the red dragon and the black dragon are the most dangerous, because the red dragon and the black dragon are the most greedy and like to eat meat. Not only do they plunder treasures, but some also feed on humans. At this time, this is the greedy black dragon. The body of this black dragon is at least 27 or 8 meters long, and the pressure exuded from it makes even 2 red flag knights look like eagles and chickens, let alone Gervais. Who made that smell just now? The inside and outside of this section of the city wall were quiet for a moment with the arrival of the giant dragon. Under the extremely depressing atmosphere, the black dragon finally spoke, although the emphasis of its words is a bit weird. Gervais and others can understand it. Upon hearing the black dragon's inquiry, the two strong indigenous men looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. But the high-level monster lying on the ground couldn't help but secretly glance at Gervais. Roar! Seeing that no one in the room answered him, the black dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth full of sharp fangs, and then spit out a breath of dragon breath, directly turning more than a dozen natives not far away into black charcoal. Tell me, who made that smell just now? Obviously, the dragon's breath he just breathed was to scare the monkeys. But Gervais's heart was pounding at this moment. It was obvious that the black dragon was seduced by the purple kiwi fruit. Faced with the black dragon's powerful pressure and unreasonable attacks, Gervais did not dare to stand up and admit it immediately. Although he had some guesses, however, he did not admit it. But some people knew where the smell of the purple kiwi fruit came from. Ho! Roar! Roar! It was the high-level magic beast lying on the ground shivering. At this time, the high-level magic beast began to howl rhythmically towards the black dragon. And in the end, the huge front paw pointed towards Gervais very intelligently. Holy shit! Gervais almost yelled. But he didn't expect that one day he would be denounced by Warcraft. At this time, the black dragon seemed to understand the howling of high-level monsters, and actually turned its attention to Gervais. Your Excellency, Black Dragon, that smell was indeed caused by me. The moment the black dragon looked over, Gervais knew that he couldn't escape. So he forced a smile and said something to the black dragon. The black dragon did not answer Master Gervais immediately. Instead, he lowered his head and sniffed Gervais. He looked at Gervais for a moment with his golden eyes before saying in a deep voice, What is it that exudes such a tempting smell? It's this fruit. Gervais didn't dare to play any tricks. If he was hit by the dragon's breath, he would probably lose his hair on the spot. So he immediately took out the purple kiwi fruit and put it in the palm of his hand. After the black dragon saw the purple kiwi fruit in Gervais's hand, his pupil shrank instantly. And then, he continued to smell the smell of the purple kiwi fruit in the air. Sure enough, it is so tempting. I feel that its peel is full of energy. Is this the legendary divine fruit? Wow. As he said this, the black dragon made a slight leap and flew to Gervais. Then the huge creature stretched out a short claw on its chest and grabbed Gervais's hand. After a moment, the giant dragon actually picked up the purple kiwi fruit the size of a grapefruit by the tips of its claws and nails, and put it in front of his eyes for a closer look. Divine fruit? It doesn't look like it. It's quite different from the legendary divine fruit. But why is its energy so pure, and its taste so tempting? The purple kiwi fruit the size of a grapefruit seemed to be no bigger than a grain of rice in the black dragon's claws. And the black dragon seemed to have turned into an old scholar at this time, staring at the purple kiwi fruit, constantly exploring, and talking to himself. You should eat it! Compared to the black dragon holding the purple kiwi fruit and constantly studying it, Gervais hopes that the black dragon can eat the purple kiwi fruit, as long as it is willing to eat. Gervais doesn't mind bringing out more purple kiwi fruits later. According to the original explanation of the system, ordinary monsters only need 1 purple kiwi fruit to recognize their master, while high-level monsters need 10. Although the black dragon Gervais doesn't know how many purple kiwi fruits it takes for him to recognize his master. He still has hundreds of energy points in his system panel, which should be enough. Where did you get this fruit? Gervais wanted the black dragon to take the purple kiwi fruit, but the black dragon seemed to have no such intention. After observing the purple kiwi fruit for a moment, he turned to Gervais and asked for the exit. Your Excellency, Black Dragon, I picked it up from a magician's tower. Gervais didn't hesitate and started making nonsense. The magician's tower? What's it called? The black dragon looked at Gervais suspiciously, because he was too close. The breath from its mouth blew directly on Gervais's body. Gervais suddenly felt as if he was in a pile of sulfur, and his nose was full of burned residue. Smell of sulfur. The Tower of the Sorcerer Nahum. Nahum seems to have heard of it, but can't remember it. After hearing what Gervais said, the black dragon pondered for a moment, and then murmured a few words to himself. If it weren't for the rumor that dragons are the embodiment of wisdom and power, Gervais would have suspected that this black dragon was a little demented and always talking to himself. Human, no matter how you got it, this divine fruit belongs to Priestley today. However, I heard that those who can get the divine fruit are those who are favored by the world tree. I can treat this as a transaction today. Let's talk. What do you want from me? After the black dragon finished thinking, he put away the purple kiwi fruit. After the purple kiwi fruit disappeared into thin air, it asked Gervais, Trade? Gervais was a little surprised, although he didn't know how the black dragon came to the conclusion about the divine fruit, the tree of the world, etc. According to the black dragon's intention, his personal safety should be reliable today. Yes. Tell me, human being. Priestley's time is precious. Just tell him as soon as you think about it. The black dragon continued to urge with strange emphasis. What exactly is a good deal? Hearing the black dragon's urging, Gervais didn't know what to ask for. It can be seen from the fact that the black dragon sprayed more than 10 natives to death with a breath of dragon's breath, and then used it to kill chickens to scare monkeys, that it was not a kind person. Gervais was worried that if he really made any excessive demands, such as getting some artifact or holy weapon, it might turn against him immediately. Anyway, this purple kiwi fruit only has 10 energy points. After thinking for a while, Gervais decided that he should be more cautious. At that moment, Gervais set his sights on the two strong indigenous men and the high-level monsters. My request is that you can help me deal with this monster and the two descendants of the servant of God. Chapter 766 Drama Queen. Human, are you sure you want to use this request to trade with the noble Priestley? When Gervais stated his request, the black dragon couldn't help but feel ridiculous. It stands to reason that in human perception, these black dragons should be synonymous with wealth. But this human just asked them to help crush a few reptiles. Yes, I use this request to trade with you. Although he could hear the black dragon's words being a bit unbelievable, Gervais confirmed his request. No matter what good thing it is best to take it with your life. Gervais will not take risks just to get some extraneous things. In addition, by destroying this high-level monster and the two powerful natives, wouldn't the city with more than 100,000 natives fall into his own hands? This is also a big deal. This was the original intention behind Gervais's real determination to use this simple request as a transaction. The two strong indigenous men and high-level monsters in the distance heard Gervais' words at this time, and they were already trembling with fear. The huge body of the high-level monster trembled even more violently, and it kept wailing softly, as if begging the black dragon for mercy. But the black dragon didn't even look at it. The two natives were even more pale, and their eyes were full of hatred when they looked at Gervais. Very well. You propose this deal, condition yourself. Human, your deal with the noble Priestley is concluded. The black dragon exhaled a breath that smelled of sulfur and announced that the deal was concluded. Thank you, Lord Priestley Black Dragon. Then, the black dragon turned its head under Gervais's gaze. Dragon, we are servants of the Kordimar war god. You cannot harm us. Otherwise you will be punished by the Kordimar war god. Roar. When the two strong natives saw the black dragon turning around, knowing that their lives were in danger, they quickly spoke the name of their main god to make the black dragon afraid. At the same time, the two of them were not slow. They used the power in their bodies to jump up and escape in the air. But facing this adult black dragon that had lived for who knows how many years, the two of them had no chance to escape. Without saying a word, the black dragon blew out a breath of dragon's breath. The dragon's breath filled with black energy sprayed out dozens of meters in an instant, sweeping across the sky like a beam of light, directly sweeping down the two people who were barely flying into the air. These two people are worthy of being strong indigenous people. They have the strength of the red flag knight. After being swept by the black dragon's breath and falling, they did not die directly. They even had the strength to get up and escape on foot. Wow! The black dragon didn't give them any more time to escape. With a slight wave of its wings, the black dragon's huge figure arrived in an instant, landed directly on one person's head, and grabbed one of the indigenous strongmen with its front paws. Dragon, you will be punished by God. Click. Click. Hiccup. What kind of divine punishment? Those guys have been dead for tens of thousands of years. Do you think the noble and great priestly will be afraid of them? The strong indigenous man caught in the black dragon's hand continued to threaten the black dragon. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the black dragon directly threw it into his mouth. With the black dragon's burp, the indigenous man disappeared from this world. After burping and muttering a few words to himself, the black dragon turned his attention to another strong indigenous man. But when it set its sights on another native, it saw that the high-level monster had already grabbed another strong native and stood tremblingly in front of it. Quite sensible. But once the deal between the great and noble priestly and that human being is concluded, he cannot go back on his word. Seeing that this monster was so sensible, the black dragon praised it. However, the reason why he traded with Gervais today was not because of its principle of fairness, but because it believed that people who could get this magical fruit were those who were favored by some great existence. So in order to avoid trouble, he had to do something. Market transactions. This little monster seemed to be fine on weekdays, but it was not possible today. Ho ho ho! Upon hearing the black dragon's words, the high-level monster immediately began to wail and roar, and continued to beg for mercy. Seeing that you are quite smart, the noble, great and benevolent priestly will ask you a compassionate question. After the black dragon, a high-level monster, wailed with tears for a moment. It finally relaxed. Then it grabbed the strong indigenous man in its hand and threw it into its mouth, chewing it, and then looked at Gervais. Human. This poor little lizard said that his ancestors seem to have been blessed by our great dragon tribe tens of thousands of years ago. So he wants to ask for a chance to live and accept you as his master in exchange for his life. What do you think? Can? After hearing Black Dragon's question, Gervais agreed directly without any hesitation. There is no need to think about such things at all. Killing this high-level monster is just a meal. But taking him as his younger brother is a thug who can fight against the Red Flag Knight. Very good! Human, let me help you complete this master recognition ceremony. As he spoke, the Black Dragon uttered a few complex and difficult words, and then saw a light spot light up on the fingertips of its short arm. The Black Dragon first placed a light spot on the forehead of the high-level monster. After a light spot rose above the high-level monster's head and merged into the light spot in the Black Dragon's hand, it pointed towards Gervais. The light spot flew into Gervais's eyebrows, and at this moment, Gervais felt a strange fluctuation in his mind, which was the spiritual connection between the high-level magic beast and him. At this time, Gervais could clearly feel the fear in the heart of this high-level monster. The deal is done! Human! Before Gervais could sense more, the voice of the Black Dragon came again. Thank you, Lord Priestly Black Dragon. Very well. The Great Priestly is gone! Wow! Before Gervais could say anything else, a strong air current rolled up in the open space outside the city, and the Black Dragon's huge body rose from the ground, and then soared into the sky. The moment after the Black Dragon left, the pressure that shrouded the area disappeared. Boom! After the pressure disappeared, Gervais's new little brother immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Obviously, he was very frightened before. Call! Gervais also breathed a long sigh of relief. The feeling of facing the dragon at close range was really terrifying. And it was also an adult, powerful, and greedy black dragon. Ho ho ho! After Gervais relaxed, the high-level monster over there got up from the ground again, then quickly came to Gervais's side, laid his head on the ground, and howled softly. You're still a drama queen! Gervais looked at the high-level monster with a head bigger than a van in front of him and felt that this guy was possessed by a drama queen. Previously, he actually knew how to help Black Dragon capture another strong indigenous man to beg for mercy. And now he came to him non-stop to express his surrender. Chapter 767 Don't Want It for Nothing. Ho ho ho! Facing Gervais' scolding, he had already signed a master-servant contract with him. The little brother who looked like a lizard didn't mind and continued to howl to please Gervais. You're quite sensible. Then I'll give you a name. Although this guy looked a bit like an actor, he was still very strong and a good fighter. Gervais was immediately ready to give him a name. Just call it Giant Crocodile. This new little brother looks like a lizard, but is also somewhat similar to a crocodile. It has a hard SHL, and its back is covered with many raised bones. In addition, Its head is slightly long, and its mouth is full of sharp fangs. Gervais feels that the name giant crocodile fits its appearance very well. Ho ho ho! Obviously, this little brother was not picky about his name at all. And he immediately swung his long tail and howled at Gervais. Okay, let's go into the city then. After the 2 strong indigenous men were killed, all the indigenous soldiers on the city wall had already run away. At this time, there were no guards on the city wall. Gervais immediately flew into the city on the velociraptor and opened the gate of the city wall effortlessly. After opening the city gate, Gervais jumped directly on the back of the giant crocodile's little brother. Just as he was about to take his little brother for a tour of the city, a call suddenly came from behind him. Gervais? A few hundred meters away, Alice and a team of more than 1,000 people were seen running forward quickly. Previously, Gervais lured away the giant crocodile boy, and Alice and others followed him from a distance, just to prevent the giant crocodile boy from turning around and returning. They did not dare to follow too closely, so they stayed 4 or 5 miles away. They arrived the moment the black dragon appeared and wanted to rush over immediately. However, neither the birds nor the 3-colored deer dared to approach because of the pressure of the dragon. In the end, Alice and others could only move forward by running. When they arrived outside Seignior City, although they did not see the black dragon, they saw Gervais sitting on the body of the giant crocodile brother, and they were suddenly a little surprised. Alice, you are here. Come here quickly. Look, I captured a city for you. Gervais laughed loudly, and then directed the giant crocodile boy to turn around and walk towards Alice and others. Boom! Boom! It has to be said that the 17-8-meter-long behemoth walks with extraordinary momentum. It has its own dubbing and makes a rumble with every step it takes. Under the surprised gazes of Alice and others, Gervais rode the giant crocodile boy in front of him. Boy Gervais, what's going on? It actually surrendered to you. Alder on the side saw that the giant crocodile was completely different from the ferocious appearance it had when it came out of the water. He had no idea what had happened in such a short period of time, and why this ferocious beast had undergone such a big change. This is a long story. Come up first and we'll talk as we go. Gervais smiled and asked Alice and Audrey to get on the back of the giant crocodile first. After Alice and Alder arrived on the back of the giant crocodile, Gervais directed the giant crocodile boy to walk towards the city, and then slowly began to explain. Of course, Gervais replaced the kiwi fruit from the previous incident with a magical potion. He said that the black dragon was an old dragon scholar, and was also very interested in his potion, and was willing to make a deal with him. When Gervais told what happened before, Alder was stunned for a moment, with an incredible expression on his face. Alice's eyes looked at Gervais full of love and pride. Naturally, they would not suspect Gervais of lying. After all, the giant crocodile brother was sitting under them, and was extremely docile. This was the most favorable evidence. Then Alice, let's arrange for the Tree of Life to come to this Seignior City. In the temple of Seignior City, Gervais, Alice, and Alder walked around, and then sat in the hall and began to discuss how to deal with the city. At this time, most of the descendants of the servants of God in the city have fled, and Gervais and the others did not stop the descendants of the servants of God from escaping. They believe that by the time it gets dark, this place will become an empty city. Gervais had previously said that he would give this city to Alice, and Alder proposed at this time to put the elf clan's stronghold in this Seignior City and move the Tree of Life here, although the forest is the home ground of the elves. If they can enter this 40 to 50 meter high city as a base, their safety will not be worse than that of the forest. But we have already set up the divine fall channel in the forest outside the city. Alice was a little hesitant. The most important thing was that such a large city, Gervais, was given to her in just one sentence. From then on, it would all belong to the elves. Don't worry about the divine fall passage. Our 10 ancient war trees are placed there for defense. We just need to move the Tree of Life to the city. In addition, within 100 miles, only Seignior City has the largest population. The rest are small towns with tens of thousands of people. They cannot threaten us at all. And even if they want to attack our passage, they have to pass through our city first. Alder tried his best to persuade Alice to accept the city. After all, the things owned by Gervais belong to his daughter. Don't give up such a big gift in vain. Alice, I think what your father said makes sense. The city is indeed more conducive to the development of the elves in the land of God's fall. And it is also safer. Gervais also jumped in at this time. Oh well. Alice heard even Gervais said the same thing, and finally agreed. Then let's go back to the forest to make arrangements now. With that said, A few people walked out of the temple of Seignior City. Although the appearance of the temple in Seignior City is similar to that of Gervais's Seignior City. After all, it is a city with a population of hundreds of thousands, and the size of the temple is much larger than that of Gervais's Seignior City. The same was true for the square in front of the temple. At this time, the giant crocodile boy was waiting quietly in the square. When he saw Gervais and others coming down the steps, he immediately climbed over, wagging his long tail. In addition, there was a 1-meter-high stone statue on the back of the giant crocodile. This was what they gained when they came to the temple. Several indigenous people were carrying the stone statue in front of the temple. This stone statue was a sacred object contaminated with the aura of the gods. Immediately, Gervais and the others dealt with the descendants of the servants of the gods and snatched the sacred object. And just from Alder's mouth, Gervais learned that the sacred object that had been accepted by the indigenous priests seemed to have a certain role in promoting the growth of the human race's sacred tree. So Gervais directly installed it on the back of the giant crocodile. Ready to take it back and try it out to see the effect. After walking down the steps and sitting on the giant crocodile, they headed straight away from Seignior City. Only more than 1,000 soldiers from the elves stayed in the city. Gervais, why don't you stay a few more days? I'll take you around my palace. At the exit of the Divine Fall passage, Gervais and Alice stood opposite each other. At this time, Gervais returned to his gathering place. Alice's eyes were full of reluctance, and she spoke to retain her. Next time. Seignior City still has a lot of things to do now. I'm relieved to see you settle down this time. Gervais actually wanted to stay with his cheap wife for a few more days. After all, the lingering fragrance of his previous cheap wife still lingered in the corner of his mouth. Thinking of the previous scene, Gervais wanted to cultivate the relationship between him and Alice, and then pursue the victory and directly. However, the situation in Seignior City does not allow Gervais to be so leisurely. The strength of his men cannot be compared with that of the elves. Therefore, Seignior City is actually not stable, and needs him as the king to return to take charge. Chapter 768 Return to Seignior City. Then you should be careful when you are in Seignior City. Alice pursed her red lips. She was the kind of person who didn't like to reveal her emotions. It was unprecedented for her to speak out words to save Gervais. So after hearing Gervais's denial again, she nodded and stopped holding on. I will definitely be careful. There is a beautiful elf queen waiting for me here. Gervais chuckled and said with a wink. When Alice heard what Gervais said, her pretty snow-white face instantly blushed. And then she quickly glanced around. Fortunately, everyone in the camp was busy carrying supplies to Seignior City at this time. She and Gervais were the only ones at the exit. So Alice finally felt a little relieved. But when Alice turned back to look at Gervais, she saw that Gervais was already standing less than 20 centimeters away from her with a smile. Gervais, what are you going to do? Alice was startled by Gervais's sudden move and couldn't help but take a step back. How could Gervais let her escape? So he immediately reached out and hugged her. Woohoo! After a while, Gervais smacked his lips and walked into the passage without finishing his thoughts. Since then, his visit has come to an end, and it can be considered a worthwhile trip. Of course, there is still one small regret. That is, Gervais could not see his unicorn. I heard from Alice that the unicorn suddenly went out some time ago, and she didn't know what she was going for. She hasn't been seen for more than a week. After Gervais confirmed that the unicorn did not have an accident through the ownership contract, he could only wait until he had time to explore the unicorn's affairs. Asshole! Alice looked at Gervais's leaving figure and cursed. Of course, when she was scolding, the corners of Alice's mouth were slightly raised, and her beautiful royal blue eyes were full of sweetness. I can't be in a place like this next time. If my tribe sees me, my majesty as a queen will be gone, Alice murmured, glanced around, and once again made sure that there was no one around. She returned to her cold goddess appearance and left the passage exit. Su-su. Su-su. However, Alice forgot that although there were no elves at the entrance of this passage, there were 4 towering trees. These 4 were the ancient war trees of the elves. Although the ancient war trees do not have the same magical functions as the holy trees, they have spiritual intelligence and can rise from the ground like other holy trees. They can also use their hard and powerful branches to attack the enemy and protect their safety. At this time, after seeing Alice leave, the trunks of the 4 ancient war trees all showed their faces, with smiles hanging on the corners of their faces. The branches and leaves on the crowns were trembling wildly, and there was no wind. Prince Gervais! Prince Gervais! When Gervais walked out of the Divine Fall passage, the elf guards outside who had been waiting for a long time saluted respectfully. Yeah! Let's go! These elf guards were specially arranged by Alice to escort Gervais out of the gathering place of the elves. After all, Gervais and his giant crocodile brother would inevitably scare some elves and cause unnecessary trouble if they were not escorted by the Imperial Guards. Yes, Prince Gervais! Following Gervais's instructions, more than 100 guards immediately divided into 2 rows and walked in front of and behind Gervais, escorting him outside the gathering place. When passing by the gathering place of the elves, Gervais once again felt the attention of thousands of female elves, and then successfully left the gathering of elves. After the elven guards left, Gervais ordered the giant crocodile boy to start moving quickly towards his gathering place in the sacred forest. Although the speed of the giant crocodile brother is not as fast as the rapid dragon bird flying in the air, with its huge size and powerful body, Gervais still experienced the thrill of a steamroller and understood what the rampage was this time. What do you mean? No matter what the giant crocodile brother encounters, it will push it sideways. Whether it is a big tree with several people hugging each other or a pile of rocks that suddenly appears, it will hit everything, causing a lot of chaos in the sacred forest. After a night of traveling, Gervais finally returned to the edge of the sacred forest in the early morning of the next day. When the giant crocodile boy appeared outside the gathering place, he really startled the patrolling guards. Fortunately, they saw Gervais sitting on the giant beast, so everyone didn't turn around and ran away. Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King! When Gervais approached, the guards stepped aside to salute and greet him. At the same time, they kept looking at the big guy who was 17 or 8 meters long, with shock on their faces. Gervais slowed down the giant crocodile, nodded to the guards, and slowly moved towards the center of the gathering place. Gervais! Soon, the little maids Caroline and Anna rushed over after receiving the news. After Gervais washed himself with the towel handed over by Anna's maid, Caroline rushed forward. Now that Alice, Gust and Gandalf are no longer here, Caroline is becoming more and more bold. What kind of monster is this? Why is it so big? After hugging each other for a moment, Caroline let go of Gervais with satisfaction, and then looked at the giant crocodile lying quietly on the ground with 2 basketball-sized eyes wandering around and asked, His name is Giant Crocodile, the high-level monster that I just claimed as its master. I don't know what species it is specifically. Gervais brought Caroline to the giant crocodile brother, patted the giant crocodile boy's hard jaw and introduced to Caroline. High-level monster, Caroline exclaimed. She was not Alice. Alice had learned a lot of information about the Holy Continent after becoming the Elf Queen, so she was not surprised by the high-level warcraft. But Caroline was usually in this gathering place, and she would explain when she heard about high-level monsters. Yes, high-level monsters. Gervais was very pleased with Caroline's reaction. Great! This high-level monster is so huge! It must be very powerful! Caroline also knew that the strength of herself and others was very weak. Gervais' strength would be enhanced after possessing this high-level magic beast, and she was immediately happy. After resting at the gathering place for a whole morning, Gervais took Caroline and the slave soldiers to St. Anne's City. Nathan! Vivian! When Gervais entered St. Anne's City, he happened to see Nathan and Vivian. At this time, Vivian was holding a notebook in her hand and was writing and drawing. Your Majesty the King! The 2 of them were also very surprised after seeing Gervais, and Vivian had indescribable excitement in her eyes. Finally see you! Gervais quickly stepped forward and helped Nathan and Vivian up. Since returning to the sacred forest, neither Gervais nor Nathan and Vivian have had the chance to meet due to busy schedules. As a civil affairs officer, Vivian needs to run around to help coordinate various matters, while Nathan is specifically responsible for Vivian's safety. Yes, Your Majesty! I haven't seen you for more than half a year. Vivian stood aside without speaking, but Nathan saw that Gervais was no different from before, so he let go of his restraint and started talking to Gervais. Yes, I haven't seen you for half a year. Baron Nathan. Today, Nathan has become a baron, a true hereditary noble. Are you counting the number of houses in the city? Gervais looked at the notepad in Vivian's hand again. Yes, Your Majesty. Very good. Then go ahead and get busy. Come back to me when you're done. Seeing that Vivian lowered her head and did not dare to speak, Gervais did not stay long. He now needed to rush to the temple to plant his sacred tree. As long as the holy tree is planted, the soldiers will be able to practice and recover their fighting spirit in the city of Seignior. Although the current range of the holy tree certainly cannot cover the city wall, it is still important. If there is an emergency, Gervais also reserves a large amount of recovery potions. Yes, Your Majesty. Naturally, Nathan and Vivian didn't say anything, and just nodded in agreement. Well, remember to come over, Gervais explained again, and then went to the temple with Caroline and others. Chapter 769 Goddess. Because the Divine Fall passage is now in the square outside the temple, Gervais and the others only walked a few hundred meters before entering the temple. The slave soldiers followed Gervais with the indigenous statues captured by Gervais. Wow, Gervais, why are these indigenous buildings so tall? When Caroline walked into the temple gate and saw the vast space in the temple, especially the spiral roof of the temple that was tens of meters high, she was immediately surprised. In Eurasia, castles are the most majestic buildings in the entire territory. However, the level of architecture in Eurasia cannot be compared with that of the Holy Continent or the Land of the Gods. Therefore, seeing such a building for the first time, Caroline, a descendant of the Earl family, was like Grandma Lou entering the Grand View Garden. Stand up. Compared to the Holy Continent, Eurasia is actually an island, and it lacks materials and spiritual energy. So we can't see such buildings in Eurasia. And in the Holy Continent, such buildings are very common in big cities. Gervais led everyone forward while explaining to Caroline with a smile. Well, Gervais, when you go to the Holy Alliance in the future, how about you take me with you? I also want to go and experience it. Caroline nodded after hearing Gervais's explanation. And at the same time, she also yearned for the prosperity of the Holy Alliance. Caroline is not Alice. Alice lives an elegant and quiet life. But Caroline, from the first time Gervais met her, he knew that Caroline was a person who liked liveliness and prosperity. If it weren't for herself, she would definitely not want to stay in this gathering place with nothing. Like a small country town. Okay, I will definitely take you there. Then I will take you to eat good food and buy all the things you like. Gervais immediately and solemnly agreed. Gervais, you are so kind. Caroline heard the sincerity in Gervais's tone, and immediately held Gervais' arm and whispered a sweet word. In this way, Gervais and his party passed through the temple and entered the garden behind the temple. After continuing to walk through the garden for 5 or 6 minutes, Gervais came to the small building where the Fountain of Life was located, which was also the small building where he spent the night before. Without much delay, Gervais ordered 6 slave soldiers to follow him carrying the sculpture, while the others asked them to wait outside the small building. Gervais, is this the Fountain of Life? It's really magical. I feel like my whole body has become light and airy. When Gervais brought Caroline to the Fountain of Life, she immediately expressed surprise. Yes, this is the Fountain of Life. Not only can it prolong life, it can also cure any injuries. Gervais nodded, then took 2 steps forward and came directly to the Fountain of Life. Caroline did not follow him at this time. She was a sensible woman and knew that Gervais was getting down to business. Sure enough, the next moment, Gervais was seen taking the sapling of the holy tree directly from the space ring. This small sapling is only about 10 centimeters tall and looks no more unique than weeds. But the moment Gervais planted the sapling next to the Fountain of Life, a change occurred. When Gervais placed the sapling of the holy tree next to the Fountain of Life, the sapling began to move on its own. And then the root system below grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, inserting itself into the ground. In addition, there are several sapling roots inserted into the spring water of the Fountain of Life. When the holy tree took root automatically, its originally featureless trunk and leaves began to fluoresce, which was the same state as the holy tree that Gervais had seen in the holy city of Hika. Hey, you grow up so fast! And this was not just fun. The next moment, Gervais was surprised to find that the holy tree was growing continuously. The tree that was originally only more than 10 centimeters was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was originally only 2 pieces. The young leaves gradually became more numerous. Humanity! Just when Gervais was in surprise, his spirit suddenly fell into a trance. And then his whole consciousness seemed to be pulled by something. And he was directly sucked into the holy tree. When his consciousness entered the inside of the holy tree, the surroundings were pitch black, and all he could see was white and green light surrounding it. At the same time, a call came from Gervais's ears. Who are you? Upon hearing this call, Gervais immediately asked. However, he probably guessed some reasons why he entered the holy tree. This should be related to the Godhead in the holy tree. What puzzled Gervais was that Edward never told him that the God's broken Godhead still had such abilities, especially since his holy tree has just been planted. It stands to reason that the divine personality inside has not been restored at all. If he wants to have such power, he must grow hundreds of meters tall like other holy trees in the holy city. Human! My name is Angelina Lintyomen Zakai. Since you released me from the statue, I allow you to call me by my first name. You can call me Angelina. Sure enough, just as Gervais guessed, it was the godhead in the sacred tree that pulled him in. And at this moment, many white light spots had gathered in front of Gervais. These light spots gradually merged into a blurry figure, and Gervais could not see the true appearance. In addition, the name of this god is really long, and Gervais didn't even remember the last few names after hearing this long list of names. As expected of a god, even his name is so long, Gervais muttered in his heart. But Gervais was certain of one thing. This should be a goddess, and perhaps her appearance would be the same as that exquisite crystal sculpture. The reason why my name is so long is because the names of gods cannot be mentioned. Human, you are right. I am indeed a goddess. After Gervais's mutterings in his mind came to an end, the goddess opened her mouth to answer. She was actually able to detect the thoughts in Gervais's mind. Well, Gervais choked immediately, which was terrible. Don't be afraid. Human, only when you are within the space of this holy tree can I know your thoughts. When your consciousness returns to its original form, I won't be able to do all this. After all, my power now has become insignificant. Ahem. That goddess Angelina. Why did you come to me? Gervais really didn't want to stay here for a moment longer. He couldn't keep any secrets he had in his mind. So he simply asked, I let you in to thank you for finding such a good place for the holy tree to take root. With the fountain of life, it can greatly speed up my recovery. The other thing is that you are too weak. Human. The hazy spot of white light was right in front of Gervais, and the ethereal voice of the goddess continued to reach Gervais's ears. Sorry, Goddess Angelina. I also want to become stronger, but this requires a process. This was the first time someone pointed out that he was too weak, and Gervais almost had the urge to vomit blood. No matter what, it was only because of himself that she had the possibility of rebirth. This was too disrespectful to herself. It's too slow. Now the holy tree belongs to you. But you are so weak. I'm afraid you won't be able to protect the holy tree. Angelina didn't feel there was anything wrong with her outspokenness. Back then, a weak human like Gervais would have been given a gift by even hearing her voice. Now I will use my remaining divine power to help you quickly advance to a certain level. I hope you won't let me down and protect the holy tree. Besides, I will fall into a deep sleep for a period of time after this. Human, do you understand? Angelina's voice came out again. Okay, Goddess Angelina. When Gervais heard that it was beneficial, he naturally had no objection and nodded immediately. Later, when Gervais finished speaking, he felt the world spinning again, and then his consciousness withdrew from the holy tree. Chapter 770 Becoming a White Flag Knight. Gervais, what's wrong with you? When Gervais's consciousness returned to his original body, he immediately heard the call from Caroline behind him. It was obvious that Caroline noticed that he was standing stiff and motionless. I'm fine. Caroline! Gervais looked at the sacred tree and comforted Caroline without looking back. He was still thinking about how the goddess Angelina wanted to wish him to become stronger. But in the next moment, Gervais, who was confused, saw dots of white light emerging from the holy tree that had grown to about half a man's height. These white light spots are about the size of potatoes. And there are not many. Only 4 or 5 spots. Under Gervais' gaze, these 4 or 5 points of light floated directly towards him after leaving the sacred tree, and finally merged directly into his body. When the white light spots entered his body, Gervais instantly felt a warmth. This warmth gradually began to flow to his whole body along with the chi veins, and finally circulated from the chi veins throughout the body into the chi si. When this warmth reaches the air si, changes begin to occur, and Gervais's entire air si begins to tremble, and the do chi and the chi si began to condense, and finally formed a vortex that kept spinning, as the fighting spirit began to rotate. At the same time, Gervais's body seemed to have become a huge black hole in the outside world, constantly plundering the spiritual energy in the surrounding heaven and earth. In just an instant, the spiritual energy in the vicinity of Gervais was consumed by him. Fortunately, the spiritual energy from other places farther away continued to flow in, filling the peacock in an instant. In addition, green mist is constantly being drawn into Gervais's body in the fountain of life, which is very close to Gervais. Boom! The effect of Gervais swallowing spiritual energy like a black hole lasted for more than half a minute. And half a minute later there was finally a roar in his body. Following this roar, Gervais saw that his sea of chi had shrunk a bit. However, although the sea of chi shrank, Gervais could clearly feel that his sea of chi was at least dozens of times stronger than before. What makes Gervais even more incredible is that the fighting spirit in the sea is no longer as calm as the clear water in the lake. Instead, it turned into a vortex that was spinning all the time. And the speed and amount of spiritual energy absorbed by this vortex were dozens of times higher than before. After seeing such changes in his body, Gervais immediately began to sense his specific strength. It actually reached the peak of the white flag. After checking his status, Gervais couldn't help but be surprised. This is indeed worthy of the power of a god. You must know that Gervais was originally only in the middle level realm of gold. But now he has directly crossed a large rank and reached the peak of the white flag. Only one step away from the black flag knight. Don't underestimate the fact that he has just been promoted to the peak of white flag. Even the existence of the system is only to assist Gervais in improving his strength. There is no existence that can directly upgrade him by eating a kiwi fruit. Of course, Gervais didn't know if the system had this ability. In short, such an ability could only be achieved by gods. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Golden Knight and becoming the White Flag Knight. He has the power to protect himself and has met the system upgrade requirements. The system is being upgraded. And at the next moment, Gervais's surprise was not over yet. At this time, the system actually jumped out. Is it so casual? It has been upgraded. Gervais was stunned on the spot, not knowing what the system was about. He was never told the conditions required for upgrading. Every time he upgraded, he felt unreal. However, no matter what, since it is an upgrade, it is a good thing. It was estimated that the system upgrade would take a lot of time, and Gervais could only wait a while to see what new features the system upgrade would bring. You guys, move that statue here. After recovering his thoughts, Gervais turned around and gave instructions to several slave soldiers not far away. Yes, master. Several slave soldiers immediately obeyed the order, and then carefully placed the sculpture next to the sacred tree. After several slave soldiers retreated, Gervais looked hard for a long time. But something strange happened. Is Alder's information inaccurate? Gervais was a little confused. Alder had said that the holy objects worshipped by the descendants of the servants of God had a promoting effect on the holy tree. But now nothing strange happened. Whatever. Let's put it here first. Gervais shook his head helplessly. Caroline, let's go! Let's go find your grandfather. Now that the holy tree has been planted, Gervais' side has stabilized. And then he needs to get in touch with Edward and others, and then act with them. Your Majesty the Duke. The Griffin team we stayed in the west to search for the traces of Lord Gervais encountered the Dragon Bird Knight of the Golden Shield family yesterday. The Griffin team has returned. Those Dragon Bird Knights followed later and explored the various cities for about half a day before flying away. In the Temple of Holy City, Edward and more than a dozen Holy City lords were planning the next war. At this time, a messenger came from behind and sent a message. The Golden Shield family's rapid Dragon Bird. Are they exhausted? When Edward heard this, he immediately frowned, somewhat unclear about the motives of the Golden Shield family. After all the holy cities are now intensively conquering the indigenous cities and expanding their territory. It is possible that he wants to start a war with the Sky City by sending the rapid Dragon Bird here at this time. No, they will definitely not be so stupid. The next moment, Edward realized that if the Golden Shield family really provoked a fight within the Holy Alliance at this time, it would be a hindrance. But it would offend the entire Holy Alliance. That man would not dare to do this even if he had 10 courages. So why is he sending the rapid Dragon Bird to his area at this time? Gervais? Gervais's disappearance must be related to the Golden Shield family. Edward suddenly came to his senses, and he finally figured out why Gervais had left his intended target for no reason. Duke Edward, are you saying that the Golden Shield family sent men to hunt down Lord Gervais? After hearing Edward's brief words, the city lords like Johnson were not stupid and immediately came up with an idea. That's right. It is estimated that the Golden Shield family sent troops to hunt down Gervais. But I don't know what happened. And their team also disappeared. So, the Golden Shield family also sent aerial knights to search. And then they happened to meet the Griffin team and followed them. Edward's tone became certain. Isn't the Lord of Gervais City in danger? For a moment, the faces of more than a dozen Holy City lords were a little ugly. The Golden Shield family's surprise attack on their allies was a slap in the face to all of them. The Holy City. Moreover, if Gervais does have an accident, this means that they will not be able to obtain the magical potion in the future. Although magical potions still require payment. Compared to the past, increasing the number of strong men in each family is nothing at all. Chapter 771 Exchange gold coins for energy points. We can't confirm this yet. After all, The man sent by the Golden Shield family has also disappeared. I hope that guy Gervais is okay. Edward also shook his head helplessly. Although he felt in his heart that since the Golden Shield family had taken action, they had made complete preparations, the chance of Gervais escaping was very small. But he also hoped in his heart that a miracle would really happen. Now you order the small group of Griffin Knights to continue searching for Gervais. If there is any news, report back as soon as possible. Remember, let them beware of the aerial knights of the Golden Shield family. Edward turned to look at his subordinate, who was half kneeling on the ground, and gave the order. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. After hearing this, the subordinate immediately responded and then withdrew. Okay, let's continue to discuss how to deal with the descendants of the servants of God. This time tens of thousands of natives are coming in force. Only after we deal with them can we truly gain a foothold in this area. Gervais's matter can only be put aside, it will be solved later. After the subordinates, who reported the news left, Edward immediately waved to the city lords. And then the temple in Shinko City began to discuss how to deal with the indigenous army again. After coming out of the temple, Gervais took Caroline directly to the city wall to look for Gust and others. Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King! When Gervais came to the city wall, Gust and others were sitting together leisurely enjoying lunch, and 4 rapid dragon birds were happily eating meat beside them. This time, the Warcraft mounts of the Golden Shield family and the natives of Saint and City were crowded together because of the attraction of the purple kiwi fruit. In the end, they were almost not spared by Gervais' blood moon death slash. So when cleaning the battlefield, Gervais and the others obtained abundant monster meat. When several people saw Gervais walking up the city wall, they immediately stood up and saluted Gervais. Gervais nodded to everyone, and everyone sat down to talk. Grandfather! After everyone had finished greetings, it was Caroline's turn to speak. How about Caroline? Did the architecture of this holy continent surprise you? Is it very different from our Eurasian continent? Gus loves this granddaughter very much, so he knows her very well. After making room for Gervais and Caroline, he asked Caroline with a loving face. Yes, Grandpa. This is the first time I know that there is such a building in the world. It is not only exquisite, but also more magnificent than our castle. After Caroline sat down, she nodded in reply to Gust. Then she saw her take a piece of barbecue from the plate on the table and slowly began to cut it. After cutting the piece of barbecue, Caroline used a fork to cut the barbecue directly. Put it on Gust's plate. Ha ha! You still know how to feel sorry for your grandfather. When you have the opportunity in the future, your grandfather will take you for a walk in the Holy Alliance. Looking at the barbecue handed over by his granddaughter, Gus suddenly smiled from ear to ear. Well, thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa. Caroline nodded cheerfully. However, Caroline didn't stop cutting the meat at this time. She saw Caroline cut a large piece of meat on the barbecue again. And the position of the barbecue happened to be the hind leg meat of the monster. And the meat was even better, tender and plump. Then, with everyone watching, Caroline directly delivered the piece of barbecue to Gervais's dinner plate. Well, Gus was still happily biting the piece of barbecue that Caroline had cut for him before. But after seeing the scene, he suddenly felt that the piece of barbecue in his mouth no longer tasted good. Thank you, Caroline! Gervais didn't expect Caroline to be so considerate. Seeing Gust's expression, he was also quite embarrassed. Didn't this make Gust unable to step down? Perhaps feeling her grandfather's expression, Caroline quickly took a bottle of wine from the table, stood up, and filled it for her grandfather. Grandpa, please eat slowly and drink some wine first. After filling up the wine, Caroline said something crisply, and Gust's expression softened. Next, Gervais continued to eat a few pieces of barbecue while talking and laughing. After about 10 minutes, everyone was full before letting the soldiers clear the table. Count Gust, I have something that I need you to help me with. When the long table was cleared, Gervais began to give orders. Your Majesty the King, please speak. It is a great honor to serve you. We are now stable in Saint and City, but Duke Edward and the others must not know our situation yet. So I hope you can ride a magic beast to find Duke Edward and the others and inform them of our news. They also ask them what their next actions will be. Okay, Your Majesty. Then I'll be ready to go immediately. Gust agreed on the spot without any hesitation. Very good, Count Gust. Let Alec go with you. I will give you a simple map, and then you can go directly to the east without returning the same way. In addition, if you encounter danger on the road, you don't have to fight hard. You can escape with the speed of the rapid dragon bird. There are still some risks in Gust's journey. After all, Gust is just a white flag knight, and is not very strong in case of any emergencies. Moreover, there are also aboriginal aerial knights. In case of a confrontation, the safest way is to let them escape with their speed advantage. Don't worry, Your Majesty the King. Gust, a veteran, understood what Gervais meant and immediately answered confidently. Well, then it's up to you. Gervais nodded. Afterwards, Gust and Alec did not delay, prepared some food and dry food, and headed east on the rapid dragon bird. After Gust and others left, Gervais was temporarily free. He first sent Caroline back to the sacred forest, and then returned to the temple to personally teach the slave soldiers how to learn magic. At this time, the slave soldiers have enough mental power and magic power to release 1 or 2 fireballs. So as long as they learn the fireball technique, Gervais's magic squadron will truly have the minimum combat effectiveness. As for why everyone can use fire magic, it is because Gervais gave them 2 affinity potions. So no matter which slave they are, learning to release fireballs will definitely be no problem. Now that the strength of Gervais's subordinates is too weak, he first makes a fireball ray. Even if it is the material for 1 shot, it will be able to fire hundreds of fireballs in an instant. Even if the slave soldiers' magic and mental power are exhausted, Gervais has prepared sufficient recovery potions, and by then, they will be able to become hundreds of self-propelled artillery. After the slave soldiers learn the fireball technique well, Gervais will teach them different magics according to which type of magic they are suitable for practicing. After teaching the slave soldiers the spellcasting instructions and key points of the fireball technique, Gervais returned to the small building in the rear garden alone. At this time, the cheating system upgrade has been completed, and Gervais can't wait to see what new tricks the system has after the upgrade. Opening the system panel, Gervais followed the old practice and first checked to see if there were any new functions on the left side of the panel. Gold coin conversion? His. You can actually use gold coins to exchange for energy points. Sure enough, when Gervais looked at the left panel, he immediately saw a new button, and when Gervais put his mind on this new button, he suddenly gasped. The upgraded system can actually exchange gold coins for energy points. The ratio of this gold coin to energy points is exactly the same as 1,000 gold coins to 1 energy point. That is to say, even if Gervais has no chance to kill the orcs in the future, he can still spend 10,000 gold coins to exchange for a kiwi fruit. Good stuff. Haha. Although there is no shortage of energy points for the time being, Gervais is still smiling. This is a very good feature. Dang dang dang. Huh? Is this a wake-up call? But just when Gervais was grinning happily, he suddenly heard the alarm bell ringing outside the window. There is only one possibility for such urgent and continuous alarms, and that is that there is an enemy invasion. Chapter 772. A large group of air knights are coming. Gervais did not dare to neglect. Quickly closed the system panel and rushed directly towards the door. When they arrived outside the small building, the rapid dragon bird had already swooped down and appeared in front of Gervais in a moment. Walk. Gervais mounted the rapid dragon bird and then rushed into the sky towards the city wall. His Majesty! And just when Gervais was halfway flying on the rapid dragon bird, it was Ick who came towards him on the dragon bird. When he saw him, he immediately came up to him. What's going on? Is there an enemy coming? Gervais was in the air at this time, and saw that there were no enemies near the city. Your Majesty, Earl Hayden and I will patrol the city within 30 miles every hour according to your instructions. Just before, when I was patrolling, I saw a large group of aerial knights flying in the distance. Ick immediately reported the situation to Gervais. A large group of air knights? From which direction are they coming? When Gervais heard the news, his expression became solemn. If this group of aerial knights came from the indigenous people, then I'm afraid the indigenous people would start a war. It would be really difficult for us in St. Anne City. Your Majesty came from behind us, because they were all air knights. I didn't dare to get close. I only saw black dots and rushed back to report the news. Is it coming from behind? Hearing this, Gervais was slightly relieved. Those coming from behind meant that they were not indigenous people. So at least there wouldn't be many ground troops. If they come from the indigenous side, a large group of aerial knights must be accompanied by a large number of ground troops. After all, the area on their side has been occupied by invaders like them. If the natives don't make big moves, they won't gather the aerial knights to go deep. Now continue to investigate and see which side of the Sky Knight it is. Return immediately after the investigation is clear. Gervais immediately ordered to Ike. The reason why Ike didn't dare to approach before was not because he was afraid of death, but because his first priority was to bring the news back so that street and city would be on guard. Now that the news has been brought back, he can get closer. Even if he is chased by the other party, it will be fine. Yes, Your Majesty, Ike immediately responded, and then directly accelerated the speed of Dragon Bird, heading towards the south where Gervais and the others came from. Wow! Your Majesty the King! Gervais! When Gervais reached the wall, Hayden and Gandalf were already waiting. Well, Father, go and ask all members of the Direct Guard to assemble and follow the giant crocodile and wait inside the city gate. Gervais nodded and immediately made arrangements for Gandalf. Okay, Gervais! Gandalf didn't ask any further questions, and immediately followed Gervais's order and began to summon the Direct Guards on the city wall. Your Majesty, are you preparing to leave the city? After Gandalf left, Hayden asked Gervais. That's right. If my guess is correct, the people coming this time must be from the Golden Shield family. After all, if it were Edward's people, they would never send out such a large number of air forces. So, if these teams of the Golden Shield family have no troops on the ground and only have knights in the air, then I will let them come back without any return. Gervais kept looking towards the south. At this time, Gervais could vaguely see a large number of small dots heading this way in the sky. Hayden, take this potion and follow my orders later. Once I give the order, you will take this potion and then leave the city with my father and the other Direct Guards. Yes, Your Majesty. Hayden immediately took the potion handed over by Gervais. This potion, Gervais, contains a little black kiwi fruit that enhances strength. Nowadays, Gervais himself is also at the peak of White Flag. If he is not dealing with strong people, it would be a waste to directly swallow a complete strength-enhancing fruit. So this time, he will depend on the enemy's strength. If the opponent is not strong, then he will choose to take potions to increase his strength slightly. After Hayden agreed, Gervais did not stay on the city wall, but flew directly into the sky on the rapid Dragon Bird. Time flew by and 2 minutes passed quickly. The black spot on the horizon in the distance was now very close at hand. It rode the rapid Dragon Bird and was chased back by hundreds of aerial knights. Your Majesty, they should all be members of the Golden Shield family. No troops were found on the road. Ike fled to Gervais's side in a hurry and reported quickly. Very good. Ike, go to the city wall and wait. Without the need for Ike to report, Gervais also saw the origin of these aerial knights at this time. A large group of rapid Dragon Bird squadrons, estimated to number hundreds of people, were suppressed by Wu. No other holy city in the Holy Continent except the Golden Shield family could possess this. The rapid Dragon Birds of this squadron are at least 1/3 of the Golden Shield family's air power. Yes, Your Majesty. Since your Golden Shield family is so generous in delivering the goods to your door, I will accept it without mercy. After Ike left, Gervais opened his system panel and looked at the rapid Dragon Birds in the distance as if he had seen a treasure. I still have 328 energy points, which can only be exchanged for 32 purple kiwi fruits. There are about 100 rapid Dragon Bird knights in this squadron, so I still need to exchange at least 68 purple kiwi fruits. Only then can you eat them all. Gervais looked at his energy points and calculated them quickly in his mind. Now you can only exchange gold coins for energy points. 1,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 1 energy point. 10 energy points require 10,000 gold coins, and 68 kiwi fruits require 680,000 gold coins. There was a time when Gervais thought that the hundreds of thousands of gold coins he earned from auctioning potions in the City of Hope would allow him to sit back and relax for several years. But he didn't expect that it would be so useless to actually use it. He auctioned the magical potion twice in total in the City of Hope, and obtained about 230,000 gold coins for the first time. The second time he took out a total of 12 magical potions. Basically, the average selling price of each potion was 36,000 gold coins. In the end, the total auction proceeds and the fixed amount paid by Edward totaled less than 400,000 gold coins. A little, the gold coins he obtained from these 2 potion auctions have reached 600,000 gold coins. In addition, the allies of the Golden Shield family were defeated in the City of Hope Arena. After those city lords were captured, they paid a ransom before regaining their freedom. For these ransoms, Edward distributed 150,000 gold coins to Gervais. In this way, Gervais earned a total of 750,000 gold coins in the City of Hope. Although Lin Linzongzong spent a lot during this period, he still has 700,000 gold coins. It's been 20 years of hard work, and now I can go back to XX, Gervais muttered, but finally clicked the redemption button. Chapter 773. They are all there. The moment after pressing the redemption button, Gervais's control panel had 680 more energy points, plus the original 328 points, for a total of 1,008 energy points. Of course, of the 700,000 gold coins Gervais had finally saved, only 20,000 were left at this moment. Although Gervais did not carry this gold coin with him, the system with its vast power could directly take it away. At this time, there is a solid stone house in the center of the gathering place. Only Caroline and Gervais can enter and exit this stone house on weekdays. Outsiders don't even know what kind of things are stored in this stone house. Gervais and Caroline once entered and exited empty-handed. In fact, everyone does not know that this stone house is Gervais's big treasury, which contains large treasure boxes. These are all Gervais's current belongings. For the safety of the treasury, space rings are used to deposit and withdraw gold coins. For this reason, Gervais also gave Caroline a space ring that was originally seized from the Golden Shield family. But at this time, a strange scene happened in the stone house. In an instant, the treasure chest that was originally full of gold coins suddenly became empty. Not a single gold coin was left in dozens of treasure chests, and only 2 wooden chests survived. Of course, no one has discovered all this yet, unless Gervais or Caroline comes to check one day to find out the clues. When Gervais completed converting the gold coins into energy points, the aerial knights of the Golden Shield family had already arrived in front of Gervais. Vice Commander, it's the god of killing! Both him and the person who just escaped are riding the rapid dragon bird. The dragon bird knights of the Golden Shield family immediately recognized Gervais's identity. He is really the god of death. Did something happen to Commander Keto? Impossible. Unless someone from Sky City took action. The deputy commander of the dragon bird knight thought quickly in his mind. God of death. Why are you riding the rapid dragon bird of our Golden Shield family? I don't know whether he was frightened by Gervais' identity or wanted to find out what happened to Kiddo and the others. The deputy commander raised his hand and stopped more than 100 meters away from Gervais. He did not immediately launch an attack. After the rapid dragon bird hovered steadily, the deputy commander shouted at Gervais and asked, "Are you still asking me about this? Didn't that old guy Batman send this to me himself? If you want to ask, you'll ask that old guy." After the exchange of energy points was completed, Gervais was already confident of victory and looked at the deputy commander in front of him with a face full of ridicule. "How dare you insult the Duke? God of death. You are seeking death. Don't think that you are strong on the ground. But you are absolutely no match for us in the air. The sky is the world of our air knights." The deputy leader of the Golden Shield family heard that Gervais was disrespectful to Batman and immediately shouted loudly. After thinking about his mission to find Keto this time, he immediately made the worst calculation. So he wanted to test whether Keto was captured. So he paused and continued. "Now I advise you to be wise and hand over G2 and others. And we can forget about it. Otherwise you will die today. Ha ha. Actually, I don't need to hand it over. And I don't have Keto anymore. You can find it yourself by looking for it." Gervais continued to smile and said that the strength of the deputy commander of the Dragon Bird Knight was at the peak of Black Flag. The current Gervais was not afraid of him even if he did not take the strength-enhancing fruit. It's just that it is difficult for Gervais to kill the Black Flag Knight with his current strength. "Look for it yourself?" "Where?" The deputy commander of the Dragon Bird Knight was stunned when he heard this. He immediately thought that Keto and others had escaped or had an accident. So he immediately asked, "No. Have you seen the newly turned soil at the edge of the woods? There are quite a few of them there, including Kiddo. If you really want to find them, you can dig them out and take them back now." Gervais pointed to a piece of muddy land without any weeds at the edge of the woods and said. Gervais naturally had to deal with the corpses of thousands of people. He asked Ike and others to dig a big pit that day. First burn the corpses, and then buried them with soil. "What? Commander Keto is dead?" When the deputy commander heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect that G2O's team of more than 1,000 people actually died. "You will pay the price for this. Everyone, kill this god of death for me. And remember not to get close to him." If he were on the ground and knew that Jito and others were wiped out, then the deputy commander would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. But in this high altitude, he is not afraid even of the Red Flag Knight. After all, no matter how powerful the title knight is, he still needs the help of flying monsters to move freely at this altitude of hundreds of meters. "Yes, Vice Commander. Kill!" Ho ho ho. Whoosh whoosh. After hearing the commander's order, the Air Knights of the Golden Shield family quickly surrounded Gervais without any hesitation. and then began to release blue light groups towards Gervais from a distance of 50 or 60 meters. In an instant, hundreds of light clusters in the air were attacking Gervais. Walk! How could Gervais dare to neglect? He immediately controlled the rapid dragon bird and began to desperately climb to high altitude to avoid it. The air knights of the Golden Shield family also quickly followed up and quickly pursued Gervais. Then start recruiting younger brothers. Climbing to an altitude of 700 or 800 meters, Gervais saw the dense energy light groups coming from behind. And he did not dare to neglect, and immediately began to exchange kiwi fruits. Whoosh whoosh. When the purple kiwi fruit was exchanged, Gervais threw it downwards without hesitation. The air knights who were chasing behind him were all baffled that the god of death actually threw something towards them. However, for the sake of safety, several air knights deliberately commanded their mounts to avoid. And when the purple thing passed by them, the air knights clearly saw that it looked like a piece of fruit. Oh! It stinks! When the fruit passed before their eyes, these air knights immediately smelled an unpleasant smell. Don't be stunned! Hurry up and chase! This god of killing killed Commander Keto. As long as you kill him, you will achieve great success. The deputy leader of the Golden Shield family shouted loudly when he saw that several of his subordinates were not focusing on the pursuit. If this murderous god was on the ground, they wouldn't have such a good chance. But now that it's high in the sky, then this murderous god is completely a turtle in the urn. Yes! Lord Commander! Ho ho ho! And just when several people in the air responded and prepared to continue chasing Gervais, they suddenly heard the roar of a beast coming from beneath them. The next moment, there were roars of beasts even around them. What's going on? Swift Eagle, what are you doing? No, Commander. My mount doesn't obey orders. Commander, mine too. After these rapid dragon birds roared, they all stopped chasing Gervais and quickly swooped down, chasing the fruits that had just fallen. No matter how urged the knights of the Golden Shield family were, commanding is of no use. The expressions of these aerial knights immediately changed, and they began to shout one after another. What the hell is this? Why is this happening? Seeing that almost all the rapid dragon birds were out of control, the deputy commander broke out in cold sweat, finally realizing the seriousness of the matter. However, he now knew that it was too late to be afraid. At an altitude of hundreds of meters, they could only sit firmly on the back of the rapid dragon bird, without even a chance to get to the ground. The previous restrictions on Gervais are now also imposed on them. Chapter 774, All Destroyed. Ho ho ho! In the pale faces of these aerial knights, hundreds of rapid dragon birds began to frantically snatch the falling purple kiwi fruits. When it grabs the kiwi fruit, the rapid dragon bird will swallow the purple kiwi fruit without hesitation, and then fall into a daze and hover at a nearby high altitude to digest the full energy brought by the purple kiwi fruit. 40, 50, 60, 90, 100. Phew! I've never spent so much energy points so lavishly. After Gervais threw out 100 purple kiwi fruits, he finally stopped without finishing. This purple kiwi fruit becomes addictive when you throw it away, especially when more and more strange fluctuations come from your mind. Then, Gervais clapped his hands, closed the system panel, and then looked down. I saw that most of the rapid dragon birds were already circling at this time, and only a few were still snatching the falling fruits. Seeing this situation, Gervais controlled the dragon bird under him to move downwards. God of Death! What on earth did you do to our dragon bird? At this time, the rapid dragon bird that the deputy commander was riding had already eaten the purple kiwi fruit, and recognized Gervais as its master without him noticing. Seeing Gervais flying down, the deputy commander immediately shouted and questioned Gervais loudly. Nothing done. Just gave them something good to eat. Facing the furious look of the commander, Gervais's smile was extremely bright. Although this trip cost hundreds of thousands of energy points, it also yielded a squadron of rapid dragon birds. Gervais was naturally happy. God of Death, as long as you let us go, I promise to go back and persuade the Duke to reconcile with you. I will never trouble you again. The deputy commander knew that it was no longer okay to be harsh with Gervais, so he immediately softened his attitude slightly and actually made peace. TSK, do you believe what you are saying? Can that old guy Batman bear this tone? Gervais asked Dole immediately after hearing this sentence. Then what do you want? Even if these dragon birds don't obey our commands now, I believe this state is only temporary. So reconciliation is good for you and me. The deputy commander's expression changed for a moment, but he still wanted to make peace. Of course, I want you to never come back. Gervais spat out a sentence directly. After saying that, Gervais was not going to talk nonsense with him. Because at this time, all the rapid dragon birds have swallowed Gervais's purple kiwi fruit and completed the recognition contract. All rapid dragon birds, roll! Then, Gervais said the word, roll, to the rapid dragon bird in his mind. In an instant, all the rapid dragon birds began to roll and fly. Ah! Ah! Gervais's order was very abrupt. The rapid dragon bird was still spreading its wings and circling one moment. But it suddenly turned over the next moment. In an instant, a dozen dragon bird knights fell out of reach and fell to the ground. When they fell to the ground, they also let out shrill screams, which frightened the other dragon bird knights and changed their expressions. What on earth is it? The deputy commander tightly grasped the handle fixed in front of the rapid dragon bird. He couldn't figure out why these rapid dragon birds became like this. If he was completely controlled by the god of death, he simply couldn't believe it. How could he make the monster obedient by eating just one fruit? On top of the base. Let's see how long you can hold on. Dragon birds, roll as hard as you can for me. Gervais doesn't care what the people of the Golden Shield family think. What he needs to do most now is to make all these aerial knights fall from the sky. At such a height, even if he fell to the Black Flag Knight, there would be no suspense. The only possibility would be death. Although only a dozen people fell before, Gervais was not in a hurry. They could not escape in the air, and Gervais had plenty of time to play with them. Just like that, a strange scene appeared in the sky outside St. Anne's City. Hundreds of rapid dragon birds kept spinning and flying up and down without stopping for a moment. But the knights in the air on them were all dizzy, with stars in their eyes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Ah! Finally, after about 5 minutes, even the strong title knight became dizzy in the constant rotation. He accidentally let go of the handle and flew out in an instant, and then fell from the sky screaming. Ah! Ah! The previous scream seemed to turn on the play button of the repeater. Every few seconds, a figure would be thrown out from the back of the rapid dragon bird, screaming and falling to the ground. 5, 10, 30, 60, 70. Finally, as more and more air knights fell, most of the dragon bird knights in this squadron of the Golden Shield family had been lost, and those who could stay were almost all the strongest ones. No! No one of us can survive if this continues. Don't worry about the rapid dragon birds. Suppress their necks and fly downward. If they are still unwilling to fly downward, then just hurt them directly. The deputy leader of the Golden Shield family had stars in his eyes at this time. But he was the peak Black Flag Knight after all. At this moment, he finally reacted from his trance. At this time, he no longer cared about whether he could keep the rapid dragon bird and escape. The best outcome now was to fall to the ground first. So he suppressed the dizziness and shouted into the air, and immediately stretched out a hand to tightly wrap around the neck of the rapid dragon bird. Roar! In an instant, the rapid dragon bird let out a mournful cry in pain. If it were not worried that the rapid dragon bird would die on the spot, the commander would use even more force. The dragon bird with someone on its back will land immediately. Gervais noticed the action of the deputy commander instantly, and did not dare to neglect it all. He immediately ordered the rapid dragon bird to start landing. Losing a rapid dragon bird is like a purple kiwi fruit, so he is naturally reluctant to part with it. Roar! Following Gervais's order, the dozens of rapid dragon birds began to swoop down quickly. At this moment, Gervais also quickly took out the strength-enhancing potion that he had prepared and drank it immediately. After drinking the potion, Gervais flew outside the city wall as fast as possible. Hayden, open the city gate and go out to fight. Gervais rode the rapid dragon bird and roared loudly. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Your Majesty has ordered. Open the city gates and go to battle. Hayden immediately responded, then drank the potion prepared for him by Gervais and jumped off the city wall. After Gervais informed Hayden, he took the lead and rushed to the place where the knights of the Golden Shield family landed. At this time, there were less than 30 air knights left, and almost all of them were sitting there fainting and vomiting. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Puff, puff. As the saying goes, kill him while he is sick. Gervais didn't know anything about chivalry. Before these knights from the Golden Shield family could react, he rushed into the crowd and started slashing with his sword. In an instant, the two people closest to Gervais were killed by Gervais on the spot. Rapid dragon bird, attack freely. After killing two people, Gervais looked at the hundreds of rapid dragon birds hovering in the air, and issued orders to them. Ho ho ho! After receiving Gervais's order, the rapid dragon birds responded immediately. When they opened their beaks, The huge blue light ball immediately sprayed out from their mouths. Get up! Get out of here! Bastard! At this moment, the deputy commander finally recovered from his dizziness and quickly roared at his subordinates. If they continue to stay where they are, they will be attacked by light groups from their own mounts. Boom! 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 Ah! A moment after the deputy commander's roar fell, the blue ball of light in the air crashed down. However, because of the loud roar of the deputy commander, many air knights of the Golden Shield family still endured dizziness and stood up to avoid it. Although hundreds of light balls were thrown down, only 4 or 5 people were hit. Asshole! Everyone! Kill this god of death! The deputy commander knew that they had no way out today and had lost their mounts. At this moment, they could only see if they could kill this god of murder and die with him. After all, not only the mounts have rebelled, but also a large group of soldiers have rushed out of the city in the distance. They are bound to die today. Kill! More than 20 white flag knights from the Golden Shield family roared immediately and followed the deputy commander towards Gervais. I originally wanted my subordinates to practice their skills. Since you are so anxious to die, then I will send you on your way. Blood Moon Death God / When Gervais saw these white flag knights of the Golden Shield family rushing toward him, he no longer hesitated. He immediately raised the Crimson Moon and executed the Blood Moon Death / Boom! As the Blood Moon Death / was swung, a red light instantly struck the crowd that the Golden Shield family was charging towards. Ah! Ah! As the rumble dissipated, several more screams came from the field. However, the strength value at this time has reached around the initial level of Black Flag, so the sword struck is naturally not as powerful as 50 times the increase. The sword light only killed 4 or 5 white flag knights on the spot, and there were only 3 or 4 white flag knights affected in the surrounding area. Go to H.L. God of Death! Taking advantage of the time when Gervais wielded the Blood Moon Death / the last dozen remaining knights finally rushed in front of Gervais, especially the deputy commander, who immediately swung his sword and struck at Gervais. Cut down. You want to kill me? You're not worthy. Gervais did not panic at all. When he saw the long sword coming towards him, he immediately raised his sword to block it. When, with the sound of metal clashing, the deputy commander's sword was firmly blocked by Gervais. Critical strike and slash with one sword. After blocking the sword, Gervais immediately retracted his sword, and then directly used his fighting spirit to strike. Puff! Ah! Gervais slashed out with his sword, originally aiming only at the deputy commander, but he turned out to be very flexible and dodged in a sideways motion. However, a white flag knight happened to step forward behind him, but he was caught off guard and was slashed in the chest by Gervais's sword. His leather armor was unable to block Gervais's long sword, and he fell to the ground with a scream. Damn it! Red flame slash. When the deputy commander saw one of his subordinates fall down again, he became furious and took advantage of the opportunity to directly gather his fighting spirit and execute a secret attack. Breaking wind slash. Gervais shouted loudly and also used a breathless strike. At this time, he was already surrounded by people. If he used a critical strike and slashed with a sword, the left, right and rear would be unable to defend themselves. Therefore, he needs to use breathless slash to prevent the enemy from siege. When Gervais's wild wind slash was used, a hurricane instantly formed around him. So Gervais swung a sword to resist the attack of the red flame slash. Boom! As the two sword lights collided in front, there was a loud roar in the field. Blood Moon Death Station. Die! After blocking another blow from the deputy commander, Gervais did not pause at all, and with the help of the cover of the hurricane, he immediately struck him with a Blood Moon Death slash. Boom! Puff! Ah! Under the cover of the hurricane, the deputy commander did not notice Gervais's Blood Moon Death slash for the first time, but when he noticed it later, it was already too late to avoid it. In an instant, he was struck by the Blood Moon Death slash, which penetrated directly into his body. He only had time to let out a scream before lying on the ground. Boom! Boom! At this time, Hayden and others from afar finally arrived. The giant crocodile took the lead, and its terrifying body made the entire ground shake as it ran. The deputy commander is dead. Run quickly! That's a high-level monster. Run! At this moment, the remaining 7 or 8 white flag knights finally lost their courage and immediately started to flee screaming. Roar! But at this moment, they had no chance to escape. The giant crocodile instantly opened its mouth and fired several water arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Poof! Ah! As the sound of water arrows breaking through the air was heard, The 2 white flag knights running at the rear were instantly shot in the back and fell to the ground screaming. Directly under the guards. Kill! Seeing the giant crocodile's meritorious service, the direct knights following it on horseback also charged towards the remaining white flag knights under the leadership of Gandalf Hayden. In the end, the few white flag knights who had lost the will to fight died under the siege of the crowd. Of course, the main contributors are Hayden and the giant crocodile. After all, the silver knights are too weak, and they will die if they are casually brushed by the white flag knights. Therefore, their biggest role is to build up their momentum and watch the white flag knights being killed with their own eyes. This will also help them have the courage to face strong men in the future. Your Majesty the King, all enemies have been checked and there are no survivors. More than 10 minutes later, Gervais was riding on the back of the giant crocodile. After cleaning the battlefield, Ike ran over and reported to Gervais. Very good. Let's dispose of these corpses in the same way as that day. Gervais nodded. The only ones who really needed to be checked were the last 30 or so aerial knights. Those who had fallen from high altitudes had all turned into a pile of flesh. Not surprisingly. Yes, Your Majesty. Ike immediately accepted the order and quickly arranged the work of disposing of the enemy's corpse. Now I also have an aerial knight. Gervais looked at the hundreds of rapid dragon birds that had fallen to the ground not far away, and his mood was extremely beautiful. The Golden Shield family cultivates such an aerial team of 100 people, and the gold coins they spend on the knights and rapid dragon birds will definitely not be less than what he invested. So he didn't lose any money at all. What's more important is that these rapid dragon birds all recognize him as their master, and they never need to worry about betrayal. And because the Golden Shield family has unified domestication, Gervais can now directly let these rapid dragon birds participate in the battle as long as he arranges manpower. Chapter 775 I Won't Go Back. Black kiwi fruit available for purchase. System. You are finally reliable this time. I am very satisfied with your upgrade this time. Sitting in the exquisite small building behind the temple, Gervais smiled from ear to ear, showing some big white teeth. After the battle outside the city ended, he returned to the small building and continued to study other functions after the system upgrade, in addition to adding gold coins that can be exchanged for energy points. This upgrade has also put all the black kiwi fruits used by Gervais in the system mall. In other words, if Gervais wants black kiwis in the future, he no longer needs to draw a lottery. He can directly spend energy points to buy them like other kiwis. This can be said to be another trump card in his life. When the real life and death crisis comes, he doesn't have to worry about not having the black kiwi fruit to use. Boom, boom, boom. Gervais! Just when Gervais was enjoying himself, there was a knock on his door, and the voice belonged to Caroline. Come in! Caroline! Gervais replied immediately. Gervais! Then why are there so many rapid dragon birds in the square? When Caroline walked into the room from the door, the first thing she said was curiously asking about the rapid dragon bird. It was evening. Caroline brought a group of serf women to deliver dinner to the direct guards. When she entered the square, she immediately discovered a large number of rapid dragon birds. It was obvious that when she left, Gervais had only 5 rapid dragon birds. But now there were hundreds of them. How could Caroline not be curious? Just after you left, a group of enemies came to attack St. Anne's City. These rapid dragon birds are the spoils of war. Gervais quickly stood up, hugged Caroline with a smile, and explained to her. However, Gervais only gave a rough outline, and was not prepared to tell her the details to avoid worrying her. Ah! There will be enemies soon! Gervais, are you not injured? However, Caroline still let out a soft cry, then grabbed Gervais's claws, and carefully inspected Gervais's body to see if there was any injury. No injuries! Don't worry! Gervais grabbed Caroline again and stopped her inspection. Bo! Let's go! Did you bring some food? I'm a little hungry. Then Gervais happily hugged Caroline and left the small building. When they arrived outside the small building, Caroline did not dare to continue hugging Gervais, but broke away from his arm. After all, Gandalf, Nathan and others are here, and it would be bad if they saw him. Then the two walked side by side directly to the hall of the temple. At this time, half of the hall had been transformed into a temporary restaurant. Of course, this temporary restaurant was prepared for slave soldiers. Everyone knew that slave soldiers were about to become magicians, and they had no objections to this. Gervais could actually eat in the restaurant in the small building, but in order to increase the intimacy with the slave soldiers, he still thought of eating together with the slave soldiers first. After all, The magician's squadron can be said to be a deterrent force in his hands. When he really settles down, he will pay attention to enjoyment in the future. Owner! Your Majesty the King! Gervais! When Gervais came to the hall, Gandalf and Nathan Vivian were already waiting, and the slave soldiers were also waiting at the dining table in the distance. Well, let's start eating. Gervais waved to them, and then sat down in his seat. Father! Baron Nathan! Vivian! Let's eat! Eat more! Gervais sat down and saw that Nathan and Vivian had not yet taken action, so he immediately spoke to them again. Okay, Your Majesty. Then we're welcome. Nathan immediately showed a cheerful smile, and then started eating. You don't have to be polite in the first place. Vivian. Please eat quickly. I also want to thank you as a civil affairs officer. Gervais answered the two of them with a smile. If it wasn't for his identity, he felt it would be more affectionate for them to call him Gervais. After all, when I traveled through time, people like Nathan and Vivian were among the few people I was familiar with. As for his two siblings, Bonita and Driss, they have now become two viscounts and have their own territories in Eurasia. In order to avoid suspicion, Gandalf did not take the brothers and sisters over, and temporarily let them live in Eurasia. Only after Stormwind City was built would it be possible for them to come and settle. This is what I should do, Your Majesty. Vivian nodded obediently and replied. Then the few of them began a rare warm meal. The dinner lasted for more than an hour, and it was not over until both Gandalf and Nathan were a little drunk. Before Nathan and Vivian left, Gervais gave them 4 more magical potions. There are 2 strengthening potions, 1 potion that increases mental power, and 1 potion that increases affinity. Only 1 strengthening potion was for Nathan, and the other 3 were for Vivian. Nathan was very happy about this and left street and city with the support of several guards. After Nathan, Vivian and others left, Gervais took Caroline to the square again. Caroline, you choose one, and I'll give it to you as a mount. Gervais naturally remembered that he'd promised Caroline that day to give her a flying monster. Now that he had obtained hundreds of them this time, he was ready to fulfill his promise. Bo! Thank you, Gervais. Caroline's heart almost melted when she heard that Gervais actually wanted to give her a rapid dragon bird. Domji kissed Gervais on the cheek and then continued. But these rapid dragon birds should be of greater use to you. So just keep them. Give them to me later. Caroline, listen to me. Although we don't have many flying monsters, I don't lack the one I gave you. Do you understand? Gervais didn't expect Caroline to be so sensible and considerate, but he still remembered the moment when Caroline flew high into the sky and overlooked the earth. It was obvious that Caroline liked the feeling at that moment very much. Therefore, he really does not lack this rapid dragon bird to give to Caroline. Besides, at the worst, he can catch some again in the future. But, no need to but. As my woman, you can handle the gift I gave you with peace of mind. I will naturally take care of other things. Gervais immediately acted like a man and was rarely serious with Caroline. This was the first time he had said such words. In the past, he had always thought it was very embarrassing to say such words. But this was also his state of mind at this moment. Hearing Gervais's domineering words, Caroline's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately nodded in agreement. Then quickly pick one, and I'll take you back. Only satisfied with this, Gervais took Caroline's fair arm and started to let her choose the mount she was satisfied with. I don't want to go back tonight, Caroline replied in a low voice. Ha ha. Okay. I won't go back if I don't go back. Gervais laughed. Chapter 776 The Talents of Slave Soldiers. Afterwards, the two of them chose mounts together. And finally Caroline chose a relatively petite rapid dragon bird, which was just right for her petite figure to use as a means of transportation. After choosing the rapid dragon bird, the two returned to the temple. And Gervais also took this opportunity to remind Caroline that he had been to the vault the day before yesterday and took away hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Although Gervais did not go to the vault to check specifically, he also guessed that the system's urinary properties had definitely taken away the gold coins used to exchange for energy points. He happened to say it here at this time, which was regarded as giving it to Caroline. Take precautions to avoid causing unnecessary waves when the time comes. A hard night's work. No words all night. The next day, Gervais woke up from the bed, and there was no one beside the bed. As Gervais stood up, the questioning voice of Anna's little maid soon came from outside the door. Your Majesty! Are you up? Well, I'm already up. Why are you here? Gervais responded immediately. Miss Caroline asked me to come in and serve you. Now that the entrance to the passage is in the square outside the temple, it is very easy for little maid Anna to enter and exit the land of God's full. Only a few minutes walk away. Oh, come in then. Gervais understood and did not continue to ask. After hearing this, the little maid Anna opened the door and walked in. Under Anna's service, Gervais finished washing and walked directly towards the temple. Gus and Alec went to inquire about the news about Edward and others, and they had not returned so soon. So he was currently free to teach the slave soldiers how to learn magic. Owner! Owner! When Gervais came to the temple hall, the slave soldiers were working hard to practice magic. Well, I taught you the fireball technique yesterday. How was your study? Now show me the gestures and spell exercises. Gervais walked directly to the main seat where he was teaching these slave soldiers and began to check their practice. Of course, without checking, Gervais knew that these slave soldiers would definitely practice hard. But only in this way can the gift of teaching from the king, their master and mentor, be reflected. Yes, master! The slave soldiers were very obedient. After hearing Gervais's words, they began to make spellcasting gestures and chant spells without any hesitation. Gervais has a photographic memory, so even if there are nearly 100 people casting spells in front of him, he can take care of them all. Not bad. After these slave soldiers began to take action, Gervais silently affirmed the talent and hard work of the slave soldiers. Their gestures and chants are very smooth and extremely standard. Boom. Huh? Bang bang bang. Go ahead. Isn't this a genius? But a monster? But in the next moment, after these slave soldiers completed their gestures and chants, 8 of them actually had baseball-sized red fireballs in their hands. Suddenly Gervais's eyes almost bulged out. You must know that he only taught these slave soldiers how to cast the fireball spell yesterday afternoon. And now 8 of them among 100 people can release fireballs. Although it is not as powerful as his own new learning skill. If it were placed in the Alliance College of Higher Education, it would still be a completely evil existence. In addition to these 8 people, there were even more than a dozen people who had clearly seen small flames on their hands before. But they extinguished and turned into a wisp of black smoke after a while. This was also a sign that the fireball technique was about to be released. I believe that if you practice for a longer time, it will definitely release fireballs. Good. You're all fine. At this moment, Gervais stood up happily and praised the slave soldiers without concealing his joy. Yes, master. When the slave soldiers heard Gervais's compliments, although there was no abnormal expression on their faces, they responded unusually quickly. Now, I announce, the 8 of you will become the team captains of the Magic Squadron in the future. And each of you will lead a team in the future. Next, Gervais directly called the 8 slave soldiers who could release the fireball technique and granted them the position of captain. Of course, as for how to group them, we still need everyone to learn how to release fireball. In addition, I will also give you names. And the order in which you release the fireballs is the order of your names. You are Long E. You are Long Air, and you guys. I will continue to teach magic tomorrow. If anyone can release the fireball technique tomorrow, he will immediately receive my name. These slave soldiers did not have names yet, and Gervais immediately gave them names, which would also make it easier for Gervais to better command the people in the future. As for the name, it's very simple. Gervais's family flag is the dragon flag, so he simply named them based on the dragon to make it easier for him to remember. Yes, master. Thank you for the gift. Very good. Then continue to practice hard. While Gervais was working hard to cultivate his own magic squadron in Saint N City, 500 or 600 miles away, outside Shinka City, strong winds swept through, and there were shouts of killing. Shinka City is just a small city with tens of thousands of people. It is surrounded by mountains to the west and the sea to the east. However, there is a wide grassland outside the city. This place was originally most suitable for grazing, but now it has become a Shura field. An army of tens of thousands of people were constantly fighting on this pasture. Cries of killing, screams, and wails continued to be heard from personnel on both sides of the battle. In addition to the ground, there were hundreds of aerial knights fighting constantly in the air. From time to time, flying beasts fell from the sky because they were injured. The two sides fighting were the allies of the Sky City and the descendants of Osqui servants who came to counterattack and prepare to take back the city. These descendants of the servants of God gathered all their strength this time, and a total of more than 50,000 people came fiercely. They finally arrived outside the city at noon today. As the party with the city to rely on, Sky City and others did not plan to defend the city. but also sent men to fight outside the city. In this first battle, the vanguard troops of both sides each sent more than 5,000 people to fight. Duke Edward. It's been half an hour. Johnson stood next to Edward and spoke as a reminder. The first batch of 5,000 people to take the field were from Sky City, but other city owners were equally concerned about the situation of the battle. Keep waiting for a few more minutes. These natives should be about to be defeated. Edward was not impatient. He knew why Johnson reminded him. These invaders are different from the natives. Although the natives are consumed when fighting, they can always recover and fight longer. But they had to calculate the time and withdraw their troops immediately at about the same time. Otherwise, once the soldiers' fighting spirit is exhausted, even the White Flag Knights will not be much better than ordinary people. No, those natives have sent out men again. But at this moment, the natives on the opposite side made another move, and the second batch of 10,000 natives advanced towards the battlefield. Chapter 777 Aboriginal Sea Tribe. Johnson, you and your family will join 10,000 people and go to the battlefield immediately. Edward's face showed no emotion, and he calmly spoke to Johnson and the other city lords. Okay, I'll send someone out right now. Next, Johnson and several other city lords immediately gathered 10,000 soldiers and horses and drove out of Shinka City and rushed to the battlefield. When thousands of troops from both sides entered the battlefield, the fighting became more intense. Duke Edward, although the natives are coming in force this time, their chief priest doesn't seem to know how to direct a war. As long as today's battle continues like this, we will eat them all in one fell swoop. As the battle continued, it was only more than 10 minutes later that the natives were at a disadvantage again. Seeing this situation, the city lords present were all overjoyed. As long as these group of natives were defeated, this area would be safe from worries in the future. Don't be careless. After all, this land of God's Fall is the home ground of the indigenous people. Moreover, the consumption of their fighting strength can be replenished at any time. But we cannot do that. Edward's eyes were fixed on the battlefield, and when he heard the joyful teasing of other city lords from the side, he immediately replied, Duke Edward is right, but the 50,000 natives on the opposite side are already their last troops. They marched in a hurry and chose to fight us directly without taking any rest. From this point of view, it seems that the chief priest of the natives has no command at all. Mind! As long as these tens of thousands of people are defeated, and when they run away and are defeated, we can take advantage of the victory and rush directly into their army. Then we will be able to solve this final trouble. Faced with Edward's caution, several of the city lords didn't take it too seriously. After all, the opponent is not only a tired army, but also has lost 30% of the 15,000 natives on the battlefield. If they only need to wait a few more minutes, these natives will definitely be defeated. Even if the other party continues to send manpower, the effect will be the same. And this is even something they are more willing to see. Since capturing the city at the rear, they have moved the Divine Fall Passage into the city they occupied. Now their soldiers have been greatly supplemented. At this time, except for the 15,000 people outside the city, they still have more than 40,000 ambushes inside the city. People, if they weren't worried that the natives would flee quickly when they saw too many people on their side, they would even rush out in one fell swoop. After all, if the indigenous army is really allowed to escape and they stick to the city and do not come out to fight, then the way for the land and others to move forward will be blocked. There is a natural difference between fighting the natives in the field and attacking the native cities with sufficient troops and tight defense. Kill! But at this moment, a loud shouting of murder suddenly came from outside the city. Collapse! The natives are collapsed. Duke Edward, can we strike now? I saw that at this time. The more than 10,000 natives outside the city finally could not bear the pressure and began to collapse. When the Holy City Alliance saw the defeat of the natives, they immediately killed more vigorously and continued to hunt down the fleeing natives. The loud shouts of killing were caused by them. When the city lords on the city wall saw the scene, they immediately became happy and spoke quickly to Edward. At this time, half of the battle was won. Edward did not answer the city lords immediately, but glanced at his subordinates behind him. Your Majesty the Duke, the latest news came back 5 minutes ago. Apart from the indigenous team outside the city, no other team was found within 30 miles. The air knights on the field at this time were a mixture of several other holy cities. Edward's hundreds of griffin knights were divided into two groups. A group of more than 200 griffins were on standby in the city, while another group of more than 200 were scattered to all sides for reconnaissance and surveillance. Then attack! Leave 50 million people in the city, and all other teams will attack. Edward finally responded to the city lords, who were eagerly waiting for the pursuit order. Okay! Attack! All the city lords were greatly excited and immediately gave orders to their subordinates behind them. Yes, sir! The military commanders of each family immediately took orders and ran quickly towards the bottom of the city wall. The soldiers and horses under the city had been prepared long ago. After receiving the order, the respective commanders of the followers quickly left Shinka City to pursue them. However, neither the pursuing soldiers nor the city lords like Edward expected that just under the seawater that could not be seen to the east of the city, densely packed water creatures were holding swords and wearing armor, waiting. And the direction they were facing was Shinka City. Time flies, and it's 2 days again. There is still no news about Gust, who went to look for Edward and others. In the past 2 days, in addition to practicing on his own, Gervais went to the temple to accompany the slave soldiers to contact magic. After 2 days of training, all the slave soldiers completed the task of releasing fireballs. This made Gervais regretful why he didn't buy more slave soldiers in the first place. These slave soldiers were geniuses. And now that these slave soldiers have learned how to release fireballs, Gervais also named them, from Long 1 to Long 98. They are all taken in the order in which they learned the fireball technique. As for sometimes several people release the fireball technique at the same time, Gervais will judge the order based on their mental strength. At noon that day, after Gervais had a delicious lunch, he was ready to start identifying which type of magic these slave soldiers had the strongest affinity for. However, it was at this time that a group of uninvited guests disrupted his plan. Your Majesty, we found 10 birds and monsters a few miles away. They came from the south. Gervais sat in the main seat of the temple, and I quickly came to report. From the south? Yes, Your Majesty. I got closer this time and found that it doesn't look like the rapid spirit bird. No troops have been found on the ground yet. Ick replied respectfully. Then I'll go take a look. Only 10 birds came this time, and they came from the south. But Gervais already had an idea in his mind. He guessed that there was a high probability that Johnson and others or Edward sent people to look for him. After all, the previous batch of hundreds of Air Knights from the Golden Shield family were lost to him. Batman will definitely not be so stubborn and want to fight with him to the end now. With that said, Gervais came to the square in front of the temple, and then quickly took off on the rapid dragon bird, heading south. And the fact was just as Gervais thought. Not long after he flew out of the city, he saw the 10 birds, which were the Griffin Knights of the Sky City. When the other party saw the 2 rapid dragon birds on Gervais' side, they were startled for a moment, and then quickly surrounded them. They thought they had encountered the aerial knights of the Golden Shield family again. When Gervais approached and took the initiative to announce his name, they took another look at Gervais's appearance, and then followed Gervais back to the Holy City. So Sky City and other holy cities are probably fighting with large indigenous forces now. In the temple, 10 Griffin Knights ate the food prepared for them by Gervais while telling the story of their coming. Yes, Lord Gervais. Duke Edward heard the news about the gathering of natives, so he left only our 10-person team to search alone. Originally, we could have discovered your whereabouts a few days ago, but we met the Dragon Bird Knight of the Golden Shield family on the road, and finally had no choice but to temporarily withdraw to the main city. One of the captains of the Griffin Knights replied, Well, if that's the case, then I have to go there anyway. After all, he, Edward, Johnson and others were allies. There was a war going on over there. Gervais felt that he had to rush there regardless of whether he could contribute. After all, Edward, Johnson and others did not ignore him after he disappeared. In this way, you eat first, then rest for a while when you are full, and then take me with you to find Duke Edward. Gervais immediately stood up from his seat and gave instructions to several Griffin Knights. Okay, Lord Gervais. When the Griffin Knight, who was eating a meal 5 or 6 meters away, saw Gervais getting up, he immediately put down the food on hand and stood up, saluting him respectfully. Gervais nodded and walked towards the outside of the temple. After Gervais left, these Griffin Knights sat down and continued eating. After Gervais left the temple, he went directly to the sacred forest to inform Caroline that he was about to go out, and asked her to prepare 3 days' worth of dry food, and also arrange some matters that needed to be paid attention to next. After the explanation, Gervais returned to Shinko City and found Gandalf, Ike and Hayden, and told them to pay attention to the surrounding movements these days. Finally, he handed a purple scroll to Gandalf and told his father that if there was any irresistible danger, he would let the rapid dragon bird take the scroll and release it outside the city. This scroll was what Gervais had received from Adela. He had kept it in the space ring and had not used it. but this time it could be used just in case. Walk! After explaining everything clearly, Gervais took his squadron of magicians all on the rapid dragon birds. Following his order, 99 rapid dragon birds and 10 griffins took off at the same time and quickly headed towards the east. Judging from the new map taken out by the captain of the Griffin Knight, Shinka City is more than 500 miles away from the Saint and city of Gervais, with heavy mountains in the middle. Gervais also didn't expect that his direction would deviate so much when being chased by the Golden Shield family. In fact, Saint and City had already reached the Golden Shield family's area. It's just that his side is not on the main road, and it is also the junction of two indigenous forces with different beliefs. So the Golden Shield family does not pay attention to this side for the time being. The distance of 400 to 500 miles only takes 1 day for the rapid dragon bird to fly at full speed. However, to err on the side of caution, Gervais ultimately chose to rest at night. So when they arrived near Shinka City, it was already the afternoon of the next day. When they could see Shinka City with their naked eyes, they were shocked. At this time, there were more than 100,000 people fighting densely outside Shinka City. Your Majesty, Duke. No, there are a large group of rapid dragon birds. Gervais and others flew in from the west and were immediately discovered by Edward and others who were fighting hard. Why are there rapid dragon birds? We can't let them come at this time. Before Edward could speak, Johnson exclaimed after looking at the sky. Batman, this bastard, is fighting to the death with us. The other city lords, who were fighting, also cursed. Ignore them for now. Speed up, and be sure to open a breakthrough quickly to allow the team to withdraw. Edward's face didn't look good either. At this time, the battle between the two sides fell into a stalemate. They no longer had the extra strength to intercept the rapid dragon birds of that squadron. If the more than 100 dragon bird knights of the Golden Shield family were allowed to cause trouble again, the situation would be out of control. Batman, that bastard. After this incident is over, we will definitely make him look good. After listening to Edward's words, Johnson held the long sword covered in blood and scolded him bitterly. At this time, they naturally did not expect that the first squadron of rapid dragon birds that the Golden Shield family had worked so hard to cultivate had become Gervais's private property. After Gervais saw the battle here, he immediately accelerated his speed and directly surpassed the Griffins, who were originally responsible for leading the way. Only then did Edward and others not see the Griffin team behind them. Go to HL, you despicable sea natives! The next moment, Johnson did not dare to delay any longer, and immediately waved his long sword and continued to fight, wishing to kill all the Murlocs around him with one sword strike. It was supposed to be a sure-win situation that day, but who knew that it was all a plan of the natives? The natives first pretended to be exhausted, and then were defeated and defeated. After all the 40,000 people in their Holy City Alliance city came out of the city to pursue them for half a day, the high tribe natives hiding in the sea suddenly came ashore and began to attack the city continuously. The number of high tribe members attacking the city alone reached 20,000. In addition to this group of sea people attacking the city, there are tens of thousands of sea people ambushing in the sea dozens of miles ahead, joining the natives who are pretending to be defeated. In the next thing, the roles of both parties began to reverse. The people who became the Holy City Alliance began to evade pursuit, because the back road was blocked. They had no way to retreat even if they wanted to retreat. They kept going in circles with the more than 70,000 indigenous troops. It wasn't until noon today that tens of thousands of support teams from the rear of several holy cities rushed in, and the current melee broke out. Edward and others personally opened the city gate to fight, and the team that originally pursued the natives also arrived outside the city to resist the pursuers. They would only wait for Gandalf and the others to deal with the sea tribe blocking the city outside, and then they would retreat into the city. However, because they have been going around in circles for several days and have not been able to replenish their fighting spirit, they are already at a disadvantage, and the current situation is extremely unfavorable. What's going on? Why is there still a sea clan? No, this should be a native of the sea clan. As Gervais got closer to Shinko City, he immediately discovered that the battle below was very chaotic. The Holy City Alliance team was actually divided into two groups, and their enemies not only included indigenous people, but also a large number of strange sea creatures. Gervais was very surprised when he first saw these sea people. He thought that the sea people and the natives of the Holy Continent were mixed together, but the next moment, when he saw the vast ocean more than 10 miles away, he realized that these sea people were not the sea people on the sacred continent, but the indigenous people of the land where the gods fell. After all, the sea people also had gods. Everyone, follow me closely. Target: the indigenous air knights ahead. The Holy City Alliance was now in danger, and Gervais did not dare to delay. He loudly issued an order to the slave soldiers, and quickly flew over the battlefield. Chapter 778: The Surprise of All the City Lords. Flying over! Even though he knew that even if he and others paid attention to the rapid dragon bird, there was nothing they could do. However, when the rapid dragon bird was about to fly over them, Johnson and the other city lords subconsciously glanced upward. As those rapid dragon birds approached the Griffin Knights and other Warcraft birds, they could all imagine what kind of scene would happen next. Sure enough, the next moment, they saw hundreds of blue light balls appearing above their heads. And at the same time that blue light group appeared, they actually saw hundreds of red fireballs. An attack of this scale can at least eliminate half of their air power. If this continues, within 3 rounds, they will have no air power at all. As the blue light group and the red fireball streaked across the sky. At this moment, whether it was Johnson or Bruno and other city lords, their hearts felt cold. It's over. This was the only thought that Johnson and the other city lords had at this time. Whoosh whoosh. Boom. 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 Under the gaze of Johnson and others, those light balls flew rapidly. And when all the blue and red light groups finally hit the target, huge sparks exploded in the air. Batman! You bastard! Why did you fight the indigenous Sky Knight? And just when Johnson and others were about to scold Batman to vent their anger, they were suddenly surprised to find that after the flames dissipated, all the aerial knights on their side were intact. Not as expected. Such a big loss. Instead, 70 or 80 of the indigenous aerial knights were swaying in the air, falling toward the ground with black smoke rising from their bodies. Bang bang bang. Not many levels later, there was no muffled sound of heavy objects hitting the ground on the surrounding ground. What's going on? At this moment, Johnson and others were really confused. They couldn't figure out what was going on. Would that old fellow Batman be so kind? Johnson looked at Edward, Bruno and others in disbelief. Look, there seems to be a Griffin Knight among those rapid dragon birds. What's going on? Bruno's eyes were very sharp, and he immediately saw several Griffin Knights among the rapid dragon birds. Yes, it's really Duke Edward's Griffin Knight. I understand. Those rapid dragon birds are definitely not from the Golden Shield family. Not from the Golden Shield family. Who else could it be? It seems that the only one with so many rapid dragon birds in the entire Holy Continent is the Golden Shield family. Right. That's not necessarily true. I think it has something to do with Gervais. Gervais? Yes. It should be Lord Gervais. Although I don't know how he did it. I think only Gervais' magical potion can do such a thing. During the last meeting, I heard Master Winston say that he was very honored to follow Gervais. He said that Gervais's potion seemed to be able to control even low-level monsters. He relied on that potion to have no problem. Damage comes out of the swamp of death. That's really possible. I just said how could that old guy Batman look so similar? At this moment, all the city lords had already guessed that the griffins from the city in the sky, who had come to the land of God's fall, had already participated in the battle. And only the 10 griffins were looking for traces of Gervais. Now that these 10 griffins have returned together with the rapid dragon bird flock, and immediately started attacking the indigenous aerial knights, there is only this possibility, and everyone feels that the possibility of this happening to Gervais is very high. Target: enemy flying monster. Fireball. Attack. Gervais had no idea how much his appearance had frightened Johnson and others below. After the first wave of attacks were successful, he continued to order attacks. Whoosh whoosh. Following Gervais's command, the slave soldiers quickly began to chant spells, and immediately hundreds of fireballs bombarded forward again. Ho ho ho! In addition to the fireball technique of the slave soldiers, there is also the blue light group emitted by the rapid dragon bird. Whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. The natives who were fighting hard had no chance to escape because they were already entangled by the Griffin Knights. Therefore, Gervais and his second wave of attacks almost never failed. They all hit their respective targets and instantly took away more than 80 indigenous aerial knights. Next, there was no suspense in the battle in the air. Because of Gervais's strong participation, the indigenous team that originally had 400 to 500 birds fell instantly. The Griffin Knights, on the other hand, had their morale greatly boosted. Taking advantage of their advantage, they began to pursue and fight fiercely. Coupled with the help from Gervais, they completely beat the indigenous aerial knights to pieces in just 3 minutes. Only dozens of birds took advantage of the chaos to escape from the battlefield and fled into the distance. Everyone replenished the magic potion immediately. When the indigenous aerial knights were extinguished, Gervais immediately gave orders to the slave soldiers to replenish their magic power. They released a total of 4 rounds of fireballs in this wave. But in the last 2 rounds, the number of fireballs had actually begun to decrease. Many slave soldiers were unable to release fireballs due to insufficient magic power. Following Gervais's order, the slave soldiers took out the recovery potion from their combat vests without hesitation. As the potion was taken, the magic power of the slave soldiers began to recover quickly. They were originally in the stage of training magicians, and even the most common recovery potions were extremely effective for them. After hovering in the air for about 2 minutes, Gervais could almost clearly see the battle below. The descendants of the servants of God and the indigenous sea tribe wanted to swallow up Edward and his large army outside the city, while Edward and others wanted to open up the passage of the sea tribe and let the large army enter the city. At this time, less than 70% of the large troops outside the city were capable of fighting, and 30% of the soldiers had been protected by their teammates, losing any combat effectiveness. Long Yi, has your magic power recovered? Gervais closed the distance between himself and Long Yi and others and asked him. Master, my magic power has been fully restored. Long Yi replied respectfully. Very good. Everyone listen to my order and prepare to attack the sea tribe on the ground below. Gervais waved his hand, and then all the rapid dragon birds swooped down from an altitude of 500 meters. Target sea tribe. Fireball technique. Attack. When the rapid dragon bird flew to a height of 70 or 80 meters, Gervais immediately issued an attack order. As the order was issued, the slave soldiers began to chant spells again, and at the same time, the rapid dragon bird also spit out a blue light ball from its mouth. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, more than 200 blue and red light clusters fell from the sky, crashing into the Sea Clan team below like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, ah, ah. Compared with the 20,000 Sea Tribe natives, the number of attacks by Guise and his group of 100 people was not large. But their attacks were too concentrated, and they came from the top. The natives of the Sea Tribe were unable to defend themselves and were directly bombarded. A large area was blown down in an instant. Okay. Ha ha. Kill these miscellaneous fish. Johnson and others were fighting with the indigenous strongmen at this time. But they had been paying attention to the actions of Gervais and others with their peripheral vision. When they saw that the indigenous aerial knights were wiped out, they were already very happy. Now when I saw Gervais and others attacking the natives on the ground, and killing a large number of them, I laughed out loud. By the way, those red light balls seem to be fireballs. Right. How come there are so many magicians in Gervais? Could it be that Gervais kidnapped all the fire magicians from the Alliance High School? How is it possible? It will take at least a month to go back and forth from the Sacred Forest to the City of Hope. Then there is only one possibility. Magical potion. Gervais actually spent so much money on it. There are hundreds of magical potions worth millions of gold coins. I have decided that my heirs must learn how to prepare potions in the future. At this time, because the war situation had been eased, the hearts of all the city lords relaxed a lot, and they finally paid attention to the hundreds of fireballs. They were first surprised at how there were so many magicians in Gervais, and the next moment, they became relieved when they thought of the magical potion. Of course, envy was definitely inevitable. This kid will be much better than us in the future. For example, Johnson's eyes were filled with stars at this moment, wishing he could have such a son who could prepare magical potions. Okay, don't be envious. Now that Gervais boy has joined us, let's work harder to beat these fishmen back into the sea. Edward also had a smile on his face at this time, and began to urge Johnson and others to fight quickly. Next, bursts of explosion sounded outside the city of Shinka. Because the indigenous people have no air power, Gervais's hundreds of rapid dragon birds and other aerial knights of the holy city have become the hand of God. They really can hit wherever they want. Whenever they launch an attack, the indigenous people's a large number of people in the team will fall. As time passed, more than half an hour later, the natives of the Sea Tribe could no longer bear the loss. And with a huff, they retreated swarmed towards the coast. They came ashore to help just for profit reasons. It was okay to fight with the wind, but now it was a one-sided massacre. If they didn't run away, they would all die here. After all, they have no means to defend or counterattack the aerial knights above them. When the natives of the Sea Tribe began to defeat, the descendants of the servants of God over there finally panicked. The descendants of the servants of God in front were still fighting with the army of the holy city. But many soldiers and horses in the rear began to evacuate quickly. At this time, there were less than 40,000 descendants of the servants of God. in the past 2 days. Even with the help of the Sea Clan and the favorable location, they still suffered losses of more than 10,000 people. If they don't retreat now, they will never be able to retreat again. Obviously, the chief priest of the descendant of the servant of God also knew this. So he planned to cut off the strong man's arms, leaving some of his troops behind, and the rest to retreat to preserve their strength. You were so decisive and started to retreat? Gervais and others were flying in the air, and could see the movements of the battlefield most clearly. When the descendants of the servants of God began to retreat, he immediately discovered it. Edward and others definitely didn't know about this situation at this time. So Gervais immediately stopped Longy and others, who were chasing the Sea tribe, and gave them orders. Longy! Now you lead everyone to freely attack those descendants of the servants of God. Yes, Master! Longy and others immediately took the order, and then flew towards the evacuating army of divine servants in the distance. After Longy and others left, Gervais immediately descended and flew towards Edward and others. Lord Gervais! Ha ha! I really need to thank you this time. Otherwise we would be bleeding heavily this time. You are simply a savior. As soon as Gervais landed, Johnson and the other city lords gathered around him in admiration, looking at him constantly. Ha ha! I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Gervais was also amused by Johnson's words. He immediately got off the rapid dragon bird with a smile, and came to the crowd. This is God's blessing. By the way, Lord Gervais, why do you have so many rapid dragon birds? Are the knights on those rapid dragon birds magicians? With a smile on his face, Johnson turned his attention to the rapid dragon bird again, his face full of curiosity. In fact, apart from him, the other city lords are also full of curiosity, and are also waiting for Gervais's answer. Duke Johnson, let's talk about this later. I have more important things to say now. Gervais did not answer. He waved his hands to everyone to express his more important matters, and then said directly to Edward, who was walking not far away. Duke Edward, the large troops of the descendants of the servants of God are evacuating. Do you want to catch up? They actually retreated? Then we must chase them. This time, they are plotting against us. We will catch them all at any cost. Yes, catch them all in one fell swoop. This is a good opportunity. Before Edward could speak, Johnson and the others immediately spoke up after hearing Gervais's words, and looked at Edward at the same time. Then give chase. Edward also got angry this time. There are more than 10,000 Sky City elites here, and they were almost lost to the plot of these natives. Now, naturally, he wants to eliminate these natives in one fell swoop to avoid future troubles. In that case, Duke Edward, then I will support you from the air. Okay, Gervais. At that moment, Gervais mounted the rapid dragon bird again, and pursued Longy and the others. Edward and others on the ground also led all the teams to rush towards the army ahead. Although 30% of the soldiers in the front army had exhausted their fighting energy, with the addition of fresh troops like Edward, within a few minutes they defeated the descendants of the servants of God, who stayed to block their pursuit. After defeating these blocking servants of God, Edward and others immediately regrouped their troops without any pause, and quickly began to pursue the escaping army of servants of God. There were about 30,000 people in the escaping army of God's servants. Although they left more than 10 minutes early, their escape speed was greatly reduced because of the rapid dragon birds causing trouble in the air. Within half an hour, Edward and others finally caught up with the army of servants of God, who were fleeing wildly. From then on, the 30,000 strong army of God's servants could not escape. They were chased for hundreds of miles, leaving more than 20,000 people behind. Today's war is finally over. In the end, according to what Gervais observed, only more than 3,000 people from the indigenous side escaped. These more than 3,000 people all fled into the chassis of other descendants of the servants of God, and they escaped. However, this result is also a great victory for Edward and the others, and it can be regarded as completely uprooting the foundation of this descendant of the servant of God. After all, the last few cities of this descendant of the servant of God were completely annexed by the Holy City army at this moment, and the army of less than 3,000 descendants of the servant of God could no longer make a big storm. In this land where the gods fell, not all the descendants of the servants of gods and the descendants of the servants of gods are in peace. They each believe in different gods, and they often fight over each other to compete for cities and territory. Therefore, without its own base and without its own group of servants of gods and civilians, there is no possibility of a comeback. After the war, Gervais flew directly back to Shenko City, but Edward and others still had many things to arrange, such as taking over the newly acquired cities. For example, arrange the next frontline defense to guard against attacks by other descendants of the servants of God. So Gervais waited until noon the next day before Edward Johnson and others returned from the front line. Chapter 779 Trade Route. After Edward and others returned to Shinka City, they immediately held a grand celebration banquet. As the first person to turn the tide of the war, Gervais was naturally sought after by all the lords of the holy city. After drinking for 3 rounds, the attention of the city lords turned to Gervais's slave magicians and the rapid dragon birds. Gervais has nothing to hide about magicians. It can be said directly that it is because of the magical potion that he has cultivated so many apprentice magics. As for where so many magical potions come from, we have to mention the elves. All the potion materials are brought from the elves. After hearing this, Edward and others had no doubts. After all, the elves have such a large treasure house in the sacred forest, and it is normal for them to be able to provide some rare materials. In addition, regarding the matter of the rapid dragon bird, Gervais also blamed the potion, saying that he accidentally prepared a potion that can control low and mid-level warcraft. However, in order to prevent this potion from being remembered by everyone, Gervais made the potion more unpalatable. For example, the effect of this potion is temporary. If you want to continue to control the rapid dragon birds, you must give them the medicine regularly. Otherwise, these rapid dragon birds will automatically lose control after a period of time. Moreover, the cost of dispensing the potion was very high, no lower than other magical potions. With such a set of words, the lords of the holy city, who were originally salivating over the potion that could control warcraft, were greatly reduced in interest, and no longer inquired too much. After all, the cost of each magical potion is not low in their opinion. Therefore, it is definitely not cost-effective to maintain it regularly. It can only be applied to cities, like Gervais, who have a weak foundation, and do not have the capital to tame flying monsters by themselves. Maybe when Gervais develops in the future, he may also need to tame birds by himself. Finally, the celebration banquet ended successfully with Gervais and all the city lords eating and drinking. The next morning, Edward convened another impromptu meeting to discuss the next plan. During Gervais's absence, Edward and others had explored more deeply the hundreds of miles of the land of God's Fall. According to the information currently explored, the natives still have at least 7 or 8 giant city forces, and Edward's plan is to temporarily use the current city to repair it. When other holy city forces make moves, they will attack at the same time. In this way, so that one party would not absorb the attention of all the indigenous people. After this proposal was approved by all the city lords, the meeting continued to discuss some issues about arranging defenses and ended directly. Gervais did not participate in the subsequent discussions and just listened to the whole process. After all, his street and city was alone and far away from everyone, so defense issues did not have much to do with him. So your city is likely to border or overlap with the Golden Shield family's area. In the square of St. Anne's City, Gervais and Edward walked side by side. Edward was also very surprised when Gervais was hunted down and fled all the way to St. Anne's City and finally captured it. Gervais, then you need to be careful next time. If there is any danger, you can come to find us immediately. As for the sacred forest, there are elves there, and even the Golden Shield family will definitely not dare to go and look for trouble. Surprised, Edward was still a little worried about Gervais wandering so far away and hanging out alone. I know, Duke Edward. Please rest assured. Gervais heard Edward's concern and nodded solemnly. After thinking about it and hesitating for a moment, Gervais asked Edward again. Duke Edward, I wonder how Adela is doing lately. I haven't seen Adela for a long time. To be honest, Gervais really misses this lovely daughter. When Edward heard Gervais' answer, he did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked at Gervais strangely for a moment, and then spoke slowly. Adela, she's fine. In that case, I'll take my leave. I'll come to your main city for a visit next time I have a chance. Gervais felt Edward's strange gaze and said nothing more. He also realized that he had made a complete mistake in asking Edward about Adela's current situation. Edward was probably afraid that he would abduct his granddaughter, and asking him now would arouse suspicion. Okay, Gervais, you must be careful about everything. Seeing Gervais saying goodbye, Edward nodded immediately. Okay, Duke Edward. See you next time. After saying that, Gervais rode on his rapid dragon bird, and with a clatter, the rapid dragon bird flew directly into the sky. The slave soldiers also followed behind on rapid dragon birds. This boy! Seeing Gervais leaving, Edward sighed with mixed emotions. The original good mood was completely disturbed by Gervais's question just now. Thinking of his granddaughter, Edward, the powerful duke, couldn't help but feel a headache. I don't know what kind of ecstasy drug Gervais gave his granddaughter. Since this guy left, his granddaughter has become like days. As long as I have free time, I will look out the window in a daze anytime and anywhere, holding a few empty medicine bottles in my hand. Of course, Edward knew why his granddaughter behaved like this. It was precisely because of this guy Gervais. But this boy already had a wife, and she was also the husband of the elf queen. Edward naturally couldn't bear to let his granddaughter suffer such injustice. After traveling for about a day, Gervais returned safely to St. Anne's City at noon the next day. During this trip to St. Anne's City, he contacted Edward and others and confirmed that the team will be renovated in the next period of time, so that he can develop in St. Anne's City with peace of mind for a period of time. The most important thing at the moment is to try to enhance your own personal strength and the strength of your subordinates. Things about the slave soldiers are now on the right track. Even if the magician can only release fireball, it can still have a strong effect because it is a long-range attack and its power is not small. What troubles Gervais is the direct guards. Compared with other Holy City forces, there is a natural difference between his direct guards and the Golden Knights. As a result, Gervais must invest more medicine in them, so that the direct guards can grow quickly and truly have combat effectiveness. However, now he is facing an embarrassing situation. That is, all the energy points on his body have been spent, leaving only 8 energy points. Therefore, whether it is to protect his own life or to enhance the strength of his men, Gervais must find a way to obtain energy points. Ick! I have a dangerous mission here that needs you to complete. In the hall of the temple, Gervais was sitting on the main seat. In front of him stood 10 personal guards, including Ike. Several of them stood respectfully in front of Gervais and waited for orders. Your Majesty the King, please give me your orders. The guards will serve you to the death. It was rare to hear the word danger from the mouth of their own king. Ike and others immediately became energetic. While their expressions were serious, they felt even more honored. Ever since their king disappeared and returned, they knew that they could no longer keep up with the king. The title of personal guard was completely in name only, and they needed their king to protect them in every war. This is a shame for them as personal guards. Even if His Majesty the King doesn't say it, they themselves feel uncomfortable. Now I need you to explore all the way to the west. Draw a simple map of the west and bring it back. The most important thing is to find out the location of the orcs. The fastest way to earn energy points is to start with the orcs. So Gervais is now ready to send Ick and others to explore the location of the orcs. And then, he will harvest another wave. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards guarantee to complete the mission. Without any hesitation, Ike and the others immediately saluted solemnly and accepted the order. Very good. Then I'll leave this mission to you. You put safety first on the road. Don't worry. I can wait. If you are really in danger of life, I will allow you to return temporarily. Gervais was very satisfied with the attitude of Ike and others, and immediately gave a few instructions to them. Yes, Your Majesty. When Ike and others heard Gervais's instructions, their hearts were filled with emotion. However, no one thought about returning in case of danger. If such a task was given to them, and they returned without completing it, they would have no shame in being a personal guard in the future. Then get ready to go. Afterwards, Gervais took out dozens of potions from the space ring and distributed them to Ike and others. At the same time, he also allocated 20 rapid dragon birds for them to use. Standing on the steps of the temple, watching Ike and others flying high into the sky towards the west in the rapid dragon bird, Gervais withdrew his gaze. Among the potions previously given to Yick and others, there were 3 strength-enhancing potions for each person. This potion was not for Yick and others to take themselves, but was prepared for the rapid dragon bird. The strength of Ike and others is too low. Even if they take strength-enhancing potions, they are still useless against the White Flag Knight. But if the strength-enhancing potion is given to the rapid dragon bird, the rapid dragon bird can increase its strength 3 to 5 times. Then their flying speed should not be able to catch up with any monsters of the same level. The reason why Gervais equipped Ike and others with 2 rapid dragon birds was because of the side effects of taking the medicine. Just in case. With such preparations, Gervais believes that at least there will be no major problems in the safety of Ike and others. After standing at the door of the temple for a moment, Gervais did not return to the temple, but walked down the steps to the square. Arriving at the exit of the Divine Fall Passage, Gervais stepped directly in. Caroline, how's the winemaking going these days? Arriving at the door of the study room where Caroline was at the gathering place, Gervais saw Caroline writing and drawing on the desk with her head down. So he walked in slowly and asked softly as he walked. Ah, Gervais, why are you here? Perhaps because she was too focused on the work at hand. Caroline finally reacted after Gervais asked. The moment she saw Gervais, a happy smile appeared on her face. Now that St. Anne City is so close to the gathering place, I naturally come here whenever I want. You sound like you're talking like I don't even come to see you. Gervais stepped forward and hugged Caroline, making a joke, then directly took Caroline to the edge of the sofa and sat down. I didn't think so. I was just happy to see you here. Caroline snuggled into Gervais's shoulder with a sweet look on her face and immediately denied it. After saying that, he remembered Gervais' question just now and looked up at Gervais and spoke slowly. With the help of the elves to take care of it, the grapes are growing very well, and a lot of wine has been brewed, filling a wine cellar. In a few days, when the next batch of grapes matures, we will have no place to store the wine. So I am planning to build several more wine cellars in the next 2 days to store the wine. Well, then build a few more. You don't have to worry about the sales of the wine. I will start arranging sales next. As long as you're here, I won't worry. Caroline hugged Gervais tightly and rubbed her head in his arms, enjoying the extremely strong sense of security. The Holy Trading Company came to the sacred forest twice. The second time was after Gervais returned. But at that time Gervais was fighting in the land of God's fall. So Caroline received him. However, the caravan of the Holy Trading Company brought bad news. It was said that because Gervais killed their prince, the orcs no longer allowed the caravan to go from the orc royal court to the sacred forest to meet with the elves and elves. Gervais trades with them. Therefore, this second time the caravan came to trade was the last time. Because if the caravan did not pass through the royal court of the orcs, it would have to detour through the Death Swamp and the Flamed Grassland. But the problem was that the road was too far and dangerous. For the safety of the caravan, the Holy Merchant Corporation finally decided to suspend the war with trade in sacred forests. They will only prepare to come to the sacred forest again after the war in the land of gods has ended and the passages to various holy cities have been opened. As a result, the wines produced by Gervais and others have been placed in the wine cellar and cannot be sold. Gervais was not in a hurry at first. He was not short of money at that time, and his wine was not worried about sales at all. As long as the trade route was open, he could still make a lot of money. What's more important is that the wine will not deteriorate, but will taste better the longer it is stored. However, one moment after another, Gervais has now squandered all the 680,000 gold coins. And he has a lot of energy, so earning gold coins is a must. Although it can others have been sent to look for traces of the orcs. Gervais also needs to be prepared in case of emergency. This second-hand preparation is for him to open up the trade routes in the land of the gods and sell the wine directly to the Holy Alliance. In this way, he can exclude the Holy Trading Company, and there will be no middlemen to make the difference. Of course, on normal days, he wouldn't be able to do this. The Holy Trading Company is a behemoth, and it would be troublesome to offend easily. But now the Holy Trading Company is under pressure from the orcs, and is unwilling to take the detour to the Holy Forest. Gervais sells wine directly, so there is no problem. Gervais was already thinking about how to open up the business routes in the land of God's fall on his way back. From St. Anne City to the city where Johnson and others lived, they had to pass through the small city that he had originally set as his target. Therefore, his first task is to capture the small city. And then, if possible, it is best to build a bridge again, so that he does not have to go all the way to the other side of the river. At that time, it will be very convenient for the caravan to go to the city of Edward, Johnson and others, and they can go to the Holy Alliance through their Divine Fall Passage. After continuing to chat with Caroline for a while in his study, Gervais returned to St. Anne City under Caroline's reluctant eyes. He was very relieved to leave all the outside matters to Caroline, so he had to hurry up and do what he needed to do. Chapter 780 set off to conquer the small town. In a large city hundreds of miles away from Shinka City, Batman was sinking like water in the small manor building behind the temple. As the days passed, he already expected something bad to happen. He sent 3 teams one after another, totaling 110 air knights, plus 1,000 elites. But since Keto left, no news has been sent back until now. Batman couldn't figure out what was going on. Apart from anything else, a red flag knight like Keto, with thousands of golden knights, would have no problem even if he captured an indigenous city with tens of thousands of people. But now they were just chasing and attacking a team of more than 500 people. But there was no news. No matter how powerful the God of Death is, can he be stronger than Keto? Batman had seen how much the God of Death weighed in the arena, and he was definitely not up to the level of the Red Flag Knight. Even if Keto really couldn't take down the God of Death, he could always escape. Right? Now it is impossible to see dead people or corpses. Since then, Batman has to speculate whether while he is plotting to kill the god, the city in the sky is also plotting against him. Because only this can explain why Keto and more than 1,000 elite soldiers disappeared out of thin air. In addition, what is even more incredible is that even the air knights of a squadron that went to look for Keto have no news. The aerial knight is not as good as on the ground. His aerial team is composed of rapid dragon birds. Even the griffins of the Sky City cannot compare with the flying speed in a short period of time. Moreover, he has excellent vision in the air. If he encounters an enemy, he will be able to spot it immediately. He believes that no matter what, the griffins of Sky City will not be able to annihilate his rapid dragon bird squadron. But now the rapid dragon bird has also lost its voice. And things are so weird that Batman no longer dares to send people to explore there. Nowadays, there are not many dragon and bird knights trained by the Golden Shield family. Only 2/3. Which has been accumulated over decades. Boom. 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 Come in! At this time, there was a knock on the door outside Bartman's study. And Bartman immediately replied with a slightly gloomy voice. Your Majesty, what do you want from your subordinates? Batman's study was opened, and a middle-aged man wearing armor walked in. This middle-aged man has tattoos on his face and cracked skin. He is the descendant of the servant of God, who had good relations with the Golden Shield family, and was sent to the Golden Shield family to take charge. How's your contact there? Batman's expression recovered slightly. Your Excellency, the news has been sent back, but my subordinates are not sure how long it will take to get here. After all, the land of God's fall is too vast. Well, if you receive any news, report it to me as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty the Duke. Back in St. Anne's City, Gervais watched the slave soldiers practice fireball for a while, and then returned to his small building. When he came to the small building, Gervais went directly to the backyard. As soon as he entered the backyard, he saw the little guy Wally flying in the back garden from a distance. His little arms were holding 2 small buckets and scooping water from the fountain of life. Water, which then poured down from the top of the sacred tree. Wally! This scene made Gervais find it particularly interesting, and he immediately stepped forward slowly and called Wally. Master! Master! You are here to see Wally! When Wally heard Gervais's shout, a happy smile immediately appeared on his little face, and he immediately flew over with 2 pairs of transparent little wings. Thank you for your hard work, little guy. Gervais stretched out his palm and let the little guy, who was only more than 20 centimeters long, stop on his palm. It's not hard. Wally likes big trees very much. Big trees are very comfortable. Wally knelt and sat on the palm of Gervais's hand, shaking his head vigorously, and the ponytail tied behind him kept swaying. Ha ha! As long as you like it, little one. Gervais was also amused by this little guy's words. I don't know if this elf bug was specially prepared for the holy tree. Edward had told Gervais at the beginning. The holy tree must be taken care of by the great elves, and such things do not even need to be ordered by the master. As long as they see the holy tree, the great elves will automatically start to take good care of the holy tree. Maybe this has something to do with what Wally said. The big tree is very comfortable. Maybe the holy tree has some special influence on the big elf. After interacting with Wally for a moment, Gervais checked the sacred tree again, and found nothing unusual. The goddess in the sacred tree didn't contact him either. Maybe as she said that day, she was falling into a deep sleep during this time. After that, Gervais left the backyard directly, and returned to the study. After returning to the study, he took out the letter and started writing. Now that he has a plan for the trade route, Gervais needs to speed up to complete it. There is also a red flag knight stationed in that small town, and Gervais is now ready to find help. After writing the envelope, Gervais directly called for a direct guard soldier and asked him to write a rapid dragon bird to deliver it to Johnson's several dukes. Originally, Gervais could ask Alec and Hayden to handle the matter of delivering the letter, but the 2 guys have not returned yet. When he returned yesterday, Gervais learned that the 2 men did not find Shinka City, but flew to the cities behind Shinka City. As a result, they were detained as spies of the Golden Shield family. Fortunately, they had Gervais's letters on them, so they were just seized. This news was originally going to be sent to Edward to make a decision, but because of the war, it could not be delivered. So the news did not come until after the war was won and Gervais inquired. Edward and several city lords have already conveyed the order after Gervais left. In the future, when seeing the rapid dragon bird, they must confirm their identity first. In this way, This time, there is no need to worry about the messenger being detained. After the letter was sent, Gervais began to practice hard in the next few days. A week later came in a blink of an eye. On this day, more than 400 silver knights and 98 slave soldiers under Gervais were summoned. After so many days of preparation, he was about to set off to attack the small city. Gervais, you have to be careful. Caroline stood at the gate of St. Anne's City, looking reluctantly at Gervais sitting on the back of the giant crocodile. Don't worry. I have found several strong people to help me. There will be no problem. I can return in a week at most. Gervais nodded towards Caroline to reassure her. It was time to go on an expedition. And Caroline didn't dare to say anything to avoid affecting her morale. She immediately hummed and stepped aside obediently. Gust. Father! During the time I am away, St. Anne's City will be handed over to you. Gervais turned his attention to Gandalf and Gust again. He brought Hayden with him on this expedition. So Gust and Gandalf needed to stay in the city. Please rest assured. His Majesty the King. Gervais, there is Father and Earl Hayden in the city. Don't worry. I wish you a speedy victory. Gust and Gandalf answered immediately. Set off! After nodding to a few people, after everything was explained, Gervais gave the order. And then, their team of more than 600 people including the logistics team slowly drove out of the city gate. Because there were no cities or enemies along the way, Gervais and the others moved very fast. And after 2 days of trekking, they had reached the outside of the small city. When Gervais and others arrived, hundreds of birds and monsters immediately flew up from the ground on the other side, and gathered towards Gervais and the others. Lord Gervais! Lord Gervais! Ha ha! Duke Johnson, Duke Bruno, and Duke Solai are here to help. It was Johnson and the 3 closest lords of the Holy City who arrived on the bird. The letter Gervais sent last week was for them, and they agreed to wish themselves a helping hand in capturing this small town today. Ha ha! Lord Gervais, you don't have to be so polite. We are all allies, and we just help each other. We also need more of the barrel of wine sent by Lord Gervais. It's so delicious. Yes. I really hope Lord Gervais's wine can be sold in our city as soon as possible, so that we don't have to drink it. When delivering the letter, Gervais also asked the courier to bring 3 barrels of wine. 1 barrel for each of Johnson, Bruno, and Solai. Since there has been no fighting in the past few days, the 3 Johnsons have been drinking wine every day. They feel uncomfortable if they don't drink a bottle of wine in a day. Ha ha! Don't we just ask the 3 city lords to help us? Once the trade route is opened, you won't have to worry about drinking. Gervais laughed out loud. In the eyes of ordinary people, these holy city lords were the superiors in charge of life and death. But as long as you get their approval, getting along with them is actually not much different from ordinary people. So we have to thank Lord Gervais. Then we have to work harder today. Don't dare. Don't dare. After the trade route is opened, I will definitely treat the 3 city lords to a good meal. Gervais quickly waved his hand and was polite to the 3 of them. In that case, Lord Gervais, shall we start now? At this time, in a small town more than a mile away, the soldiers guarding the city had already discovered their group. Alarm bells were ringing urgently in the city, and soldiers were running up to the city wall that was only more than 900 meters long. Then let's get started. Gervais nodded, no longer delaying, and immediately turned to look at his subordinates. Long E, you start taking action now. Hayden, take your direct guards and wait 600 meters outside the city wall. Alec, set up the artillery 500 meters outside the city. Everyone follows the pre-planned plan. Yes. Master. Yes. Your Majesty. As Gervais issued orders one after another, Long E, Hayden, Alec and others started to move. As the team started to move, Gervais and several city lords also flew into the sky on flying monsters. In this holy continent, with the existence of flying monsters, the methods of fighting have become diversified. The defenders not only need to take care of the enemies on the ground, but also guard against the aerial knights in the sky. And this city, which is comparable to a small fortress, is naturally equipped with weapons to defend against the aerial knights, which are ballistae with a range of hundreds of meters. Because of the existence of these ballistae, Gervais's rapid dragon birds did not attack immediately, but hovered at an altitude of more than 400 meters. At such a height, the ballistae on the city wall were no longer able to deal with them. Any threat. At this time, Ike had led dozens of guardsmen and pulled small steel cannons to a place more than 500 meters away from the city wall. After arriving at the predetermined location, Alec quickly began to direct the guard soldiers to place the artillery and load ammunition. When all 5 artillery pieces were placed and loaded, Alec shouted loudly without the need for Gervais to give any more orders. Target enemy ballista. Aim in 1 minute. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. A minute later, under Alec's order, the soldier in charge used a torch to ignite the cannon. And then 5 deafening explosions were heard outside the small city. Bang, bang, bang. The explosions here were still echoing in the wilderness. And the fiery red SHLs had already hit the city wall. In an instant, the bricks and stones on the city wall flew flying, and people fell onto their backs. However, although this attack was aimed at huge ballistae, only one of the 5 artillery pieces actually hit. The other SHLs hit other parts of the city wall, only killing some soldiers on the wall. When the indigenous people saw that the strange smoking thing outside the city could launch an attack from such a distance, they immediately aimed their crossbow at Alec and others outside the city, and then shot out a small arm-thick weapon in a whoosh. The crossbow arrows are coming. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Unfortunately, the distance of 500 meters was the safe distance obtained by Gervais after testing the ballista on the wall of St. Anne's City. The maximum distance of this ballista is only more than 450 meters, and it can only shoot more than 300 meters into the air, so it cannot hit Alec and others at all. Cannon calibration angle. Aim in 1 minute. In just a short while, the 5 artillery pieces were loaded again, and Alec also recalibrated the firing angle. Following his order, the soldiers relied on the previous errors as a basis and began to readjust the artillery. Fire! Boom, boom, boom. After the second calibration was completed, Alec ordered the cannon to fire again, and white smoke rose again outside the small town, and a deafening explosion was heard. Bang, bang, bang. 5 flaming red cannonballs hit the city wall again at a speed that could not be caught by the naked eye. But this time, due to the secondary calibration, 4 of the 5 SHLs actually hit the ballista on the city wall. Good! During the first round of shooting, the effect of the artillery was not very significant, but the movement was louder. But in this second round, 4 ballistas on the city wall were destroyed in one fell swoop. Johnson and the others' eyes lit up, and they couldn't help but cheer. Lord Gervais! What is that thing? It has such an effect. Afterwards, several people couldn't help but ask about the origin of the artillery. The biggest headache for Johnson and others when they attacked the city was this kind of crossbow. Don't forget that the Golden Knight's realm is no longer afraid of the damage of ordinary arrows and crossbows. But those are ordinary arrows and crossbows. Facing the elves and such large ballistas, the arrows are still made of mithril, let alone the Golden Knight. Even the White Flag Knight will capsize in the gutter if he is not careful. So every time when attacking the city, the ballistae on the city wall took away the lives of many soldiers. Now that Gervais has such a good gadget that can destroy the ballistae in advance, Johnson and others came. Interest. This is called an artillery piece. I got it by chance, but it requires a black substance to be fired, and the amount of that substance is not much. So I only have a small number of artillery pieces. Gervais knew what Johnson and the others were thinking, and quickly put an end to their thoughts. Although artillery was of no use to strong men, it still had many effects on sieges. Chapter 781 Capture the Holy Bridge Castle. That's a shame. When Johnson and the others heard this, they nodded and said something. They would not suspect that Gervais was cheating. After all, such a thing was only used once or twice when attacking the city. On weekdays, it was no longer a big threat to the Golden Knight or the White Flag Knight. So a few people also looked at it. Just a novelty. While several people were talking, the battle below was still going on. Under Alec's command, the artillery SH led round after round, and each round of SH Ling could basically take away 3 or 4 ballistas on the city wall. But the natives on the city wall could only watch the ballista being destroyed, without any way to deal with it. The leader of the natives also tried to save the ballista and personally held his sword to block the incoming cannonballs. Not to mention, the artillery SHLs are nothing to the Red Flag Knights. In front of the Red Flag Knights, they are just a sword and half. Unfortunately, there were 5 artillery pieces outside the city. He couldn't defend them by himself. He could only save one of them at most. It took more than 10 minutes. And finally there were only 40 or 50 ballistas left on the wall of the small city. At this time, the slave soldiers who were originally hovering in the sky also took action. They directly drove the rapid dragon birds to swoop down from an altitude of more than 400 meters, and flew directly to an altitude of 70 or 80 meters above the ground. Fireball attack! Whoosh whoosh. As Long issued the order, More than 80 red fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky above the small town. These fireballs streaked across the sky, heading straight towards the last 3 or 4 ballistas below. In addition, the blue light ball of the rapid dragon bird also ejected from its mouth and hit the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. Ah! Ah! When both the fireball and the blue light ball hit the ground, a rumble of explosions immediately came from the city wall, along with the screams of many indigenous soldiers. Lord Gervais, if we encounter any difficulties in the future, your magician squadron must support us. Johnson and the others looked at the more than 80 magicians with eager eyes. These magicians were not comparable to artillery. This was an existence that even they were very jealous of. Although the current strength of magicians is still low, they cannot stand up to the large number of people. When these magicians grow up in the future, they will be comparable to an elite army of 5,000 to 6,000 people. It's easy to say. It's easy to say. If the city lords encounter trouble in attacking the city in the future, just say it. Naturally, Gervais would not shirk it. The favor he owed this time would have to be repaid next time he really encounters him. Moreover, most of the words of Johnson and others were joking. Unless they encountered something truly unsolvable, they would definitely not really ask for help. Boom, boom, boom. Next, fireballs and blue light balls from the sky rained down on the city wall one after another. And the artillery outside the city also did not stop shooting. Suddenly, this small fortress-like city suffered continuous destruction. It's our turn! Realizing that the torment was almost over, and that more than 400 direct guards led by Hayden outside the city had begun to march slowly towards the city wall, Gervais immediately spoke and greeted the 3 Johnsons. Okay, let's get started. Ha ha! I will open the city gate, and none of you can compete with me. Johnson laughed heroically, and then he was the first to control his mount and dive down. Okay, the city gate will be handed over to Duke Johnson. A few of us will go to the temple to seize the sacred objects. Seeing this, Gervais and others did not lag behind him, and immediately smiled and controlled the whereabouts of their mounts. Wow! Those who surrender will not be killed. Those who surrender will not be killed. When Gervais and others fell from the sky and landed on the temple square of the small town, they immediately shouted and began to persuade them to surrender. Gervais has learned from Johnson and others that these descendants of the servants of God are also valuable, whether they are kept for themselves or sold, because the natives can recover their fighting spirit on their own in the land of God's fall. As long as they are locked up with mithril chains, they can be used as coolies, especially when mining some minerals. At the same time, as long as these natives are given a fixed time to worship sacred objects every day, their sense of resistance will be weakened. What's more, you can also threaten them with sacred objects, and they will also submit. In this way, these descendants of the servants of God are valuable beings, so it would be best to kill less of them. And Gervais and the others are now in the temple square in order to capture the thieves and capture the king first, and rob the sacred objects in this small town, so that they can force the natives to surrender. Kill! Kill all these intruders! Protect the sacred objects! However, it was obvious that the descendants of the servants of God did not agree with the trio of Gervais's persuasion to surrender. And immediately a large group of descendants of the servants of God rushed over. Duke Bruno! Duke Sol! The indigenous red flag knights are left to you. I will deal with these soldiers. At that moment, Gervais and others were not polite, brandishing their swords and began to rush towards the temple. Okay, Lord Gervais. The 2 city lords didn't have any objections and immediately rushed forward to meet the hurriedly arriving indigenous leader. Breathless wind slash. Gervais used his own gust of breath at the next moment. Facing such a group battle, gust of wind and breath cut was the best method. Ding 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 ding. Puff puff. As Gervais was trapped in the hurricane, the natives faced endless wind blades as soon as they entered the hurricane. The hurricane immediately began to tink, and the sound of wind blades piercing flesh was heard. Gervais is now the peak knight of the white flag, and no one can underestimate the power of the breathless wind. The only red flag knight who posed a threat to Gervais was already entangled by the 2 city lords Bruno and Soli. So Gervais walked directly into the temple step by step, like a wolf among sheep. Angelina will punish you intruders. Seeing that Gervais was as powerful as a tiger and his subordinates could not resist it, the indigenous leader finally roared anxiously. Indigenous people, we have heard your words countless times. Your gods have no effect on us. Facing the roar of the indigenous leader, Bruno and Soli naturally didn't take it seriously. They didn't know how many times they heard it along the way. And this drive and capture of indigenous cities has been going on for thousands of years. So such words are simply a slogan. When Gervais came to the temple, It was empty without any indigenous soldiers. There was only a woman kneeling next to the sacred object in the front of the hall. This must be the priest of the small town. Gervais immediately put away the storm breath slash and charged straight towards the priestess. The priestess also noticed Gervais' movement and immediately stood up and turned around to face Gervais directly. This god is the same. He actually uses these beautiful girls as priests. After seeing the girl's face, Gervais complained slightly. When the priestess looked at Gervais, she put her palms together and clenched her fists and began to sing in a low voice, with a holy and solemn look on her face. It's not like you want to cast some magic. Gervais did not dare to be careless and immediately jumped up and rushed towards the priestess. Boom! Gervais got close and knocked the priestess unconscious with a hand knife, eliminating the threat of the priestess. If it weren't for the indigenous captives outside, Gervais could have killed the priestess with a fireball. Fortunately, Gervais's judgment was very correct. Even in a large city with tens of thousands of people like Saint N City, the power of the priestess was comparable to that of the Black Flag Peak Knight, let alone the priestess in this small town. After knocking the priestess unconscious, Gervais ignored her and immediately stepped forward to pick up the indigenous sacred object enshrined on the high platform. The sacred object in this small town is different from the one captured by Gervais before. This sacred object is not a statue, but a gold cane that is more than 1 meter long. The upper end of the golden cane is shaped like a crescent moon carved from crystal, while the lower end is a gold handle inlaid with various beautiful gems. It is truly a work of art. Could it be that the gods really used it? Gervais held it in his hand and admired it for a moment, and then stopped thinking about it. It was business to take out the cane as soon as possible so that the natives could surrender as soon as possible. So Gervais took his cane and walked directly outside the temple. When the indigenous soldiers saw Gervais picking up their sacred objects, they all gritted their teeth and glared angrily. But no one dared to step forward, so they kept retreating around Gervais. Get out of the way and see what I have on my hand. I'll just drop it. Seeing the appearance of the indigenous soldiers, Gervais suddenly felt confident and strode towards the door with a smile. Invade this. You? I'm just asking you. Do you want to surrender? When Gervais walked out of the temple, the indigenous leader immediately saw the sacred object in his hand, roared angrily, and wanted to come over and fight. Unfortunately, Gervais directly raised his cane, pretending to destroy it with his long sword, and the indigenous leader suddenly became more honest. Intruder, as long as you return the sacred objects to us, we are willing to hand over the Holy Bridge Castle. The indigenous leader was unwilling to give in and wanted to negotiate terms with Gervais. I'm afraid I can't help you now. Even if you don't surrender, this town is mine. Gervais shook his head and laughed. Kill! At this time, shouts of killing also rang out on the main street of the small town. Johnson and Hayden led a group of direct guards to rush towards this direction. I'll ask you one last question. Do you want to surrender? Gervais' tone began to turn cold. He would not ask the same question a third time. This second time would be the last time. We surrender. The indigenous leader looked at the sacred object in Gervais's hand, and then at his nervous subordinates. With a bang, he reluctantly dropped the long sword in his hand, and then his whole body seemed to be taken away in an instant. All spirit. You made a wise choice. Gervais immediately smiled, then put the holy object into the space ring, and at the same time took out 2 pairs of thick mithril shackles. Kaka! Kaka! The indigenous leader did not resist, and was directly restrained by Gervais's hands and feet. As the commander was handcuffed, the indigenous soldiers in the square also put down their weapons one by one. They had no possibility of resistance at this time. The next thing was much simpler. Hayden led the direct guards and began to gather the indigenous soldiers, and then tied them up with mithril ropes. Ha ha! Lord Gervais, let's go back first. In the evening, Gervais took out 3 barrels of magic wine from the space ring and gave them to Johnson, Bruno and Soli respectively. After receiving a large barrel of potion wine, the 3 of them were extremely happy. They hugged the wine and said goodbye to Gervais. Today, a total of more than 1,500 indigenous soldiers and more than 1,000 civilians in this small town have been tied up with ropes and detained. As a result, the entire small town fell into the hands of Gervais, and they came this time the job of helping is done. Okay, thank you 3. I will definitely treat the 3 city lords well next time I have a chance. After all, Holy Bridge Castle had just been captured, and Gervais couldn't hold a celebration banquet to entertain the 3 of them, so he didn't try to persuade them to stay. Okay, we've written it down. Lord Gervais, don't forget it in the future. Ha ha! Ha ha! Definitely not. After saying goodbye, Johnson and the other two flew into the sky on their birds. After watching Johnson and others disappear into the sky, Gervais returned to the temple. Intruder, what exactly do you want to do with us? Gervais walked to the high platform in the hall. There was already a soft chair here, and he sat down on it immediately. The indigenous red flag knight below was standing in the middle of the hall with his hands and feet handcuffed. Remember, you are now my prisoner. So be honest with me. Let me ask you, what is your name? Gervais sat leisurely on the soft chair and spoke to the red flag knight. Kill if you want. You shameless intruders. Don't want me to surrender. Whoosh. As soon as the native leader finished speaking, a fireball shot directly into his head. However, he was a red flag knight after all, and this low-level fireball technique was nothing to him. In the end, the indigenous leader just snorted and his hair was permed and curled a bit. Gervais did not continue to pay attention to this guy. At present, whether to kill or keep Gervais should be thought about again. After all, he was a red flag knight. If he could kill him, he might as well sell him for money. Miss Priest, do you know what your name is? Gervais looked at the priestess standing beside her with her hands cuffed. My name is Nabel. I am the priest of the Holy Bridge Castle. What is the name of this commander? The priestess was not as bad-tempered as the commander. Instead, she answered Gervais in a low voice, with no trace of fear or nervousness on her expression. You can call me Lord Gervais. Priest Nabel, I don't know what else you want to say now. If not, then today's meeting ends here. I will take you to Saint and City tomorrow. Seeing how calm the priestess was, Gervais couldn't help but take a high look and immediately answered her question. Saint and City has really been captured by you. Although they had such a hunch after learning that these invaders went to Saint and City some time ago. But now that she actually heard it, Nabel couldn't help but be a little shocked. Yes, the priestess in Saint and City is named Delia. But their luck is better than yours. So I let them go. Gervais nodded and smiled. Lord Gervais, I also want to ask you something. I wonder if you can let the civilians and ordinary soldiers in the city go. When Nabel heard that the people from street and city had left safely, her thoughts immediately moved and she asked Gervais hopefully. Sorry, this is impossible. Because your situation is different. Okay, Miss Nabel, our conversation is over. You just stay here. Although you are my captives, I am a kind-hearted person and will not abuse my captives. Well, of course, there are exceptions. Then Gervais set his sights on the red flag knight. Since your bones are so hard, let's starve for a few days to see if you still have such a strong backbone. Chapter 782 Heading to the Orc Area. After asking Hayden to personally imprison the indigenous leader and the priestess in the small city dungeon, Gervais rode the rapid dragon bird to the river bank outside the city. Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty Gervais! At this time, what Gervais faced was a broken bridge that was half burnt to black. It was the bridge that originally connected the other side and could reach Johnson and other city the fastest. Alec and Goblin Chotcher are here to check the condition of the river bank. Now that the Holy Bridge Castle has been captured, the bridge across the river must be built as soon as possible so that Gervais's caravan can travel quickly and safely. So Gervais took Chotcher with him when he set out. How about checking? How long would it take to build a strong wooden bridge here? Gervais nodded to the two of them and immediately asked. Your Majesty Gervais, this river is more than 300 meters wide. Under normal circumstances, it will take at least 3 months to complete the bridge construction. However, your order is to build it as quickly as possible. So as long as you allocate 3,000 ordinary workers and 200 title knights to me, I can guarantee that it will be completed within a month. Nowadays, Chazhar has tasted the benefits under Gervais's hands. Gervais has already told Caroline that Chazhar's treatment can be improved as much as possible, especially since he had enough wine. Chazhar was already happy with the sacred forest and had no thoughts of leaving. After all, if he returned to the goblin tribe, how could he live a life like this? Even when Gervais asked him to send people back to recruit some goblins a few days ago, Chazhar never thought of going back by himself. Instead, he sent a few soldiers to let them return to the goblin tribe. There is no need for him to do the work here. He only needs to design various buildings and tools that he likes, and at the same time arrange how those goblin subordinates will do the construction. It is simply not enough for the leader of the goblin clan. Very good. Then I'll leave the things here to you. You go back with me tomorrow, and then go find the manpower and materials that Caroline told you need to build the bridge. When the bridge is built, the benefits will be yours. A month is indeed not long. After all, the river is more than 300 meters wide. Yes, Your Majesty Gervais, I will definitely serve you well. Chazhar immediately showed a flattering expression, bowed, and nodded towards Gervais. A night of silence. Early the next morning, Gervais took 200 direct guards and escorted more than 2,500 natives back to St. Anne's City. There are no cities around Holy Bridge Castle, and the nearest one is more than 100 miles away. So Gervais only left 200 direct guards to stay behind, while Hayden and Alec were left to temporarily manage it, in order to make the Holy Bridge Castle safer. Gervais also left 30 rapid dragon birds for them to use, which can monitor the movements within 50 miles of the city around the clock. With such an arrangement, unless there is really a large force or strong attack, there should be no problem in terms of safety for Gervais. Come on, you big guy! Snapped. The return journey was even slower because there were more than 2,000 indigenous people on foot. After much procrastination, Gervais and his team finally appeared outside St. Anne's City on the morning of the third day, because the indigenous commander had been on the road for the past 3 days and had not yet made any food. Even he, the Red Flag Knight, couldn't stand it any longer. When he stumbled and walked slowly for a few steps, the goblin Chazhar immediately swung his whip and hit the native leader with a crisp sound. However, this native leader was really tough. He hadn't eaten any grains in the past 3 days, and Chazhar was whipped all the way. But he didn't say a word. Even Gervais doesn't know his name yet. Of course, this is also due to the fact that Chazhar's strength is too low. The whip may sound loud when it is struck, but it actually does no harm to the indigenous leader at all. Gervais didn't care about these cha-chas all the way, since Cha-Cha liked this mouthful and enjoyed it. Let it go. After all, it was difficult to control the natives who were too hard-boned. Gervais, I miss you. Returning to St. Anne's City, Gervais and others received a warm welcome, because the rapid dragon bird came back to inform them in advance. Caroline and others had already prepared food and wine to treat the group. At this time, Gervais took a comfortable hot bath under the service of Anna's little maid, and then walked out of the small building. And Caroline finally finished her work and came to see Gervais. Bo! Caroline's natural response was a powerful bang. How's the gathering place going these days? Gervais held Caroline's hand and asked as he walked towards the temple. 3 days ago, another group of orcs rushed out of the mountains and wanted to attack us. But in the end, they were repelled by those turrets. Caroline tilted her head and leaned on Gervais's arm and replied softly. Very good. Just remember to reward them. Gervais nodded. Now both the orcs and himself are focusing on the land of God's fall. So those weak orcs are not a threat at all. Rewards have been given. In addition, several girls in the medical team have developed spiritual power. Caroline continued. Oh, what abilities do they have? Gervais was very satisfied and asked with a smile. According to the method you taught me, 5 are of the wood type, 3 are of the water type, and 1 is of the fire type. Which type of magician is? It is easy to identify as long as you have spiritual power. You can tell it by meditating directly to see which color of magic is closest to you. The wood element is green. The water element is blue. The fire element is red. The earth element is brown. The wind element is cyan. And the undead element is gray. Gervais has already told Caroline. So as long as the medical team members tell them themselves, the corresponding color can be determined. 5 wood elements and 3 water elements. Very good. You can urge them to contact them more when the time comes. Since it is a medical team, the wood and water elements are the best. After all, they both have healing spells. As for the fire element, that doesn't matter at all. The medical team also has to go to the battlefield. The protection of the fire element magician can also ensure the safety of the medical team. Okay, Gervais. I'll pay more attention to them. During the conversation, Gervais and Caroline arrived at the square of the temple, and then had a sumptuous celebration banquet with a group of direct guards. At the same time, Gervais also announced the reward, this time in public. Each guard member participating in the battle will be rewarded with 5 gold coins. After killing the enemy, gold coins will be added based on each head. Although the Holy Bridge Castle was small, it brought Gervais an income of more than 10,000 gold coins, all of which were found from the natives or their houses. So Gervais was not stingy at all. After the celebration banquet, the prisoners were temporarily under the custody of Gandalf and Gus, and Gervais took Caroline directly back to the small building. Back in the small building room, just when Gervais was about to discuss life with Caroline, there was a knock on the door. Your Majesty, Captain Ike and the others are back and are asking for a meeting outside the temple. The voice of Anna's little maid came from outside the door. Hee hee. Go quickly, Caroline looked at Gervaise's face with black lines, covered her red lips, and laughed. Then you have to wait for me. Gervais got up and walked out of the house to Presley. At the same time, he was planning not to give Ike and these guys a good look later. Isn't this completely disrespectful to him? His Majesty. His Majesty. When Gervais came to the temple, Ike and 10 other people stood in the temple waiting for him. And Gervais felt relieved. Of course, although a few people were unscathed, they were disheveled. It could be seen that they had worked very hard these days. Seeing this, Gervais put away his resentment and said to several people, "Sit down and talk." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Ike and others may be really tired, and they are not being pretentious. After listening to Gervais's words, they walked aside and sat on the wooden chairs. "How was your outing? Did you encounter any danger?" After all 10 people and Ike were seated, Gervais asked. "Your Majesty, thanks to the potion you gave us, although we encountered 2 groups of pursuers on the road, we managed to escape without any danger in the end." The guards were deeply moved when they heard that Gervais spoke first and cared about them. Ike immediately told the story of this investigation in detail. This time, they followed Gervais's wishes and headed west. Although there were dozens of confusions during the period, they finally found traces of the orcs after 6 days of flight. While investigating the orc city, they encountered a wave of orc aerial knights. Fortunately, they had potions to enhance their strength, and finally used the speed of the rapid dragon bird to throw away the enemy. The second wave of interceptors encountered was the Golden Shield family. When they were still 2 days away from Saint and City, they encountered the rapid pursuit of the Golden Shield family's dragon bird. In the end, he also used potions to enhance the strength of the rapid dragon bird and escaped. "Your Majesty, this is the map we drew this time, but there may be some errors in the orientation." After talking about what happened, Ike immediately took out a blueprint from his arms and handed it to Gervais. Gervais took the drawing and looked at it for a moment, then nodded. "You did a good job this time. Go down and have a good rest for a few days." The map of this world is all drawn by hand. Gervais did not expect it to be accurate at all. He just hoped to know the general direction and find one of the small cities. "Yes, Your Majesty." After Ike and others retreated, Gervais put away the drawings and hurried back to the small building. And then, early the next morning, Gervais was full of energy, mounted the rapid dragon bird and flew into the sky towards the west. Now that he has figured out the specific location of the orcs, Gervais naturally wants to go back quickly. The days without energy points are even more uncomfortable than the days without gold coins. Therefore, Gervais rode one and took 3 rapid dragon birds this time, and went alone, flying in the air and watching the city of Saint and getting further and further away. Gervais then put the purple scroll in his hand into the space. When Gandalf learned that he would be going out alone for more than a week this time, he immediately returned the Forbidden Curse scroll to him, saying that he was worried that Gervais was traveling alone. In the end, Gervais didn't refuse much. He really didn't have any trump cards this time. He only had 8 energy points left, although he could exchange gold coins for a few points, which was enough to buy 1 or 2 kiwis. "But this time I am going to the orc city, and I don't know if it will be enough." Gervais has also made a plan, which is to get a vote and run away, and will never be greedy for more. In this way, Gervais flew towards the west according to the terrain on the map. After flying for about 4 days, Gervais finally arrived at the edge of the orc area. After entering the orc area, Gervais immediately lowered the flying height of the rapid dragon bird to hide his figure. Finally, at dusk, he finally found a small indigenous town occupied by the orcs. Gervais did not dare to ride the rapid dragon bird close to the small town. Instead, he stayed 2 or 3 miles away and landed in the woods outside the city. This small town is quite well defended. In the woods outside the city, Gervais hid among the branches and observed the gates and walls of the small city. He found that the entire city was tightly guarded by the orcs, and there was even a small group of birds circling in the sky. He wanted to sneak in under such a situation. That's very difficult. But if he doesn't sneak into the city, Gervais won't be able to get a lot of energy points. He can't come all the way and just earn dozens or hundreds of energy points and go back. "Hey! Maybe I can get it among them." Just when Gervais was thinking about how to enter the city, he suddenly discovered that there was a long line of descendants of the servants of God being escorted on the road not far away. Gervais immediately thought of a way to enter the city, which was to enter the city among these descendants of the servants of God. However, after entering the city, he didn't know how easy it would be to leave the city. Wealth can be found in danger. Earn it first, and then talk about it. Seeing that the group of hundreds of descendants of the servants of God were about to pass by, Gervais didn't have time to think too much and immediately walked to the side of the road, and then quickly moved into the crowd when the orc guards were not paying attention. However, the descendants of the servants of God did not react at all to Gervais's sudden addition. Their faces were ashen, and their eyes were dull. Gervais didn't think much, so he followed the others into the small town occupied by the orcs. After entering the small town, Gervais was taken to the center of the small town and imprisoned along with the descendants of the servants of God. He and more than 100 natives were imprisoned in a large courtyard. There were several strong orcs on guard on the walls of the courtyard and on the roof of the house. I'm afraid that pillar is the orc's totem pole. Right. The sky was not completely dark at the moment, and Gervais was not ready to take action. However, his attention was attracted by a stone pillar more than 10 meters high in the square. The stone pillar was as thick as 4 or 5 people's arms, and there were many strange symbols and patterns on the stone pillar that shone with golden red light. So if you want to make a big deal tonight, I'm afraid you have to destroy this thing first. Gervais frowned slightly. The totem pole of the orcs was actually almost as effective as the holy tree of the human race, except that the totem pole was unconscious, and its effect was not as strong as the holy tree. But it can add a certain amount of combat power or various auxiliary functions to the orcs within the range. And almost every larger orc group will have its own totem pole to protect the group. Therefore, if Gervais wants to reduce the risk, he still needs to get rid of the stone pillar before taking action. Chapter 783 Totem Pole. Squeak. Gradually it became dark, and just when Gervais was considering whether to take action now or later, the door of the small courtyard where the natives were imprisoned was opened first. When the gate of the small courtyard opened, more than 20 orcs with weapons in hand walked in aggressively. Hurry up and pick out 30 people. I'm almost starving to death. The leader of the group was an orc, while the remaining 20 orcs were gnolls and kobolds. These kobolds and jackals also had a torn cloth tied in front of their bodies, and they were holding a heavy boning knife in their hands, which looked very funny. Ah! No! I don't want to go! Please let me go! The gods will punish you! In the eyes of Gervais, these orcs tied with cloth and holding kitchen knives looked a bit funny. But in the eyes of these imprisoned natives, they were real demons, because they have seen what happened to their companions these days after they were captured by orcs wearing scarves. That is, they are captured, slaughtered, cooked and eaten by these orcs like animals. Therefore, the few people captured by the orcs at this time either begged or resisted fiercely. However, these kobolds and jackals were low-level orcs in front of the orcs. But they had no mercy in front of these descendants of the servants of gods. When they heard the nagging of several natives, they immediately slashed them impatiently. Puff! Puff! Woo! Seeing the two heads falling to the ground, hundreds of natives in the courtyard couldn't help but mute their voices, and could only tremble and whimper in fear. Next, more than 20 kobolds and werewolves smoothly suppressed more than 30 pale-faced natives and walked out of the small courtyard. Squeak! The door to the small courtyard was closed again, and Gervais frowned and began to look around, ready to take action. Orcs were cannibals. He had seen it once in the Tower of Nahum Sorcerer, but at that time, Gervais thought it was just an accident. But now it seems that the killing of orcs for food may not be an accident, which makes him feel no guilt about killing these orcs tonight to earn energy points. At that moment, Gervais no longer thought about it, and he directly took out his crimson blade from the space ring. Die! The orc guards on duty on the roof never thought that there were still people in the small courtyard who could resist. These natives, who used them as food, were all descendants of ordinary servants of the gods. Those descendants of the servants of God, who have the strength of the title knight, have long been assigned to various mines. Just as he was watching the kobolds outside the door starting to prepare dinner, he suddenly heard a cold shout in his ear. Puff! Before the orc could react, Gervais' long sword slashed through his body. Well, time froze for a moment, and a moment later the half-orc's head rolled directly from the roof into the small courtyard with wide eyes. When the orcs were still staring at death, Gervais had already rushed towards several other orc guards, like a black shadow. Puff puff. Then with just a few simple slashes, the orcs around the courtyard were swept away. Next is you. Although you have no energy points, but you deserve to die. Who? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Puff puff. After Gervais dealt with several orcs, who were responsible for guarding the small courtyard, he went directly to the more than 20 kobolds, who were preparing to slaughter the food at the corner of the street. The moment Gervais rushed over, they had naturally noticed the movement on Gervais' side. However, Gervais was too fast, and they had no time to react. When they shouted the warning, Gervais had already entered them like a god of death. It only took a moment to deal with the kobolds and jackals, who were not even cannon fodder. And then Gervais charged towards the totem pillar in the center of the square. Enemy attack! Stop him! Protect the totem pole! As Gervais' figure appeared in the square, roars and shouts suddenly came from the entire square. The totem pole in the center of the square is one of the most important things of the orcs. So there are more than 100 orcs on duty, including a Black Flag Junior Knight Captain, who is responsible for guarding it. Where did this weak reptile come from and dare to come and cause trouble in our place? The orc captain, who led the team, was extremely fast, and was the first to react and intercepted Gervais. Die! Reptile! The half-orc captain saw that Gervais was just a peak white flag knight, and didn't take him seriously at all. While shouting angrily, he blocked Gervais directly in front of him, and then swung a giant axe weighing at least 100 kilograms towards Gervais. Critical strike and slash with one sword. Seeing how powerful the half-orc captain was, Gervais immediately activated all his fighting energy, and the Crimson Moon slashed out in an instant. When? Puff! How is it possible that you are not a white flag? Who told you I was a knight of the white flag? Seeing the half-orc captain falling to the ground whimpering, with a face filled with resignation, Gervais looked at him as if he were an idiot. The moment he took action, he had already exchanged 2,000 gold coins for 2 energy points, and then added the original 8 points to buy a strength-enhancing fruit. At this time, his strength has reached the level of the primary level red flag, and it is only a matter of one sword to deal with this huge black flag primary knight. No! The captain is dead! Call the leader! However, after Gervais eliminated the leader, the orc soldiers were frightened by his sword. They surrounded Gervais, but did not dare to step forward. You dare not step forward! Then I will tear down this stone pillar first! Gervais looked at the orc soldiers, who were surrounding them, but did not rush to chase them. Instead, he immediately came to the totem pole at the end of the square, and then raised the Crimson Moon and pointed it at the totem pole. He could already feel the totem pole's blessing on the orcs, and its suppression on him. Even though Gervais had taken the black kiwi fruit, it was not difficult to deal with those golden knights, and even the black flag knights. However, Gervais believes that there must be orcs of the red flag knight realm in this city, and it will be difficult for him to handle it with the blessing of this totem pole. Blood Moon Death God slash. Despicable human being. How dare you! Just when Gervais swung the Blood Moon Death slash towards the totem pole, a dozen strong beastmen rushed out from the gate of the temple. One of the leaders, a shirtless orc, had a terrifying aura, and at least had the strength of an intermediate red flag, while several of the others were high-level black flags. When the red flag mid-level orc leader saw Gervais's actions, he immediately shouted loudly and turned into a black shadow, rushing straight towards Gervais. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't block Gervais's blow. Boom! As a loud noise echoed in the square, a golden light suddenly burst out from the totem pole. Huh? It's just a gap. How is this possible? But when the light disappeared, Gervais was surprised to find that the totem pole that he slashed with his sword only had a gap of more than 10 centimeters. Despicable human being. I will definitely skin you. At this time, the roar of the orc leader of the red flag knight realm was already very close at hand. Damn it! I'm going to lose it this time. Although the totem pole's light is a little weaker due to the gap, it still exists. This shows that the totem pole's blessing to these orcs is still there, and Gervais's current strength can at most guarantee a tie with the orc leader. But the problem is that the orc leader is followed by more than a dozen white and black flag knights. Without any time to think, Gervais quickly took out 2 watermelon-sized iron balls from the space ring. This iron ball is an oversized grenade. Gervais was originally prepared to kill large groups of enemies at certain times, but now he can only use it as a doctor. He immediately used the ignition technique to ignite 2 watermelon-sized grenades, and then placed them under the stone pillars. Gervais then turned around and left. Big Watermelon! You two have to keep up the good work! Boom! Suddenly, there was another earth-shattering explosion in the square. However, what stunned Gervais was that even if 2 large watermelons were brought to him, the totem pole was still as stable as a mountain. But it was just a little blackened. Despicable humans! Blood-sucking and violent slashing. The next moment, without giving Gervais another chance to attack the totem pole, the orc leader had already arrived in front of Gervais. When he saw the gap that had been cut and the totem pole that was smoke black, he angrily slashed at Gervais with a powerful blow. Blood Moon Death God slash. Gervais felt the shocking momentum contained in the orc leader's strike and did not dare to underestimate it. He immediately raised his sword and slashed out the Blood Moon Death slash to resist. Boom! The two sword lights collided in the square, immediately forming a terrifying shock wave, which immediately shocked all nearby orcs to retreat 7 or 8 meters. His! So strong! After the collision, Gervais couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Although this orc leader was only at the mid-level strength of Hungchi, he had the blessing of the totem pole, and at least had the strength of high-level Hungchi. On the contrary, Gervais could only exert 9 points of strength due to the suppression of the totem pole. Surround him! I'm going to peel off his skin and eat his flesh and blood. Seeing that Gervais had withstood the blow intact, the orc head ordered again, asking the dozen subordinates to surround Gervais. This time I'm playing Dafa. This is their home court. There's no way they can be defeated. Gervais frowned, his expression a little solemn. Now he has used up his energy points and doesn't have many gold coins. He can only exchange for 10 more energy points at most. But the problem is that this is the home ground of the orcs, and he is now considered a turtle in the urn. He wouldn't be able to escape unless he killed the Red Flag Knight. Originally, if the totem pole had been destroyed just now, Gervais would not be afraid of the Red Flag mid-level orc leader. Even if he could not kill him, he could not stop Gervais from harvesting other orcs. But now that the Red Flag mid-level orc leader has the blessing of the totem pole, Gervais has to be careful to guard against him. Otherwise he will definitely be seriously injured if he is struck by a sword. Come anyway. Just redeem 10 energy points first just in case. Everyone come together. Capture him alive. However, just when Gervais was about to exchange the gold coins, the orcs did not give him this chance. Following the orc leader's order, all the orcs waved their weapons and came towards Gervais to kill him. Seeing this, Gervais could only choose to shut down the system immediately and begin to deal with the orc siege. As the saying goes, it is difficult to defeat both sides with 4 hands. With the powerful enemy of the orc leader as a check, the White Flag Knights and Black Flag Knight orcs, who were not a threat at first, have now become the biggest threat to Gervais. Once Gervais was restrained by their leader, they all attacked Gervais at the same time. As a result, Gervais was forced by the orcs to fight and retreat. Earth Dragon critical attack! But at this moment, the orc leader suddenly roared and changed his chop into a punch. When Gervais was not paying attention, he punched Gervais in the chest. At this time, 2 long swords were slashing at Gervais at his side. No matter how he tried to dodge, he would be hit by one of them. The last thing Gervais dared not to receive was a blow from the orc leader, even if it was a fist. So he did not hesitate. His first choice was to reach out and punch the orc leader. At the same time, the other hand waved the long sword to block the fatal blow to his neck. Boom! Puff! Bang! The next moment, the sound of a long sword entering flesh was heard in the field, and the sword that Gervais could not block directly hit the shoulder of his right arm. Immediately, the mithril chain mail under his clothes was split open, and then it was cut into the flesh. Fortunately, the one who attacked him was just a White Flag Knight, and Gervais was still wearing a chain mail to resist, and finally avoided the fate of having his entire arm cut off. However, after being cut down to the bone by such a sword, the arm was considered useless today. Even because of the pain in the arm, Gervais' sword fell to the ground with a clang. This was not over yet, because the impact of the orc leader's punch was too strong, and Gervais' body was blown away, directly hitting the wall where the natives were previously imprisoned. Wow! The moment Gervais hit the wall, it immediately collapsed like loose building blocks. The masonry dust filled the place for a while. Ahem! When the smoke cleared a little, Gervais' stiffness reappeared in front of everyone. But at this time, his shoulder was a bloody mess, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he coughed twice. Stupid humans! This is what you will get for offending the great beasts! Today I will let you know what life is worse than death! The orc leader became calm after Gervais was blown away. He even lost his weapon due to such injuries. This human being was already in his pocket, and he immediately sneered and taunted. Ha ha! Do you think you will win now? You forced me to do this! Gervais sneered, raised his hand to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes filled with overwhelming anger. He has only been injured so seriously twice, but now it is the 3rd time. You natives, get out of here now! If you can't run to the city wall within 2 minutes, you will definitely die! After speaking to the leader of the orcs, Gervais gave a cold shout to the descendant of the servant of God behind him without even turning his head. After hearing Gervais's words, the descendants of the servants of God did not move. They just shrank and gathered in the corner. Get out of here! Do you hear me? Gervais shouted again. The next moment, the natives finally couldn't stand the murderous intent emanating from Gervais. and immediately stood up and escaped from the large hole in the collapsed wall, heading towards the city wall. Human, don't play these tricks. You can't escape. If you can tell who sent you here, we promise to reduce the time to torture you to 1 day. Seeing those descendants of the servants of God fleeing under the pressure of Gervais, the orc leader had no intention of being stopped. He thought that the human kid wanted to use a trick to escape. Therefore, he now wants to see what trick this human being wants to use. When the time comes, he will let him know that everything is in vain in the face of absolute strength. Make him regret. Make him despair. Ha ha! Don't talk so full of words. You should first see what tricks I want to play. Gervais immediately sneered, and then took out a purple scroll from the space ring. Tell me, can your totem pole save you this time? Scroll a forbidden curse. Bastard. How dare you? Bangta. Chapter 784. A Big Prophet. Bangta. What's there to be afraid of? Look, haven't I turned it on now? With a face full of joking, Gervais activated the purple scroll with a bang and threw it forward. When Gervais threw the scroll, the scalps of the strong orcs in the square were all numb, and their eyes were filled with fear. The sound of the tower opening seemed to be the wake-up call of death that struck their hearts. This is a forbidden curse scroll. He actually activated it. Ah! Run! This human is a lunatic! Everyone, hurry up and evacuate! Suddenly the square exploded, and the strong beastmen surrounding Gervais no longer cared about the siege. They all turned around and ran towards the distance with frightened faces. Even white flag knights and black flag knights like them couldn't resist the forbidden curse, and they basically met the end of death. You madman! Die! At this time, the only orc who was still staying in place was the orc leader. His eyes looked at Gervais with shock and anger, and the next moment he attacked Gervais directly. Although the power of this forbidden spell to be swept away is terrifying, it also requires huge magical support. Therefore, within 30 seconds after opening the scroll, as a red flag knight, he can fly in the air and still have a short time to escape. So he confidently wanted to kill Gervais in an instant before escaping from here. Boom! The orc leader was very fast and rushed in front of Gervais almost instantly. In order to relieve his hatred, he chose to smash Gervais directly with his fists. When the fist with blood-red light struck Gervais, there was an explosion in the field. However, when the explosion sound fell, something happened that horrified the orc leader. How is this possible? What kind of monster are you? The orc leader was surprised to find that he hit Gervais' chest with all his strength, but only heard an explosion like a mud cow entering the sea. But it did not even hurt Gervais' skin even an inch, especially from the holes in the shattered clothes. The orc leader couldn't even find a fist mark on his bronze skin. This was beyond his knowledge. With his full blow, without defense, even the purple flag knight should have suffered some damage. Ha ha! Am I a genuine human? Okay. Don't think about it. You're going to die soon anyway. Gervais lowered his hands and smiled as he allowed the orc leader to bombard him with his fists. After hearing his horrified words, he continued to speak. You must not be human. How can it be human? The orc leader was also cunning. At this time, the family no longer wanted to kill Gervais, but only wanted to escape. In order to escape smoothly, he deliberately continued to pretend to be surprised, and then turned around and left in the middle of the sentence. Can you escape? You punched me, so just leave me alone. Seeing that the orc leader was so insidious and wanted to escape. Fortunately, Gervais had already made preparations, and naturally it was impossible to give him this opportunity to escape. The next moment, Gervais took out a mithril chain, threw it onto the orc leader, and then lassoed the orc leader directly. If you hadn't come to attack me just now, you might have been able to escape. If you want to escape now, just dream. Let's taste the forbidden curse here later. After lassoing the orc leader, Gervais was still not at ease, so he quickly approached the orc leader, and then directly tied the two people together. You bastard! You despicable human being! We will both die if you do this! The orc leader found that he was entangled in a mithril chain as thick as his forearm, and was unable to move at all. His face suddenly changed. He could no longer break free and escape, so he could only roar at Gervais. Wrong! You are definitely going to die. But I am not sure. Gervais's hand movements were still the same, and he put the last 5 or 6 meters of mithril chains on the two of them, and finally tied a knot. He had previously spent 10,000 gold coins in exchange for purple kiwi fruits, and he had already made plans the moment he threw the purple scroll. Naturally, he would not be the one who died later. You stupid human! Let me go! Earth Dragon crits! Seeing that the purple light shining on the forbidden curse scroll on the ground in front became more and more intense, and there were signs of floating out of thin air, the orc leader could no longer maintain his strong demeanor, and began to roar like crazy. At the same time, he waved his fists, and kept hitting Gervais behind him. At this time, he had realized that he was on the verge of life and death. Boom! Boom! Do you think it was just now? Now your subordinates have finished running away. Ha ha! The desperate fight of the orc leader is indeed crazy. But unfortunately, the current situation is different from before. Previously, the orc leader led more than 10 subordinates to beat Gervais. But now, he is fighting Gervais one-on-one. Gervais was not afraid of this at all. Even with only one hand, he could fight with the orc leader without losing any punches. Boom! Bang bang bang. Just like that, a strange scene appeared in the square in front of the temple. A scroll that was frightening enough to scare away any strong man under the red flag knight was frantically gathering magic power to explode. While a human and an orc were tied together by chains, and punching each other crazily in this situation. You devil! Let me go! Boom! Finally, 30 seconds passed, and the forbidden curse scroll, the secret of the storm, began to show its true terrifying power. At this time, the forbidden curse scroll had already flown into the air, under the shining purple light. The starry night sky immediately darkened. Dark clouds covering several miles in radius formed instantly above Gervais and the others. And these dark clouds pressed down less than 100 meters above the small town, like a pot lid. In addition, the most terrifying thing is that among the rolling dark clouds, thick thunder and lightning flashing like spider webs are constantly emitting explosions. Boom! Boom! Accompanied by the pouring rain. The power of the storm in the sky finally reached its peak. In an instant, thousands of lightnings fell simultaneously across the entire town, within a radius of 2 to 3 kilometers. Boom! 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 These lightning bolts were as thick as a bucket. After each lightning bolt hit the ground, it instantly created a pit more than 1 meter deep on the originally flat ground paved with bluestone. Boom! Magnetic. Ah! Under this dense lightning, in the most central area of power, Gervais and the orc leader have undoubtedly become the focus of these thunder bombardments. The moment lightning appeared, dozens of lightning bolts as thick as buckets struck the two of them. As the lightning danced, the orc leader next to Gervais suddenly let out a shrill wail, accompanied by the wail, and the sound of something burning. Hiss! Is this the power of the forbidden curse? It's too terrifying! Smelling the burning smell of the object, Gervais felt his scalp numb. The dozens of arcs that had hit them earlier were all bombarded around him. Even though he had taken the damage immunity fruit and was still invincible, he still felt trembling. Of course, after the shock, Gervais was happy, because at this time, there was a constant ding-ding-ding sound in his mind. Ding! The system prompts, increase the energy point a little. Ding! Increase the energy a little bit. Ha ha. Although this forbidden spell is a bit scary, the speed of earning energy is super fast. I like this feeling. Boom. Magnetic. Let me go! While Gervais was happy about making a lot of money, the second wave of lightning attacks had come again. After this wave of lightning, the orc leader, whose surface was already charred, slightly raised his hand towards Gervais as if reflecting back the light, and was still saying something to Gervais intermittently. As expected of an orc, he's still alive under such circumstances. After seeing the behavior of the orc leader, Gervais couldn't help but feel powerful about his vitality. At the same time, he remembered something. He had to kill him now. Otherwise this little energy point would be wasted. Then I'll give you a ride. With that said, Gervais took out a military thorn from the space ring. Puff. Well, then the military thorn penetrated into the head of the orc leader, and he only heard a ugh sound. And then his whole person collapsed. Phew! It's finally over. I don't know if my shoulder will become useless. Give yourself some low-level healing techniques first. After finally dealing with the orc leader, Gervais breathed a sigh of relief. What happened tonight was too dangerous. Especially the strength of the totem stone pillar was completely beyond his expectation. If he could still stand and talk now, it would be a narrow escape from death. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the terrifying lightning in the sky finally disappeared. With the disappearance of the lightning, the heavy rain and dark clouds gradually disappeared. When the dark clouds dissipated, the stars and the bright moon appeared in the sky again, as if everything that had been terrifying before was just a dream. Only the potholes and broken buildings that could be seen everywhere proved that the doomsday-like scene had really existed. When the rain passed and the sky cleared, Gervais performed several healing spells on himself. Finally, the bleeding on his shoulder stopped, and he untied the chains on his body. Well, this stone pillar is finally useless. Be careful if you encounter it again in the future. After unchaining and picking up his crimson moon, Gervais curiously went to the totem pole that had no power fluctuations and was full of cracks and examined it carefully for a moment. This thing was the culprit that put him in such a dangerous situation tonight. Gervais had memorized it firmly and planned to figure out how to deal with this totem pole most quickly when he went back. Danger is danger, but after doing this, I won't have to worry about energy points in the next period of time. After checking the expired totem pole, Gervais opened his system panel again. At this time, the energy value of the system panel displayed 2,688 energy points, and the energy value reached a new high again. If this vote is converted into gold coins, it would be more than 2.6 million gold coins. Even if a forbidden curse scroll is consumed, it can be said to be a profit. After all, a forbidden curse scroll is only worth 5 or 6 at most. It looks like 100,000 gold coins. Now go check to see if there are any fish that have slipped through the net. If not, then go back. Such a big movement just now is likely to attract the attention of other orc cities. Gervais's arm has not healed yet, but the bleeding has been stopped. If he encounters a strong person again, he will have no choice but to run away. And if you want to recover from the injury in a short time, it is only possible by letting a magician like Winton release advanced healing techniques. Thinking of this, Gervais directly summoned the rapid dragon bird from the woods outside the city, and then sat on the rapid dragon bird and flew high into the sky. Puff puff. Done! 3,000 energy points. No more. No less. Just right. More than 10 minutes later, on the road outside the small town, Gervais killed the last few fish that had slipped through the net, and then put away the crimson moon with satisfaction. Previously, he flew high into the sky on the rapid dragon bird, and sure enough, he saw more than 300 orcs running wildly on the road. The magic of forbidden spell can be divided into large-scale attack and individual attack. If it is a large-scale attack, the center of the range will be the most powerful place, while at the edge of the range, the power will be much smaller. These orcs were the orcs who had been guarding the city wall and escaped the forbidden curse attack just now. So after seeing them, Gervais naturally had no intention of letting them go and directly harvested these orcs. In addition to the orcs who slipped through the net, many of the natives who were forced to flee by Gervais also escaped, as many as 400 to 500. However, the natives had no energy points and were not within Gervais's sphere of influence. So Gervais ignored their plans. Rapid Dragon Bird. Let's go! Let's go back! After putting away the crimson moon, Gervais stopped delaying and directly got on the Rapid Dragon Bird and headed east. Roar. Half an hour after Gervais left, a group of hundreds of winged orcs flew over the orc town. Who did this? He actually used the forbidden curse to slaughter all the warriors in the entire city. The movement of the forbidden curse before was just as Gervais expected. It could be detected even dozens of miles away. And this team of winged orcs was the team sent to investigate after noticing the movement. When the winged orcs hovered over the small town, they were immediately frightened by the dilapidated scene in the small town. I saw that the 1 mile in the center of the small town had been turned into ruins, with collapsed and damaged buildings everywhere, and even the stone-paved roads were full of potholes. No matter who did it, let's go back and report to the leader now. The human race dares to attack us. We must make them pay with blood. That's right. The blood debt of the human race must be repaid with blood. A week later, in Gervais's small building in Saint and City. Gervais, the broth is ready. Get up quickly and I'll feed you. Caroline wore a purple dress, and her fiery red hair fell naturally, adding a lot of charm. At this time, she came to Gervais' bedside, holding a bowl of steaming broth in her hand, and spoke softly to Gervais, who was lying on the bed. Caroline, you don't have to do this. Winton has already treated it with advanced healing techniques. I don't have any injuries now. It has been 3 days since Gervais came back. After learning that Gervais was injured, Caroline personally carried broth to feed him every day these days, and also let Gervais lie on the bed to rest. If Weiss didn't agree, Caroline's watery eyes would start to turn red. Gervais, do you think I'm troublesome? Hearing Gervais's words, Caroline's face suddenly showed grievance. I don't dislike it. I'm just worried that you'll be in trouble. And I'm really fine now. Seeing Caroline's aggrieved expression, Gervais quickly comforted her softly. How could such a serious injury heal so quickly? Come on. Drink it while it's hot. I'll feed you. Caroline was reluctant, and at the same time she scooped a spoonful of broth and put it in front of Gervais. Gervais was speechless for a moment. And the next moment, he became angry and angry. Since you don't believe that my injury is healed, then I will prove it to you. I want to eat more than eat meat. With that said, Gervais pounced on Caroline. Chapter 785 Potion of God. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye it is already half a month after Gervais returned to Seignior City. Since there has been no war in the past half month, Gervais has been teaching slave soldiers to learn magic and practicing on his own. As the slave soldiers gradually matured in their fireball skills, Gervais taught them the magic systems with the strongest affinity for each of them. Gervais' current requirement for these slave soldiers is that the faction with the strongest affinity should be the main one, with fireball as the supplement. In addition to the slave soldiers, during this time, the girls in the medical team also gradually developed their spiritual power and became trainee magicians. I don't know if it's because they are girls, but most of the magic of these medical team members are wood, water, or even wind. However, there are very few instructors of offensive magic such as fire. But this was exactly what Gervais wanted. Anyway, he never thought about actually letting these girls go on the field to kill the enemy. They just wanted to save lives and heal the wounded. After the girls became trainee magicians, it was obvious that Caroline, a half-baked magician, could no longer teach the girls. Finally, Gervais found Winton and asked him to teach the girls to practice magic. After all, Winton is a master of wood magic, so it would be perfect for him to teach the girls on the medical team. Winton is still a magician, even if some girls are of the water, wind, or even fire type. The knowledge of trainee magicians is just kindergarten knowledge to Winton, and there is no factional barrier. In addition to the slave soldiers and medical teams, Gervais's direct guards were not left behind. Because he was eager to strengthen the strength of his men, Gervais spent another 500 energy points to configure strengthening potions, half of which were given to the direct guards in Seignior City. In addition, Gervais is generally preparing for the new recruits that will be recruited next. Gervais is preparing to recruit another 2,000 members of the direct guard. This order has been passed on, and his father Gandalf will personally go to Eurasia to select them. As for the training issues of this directly affiliated guard, Gervais is going to leave it to Lori and Alder. The two guard captains originally followed it to the Storm Territory, but now that they have been left idle in the Storm Territory for too long, Gervais is ready to activate them. And there is no doubt about the loyalty of the two of them. It is much more convenient and reliable than Gervais to train a few new people. There are only so many things in Seignior City. During this period of time, Gervais had a rare opportunity to reminisce and enjoy the leisure he had after becoming Mr. Seignior. Of course, Gervais is at ease here, but I heard that several Holy City forces in the Holy Alliance are not at ease. I received a message from Edward the day before yesterday and learned that there are several areas occupied by humans in the west that have been frequently harassed by orcs in the past few days. And there are even several occupied small cities that have been captured by orcs. For such a thing, the Holy Alliance of course unites to question the orcs, whether they want to provoke the humans at this juncture and provoke a war between the orcs and the humans. The result was that the beast tribe still had a lot of resentment. I don't know which despicable human Holy City force sent out magicians to destroy a small city occupied by the orcs, and even slaughtered all the 3,000 orc elites inside. Therefore, not only did the orcs have no intention of compromising, they also threatened the Holy Alliance, demanding that the Holy Alliance hand over the murderer who attacked that small city. Otherwise the orcs would not give up. When Edward and other Holy City lords heard this, they were very puzzled. The various city lords of the Holy Alliance immediately held a meeting to discuss and wanted to ask which family was causing trouble at this juncture. But of course no one admitted it in the end. So Edward could only continue to come forward, saying that this matter might be a conspiracy of the natives or the new temple, so that the orcs would not fall into the trap. After all, although magicians are really exclusive to humans, the problem is that there are many forbidden curse scrolls. Who knows whether the magic scrolls may have fallen into the hands of some people with ulterior motives, deliberately provoking a war between the two races. Finally, after repeated mediation, both parties agreed to temporarily restrain themselves and wait until the natives in the land of the gods were dealt with. However, since this friction occurred, the originally harmonious relationship between the human race and the orc race has become tense. Several Holy City forces adjacent to the orcs have stepped up their guard, and the orcs have also sent a large number of troops to guard the human side. After knowing the news, Gervais had a strange expression. Because wasn't he the one who did this? Unexpectedly, other Holy City forces took the blame in the end. Of course, as a dead Taoist friend rather than a poor Taoist, Gervais would naturally not stand up and admit such a thing, and would even pretend that nothing happened. He immediately issued a hush-hush order to several of its insiders. Although many people knew that he left street and city a few days ago, only Ick and Caroline knew that he was heading to the orcs' land in the west. Gervais was not worried about their loyalty, but worried that they would reveal it unintentionally, which would be bad.
Teacher, why are you here?
In a large mansion in St. Anne City, Winton was teaching the girls of the medical team to practice magic. When he saw Gervais arriving, he immediately stood up respectfully and saluted Gervais.
I just came to see Master Winton. I'm sorry to trouble you during this time.
Gervais is now able to calmly accept Winton, who is old enough to be his grandfather, but is respectful to him, because even if he is not used to it, Winton will not change his attitude. However, after following him out of the City of Hope, Welton did help him a lot. First, they treated the wounded, and then trained the medical team to identify the magic potions of the Holy Continent. Some time ago, they helped prepare various recovery potions day and night for use as armaments. And now they are teaching magic to the female rescue team members here. It can be said that Gervais, the nominal mentor, never taught Winton anything. But Winton really did his duty as an apprentice and worked hard without complaining.
Teacher, please don't say that, since I recognize you as my mentor, and everyone in the Holy Alliance between me and your master-disciple status can testify. Everything you arrange is what I need to do unconditionally. No trouble at all. You don't have to say any kind words to me.
Winton immediately rebutted Gervais's polite words of thanks.
Well,
Gervais sighed inwardly when he saw Winton looking like this. It seemed that he had no choice but to recognize this apprentice. But he actually had nothing to teach him. Gervais looked at Winton and thought for a moment before speaking.
Winton, come with me.
After saying that, Gervais came to the empty living room.
Teacher, what can I do for you?
Winton followed Gervais to the living room and asked Gervais a little strangely.
Do you want to learn my method of refining potions by becoming my disciple?
Gervais looked at Welton and asked without hesitation.
Yes. Mentor!
Welton did not deny it. He recognized Gervais as his mentor. The biggest factor was the method of preparing the best potions. So he admitted it calmly.
Yeah. Actually, my configuration technique is not difficult to learn. But the requirements for the learners themselves are very high. I'm afraid there are only 1 or 2 people in the entire Holy Continent who meet the requirements.
Gervais was not surprised that Winton admitted it so directly, and immediately continued to speak.
What's the request?
Tutor! Winton, who had a hint of expectation in his heart before, suddenly became nervous. Gervais talked to him about this, and he had actually guessed that Gervais was probably going to talk about teaching configuration techniques. But now he was told about the high requirements for learning, which frightened him and made him worried whether he didn't have the talent.
Double cultivation of magic and martial arts,
Gervais said slowly.
Double cultivation of magic and martial arts.
Sure enough, Winton's face turned pale the next moment. It was obvious that this request was indeed very high and was beyond his ability to meet. And I am afraid that only his mentor can do this in the Holy Continent. Seeing the disappointed look on Winton's face, Gervais naturally did not intend to attack him specifically. So he continued to speak.
Winton, do you know why I can practice fighting spirit and magic at the same time? Teacher, aren't you born with both magic and martial arts skills?
Winton is a little confused.
Of course not.
After hearing this, Winton was shocked and his expression suddenly became wonderful.
Let me tell you now. In fact, the reason why I became a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts is because of a divine potion. A potion sent by the gods,
Gervais said to Winton with a serious expression. Winton did not interrupt and continued to listen to Gervais' story.
I got this divine potion by chance in the teleportation channel once. In addition, I also got the formulas of those magical potions. Teacher, have you really met the god? And he also gave you the formula of the divine potion and the magical potion?
Although Winton said it as a question, he believed it 80% of the time. When Gervais mentioned the potion of God earlier, Welton had not yet reacted. But Gervais added a few magical potions. As the person who knows the most about magic potions, he certainly knows how difficult it is to invent and prepare those magical potions. Otherwise, there would be no such potions appearing for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, apart from the most reasonable explanation of divine gift, what other explanation can there be for such a potion?
Yes, although I don't know which god it is. My achievements in medicine are all because of his gift.
Gervais nodded seriously.
I see.
Winton felt that he had figured out many things in an instant.
The reason why I'm telling you this is because I made a decision today.
Gervais' eyes fell on Winton, who was standing respectfully. After hearing what Gervais said, Winton's Adam's apple couldn't help but move, and there was a faint hope in his eyes.
Although the god warned me that the formula of the magical potion cannot be taught to anyone.
The potion of God he gave me. That is, the potion that can make people become magicians and martial arts masters. Has never been restricted. There are a total of 2 potions of God. I took one of them myself. And I also took the other one for Caroline. Now I have the last bit left. As your mentor, I now decide to hand over this last bit of divine potion to you.
With that said, Gervais took out a small half of the golden potion under Winton's gaze, which was as wide as a snail. This golden potion is actually a magical strengthening potion. Jer specially added a lot of golden kiwi fruit. This can just strengthen Winton's body and allow him to cultivate fighting spirit. But it will never reach the Silver Knight stage. This can be regarded as Gervais's reward for working hard for Winton during this period. And it can also be regarded as a formal recognition of Winton joining his staff, whether as Master Winton or as a magic apprentice. Gudong! Gudong! Looking at the golden potion in Gervais's hand, Walton knew that Gervais would never take pleasure in him. Although there was no spiritual light appearing on the golden potion, he believed that it was the potion of God because of its beautiful appearance, which was countless times more beautiful and transparent than the magical potion. At this time, Winton was so excited that he could not even say words of thanks. His whole body was shaking, and he could only keep swallowing.
Winton, take it. Drink it now. Thank you.
Mentor! The corners of Winton's eyes were slightly red, and he struggled to say words of thanks. And then, he took the golden potion with trembling hands.
Ahem. Drink it now. Just return the bottle to me when you're done, and that's it.
Seeing Winton so excited, Gervais couldn't help but feel that his lie was too big. But there was nothing he could do about it. If such things were not blamed on the illusory gods, if word spread in the future, he would be in endless trouble. Magic and martial arts. This is an unprecedented existence in the Holy Continent. If people know that it can be achieved through potions, it will definitely drive people crazy.
Yes, tutor.
Winton bowed respectfully, then opened the cap of the potion bottle, put it to his mouth and drank it. Gudong! As soon as the potion entered, Winton immediately discovered the difference between this potion and other magical potions. He also drank a potion that increased his mental power. Although the taste of the mental power potion was also very good, compared with this potion of God, it was like heaven and earth.
Okay, Winton, you should go back and rest now. I will ask Ike to give you a Do Chi training manual later. When you have developed Do Chi, I will teach you the refining techniques.
Yes,
tutor.
Walton respectfully sent the empty bottle of the potion to Gervais and agreed.
Well, that's right. Don't tell anyone what happened today.
Just as Winton turned around, Gervais made another confession.
It's the mentor. I will not reveal this matter to anyone. If you break your promise, you will be punished by the gods.
Winton immediately and solemnly agreed. After saying that, seeing Gervais nodding, Winton left the mansion with a blush on his face. Chapter 786 Monster Lizard. After Winton left, Gervais walked among the girls practicing magic and asked about them for a while before leaving the mansion. When Gervais came to the city and was about to return to the temple, he encountered a group of people coming in a hurry.
Gust, what's wrong? Is something okay?
The person who came was none other than Gust. He hurried towards the temple with more than a dozen guards. After seeing Gervais on the roadside, he immediately ran over, and Gervais immediately took the initiative to ask,
Your Majesty the King, just now, the serfs farming in the southwest of Saint and City reported that they found several mid-level magical beasts on the edge of the forest.
When Winton came to Gervais, he immediately turned over and dismounted, saluted Gervais respectfully, and then quickly reported the report.
A magical beast appears? How are the serfs? There's no danger, right?
Gervais continued to ask. There were originally 50,000 to 60,000 people living in Shannon City,
and there was naturally a lot of farmland outside the city. However, after the descendants of the servants of God left, no one took care of the farmland. In order to avoid waste, Gervais had already arranged for Vivian, the civil affairs official, to dispatch thousands of serfs to cultivate and take care of the land.
Your Majesty, all the serfs are fine. Those monsters did not come out of the forest. They were just drinking water from a stream on the edge of the forest, and they happened to be discovered by the serfs. All the serfs have returned to the city now, because the serfs reported 4 or 5 monsters. I came to report to you.
Gust opened his mouth to explain.
Well, as long as there are no casualties, it's good. In that case, let's go there now and get rid of these monsters.
Gervais nodded. If there were no casualties, then it wouldn't be a big problem. As for those monsters, they are always a threat to the serfs, and naturally need to be eliminated. This is just a simple task.
Yes, Your Majesty the King,
Gus responded immediately, then mounted his horse again, and then followed Gervais with dozens of guards, and walked toward the west of the city wall. This land of the gods can be said to be vast and sparsely populated, and because of its strong spiritual energy, abundant water sources and hot weather, it has created many virgin forests. Every forest is covered with huge and dense trees. If in the previous life, if Gervais had owned such a place, he would have made a fortune. However, in this other world, the demand for wood is not high. It is only used when building cities and bridges. So forests are the most common landforms in this other world. After riding the nightmare for more than half an hour, Gervais finally arrived at the creek the serfs were talking about. Naturally, there was no trace of the warcraft at this time.
Gus, you wait here. I'll lure the monster out.
It is no secret to Gust and others that he has the potion to attract the monsters. But what Gervais really wanted to keep secret was the purple kiwi fruit. So he specially ordered Gust and the others to wait while he went to the forest. After arranging Gust and others to arrive at the edge of the forest, Gervais took out the purple kiwi fruit. And the unique smell of the purple kiwi fruit soon spread in the woods with the breeze. Ho ho ho! About 4 or 5 minutes later, Gervais finally heard roars coming from the depths of the forest.
Well, it seems like there are more than 4 or 5 monsters.
Hearing the rapid roars that came from time to time, Gervais was sure that there should be a lot of monsters nearby.
This is the edge of the forest. How come there are so many monsters? Could it be caused by the purple kiwi fruit some time ago?
It stands to reason that warcraft usually hides deep in the forest and does not come close to the range of human activities. After all, except for high-level warcraft, mid and low-level warcraft can still be easily surrounded and killed by humans. Now Gervais took out the purple kiwi fruit, but heard the roars of at least a dozen different monsters. It is definitely not natural for so many monsters to gather in such an area. In fact, Gervais did not think wrong. He took out purple kiwi fruits to kill the Sky Knights of the Golden Shield family. Although those purple kiwi fruits were quickly eaten by the rapid dragon birds. However, the fragrance of hundreds of purple kiwi fruits wafted in the wind, attracting many monsters in the forest to rush here. However, later, because the purple kiwi fruits were eaten by the rapid dragon birds, the smell disappeared, and these monsters were reluctant to leave, wandering around looking for it. Ho ho ho! As the roars of those monsters got closer and closer, Gervais's face gradually became serious, and then he immediately put away the purple kiwi fruit. There are not more than 10 monsters here. Gervais clearly sensed that at least dozens or hundreds of monsters were coming over here.
There are so many!
Gervais immediately turned around and retreated out of the forest.
Your Majesty, there seem to be a lot of monsters in the forest. Do you want me to go back immediately and ask all the direct guards to come over?
Even Gust and others outside the forest noticed the movement inside at this time, and they all looked nervous. The power of hundreds of monsters cannot be underestimated. If they go crazy and there is no strong person to take charge, a small town of 50 or 60,000 people will also suffer.
No, let's see what kind of monster it is first.
Gervais waved his hand. The threat from hundreds of monsters to him was naturally not great, and a group of rapid dragon birds circling in the distance had already flown over. Gervais is now thinking about a question in his mind. That is, if all these monsters become his younger brothers, will he make a profit or a loss? Except for the rapid dragon bird, all of his current mounts are ordinary war horses. Such a card is naturally outdated in the Holy Continent. No matter which holy city, there are varying numbers of Warcraft Knight legions. Gervais also wanted to cultivate a group of monsters for use as mounts. But those holy cities took tens of hundreds of years to cultivate and breed them to a scale of hundreds and thousands. Even if he had purple kiwi fruit, he would not be able to find such a large number and uniform variety of monsters. Besides, even if so many monsters appeared in front of him some time ago, he didn't have that many energy points to conquer them. At least hundreds of Warcraft were dispatched this time, which made Gervais look forward to it. It would be great if there were dozens of Warcraft of the same species suitable for use as mounts, so that he could start cultivating his own seed mounts. Of course, if there are all kinds of monsters, they will only be used as barbecue and dinner. Boom! Boom! As the group of monsters got closer and closer, Gervais could feel the ground shaking slightly, which showed that there were many big guys among these monsters. Then, I saw 1, 2, 3, one after another. The magical beasts came to the edge of the forest and stopped at the edge of the stream. Because the purple kiwi fruit smell they could smell at the moment was only in that area.
Hiss! They are all Warcraft lizard types.
The next moment, Gervais became a little excited when he saw the appearance of these monsters. Because these monsters are all of the same species. Not as diverse as Gervais imagined. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that these Warcraft are also very suitable for ground Warcraft mounts. There are various types of Warcraft, but they can be used as mounts. And there are only two types that are most suitable. One is to be fast, such as the three-colored deer of the elves, which is a very fast type of monster, and its speed has a great advantage on the battlefield. In particular, the elves are also good at long-range attacks. In many cases, the elves can defeat the enemy by flying kites. And the other kind is a being that is big enough, strong enough, and has thick skin. And the lizard-type Warcraft is such a benchmark representative. Lizard-type monsters are powerful enough and have sufficient defense. This kind of Knight Legion is the best way to attack the enemy's military formation during the battle, and can directly crush and tear the enemy's defense line. For example, the largest number of orcs in the army are lizard-type monsters, which directly rely on the lizard swarm to crush the enemy.
There must be at least hundreds of 1, 2, 3 and 4. What kind of lizard monster is this? Ask Winton later. However, if you use this group of monsters as mounts, you can definitely form a powerful cavalry squadron of 100 people.
Gervais was very excited. And the more he looked at these lizards, the more he liked them. Their body length is 6 to 7 meters long, and their height when crawling reaches more than 2 meters. The main color on their backs is gray skin, but there are many red markings between the gray skin.
I have decided. You are mine.
Gervais made up his mind, and then looked at Gust and others.
Wait for me here. Don't run around.
Yes, Your Majesty the King. Your Majesty, be careful. There are at least 100 monsters there.
As Gervais moved forward, Gus still couldn't help but worry, and reminded loudly that hundreds of mid-level monsters were no joke.
Well, don't worry.
Gervais was not worried at all. He was not going to fight. He just wanted to accept these monsters as his younger brothers.
After saying that, Gervais directly summoned the Rapid Dragon Bird, and then flew into the sky on the Rapid Dragon Bird. Ho ho ho! As soon as he flew over the jungle, Gervais saw the gray and red striped lizard monsters in the dense woods below. These Warcraft lizards became extremely irritable because of the disappearance of the purple kiwi fruit. When they saw a Warcraft flying overhead and hovering at a height of 30 or 40 meters, they immediately roared, and streams of lava flames were sprayed out from their mouths. Fortunately, the lava flames of these lizards are quite powerful, but their range is limited. They only have a range of more than 20 meters in the air, and cannot pose a threat to the Rapid Dragon birds more than 30 meters high.
It's really strange that such a large group of lizards of the same species appear at the same time. But they are quite temperamental, and they are my type.
Although Gervais has doubts, there are too many strange things in this world that can no longer be measured with the thinking of previous lives. Gervais immediately opened his system panel without further ado, and then began to exchange purple kiwi fruits inside. The last time I killed the beast Gervais, I got exactly 3,000 energy points. I later spent 500 points to redeem various kiwi fruits to make potions, and now I have 2,500 points left. However, as Gervais redeemed purple kiwi fruits one by one, the 2,500 energy points were soon reduced to 1,500 points.
This energy point is still worthless.
In just half a month, half of the energy points were lost. This made Gervais realize that the original 3,000 energy points were nothing. Now he is no longer the little Seignior. Sales has soared.
Let's go! Eat it for me!
Feeling distressed, I still wanted to accept it. And Gervais then began to throw purple kiwi fruits downwards. Ho ho ho! Those Warcraft lizards were still looking at the sky angrily, constantly spitting out flames. But the moment the purple kiwi fruit appeared, all the Warcraft lizards immediately stopped attacking. Instead, his eyes widened, and he stared into the sky without blinking. When they saw the purple kiwi fruits falling from the sky, these lizard-like monsters couldn't help but raise their forelimbs, standing upright with only their hind legs and tail. Then he opened his huge mouth and began to welcome the falling purple kiwi fruit. Gudong! Although the purple kiwi fruit is the size of a grapefruit, it is as big as a peanut to these 6 to 7 meter giant crocodiles. After the purple kiwi fruit falls into the mouth, there is no chewing sound at all, and it just disappears into the bloody mouth with a cluck. Middle. In order to prevent the purple kiwi fruits from being accidentally eaten by the same monster multiple times, Gervais dropped them one by one at a controlled distance. After taking the kiwi fruit, the Warcraft giant lizard will immediately lie down on the ground again, walk to the outside and digest the energy of the purple kiwi fruit without moving. Only the Warcraft giant lizard that does not have the late purple kiwi fruit will continue to wait with its mouth open. Ho ho ho. Just like this. In just 10 minutes, the purple kiwi fruit that Gervais had just exchanged was consumed.
It's not enough.
Looking at the Warcraft lizard below, whose front feet were still off the ground with its mouth wide open and its eyes full of desire, Gervais couldn't help but complain. But after accepting 100 younger brothers, there was no reason for her to keep more than 10 younger brothers. Gervais immediately opened the system panel again, and then redeemed 16 purple kiwi fruits. As the 16 kiwi fruits were thrown down, the large group of Warcraft lizards below finally became Gervais's younger brothers.
Dragon bird, get down.
After confirming that there was no danger, Gervais immediately lowered the rapid dragon bird. Roar. When Gervais came to the ground, these previously extremely violent lizard monsters all turned into beings as well behaved as kittens and puppies. They kept wagging their tails towards Gervais and rubbing their heads with their tricycle-sized heads. Wise.
Okay. It's all good. Just hang out with me from now on. I won't treat you badly.
Feeling the dependence and intimacy of these new recruits on him, Gervais was very satisfied and spoke to all the younger brothers to comfort him. Then he jumped on one of the tallest monitor lizards and led the younger brothers towards the outside of the forest. Go.
Your Majesty, have you conquered them all?
When Gervais and his younger brothers walked out of the forest, Gust and others were stunned. These monster lizards made people feel even more terrifying as they approached. But they were subdued by their king in less than half an hour. What's even more incredible is that these monster lizards actually know how to walk on the road instead of just stepping on the farmland on both sides.
Conquered! From now on, this will be the capital for us to form the first Warcraft cavalry. Now go back and tell everyone that I am going to select the 100 best members from the Direct Guard to become the first batch of Warcraft cavalry. Yes, Your Majesty the King.
After answering, the following Direct Guards looked at the Warcraft lizard with gleaming eyes, all of them eager to try.
Warcraft cavalry. I must become one. I also want to become a Warcraft cavalry.
Later, with the guards, Gust and others leading the way, Gervais returned to Saint and City with 116 newly collected Warcraft brothers. When they arrived at Saint Anne's City, both the direct guards on the city wall and the serfs who were assigned to farm here were all wide-eyed. This huge monster lizard looks much more powerful and domineering than the thin monster wolves and other mounts of the Golden Shield family. Moreover, a long list of hundreds appeared in front of them at close range. And this was the first time for everyone to see them. For a moment, the street guards and serfs looked at Gervais riding on the monster lizard with eyes full of admiration and awe. Chapter 787 The Caravan Sets Off.
Teacher, why are there so many lava giant lizards?
In Temple Square, Gervais had already sent someone to find Winton. At this time, Winton's body strengthening had taken effect, and he looked a bit younger than he did more than an hour ago. When he saw hundreds of Warcraft monitor lizards in the square, he couldn't help but exclaim,
I don't know what happened to these guys. They were hanging around the edge of the forest outside the city. They were seen by the farming serfs today and reported them. I originally thought there were only 4 or 5, but later I found out there were hundreds. Finally, I used medicine to control them all. By the way, Winton, are these monsters called lava giant lizards?
Gervais explained a few words to Welton, and then opened his mouth to confirm the real names of these big guys. At this time, these big guys are following behind the giant crocodile. The lava giant lizard and the giant crocodile are not the same species. But the system of Warcraft emphasizes that the strong is king. When faced with a high-level monster like the giant crocodile, these new recruits naturally did not dare to make mistakes.
Yes, Mentor, they are lava giant lizards. This is really magical. It is a very strange phenomenon that hundreds of lava monitors can appear outside the forest at one time. As far as I know, the lava monitor lizards all live in the Hellfire Crater. They live in groups and rarely appear outside the Hellfire Crater. They will only go out temporarily unless they are looking for food. But even if they are looking for food, they won't go too far from the mouth of H.L., especially in such a large group.
Winton looked at these lava giant lizards. Lava giant lizards are not easy to catch, although they are only mid-level monsters. The problem is that a group of mid-level monsters have rough skin and thick flesh and can make holes. If they're in the mouth of H.L., it will be even more difficult. You can drill into lava. At that moment, Winton told Gervais the detailed information about the lava monitor.
The mouth of H.L.?
Gervais was startled when he heard this unfamiliar name.
Oh, it's the crater.
The next moment, Gervais finally remembered that he had read it in a certain book. At that time, Gervais thought there really was some kind of H.L. in this world. Later, after reading the description, he realized that it was a volcanic crater.
Winton, so there should be a hellfire near us.
Thinking of the crater, Gervais couldn't help but ask. After all, Saint and City is his own base. If there is a volcano, he must be careful.
Yes, Mentor! Logically speaking, if such a large group of lava giant lizards appears, there must be a fire mouth nearby.
Winton answered in the affirmative.
Gervais
silently remembered the news in his heart and looked to the southwest. He had previously observed outside the city that there were no tall peaks near street and city. So the volcano should be some distance away from street and city. The last time he flew west to the Orc area, he encountered a large mountain more than 50 miles away. At that time, the mountain peak looked very ordinary, with a large cone shape and dense vegetation on it. Now that I think about it, it is probably the crater where these lava giant lizards live. At that moment, Gervais decided to wait for 2 days when he was free before confirming. If it was really 50 miles away, there would be no need to worry so much. Time passed half a month later. Since acquiring hundreds of lava giant lizards, Gervais began to select members of his first Warcraft cavalry team among the direct guards. In the end, 100 outstanding guard members were selected and equipped with lava dragons. However, this Warcraft squadron was not separated separately, but continued to exist as a direct guard force. But they were the elites of the direct guard force. And because these lava giant lizards already recognized Gervais as their master, training does not require as much effort and time as it does in those holy cities. Many times, Gervais just needs to teach these lava giant lizards how to obey orders in his mind, and they will quickly understand. This allows Gervais' Warcraft squadron to quickly gain a certain combat effectiveness. The only shortcoming is the strength of the knight himself. Too weak. Of course, due to the enhancement of Gervais' medicine, the knights who are members of the direct guard have also been greatly improved. More than 10 of them have broken through and become golden knights, while the number of silver knights has increased to more than 600. In addition to matters directly under the guards, Gervais also took the time to confirm the situation of the volcano. And sure enough, he confirmed that the mountain peak more than 50 kilometers away was a volcano. On the top of the mountain, Gervais saw many cave entrances for lava monitors to enter and exit, which were dubbed by the salamander monitors themselves. Gervais followed the cave to the belly of the mountain and discovered several magma pools. However, he doesn't know much about volcanic geology, so he doesn't know whether the volcano is an active volcano or whether it will erupt again. After checking the location of the volcano, Gervais returned to St. Anne's City. Because there were no difficult matters in the territory at this stage, Gervais began to practice hard again, and finally succeeded in breaking through a few days later and became a Black Flag Junior Knight. At noon that day, Gervais went to the backyard of the small building as usual and checked the condition of the sacred tree. The holy tree is still growing, and it can grow about 1 centimeter every day. However, the goddess inside the holy tree is still silent. She is probably still sleeping. The statue that Gervais snatched is still there intact. Suddenly, Gervais remembered the cane obtained from the Holy Bridge Castle in the space ring. So he also inserted the cane into the ground. After doing this, Gervais just walked out of the small building. Not far after walking out of the small building, he saw Ike hurriedly walking in front of him.
Your Majesty, that goblin Chachar has come back. He said that the wooden bridge outside the Holy Bridge Castle has been built and is ready for passage. Very good.
Gervais couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard the news. The Holy Bridge Castle could be opened, which meant that his caravan could start. Because he exchanged gold coins for energy points twice, Gervais spent almost all the gold coins he earned. Fortunately, more than 300,000 gold coins were earned from the second sale of wine. Although 20% was allocated to the elves, there were still more than 200,000 gold coins. So the current gathering place expenses are still enough. Can last for several months. Of course, this is only the basic expense. If you want to expand the army or start another war, you must earn more gold coins. This is why Gervais wants to send gold coins as soon as possible.
Your Majesty Gervais, Chazhar is honored to report to you. The bridge you asked Chazhar to build has been completed.
Gervais had just arrived at the temple, and Chazhar quickly stepped forward, bowed respectfully to Gervais, and then said flatteringly,
Very good. Chazhair, I will remember your contribution. Later you go to Caroline and ask her to give you 2 large barrels of potion wine. In addition, you go to Chef Jimmy and ask her he will give you a whole piece of monster meat. In addition, I also have a reward of 500 gold coins.
Gervais was not stingy with the goblin. As he spoke, he took out 5 small black bags from the space ring, which contained heavy gold coins.
Thank you so much. Your Majesty Gervais, you are truly a generous and kind monarch.
When Chazhair heard Gervais's series of rewards, especially when he saw the 5 heavy black money bags in Gervais's hands, he almost smiled crookedly.
Well, you go ahead. Go back and rest for 2 days, and then continue to help me supervise the construction of Stormwind City. Yes, Your Majesty Gervais.
At this time, Chazhair couldn't wait to take out the wine and monster meat. He immediately saluted to Gervais again and ran out of the temple in a hurry. After Chazhair left, Gervais looked at Ick again and ordered.
Ick, you go and inform Gus now. Tell him that our caravan will set off in the next 2 days. And ask him to instruct the direct guards of the 2 squadrons to prepare for departure, including the Warcraft squadron. Yes, Your Majesty.
Ike accepted the order and left quickly. After Ike left, Gervais also walked towards the square outside the temple. He needed to go to the gathering place to find Caroline to arrange the caravan. 2 days later, at the gate of St. Anne's City, a team of thousands of people was filing out of the city gate at this time. Gervais was riding the giant crocodile at the front, and behind him was the majestic lava giant lizard squadron that had just been formed. Hundreds of lava giant lizards were arranged in 2 rows, and behind these lava giant lizards were hundreds of carriages. These carriages are all loaded with huge oak barrels, and inside the barrels is the wine, Gervais's main product of this trade. This time Gervais brought a total of 1,000 barrels of ordinary wine and 200 barrels of magic wine. The total value of this batch of goods is at least 300,000 to 400,000 gold coins, which Gervais calculated based on the original purchase price of the Holy Trading Company. If he raised the price a little more, he might be able to earn more. Behind the carriage was a direct guard of a 100-man squadron, all riding ordinary war horses. The team of Gervais and others moved very fast, and because there were 4 rapid dragon birds in the sky responsible for detecting the surrounding situation, Gervais and others did not have to worry about safety issues and arrived at the Holy Bridge Castle 2 days later.
Your Majesty the King! Your Majesty the King!
When he came to the Holy Bridge Castle, Gervais did not cross the river directly, so he naturally wanted to enter the Holy Bridge Castle to check the situation. Hayden and Alec immediately came forward to greet Gervais after seeing him.
Well, how is the situation around this time? Is there anything unusual?
After entering the city, Gervais inspected a circle of city walls, and then went to the temple of the Holy Bridge Castle. He was very satisfied with the mental state of the guards and the neat streets in the city. These details at least show that after he left, Hayden and others with the soldiers directly under the guard were not lazy.
Your Majesty, there is nothing wrong. The 20 rapid dragon birds you left for us patrolled the nearby 50 miles day and night, and found no trace of the indigenous people or humans. Very good. This time the bridge has been rebuilt. I will take the caravan to other holy cities for trade. You must guard the Holy Bridge Fort. It is estimated that this road will become busier in the future. This Holy Bridge Fort is a trade route. Maximum security.
In the temple, Gervais, Hayden, and Alec sat on a long table and drank wine together, while explaining to them the importance of the Holy Bridge Castle.
Your Majesty, don't worry. My subordinates will serve you to the death and will ensure the safety of Holy Bridge Castle.
Alec has now learned to drink wine too, on weekdays, because I have to be on duty and the wine is limited every month. I can't drink too much. This time, Gervais took out 3 jugs of wine, 1 for each person. As a result, his face turned red after drinking, and he talked more than usual.
Ha ha. Since you said this, I feel relieved. Hayden, Alec, you 2 are on duty, and don't forget to practice hard. I will continue my journey with the caravan now.
Seeing Alec's stunned look, Gervais couldn't help but smile, and was not prepared to delay any longer.
Yes, Your Majesty the King. Yes, Your Majesty the King.
Afterwards, Gervais led the team to continue moving forward. When they came to the river and saw the bridge, Gervais couldn't help but praise Chazhair, the timid goblin. Although it only took a month to build this bridge, the scale of the bridge was not reduced at all due to the construction period. It has a bridge deck of more than 300 meters long and 8 meters wide, which can allow 2 carriages to travel towards each other. and more than 1,000 people like Gervais walked on the bridge without feeling a single sway. And the bridge was extremely solid. After crossing the bridge, Gervais no longer delayed. There were still 3 days of journey ahead. Time flashed to 3 days later, and Gervais and others finally arrived at Sandy City, where Johnson was located. As they got closer and closer to Sandy City, they finally saw the passing adventurers. This Shandy City is also a small city like Gervais's street and city, which can accommodate 50,000 or 60,000 people. However, because Johnson's holy city directly manages a population of tens of millions, this Shandy City has already become prosperous.
Ha ha. Lord Gervais, I've finally waited for you. You actually have hundreds of lava giant lizards. How mighty you are!
When they arrived outside Shandy City, Johnson, the city lord, had already been waiting at the city gate. Seeing Gervais with hundreds of lava giant lizards, he couldn't help but look envious. Although Johnson also has an army of thousands of warcraft under his command. The problem is that those warcraft are all the most ordinary storm wolves, which are incomparable to the mid-level lava dragon like Gervais. A single lava lizard can deal with his 4 or 5 storm wolves.
Ha ha! Lord Johnson is joking. I'm just lucky. There happens to be a hellfire mouth near my Saint city.
Gervais immediately jumped off the giant crocodile and greeted Johnson politely.
Lord Gervais, there are so many carriages this time. How much wine are they carrying? But if you have to say it, at least leave 10 barrels for me.
After saying a few polite words, Johnson turned his attention to the hundreds of carriages behind the team. At this time, hundreds of carriages were covered with cowhide cloth, and Johnson did not know how much wine Gervais had brought. However, he has become addicted to wine in the past 2 days, and there is even a jug in the wine bottle on his waist. So he immediately opened his mouth to Gervais, for fear that the wine Gervais brought would not be enough to sell.
It's all. Don't worry, Duke Johnson. You can definitely drink enough this time. Ha ha. All of them. Cybus, there are at least 1,000 barrels of this. Right. Is the output that high?
When he heard that the carriages were all loaded with wine, Johnson's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew the price of this wine, and because the Holy Trading Company was out of stock, the price of the wine had been increased even higher, and it was still the kind that could be bought with money but no land. But Gervais actually brought thousands of barrels this time, which was worth nearly 1,000,000 gold coins. The speed of making money was terrifying.
To be precise, there are 1,200 barrels, of which 200 barrels are potion wine and 1,000 barrels are ordinary wine. The reason why the output is so high is actually because of the elves,
Gervais explained to Johnson with a smile. To be honest, he quite enjoyed Johnson's appearance of being poisoned by wine. He could see that the other dignitaries of the Holy Alliance must also look the same.
Lord Johnson, tell me, how many barrels are you planning to ask for this time?
Gervais continued to ask.
20 barrels. No. 25 barrels. 20 barrels of ordinary. 5 barrels of potion.
Upon hearing Gervais's question, Johnson quickly reported the quantity before he could say anything else. Chapter 788 Fire Wine. After being polite to Johnson for a while, Gervais entered the city, and Johnson finally purchased 25 barrels of wine. Gervais also gave Johnson a preferential price for the price of wine, which was 30 gold coins for a pot of ordinary wine, and 100 gold coins for a pot of magic potion wine. Although this price is 2 or 3 times higher than the price sold to the Holy Trading Company, it is only the purchase price of the Holy Trading Company. The real sales price of the Holy Trading Company is 50 gold coins for a pot of ordinary wine, and 200 gold coins for a pot of magical medicine treasure wine. This is still a price but no market. The wine that Gervais and others drank at Lingjade Manor, although a bottle of ordinary wine can be given for free, a bottle of magic potion treasure wine costs 300. Among them, the profit of 100 gold coins was earned by Lingjade Manor, and the rest was earned by the Holy Trading Company. This is not too expensive, because only the Holy Trading Company can go to the Holy Forest to trade wine. The principle of the Holy Trading Company is to give priority to large estates, such as Lingjade, while private purchases are limited. So even though Lingjade Manor is more expensive than 100 gold coins, people who have drunk wine still go there every day because they can't taste it anywhere else. So they can only spend more money to satisfy their cravings at Lingjade Manor.
Thomas, take them to repair here. We will set off tomorrow.
Arriving at the side of the temple square in St. D City, an area has long been fenced off specifically for Gervais' team to stop. And this time because they were selling wine. Even Thomas, an experienced butler, was brought by Gervais. After all, when selling wine, You can't let King Gervais receive ordinary guests in person. And those military men in the direct guard are even less likely to understand these things. Some of them are not even literate. And only Thomas can make Gervais heartwarming.
Yes, Your Majesty.
This was the first time that Thomas walked out of the sacred forest and saw a scenery different from that of Eurasia. His eyes were full of excitement. He bowed respectfully to His Majesty. And after His Majesty left, Thomas continued to look around.
Is this the Holy Continent? It is indeed extremely luxurious. I have to practice hard so that I can help His Majesty do more things in the future.
Seeing the people coming and going in Shindi City, and the adventurers riding warcraft passing by from time to time, Thomas couldn't help but secretly encourage himself. Now he is a bronze knight, but the road ahead is still long. Thomas's fighting spirit was specially trained by Gervais. At first, Gervais asked Thomas to choose whether to practice magic or practice fighting spirit. In the end, Thomas chose fighting spirit, because even a flatterer like Thomas has a passionate heart and yearns for chivalry. After explaining Thomas, Gervais followed Johnson into the temple. The back garden of St. D City is actually similar to that of Gervais Saint and City. The only difference is that there is a 100-meter-high holy tree in it.
Come on, Gervais. Lunch is ready. Let's have a good meal.
Entering an exquisite small building, Johnson took Gervais directly to the restaurant. At this time, the long table in the restaurant was filled with all kinds of delicacies. There are only 2 chairs on the long table. It is obvious that this table of delicious food is prepared for 2 people. Gervais was not polite, and immediately sat down and started eating with Johnson.
Gervais, have you been preparing magic potions recently?
Now that the 2 of them are still familiar with each other, Johnson did not even mention the word City Lord of Gervais. He raised his glass and drank with Gervais. After putting down the glass, he asked,
Of course I'm configuring it. This time I also brought a few potions for sale.
Now that the system can exchange gold coins for energy points, Gervais will naturally not be dissatisfied with the gold coins. After all, 10,000 gold coins can be exchanged for 1 kiwi fruit, and 1 kiwi fruit can be equipped with 20 potions. This is a real huge profit. Of course, the potions prepared by Gervais this time were all filled with kiwi fruit. Only 10 potions were prepared for each kiwi fruit, so that the effect of the potion would be more significant. As for the price, Gervais also made adjustments and set it at 10,000 gold coins each. After all, there are only a few families that can afford the price of 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins each. The final result is that only those families can afford it. In this way, those who can afford it will become stronger and stronger, while other forces that cannot afford it will feel threatened, which will easily arouse the jealousy of other Holy City forces. The Holy Alliance has 108 Holy City forces. It would be bad if they unite to cause trouble for Gervais. If 70 or 80 Holy Cities unite, even the city in the sky will have to consider it. Since Gervais plans to settle down in the Holy Continent, he must also control the future development issues. In addition, high prices mean that the market is small, and even those who can afford it will always gradually reduce their purchase demand. Therefore, if the price is lowered and even the lower middle class Holy City like the Lucky family can afford it, then everyone will benefit, and their attitude will be different. The entire Holy Alliance will become stronger together and will actively protect Gervais. Likewise, Gervais avoided causing the dissatisfaction of the entire Holy Alliance and was able to sell more potions and earn gold coins, which was equivalent to 10 times the profit. Even if those Holy City families only bought 10 of them, he would still be able to earn tens of millions of gold coins. And by then, he would be able to vigorously develop his own strength.
That's great. Gervais, have you brought your potion? I want to buy 2 this time.
As soon as Johnson heard that there was potion, he immediately smiled and immediately made a polite request to Gervais to buy it.
Ha ha! Johnson, it seems that you made a lot of gold coins in the Land of God's Fall this time?
After capturing the Land of God's Fall, there will naturally be a lot of loot in the city, and the natives can also be sold. Weiss couldn't help but joked.
It is true that we have earned tens of thousands of gold coins. But compared to you, Gervais, our money is just a small sum. Not even as good as your several cars of wine.
Johnson didn't deny it. He was one of his own, and he immediately answered with a smile.
Tell me, Johnson, how many do you want? 1 for 10,000 gold coins.
What?
10,000 gold coins each?
Johnson's eyes widened, wondering if he heard wrongly.
Yes. From now on it will be 10,000 gold coins each.
Gervais smiled and nodded.
Ha ha. It seems that you are also very smart. Gervais.
In an instant, Johnson figured out this. In fact, if Gervais did not take the initiative to lower the price, Johnson would remind Gervais not to trade this magical potion publicly in the future after purchasing it. Because over time, the balance of the Holy Alliance will definitely be broken. And those holy cities that cannot afford the potion will definitely feel threatened and unite. And then, there will definitely be a lot of trouble.
Then I want 6. 3 strengthening potions, and 3 to increase mental power. Is it okay to have so many? Gervais.
Johnson had originally prepared 70,000 gold coins to buy 1 tube each. Now that the potion was 1/3 cheaper, he naturally bought a few more.
Of course. If you need it in the future, you can continue to buy from me. However, Lord Johnson, remember that the upper limit for each person to take the same medicine is 3. If you exceed it, there will be side effects and damage to the body.
Having made a steady profit of 50,000 to 60,000 gold coins in one fell swoop, there was nothing wrong with Gervais. He immediately took out 6 potions and handed them to the maid standing by. At the same time, Johnson emphasized the side effects that he had thought about before setting off. Although Gervais was sure that few people would take such a potion continuously, he would be prepared to warn those who purchased it in the future to avoid the effects of both magic and martial arts. Of course, even if someone does take strengthening potions continuously, it will take at least 20 pills. That is, 2 golden kiwi fruits, to reach the lower limit of magic and martial arts dual cultivation.
Okay, I remember it. Gervais. But for such a precious potion, I must not give it to the same person. Ha ha.
After the maid carefully handed the potion to Johnson's hand, the two began to continue eating and drinking. After eating and drinking, Johnson, as the host, took Gervais to the city of Sandy and wandered around, looking at the prosperous Saint and city. Gervais was also thinking about whether he would also allow the Seigneurs from Eurasia to enter Saint and city, and let them come and take risks after he returned. At that time, it will not only drive the prosperity of Saint and city, but also strengthen the strength of Eurasia. After all, the stronger the title knights in Eurasia are, the more Gervais's strength will rise in the future. This idea naturally stems from Gervais's self-confidence. He does not have to worry about the people in Eurasia becoming stronger and affecting his rule, because he can always become stronger faster than others. Ding! 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 Just when Gervais and others turned the street, they saw 4 or 5 blacksmith shops, all of which were dwarf blacksmiths. Gervais couldn't help but stop when he got here.
Why, Gervais? Are you interested in dwarf blacksmithing?
Seeing Gervais stop, Johnson also stopped and joked casually towards Gervais.
Johnson, why do you have so many dwarf blacksmith shops in Shindy City?
Gervais thought of his own city and gathering place, St. Anne. The forging of weapons and armor was basically done by Bernard leading a few experienced old blacksmiths. However, the blacksmith skills in Eurasia are still stuck 200 years ago. Even if Bernard learned some advanced forging methods from the church, they are still incomparable to those in the Holy Continent. Not to mention the dwarf blacksmith, who is famous for his forging skills in the Holy Continent. Gervais also summoned Nightmare some time ago and showed it to Bernard. Bernard directly stated that the forging technology of the dwarves was really not comparable to them. Gervais has always wanted to find a few dwarves to go to the gathering place or street and city to help forge weapons, and let Bernard learn from them. Now seeing these dwarf blacksmiths, Gervais just remembered.
Oh, these blacksmiths are sent by the dwarves. We have an agreement with the dwarves. They will send varying numbers of blacksmiths to our city to help us forge various weapons and armors for a fee, and we will open the door to them, passage, and provide them with various or materials from the land of God's fall. The cities and other holy cities are actually the same as mine, and you will also see these dwarves. The dwarves you see now are the ones I specially asked to come to Saint Anne City to face all adventurers. There are actually more than 10 dwarves and dozens of apprentices who specialize in helping me forge weapons and equipment. They are all in Mayats in the holy city.
Johnson didn't hide anything. When he heard Gervais' question, he immediately answered Gervais in detail.
There is still such a thing. Johnson, are there any free dwarf blacksmiths? Are the dwarves responsible for managing the blacksmith shops wherever they open them?
Gervais also saw several dwarf blacksmith shops in the City of Hope, but the number was not very large. He did not expect that there were 4 blacksmith shops in the city of Saint D alone.
Gervais, do you also want to recruit some dwarf blacksmiths in Saint and City?
Johnson immediately understood what Gervais was thinking and said with a smile,
Of course there are free dwarf blacksmiths, and the dwarves will not control where they go. However, dwarves are addicted to alcohol and are relatively lazy. If they have wine to drink, they can stay away from work. So, it's hard to find such free dwarves. Even if there are them, they basically settle in major holy cities. After all, dwarf blacksmiths never lack customers. What they really lack is their energy to work hard. The dwarf blacksmiths you see now came to me because they were assigned tasks by their clan. They forge iron tools as if they were working every day. They will replace them with a new batch in a year.
Johnson explained a long paragraph to Gervais, explaining the difficulty of asking a dwarf to open a blacksmith shop in Saint Anne City. After hearing this, Gervais finally understood why the dwarves had tens of millions of people, but they had so few shops in the Holy Alliance. It turns out that dwarves are just a group of drunkards. And drunkards are naturally not very diligent. They only think of working when they have no money to buy wine or eat. Moreover, the dwarves' forging skills are very popular, so they don't have to worry about losing money for their next meal even if they are so lazy. Therefore, there are very few dwarves walking freely in the Holy Alliance and opening blacksmith shops. Basically, except for the main cities of several holy cities, the weapons and equipment forged by the dwarves are all forged in the Flame Mountain, and then sold by the dwarves to caravans, who then bring them back to the Holy Continent for sale. However, Gervais also thought about one thing. Dwarves like drinking so much, so he could just use wine as a lure to lure a few dwarves to Saint Anne City. This should not be a problem. And Gervais had already known it a long time ago.
I thought so. Gervais, are you thinking about using your wine as a lure to find a few dwarves to open a blacksmith shop in your city of Saint Anne?
When Johnson saw Gervais's beaming expression, as if he had roundworms in his stomach, he immediately asked with a strange expression,
"What's wrong? Isn't this okay?"
When he heard Johnson's inquiry and saw that strange expression, Gervais knew there must be something fishy in it, and his heart immediately skipped a beat.
"I knew you thought so. Ha ha. Of course not."
Johnson looked like he couldn't help laughing.
"I don't blame you. After all, you have only been in the Holy Continent for a short time."
As he spoke, Johnson shifted his gaze to a dwarf in front of the blacksmith shop.
"Katai, what's wrong? Lord Johnson, do you have anything to ask me about?"
When the dwarf heard Johnson shouting, he immediately stopped the hammer in his hand and asked Johnson in a rough voice,
"This friend of mine is very interested in the fire wine of your dwarves. Can you pour some for me? Just a small glass will do."
Johnson smiled and said to the dwarf,
"Of course, Lord Johnson. Your friend is a classy person."
The dwarf named Quitikio looked at Gervais and said,
"It's also milligrams."
After saying that, he washed his hands and went into the house to get a small wooden cup, and then scooped a small spoonful of white wine into the wooden barrel on the side. Chapter 789. Arriving at the City of Hope.
"Here you go, Lord Johnson."
The dwarf blacksmith handed the cup to Johnson, who took it and handed it to Gervais. Gervais understood what Johnson meant, and immediately picked up the cup and took a sip.
"What about Gervais? Do you understand now?"
Johnson looked at Gervais with a smile. Gervais nodded after taking a sip.
"This wine is stronger."
Gervais finally knew why Johnson felt that wine was no longer effective for dwarves. Because the alcohol the dwarf drank was much higher than wine. It was even stronger in his mouth.
"Yes. This is the main reason why the dwarves are unwilling to leave the fiery hill. Because only the dwarves themselves can brew such strong wine. And only the dwarves in their clan who specialize in brewing can brew the strongest wine. The reason why dwarves like to stay in various holy cities is because each holy city has convenient transportation and a lot of caravans. When their fire wine is almost finished, they can contact the caravan to bring the fire wine when they return from the fire hills. Bring back."
Johnson smiled and nodded.
"I see. But if this is the case, it will be easy to handle."
Gervais looked at Johnson and laughed too. "Isn't it just hard liquor? The so-called fire wine of the dwarves is indeed much stronger than wine. But compared with the white wine of the previous life, this is simply child's play. Gervais can guarantee that if he gets the white wine out, it will not make the dwarf want to die."
"Gervais, why is this easy to handle? Do you pay any attention to it?"
Johnson was a little confused when he saw that Gervais was not disappointed, but even had an expression of victory on his face.
"Ha ha. I do have an idea. But it's not certain yet. I'll tell you later."
Naturally, Gervais would not say it right now. In fact, he thinks he is a very low-key person. Johnson saw Gervais being mysterious and didn't ask any questions. But he was not very optimistic about Gervais's idea. It is not that the Holy City had such an idea in the past, wanting to attract more dwarves to work for it. But the problem was that no one could brew a drink stronger than fire wine. After the discussion at the blacksmith shop, Gervais and Johnson stopped staying and returned directly to the temple. Early the next morning, After Gervais said goodbye to Johnson, he went to the Holy Alliance from the Divine Fall Passage in Shandy City. The Holy City where Johnson is located is called the Holy City of Parsi, so named because it is close to the Parsi forest. However, as a large city ranked in the upper reaches of the Holy Alliance, the Holy City of Pasaisen is naturally extremely prosperous. When Thomas and a group of direct guards followed Gervais out of the Divine Fall Passage, they were stunned when they looked at the tall and exquisite buildings around them. The surrounding pedestrians also cast surprised glances at Gervais' huge mount. Fortunately, Johnson had already told the city guards to clear the way for Gervais, so they walked out of Pasaisen's outer city smoothly. Gervais's final destination this time is the City of Hope, because the Holy Alliance territory is too vast, and it is impossible for Gervais to send wine to various holy cities for sale. Since the Holy Alliance headquarters has been set up in the City of Hope, Gervais only needs to let the representatives stationed in the City of Hope know, and then the news of the wine will spread. This not only saves Gervais time in selling wine, but also greatly increases the reputation of wine and expands its influence. The Holy City of Pasaisen is not far from the City of Hope. After more than a week of traveling quickly, Gervais finally returned to the prosperous city where he had stayed for several months. Immediately after entering the city, Gervais took the caravan to the inner city manor in Winton. Although Winton had resigned as the elder of Alliance College, because of his status as a magician and master of pharmacy, Alliance College still left the manor to him, but only took back his original rights to dividends. Because the manor is maintained regularly on weekdays, Gervais and others can move in directly on the same day. Gervais's arrival this time was like water dripping into the ocean to the City of Hope, except for the giant crocodile that attracted some attention on the road. Others did not know that this famous god of death had arrived. However, this calm is only temporary. Gervais believes that as long as he casually reveals 2 pieces of news, the City of Hope will definitely boil.
Thomas, please take the Lava Lizard Squadron to distribute small gifts to me now. Start with the Alliance High School first, then Sky City, and the other Holy City stations can be placed in any order.
Gervais sat on the sofa in the lobby of the small building and told Thomas,
Yes, Your Majesty. Let's do it now.
Thomas immediately took the order, and then quickly led the Warcraft Squadron out of the manor. Although Thomas has never been to the City of Hope, Thomas doesn't need Gervais' guidance at all on small things like finding the way. He just spent a gold coin to hire a civilian from the City of Hope, and then started to wander around the inner city of the City of Hope under his leadership. And as Thomas gave away the exquisite little gifts that he had prepared long ago, the entire City of Hope finally began to boil. From time to time, you can see flying monsters flying from various stations in the sky, and then fly quickly towards the outside of the City of Hope. The small gift from Gervais was naturally wine. And wine is nothing new to these resident representatives. They didn't know how much money they spent at Ling Jade Manor to taste wine. If it weren't for the fact that the Holy Trading Company was no longer able to go to the Holy Forest, and the wine was completely out of stock, these Holy City representatives would still go to Ling Jade Manor every day. The bottle of wine sent by Gervais was undoubtedly like someone bringing clean water in the desert to these representatives of the Holy City, and they immediately became energetic. In addition to wine, Thomas made it clear when he came to the door that Gervais also brought a magical potion this time. Moreover, for the sake of the human race, Gervais did not make a penny and planned to sell the potions at cost price of 10,000 gold coins each. For these representatives of the Holy City, the following news was even more exciting than the first news, and it immediately shocked all the representatives of the Holy City. For the sake of the human race, these representatives of the Holy City are all old foxes, so naturally they don't believe it for the time being. However, Thomas confirmed the price of 10,000 gold coins for a magical potion. This was something they could truly verify. As a result, representatives of the Holy City hurriedly began to send messengers to return the news and inform the city lord of this huge news. In the past, many holy cities were reluctant to part with a potion that cost 30,000 to 40,000 gold coins. Moreover, at that time, magical potions were still sold at auction, so even if you wanted to buy them, you couldn't buy them. But now the price is 2/3 cheaper, and 5 powerful men can be cultivated for less than the price of 2 in the past. It is said that the quantity of potions is extremely sufficient, at least to ensure that every family of all the Holy City forces can purchase 5 potions. Of course, some people are happy and some are unhappy. The most unhappy one is the Jean Dun family, because the Golden Shield family has a big feud with Gervais. Gervais will naturally not sell the magical potion to them. At this time, the representative of the Golden Shield family stationed in the sky saw the Warcraft messengers flying rapidly to deliver the news. Their faces turned black, But they had no choice but to do anything. He has also sent a messenger to notify Batman. But it may not be of any use to notify him. The god of death is different from the past. In the past, only Edward protected him, and other holy cities still had more or less control over him. Hostility or jealousy. But now the god of death has become the favorite place of every family. If anyone tries to trouble the god of death at this time, they will probably be attacked by everyone. In addition to the Golden Shield family being unhappy, the Knights and the Holy Trading Company were also unhappy because Gervais's wine and potions were sold by themselves, bypassing them.
Wow! Asshole! That shameless bastard! How could he do this? He promised to give the wine and potions to our Holy Trading Company for sale.
In the manor at the headquarters of the Holy Trading Company, Miss Lolita was furious in the study. When her temper reached its peak, she even threw a ledger at her second brother with a crash.
Lolita, you can't actually blame others. It was us who temporarily canceled the caravan to the sacred forest because the orcs refused to allow passage. Now that they are selling it themselves, it doesn't count as being against our sacred trading company. Furthermore, regarding the caravan trade, we have not signed any terms with the other party. In fact,
boom, when Vaden saw his sister getting furious, he deliberately tried to persuade her. But before he could finish his words, he was hit in the head by a large book.
Hey Lolita, why are you hitting me? I'm just telling the truth. Okay, I won't say it anymore. I won't say it anymore.
Vaden rubbed his head and expressed his dissatisfaction towards Lolita. But when he saw Lolita picking up another book and trying to smash it, he quickly waved his hand and shut his mouth.
Humph! That shameless bastard. Isn't there a reason for suspending the caravan? The Death Swamp is too dangerous. If the caravan is sent there at least once, dozens of people will be lost. Originally, I had sent someone to find out which city they were in the land of God's fall. But I didn't expect that he would directly bring the City of Hope himself to sell it.
Lolita put down the book in her hand when she saw that Vaden no longer explained to the shameless man. In fact, what Vaden didn't know was that the reason why she, Lolita, was so angry was entirely because she felt that she had been tricked by that shameless bastard. Fortunately, I spent all day in the City of Hope worrying about whether to kill him, and saw the priest's prophecy. But now this guy is selling both the wine and the potion himself. He is ungrateful. Of course, Lolita has long ignored the most important point. That is, Gervais does not know the price of seeing her face. In Gervais's memory, the girl from the sacred business firm was very annoying, always causing trouble for him.
No! I'm going to argue with him now.
Lolita, who became more and more angry as she thought about it, quickly walked towards the study door after speaking. Boom! Then Lolita walked out of the room and closed the door heavily.
Oh! Little sister, wait for me.
At this time, Gervais did not know that the eldest lady Lolita was coming to trouble him. But he was receiving waves of guests. After Gervais asked Thomas to send a small gift, the dean of the College of Higher Education, Sky City's representatives in the City of Hope, and representatives from the ally Holy City all came to express their greetings, and even invited Gervais to Lung Jade Manor in the evening. They had dinner together, but Gervais politely refused. Gervais is not a person who likes lively situations, and he is not familiar with these representatives. So refusing is the best choice. Otherwise, representatives from more than a dozen allies would treat him to a meal, and he would not have much free time during this trip. After seeing off the last Holy City representative, Gervais came to the living room in the small building. At this time, there were two familiar guests of Gervais in the living room, namely his old friends, Lucky and Seignior. After the two heard the news about Gervais, they didn't wait for Gervais to look for them in the air. They came to the door themselves.
Gervais, you are a big shot now.
When Lachi saw Gervais walking into the living room, he and Seignior immediately stood up to greet him, and at the same time they joked.
Ha ha! Second young master Lucky, how can I be a big shot?
Gervais immediately retorted with a smile, and then turned on his perception to take a look at Lucky and Seignior.
Not bad. Lucky, you are already a gold intermediate knight, and Seignior is also a junior magician. Thank you for this. Gervais, thank you for the potion. Yes, Gervais, thank you for the potion. I'm so lucky to be your friend.
Gervais and Seignior solemnly thanked Gervais for the exit.
Okay, no need to thank you. You work hard to practice, and we will go on adventures together again when we have the chance.
Seeing the happy expressions of the two, Gervais waved his hand and said half-jokingly, for him, this was just a piece of cake. Each of his subordinates had drank several bottles of potion.
That's right. Call Adela, and let's go on adventures together when the time comes.
Seignior has a carefree personality, and immediately agreed in earnest.
By the way, how is Adela's practice now?
Gervais smiled and didn't say much. He thought of mentioning Adela and immediately asked. At this time, Adela was not in the City of Hope, but returned to the City in the Sky. Because recently the Alliance College of Higher Education was preparing to allow official magicians and golden knights to enter the land of the fallen gods for training. Edward was worried about Adela's safety, so he called her back and prepared to personally take Adela to practice in their area. He knew this news before Gervais was about to set off. It was Adela who personally asked Edward to send it to her. She asked Gervais when he would go to the Sky City for a visit. Otherwise, Edward would definitely be on guard against him. It was impossible for him to take the initiative to invite him to play with Adela. Gervais's next stop after his trip to the City of Hope is to visit Adela in the Sky City, and then return to the land of God's fall.
Adela. Her light magic has broken through to the intermediate level. I heard that the undead magic is also fast. Your Majesty.
There is someone outside who claims to be the eldest lady of the Holy Trading Company, and is looking for you.
Just when Seignior finished answering, Thomas came to the door of the living room, and Thomas reported respectfully to Gervais.
Lolita?
Gervais immediately looked at Thomas and replied after a moment.
Take her to another hall and wait for a while. I'll be back soon. Yes, Your Majesty.
Chapter 790 Alembic. After Thomas left, Gervais continued chatting with Lucky and Seignior for a while. The two of them also knew that Gervais's affairs were being discussed by guests, so they immediately left. After seeing the two people off, Gervais came to the door of another hall in the small building. At this time, there were two people in the hall. One was naturally the eldest lady of the Holy Shang, Lolita, and the other, which made Gervais a little surprised, was the fishman Baudin. Gervais felt that he had seen Lolita several times, and the fishman seemed to be following him around. At this time, Lolita did not sit down, nor did she notice that Gervais had come to the door. Instead, she gritted her teeth and looked at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window and muttered quietly.
This shameless bastard is leaving us here like this. Our Holy Trading Company helped him auction magic potions twice. Ahem.
Gervais heard Lolita's murmur, coughed twice and walked in.
Miss Lolita, I wonder why you came to see me this time.
Gervais knew that he had a grudge against this girl, so he didn't care about what she just muttered, but directly got to the point.
Shameless Gervais. I'm here to ask you why you didn't keep your promise and didn't hand over the wine and magical potion to our sacred trading house for sale.
Lolita was startled when she heard the voice coming from behind, and she didn't know if the words she just said were heard by the god of death. However, this time she came to ask questions, so she immediately forced herself to calm down, pretending to be aggressive, and turned around to question Gervais.
Miss Lolita, I'm afraid you made a mistake. We did have a verbal agreement regarding wine and magical potions, but we didn't say that we must sell them to your Holy Trading Company.
Gervais looked at the angry Lolita with interest. Lolita wore a strapless waist-length dress today. Her two white arms hung on both sides like jade lotus roots, and her curvy figure was very pleasing to the eye.
The issue is,
Lolita opened her mouth to retort.
Also, Miss Lolita, originally I wasn't going to sell the wine myself. The problem is that your Holy Trading Company has stopped the caravans from coming, so we have no choice but to sell it ourselves. Miss Lolita, since you don't want to buy wine, you can't let me keep the wine without selling it. I have tens of thousands of civilians waiting for material life. We can't afford it.
Gervais did not give Lolita a chance to refute, and directly interrupted her. After Lolita's words were interrupted by Gervais, her pretty face turned a little red. Moreover, Gervais' words reminded her of her second brother's previous words, which were almost exactly the same, and she couldn't help but glare at her second brother. To be honest, when facing Gervais, Lolita had a shadow in her heart, even if she didn't realize it yet. It was real. Otherwise, based on her past style, when faced with such a scene, she would have fought over a disagreement. But she did not have the confidence to face Gervais, even if Alonso was outside the manor.
Ahem. Miss Lolita, why don't we go back first?
Baudin knew that his sister's visit would be of no use, and would only make her even more angry because she was completely reasonable. Moreover, this was the City of Hope, and there was nothing he and others could do with the god of death. The only rough solution is to start from the sacred forest. But there are still elves in the sacred forest, so we will have to consider the gains and losses at that time.
Then give me back my conch.
Lolita ignored Baudin, but changed the subject and started talking about other things.
What conch? Miss Lolita?
Gervais pretended to be confused, and at the same time looked at Lolita and Vauden with strange eyes for a moment.
He has now figured out whether the eldest lady of the Sacred Trading Company is getting together with the young master of the Sea Tribe. Otherwise, why would these two people always be in pairs?
It's the beautiful conch you snatched away from me last time.
Lolita suppressed her anger and spoke. This murderer was the most shameless man he had ever encountered.
Sorry, I don't remember this.
Gervais shook his head and denied it calmly.
You shameless bastard. I'll bite you to death.
Seeing Gervais cheating, Lolita finally became angry. Her eyes glowed faintly red. Then she screamed and grabbed Gervais' arm. And bit her arm. Hiss.
Holy shit. You're crazy.
Gervais never expected that the eldest lady of this sacred business firm would come out of the blue. And his arm was immediately bitten hard. Gervais immediately raised a palm and pushed it towards Lolita's shoulder. And Vauden also reacted and immediately stepped forward to pull Lolita away. In this way, with the combined efforts of the two, Lolita and Gervais separated.
You shameless bastard. You will bully me. I will never let you go.
After being pulled away by Vauden, Lolita shouted aggrievedly at Gervais with red eyes, and then rushed out of the hall door with a face. Vauden looked at Gervais and hesitated to speak. But in the end, he quickly chased Lolita.
This woman!
Seeing Lolita leave, Gervais looked at his arm with a row of small tooth marks and was speechless. He actually had no use for this little conch. But his heart seemed to be quite important to her. Lolita always made trouble for him in the past. And Gervais also wanted to take revenge. Maybe when I feel better, I can just give it back to her. But I didn't expect that she would be so extreme.
Little sister, why don't you wait for me?
After chasing Lolita to the outside of the small building, seeing her quickly getting into the carriage, Vauden followed the carriage with a look of helplessness and said,
You just didn't say a word to help me. I don't want to care about you.
Lolita's eyes were still a little red, but her words were not polite at all.
Isn't my current identity from the Sea Clan? If you openly conflict with this god of death, what if your identity is exposed? Furthermore, my father told me when he entered the land of God's fall that he should try not to cause trouble during this period.
Vauden had no choice but to speak. But when he saw that his sister was still angry, he immediately spoke.
Otherwise, let's find out where this murderous god's city is in the land of God's fall. And then ask father and eldest brother to bring people to help you take revenge. Kill this murderous god then.
After saying that, Vauden stared at his sister. But at this time, Lolita fell silent, while Vauden felt a thump in his heart.
Lolita, tell my second brother, what exactly is going on between you and which god of death?
Vauden frowned and continued to ask. In fact, not long after he arrived in the City of Hope, he noticed something was wrong with his sister. The arrogant and cold sister in the past often started to feel dazed. At first, he thought his sister was in trouble. But upon further observation, there was no such thing. After several encounters with the god of killing, Vauden actually began to wonder if it was related to the god of killing. Because I thought that if anyone really offended his sister, he would just wait to die. Lolita will definitely send Alonso to solve it as soon as possible. Even if Alonso can't solve it, then her wayward sister will tell her brothers or ask her father for help immediately. But facing this god of death, Lolita cursed like a shameless bastard. But if she really wanted to kill him, Vauden didn't see any positive actions from his sister. What's even more weird is that my sister's conch was snatched away, and I and others didn't even know it.
What's going on? That shameless bastard stole my things.
Lolita immediately felt nervous and replied smoothly.
Lolita, you can't deceive the second brother. Although the second brother is not as strong as the eldest brother in fighting, the second brother can be said to be the smartest among your brothers. Otherwise, my father would not leave me here to watch. I'm catching you.
Of course Vauden didn't believe it. And at the same time, he was ready to take this opportunity to ask questions.
There's really nothing else to do.
Normally, Lolita could get angry at her brothers. But when it came to critical moments, such as when these two really got serious, she couldn't hold back her confidence. Vauden just stared at her quietly. And Lolita felt guilty and couldn't tell any lies. Finally, Lolita bit her lip lightly and held it for a long time before speaking softly.
That bastard saw my face. Your Majesty, you have brought back what you asked to be crafted at the blacksmith shop when you entered the city.
Not long after Lolita and others left, Gervais was sitting on the sofa to rest. Thomas walked in again and reported to Gervais.
Oh, have you got it back? Then I'll go take a look.
As soon as Gervais heard the report, he stood up immediately. What Thomas is reporting now is the simple distiller that Gervais has been planning for several days. That day in Shitty City, I heard Johnson say that dwarves like strong spirits. And Gervais had the idea of brewing wheat wine. A white wine from his previous life. Gervais believed that as long as he really made the high-grade wheat wine, he might be able to kidnap a lot of dwarf blacksmiths. The main reason why the alcohol content of liquor is so high is the distillation process. So after Gervais arrived in the City of Hope, he immediately sent people to the blacksmith shop in the outer city to forge the still. Under the money offensive, this simple distiller was forged in just half a day. When Gervais came to the square outside the small building, several direct guards were carefully unloading the still, which was only more than 1 meter high, from the carriage. This distiller Gervais is just a forged test product. So in order to get it as soon as possible, the size has been deliberately reduced several times. Otherwise, a distiller must be at least 2 meters high, and even a dwarf would take a day or two to forge it. Time.
Thomas, go make a stove. And you guys, go get 4 buckets of water.
Arriving in front of the still, Gervais observed it for a moment. The dwarf's craftsmanship was certainly impressive, but he had little confidence in his own design. After all, it was just designed based on imagination, and he didn't know if it would actually work. So he definitely had to give it a try first. The distiller actually has no technical content. It is just an iron pot. After putting the liquid in, a fire is lit underneath to heat it. When the liquid in the iron can heats up and boils, steam will naturally form. There is a small hollow iron pipe at the top of the iron can extending to the side, and the rising steam will emerge along the hollow iron pipe. When the steam enters the hollow iron pipe for a certain distance, as the temperature drops, the steam will slowly turn into a liquid state, then condense in the iron pipe, and flow along the small iron pipe to another prepared container. The outflowing steam condensed liquid is the essence after distillation. If the distilled liquor is liquor, then this is the high-strength liquor after extraction. Soon, several direct guards brought 4 buckets of water, and Thomas also brought a stove and lit it. After placing the still filled with clean water on the stove, Gervais began to wait. Gervais didn't have to wait long. After about 7 or 8 minutes, he saw hot steam starting to come out of the iron pipe that was more than 1 meter long and more than 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter. Gervais looked closely at the still for a moment and made sure there was no air leakage at the connection, and then nodded with satisfaction.
Yes, you can put it away now. Thomas, come in with me. I have something to tell you.
After saying that, Gervais walked directly into the small building, and naturally his men helped him clean up the still.
Yes, Your Majesty,
Thomas responded immediately, and then quickly followed Gervais into the small building.
Thomas, take 2 people to the place where the caravans gather in the outer city later and ask who has the dwarf's fire wine. If you have any, buy me at least 10 barrels.
After Gervais came to the lobby of the small building, he sat on the sofa and began to explain things to Thomas.
Remember, when you buy it back, don't let anyone know that it was sent to us. And the carriage must be covered with cowhide. Okay, Your Majesty, please remember this. Do you have anything else to say?
Thomas solemnly responded.
No more.
Go ahead. Gervais waved his hand, and then watched Thomas leave quickly. And then, he continued to recall the process of brewing liquor in the countryside in his previous life. Gervais originally planned to try to brew a batch of wheat wine by himself. But making wine is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Especially this white wine, which is much more complicated than wine. Gervais was not sure that he could really make it in a short time. Brewed correctly, what's more important is that it takes at least 20 days to brew liquor. But Gervais can't stay in the City of Hope for that long. He wanted to spread the reputation of Baijiu quickly. And it was best to do so in the City of Hope because the largest number of dwarves gathered here. The dwarves also have a station in the City of Hope for the purpose of communicating with the human race. Therefore, Gervais urgently needs to come up with distilled liquor that is more powerful than fire wine, and confirms that the distilled liquor is really effective for the dwarves. Then he can return to Saint and City with peace of mind and wait for the dwarves to come to his door automatically. So he planned to use the dwarves' own fire wine to distill a batch first to test the effect. And the City of Hope is so prosperous and has many caravans. Gervais believes that there must be caravans that have just returned from the dwarves.
Since you like strong alcohol, then I'll see if this strong and choking alcohol will make you addicted.
A smile appeared on Gervais's lips. In fact, he was still very confident in distilled liquor, except for making some noise on the first day when Gervais came to the City of Hope. He stayed quietly in the manor for the next 3 days. In the past 2 days, almost all the city lords of the Holy Alliance received the news brought back by the Rainbow Bird from the City of Hope. for a potion worth 10,000 gold coins. These city lords could be said to be salivating. They immediately wrote a reply and asked the Rainbow Bird to return to the City of Hope to convey the order. In addition, the representatives of the Holy City in the City of Hope are not idle during this period. They are constantly collecting funds and preparing to do some shopping at Gervais. Therefore, in the past 2 days, carriages of representatives of the Holy City can often be seen passing through the streets in the City of Hope. And the most frequented place is the Holy Trading Company, because the Holy Trading Company not only does trade, but also provides temporary loan services to these holy cities. Chapter 791, Make a Fortune. Gervais arrived in the City of Hope on the early morning of the 4th day. Today, everything is business as usual in the outer city of the City of Hope, and the civilians are still living a busy life day after day. But the situation in the inner city is completely different. Today, the main road in the inner city is busy with traffic, and all those passing by are groups of luxurious motorcades. After these luxury carriages left their respective estates, they headed in the same direction. Today is the day Gervais agreed to start selling wine and magical potions, in order to give the Holy City forces enough time to prepare gold coins. Jevister gave them 4 days. Early in the morning, there were 20 direct guards riding lava monitors divided into 2 rows at the gate of Welton Manor. Thomas, the butler, was waiting for the guests at the gate with more than a dozen male servants.
The representative of Sky City, Count Silas, is here.
As the leading carriage on the street arrived at the gate of the manor, Thomas immediately recognized the identity of the person coming from the badge on the carriage. He immediately shouted at the top of his voice, and then quickly led several male servants to the carriage door with copper plates and towels.
Count Silas, welcome to Welton Manor.
When the carriage door opened, Thomas bowed respectfully and greeted Silas. Several male servants quickly brought warm wet towels and handed them to Silas respectfully.
Ha ha! It turns out to be Butler Thomas. Why is there such a formation? This is too polite.
Silas is a distant uncle of Adela. As the representative of Sky City stationed in the City of Hope, his status is naturally not low. But for Gervais, Silas did not dare to show any slightness. Not only did Gervais have a good relationship with Edward, but he was also an ally of the Sky City. He was the dispenser of magical potions, Winton's mentor, and the spiritual father of magicians. These titles were something that no one dared to despise. The most important thing is that Gervais is the famous god of killing. Even Duke Hulton of the Golden Shield family was beaten into a bitch by him. So as soon as Silas got out of the car, Thomas was the only one who came to greet him. He gave him enough face and didn't show off at all.
Count Silas, Sky City is our best ally in Stormwind City, and you are also my master's most distinguished guest. The etiquette must be in place, and you cannot be neglected.
Although Thomas came to the City of Hope for the first time, as a smart butler, after understanding the general information, he was able to receive the guests with ease, and he immediately complimented Silas respectfully. Then Thomas stretched out his arm and made a gesture of invitation.
Count Silas, please come in.
Silas said no more and walked towards the manor under the leadership of 2 servants. After Silas left, another group of carriages and horses came from behind and stopped at the gate of the manor.
Representative of the Holy City of Hika, Earl Bolton has arrived.
It has to be said that Thomas put in a lot of effort. He simply sent gifts, and he memorized the family crests and names of the representatives. At this time, he greeted the guests and read them out without any mistakes. A person's identity and family affiliation. Next, representatives from the Holy City forces arrived at the gate of Welton Manor one after another. In the past half an hour, a total of 107 Holy City families had sent people. But the Golden Shield family had not received an invitation. Even the allies of the Golden Shield family came after receiving the invitation, because they really couldn't resist the temptation of 10,000 gold coins for a magical potion. When all the representatives from the Holy City arrived, the atmosphere in the manor became increasingly lively. At this time, in the square outside the manor's small building, representatives of the Holy City were chatting in groups. Although they had been waiting for a while, no one became anxious, because there are many long tables around the square, with a lot of food and wine placed on them, especially the wine. Each of the Holy City representatives was tasting it with silver cups in their hands. If possible, they would rather stay in the square all day. After all, wine is something that people cannot drink as freely as they do now, even if they have money in other places.
It should be almost done.
Gervais stood in front of the window of the small building and looked at the Holy City representatives below who had drank a lot of wine and finally decided to appear.
Lord Gervais! Lord Gervais!
When Gervais walked out of the gate of the small building, representatives from the Holy City immediately noticed him and immediately saluted him respectfully in order to come up. Gervais smiled and nodded at the representatives, and then went directly to the high platform in front of the square.
It's an honor for all of you to come to the manor today. I just had some personal matters, so I couldn't come out to entertain you at the first time. Please don't blame me.
Gervais came to the stage and politely bowed to everyone, and then apologized.
Ha ha. Lord Gervais is joking. We still need the generous hospitality from Lord Gervais.
The representatives below naturally didn't take it seriously. Many of them were already drinking, and their faces were red.
Then I won't delay any more. Let's officially start today's sales meeting. First, let's sell the magical potion. Lord Gervais, our holy city of Kuroda wants to buy 5 strengthening potions and 2 spiritual potions. Lord Gervais, we in the holy city of Bolton want to buy 6 strengthening potions and 3 spiritual potions. Lord Gervais, our holy city of Hika wants to buy 3 reinforcements.
As soon as Gervais finished speaking, the representatives immediately started shouting. The magical potion was the most important purpose today. And because the potion is surprisingly cheap, many representatives are not sure if the quantity will be insufficient, and people who are slow will not have the chance to buy it. Seeing this, Gervais still had a smile on his face, and waved his hands towards everyone.
Everyone, I know what you are worried about. But what you are worried about is completely unnecessary. Because in order to bring the overall strength of the Holy Alliance to a higher level, I have absolutely sufficient reserves of magical potions this time.
Gervais immediately spoke to dispel everyone's concerns. And after speaking, he waved to Thomas, who was not far away. Soon, 20 direct guards walked out of the small building door under the leadership of Thomas. Each of them carried a large box slowly to the high platform, and then carefully placed the box on the ground. At this time, a representative had already guessed what was in these boxes, and they all stared at them with bated breath. Bangta. The next moment, 20 direct guard soldiers opened these boxes directly in front of a group of representatives of the Holy City. The magical potion in the box, which was like a colorful crystal column, was displayed in front of everyone without reservation.
So many! What a tempting treasure! The representatives of the Holy City only felt their breaths suffocate after looking at the objects in the wooden box. Each of these boxes is divided into small squares, and there are at least dozens of potions placed inside. This was a big difference from the original scene, where only 5 or 6 medicines were auctioned each time. So the representatives of the Holy City no longer worried about not having enough medicine.
Everyone, this is the magical potion I prepared this time. A total of 1,000, including 700 potions for strengthening the body and 300 potions for increasing mental power. So, don't worry about not being able to buy the potion. Let's ask my butler Thomas to complete the next transaction with you.
With that said, Gervais walked to the side of the high platform, picked up the wine prepared for himself, and looked down.
Dear guests, these magical potions cost 10,000 gold coins each. I invite all guests to come to my place to trade.
Next, representatives from the Holy City flocked to Thomas on the edge of the high platform, scrambling to buy the magical potion. Under such a busy buying situation, many holy cities originally planned to purchase only 4 or 5 bottles. However, after seeing the number of purchases from other holy cities, they immediately gritted their teeth and increased their purchases. As the orders were completed one by one, these representatives of the Holy City delivered boxes of gold coin treasure boxes to the high platform. In just half an hour, more than 800 gold coin boxes were piled on Gervais' high platform. The specifications of these boxes are uniform, and the gold coins in one box are equal to approximately 10,000. Naturally, Gervais could not count them one by one. Instead, he asked the guards to open the boxes and confirm the authenticity before carrying them all into the small building. Generally speaking, the number of potions sold this time not only met Gervais' expectations, but also exceeded the expectations by a lot. Originally, Gervais estimated that these holy cities could purchase more than 600 potions, but now there are more than 200 more. Of course, this has something to do with the layout of Gemister Land. For example, he deliberately arranged the square like a banquet, and even provided free wine for everyone to drink. Then he waited for all the representatives to gather before starting to sell it. He did this just to arouse everyone's desire to buy. Although the people who can become the representatives of the Holy City are old and cunning people, but with the stimulation of alcohol and the impact of thousands of potions in front of them, these are all prompting them to buy as much as possible.
Thank you to all the holy cities for your recognition of the magical potions. I hereby wish that your holy cities will become even stronger after using my potions.
Moreover, These 2 magical potions will be available for a long time in the future. If you want to buy them, you can send someone directly to Saint and City in the land of the gods to buy them. I will tell you the specific location of Saint and City later. The magic potion thing is over now. Then we will move on to the wine selling part that you are very interested in.
Because he had earned more than 8 million gold coins, Gervais's smile became even brighter at this time. After the guards carried away the wooden boxes in the field, he put down his wine glass and stood in front of the high platform again and began to speak.
I won't explain the deliciousness of wine to you anymore. Let me tell you about the price of wine now. There are 2 types of wine. A pot of ordinary wine costs 50 gold coins, and a pot of magic potion treasure wine costs 200 gold coins. Each barrel of wine has 25 pots. Dear representatives, because the quantity of wine is still small this time, each family is limited to purchasing 10 barrels. Only 1 barrel of rare wine can be purchased. But don't worry. In just a few months, the wine will continue to be welcomed. By then, we will ensure that you can drink delicious wine every day. Now, if you want to buy wine, just order it directly from Thomas.
After speaking, Gervais handed over the sale to Thomas. And all the representatives were even more lavish in purchasing this wine. In just 10 minutes, Thomas registered the quantity of wine purchased in all the holy city. This time, without exception, all 107 holy cities purchased 10 barrels. However, because the magic potion treasure wine was limited, each family could only purchase 1 barrel. The total amount of gold coins sold for wine reached 1.7 million. Although the sales amount of wine is 4 times higher than that of potion, the cost of wine is lower than that of potion. The audience is wider, and it can be sold every 2 to 3 months. It is conceivable that with such a source of wealth, the rise of Stormwind City is just around the corner. Of course, Gervais has not received the gold coins for the wine yet. His wine has to be delivered to your doorstep, and they will not pay until it is delivered to these holy city residents. In fact, if Gervais didn't do this, many holy cities might not be able to purchase the full 10 barrels of wine. Because Gervais's previous sale of magical potions had caused many representatives of the holy city to empty out the gold coins they had prepared. But after hearing Thomas say that the goods could be delivered to their doorstep, and they would pay gold coins at that time, the representatives bought 10 barrels without any pressure. 1 barrel of rare wine and 9 barrels of ordinary wine only cost 16,000 gold coins. If they don't drink it themselves after buying it, they can definitely make a fortune by transporting the wine back to their respective holy cities and selling it to the upper class. Double. If it doesn't work out, they can drink half and sell the other half. So they can drink the wine for free. As long as the supply of wine is not enough to satisfy the entire Holy Alliance, they can continue to enjoy wine for free. Of course, all this does not care about Gervais. He currently does not have a network like the Holy Trading Company, which is spread throughout the Holy Alliance.
Thomas, you performed very well today.
In the lobby of the small building, Gervais was sitting on the sofa, holding a wine glass in his hand, while Thomas stood respectfully in front, also holding a silver cup in his hand. The sale of wine and magical potions was over, and Gervais was making a fortune. Those holy city forces also got what they wanted, and each holy city representative left with satisfaction. For this reason, Jevister called Thomas an excellent steward to praise him, and also rewarded him with a glass of rare wine to drink with him.
This is because your wise command, Master, is very important. Without you, I would not have been able to complete today's tasks perfectly.
The familiar smell, the familiar Thomas flattery sounded in the hall.
Well, since you said so, then take it as my credit. I originally wanted to reward you with a Warcraft mount when I get back, but it seems that this reward can be saved.
Gervais nodded suddenly and said to Thomas.
Well,
Thomas was originally proud of his skilled horses, but he didn't expect to receive Gervais's words. He suddenly felt that he had missed the opportunity in life and was stunned.
Master, in fact, this villain may have a little bit of credit for this and that,
Thomas begged Gervais in a low voice with a painful expression on his face.
Ha ha.
Okay.
Put away your painful expression. I will reward you with a Warcraft mount after returning to Saint Anne City this time.
Gervais was amused by Thomas's expression and stopped entertaining him immediately.
Yes. Thank you. Master. Master. You are the eagle in the sky. The greatest and wisest master.
Chapter 792 Hellfire Wine.
Start the fire.
In the square of the manor building, Gervais sat on a soft chair, holding a silver cup in his hand and giving instructions to a guard.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Upon hearing the order, The guard immediately stepped forward with a torch and ignited the stove under the still. Most of the issues regarding wine and potions have been resolved, and Gervais's remaining energy is to resolve the issues between the dwarves and the blacksmith. Thomas had bought back the dwarf's fire wine the day before yesterday. Although this fire wine is very strong and can only be brewed by dwarves, it actually has a large audience in the Holy Alliance. Many adventurers like such spirits. First of all, such spirits can make them truly feel drunk. The other most important point is to save money. It usually takes 5 or 6 glasses of beer to make people tipsy, but a glass of fire wine can achieve the same effect. For some poor adventurers, as long as they can achieve their goals, this is what they like. Gervais asked Thomas to buy 10 barrels, and a deal was quickly reached at a caravan. A total of 10 barrels of high-quality fire wine cost 50 gold coins, which is equivalent to 5 gold coins per pot. At this time, Gervais wanted to purify the fire wine again through the distiller and increase the degree of the fire wine. As the stove was lit, Gervais began to drink wine to a limited extent and waited slowly.
Your Majesty, there is hot air coming out of the pipe here.
About 7 or 8 minutes later, steam finally began to continuously emerge from the hollow tube connected to the still, and the guard responsible for the inspection immediately reported to Gervais.
Well, first take a porcelain bowl, then take a half bowl and bring it over. Then use a wine barrel to catch it.
Gervais nodded and gave a casual order.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The guard immediately complied. As the fire in the stove became more and more intense, the steam coming out of the empty iron pipe gradually became more and more intense. Most of the steam cooled quickly as it passed through the long iron pipe, and then condensed on the iron pipe again and turned into liquid. As the liquid gathered more and more, it finally dripped through the iron pipe into the porcelain bowl. After another 3 or 4 minutes, half a bowl of liquid poured down from the iron pipe. Seeing this, the guard quickly picked up the porcelain bowl, then placed a wine barrel under the iron pipe, and then came to Gervais with the porcelain bowl.
Your Majesty, half the bowl has been filled.
Gervais took the porcelain bowl handed by the guard. First put it to the tip of his nose and smelled it.
There's a hint of a past life.
When the porcelain bowl came close to the tip of his nose, Gervais immediately smelled the pungent smell of wine. Then he directly put the distilled fire wine into his own silver cup, put it to his mouth and took a sip.
Hee-ha!
Because this world lacks the variety of industrialized snacks in his previous life, Gervais would drink his own wine every now and then, which can be regarded as a bit of a drinker. But when he took a sip of the distilled fire wine, he immediately felt a burning sensation in his mouth. After swallowing the strong fire wine, the burning sensation became even stronger, which made Gervais make the hissing sound of those men in his previous life after drinking.
It's really spicy. This is several times stronger than Lao bygone in a previous life.
Gervais smashed his mouth. But he didn't expect that the distilled fire wine could achieve such an effect.
Maybe it has something to do with the environment in this other world.
Such strong wine was not possible in the previous life, but in this other world. Gervais did not go into details. But at this time, the guard who was still standing in front of Gervais waiting for orders had his throat twitching. This fire wine had no aroma at first, but once it was distilled, the aroma of natural grain fermentation was immediately stimulated. The guards present felt that the distilled wine must be something delicious.
Come on! Come and have a taste too!
Gervais smiled when he saw the guard's little move. The distilled liquor smelled really good, but it might not be so if he drank it.
Your Majesty, I don't dare.
The guard was stunned for a moment, and then began to refuse. He did not dare to drink His Majesty the King's wine.
You can drink if I give it to you. Take it. Stand over there and drink.
Gervais waved his hand towards him, and handed the porcelain bowl directly to the guard.
Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift.
Hearing Gervais speak again, the guard knew that Gervais was not joking, and was very curious about this wine. So he took the porcelain bowl respectfully, and then walked back to his place according to Gervais's instructions. The other guards standing nearby also saw the scene, and they all looked at him with envy. Under the envious eyes of everyone, the guard proudly raised the porcelain bowl in his hand, and then poured the remaining half of the bowl of white wine into his mouth. Well, when the half bowl of distilled liquor entered his mouth, the guard who was originally full of pride immediately changed his expression. The originally rosy cheeks first turned pale, and then turned from pale to red again.
Gudong!
Fortunately, Gervais was present at this time. This guard was also a golden knight. His expression changed for a moment, and finally his heart changed. He swallowed the wine in his mouth with a gulp.
Ha ha!
Okay.
You go down and rinse your mouth first.
Swallowing this highly alcoholic drink did not relieve the burning sensation. Gervais looked at his uncomfortable appearance and immediately waved his hand towards the guard.
Thank you, Your Majesty,
as if he had been granted amnesty. The guard immediately bowed respectfully, then casually covered his throat and ran away into the distance. The other guards looked at each other in shock when they saw this scene. This wine smells very fragrant. Right? The aroma is stronger than that of wine. Why did this companion feel so weird after drinking it? After confirming that the strength of the distilled fire wine had been greatly improved, Gervais waited with peace of mind. Finally, after half an hour of distillation, 10 barrels of fire wine turned into 8 barrels of distilled high-altitude liquor.
It's time to give it a name.
Looking at the 8 barrels of white wine placed in front of him, Gervais was already very confident in conquering the dwarves. What you have to do now is to come up with a domineering name, and then summon the dwarves to try.
Well, why not call it Hellfire Wine? It's more terrifying than the Dwarf Fire Wine.
Gervais just thought for a moment, and came up with a perfect name. The Dwarf's Fire Wine has a high reputation in the Holy Continent, and is known for its strong alcohol. And Gervais added the word HL in front of the fire wine, which not only highlights that the HL fire wine is more terrifying than the Dwarf Fire Wine, but also allows people who know about it to imagine the characteristics of the HL fire wine for the first time.
Your Majesty, I'm back.
Just after Gervais thought of a name for the distilled liquor, Thomas came back riding a war horse.
Oh, how did things go? Your Majesty, I have already gone to various stores in the city to promote it. They know that there are still 200 barrels of wine, and they all said that they will inform the purchase quantity tomorrow. Very good.
A total of more than 800 barrels of wine were sold to various holy cities, and there were more than 200 barrels of remaining wine. Naturally, Gervais would not take these wines back. Instead, it is deliberately reserved for ordinary customers to purchase, so as to maximize the popularity of the wine. Otherwise, wine will always be an exclusive item for a few holy city lords or a few upper-class families. And Gervais had just sent Thomas to tell him about the sale of wine in several large taverns in the City of Hope. After the owners of these taverns buy it back, the wine can be sold as the treasure of their stores. Although the selling price is definitely not cheap, as long as an ordinary person or adventurer tastes the deliciousness of wine. Gervais believes that the good reputation of wine will spread among the bottom in the future. It will become the biggest talk and honor for these adventurers and ordinary people.
I had a glass of wine at the pub yesterday. Are you trying to get rich? I just made a lot of money. Come on. I'll buy you a drink. Okay. Since you're rich, treat us to wine.
Gervais believes that as the supply of wine increases, adventurers and ordinary people in the Holy Continent will inevitably have such conversations in the future.
Thomas, it's just the right time for you to come back. I just have something here that I need you to do.
Originally, Gervais planned to let others handle this matter, but it was such a coincidence that Thomas came back, so he did not choose another person.
Your Majesty, Thomas is honored to serve you. Please feel free to ask.
Today Thomas is a titled knight with unlimited energy, and in his understanding, the more things he does for his master, the more he will be valued by his master. So instead of showing pain on Thomas's face, he became more and more excited.
Now you go to various dwarf gathering areas in the city and spread the news that we have the strongest wine in the world here. Our wine is called Fire Wine, and the dwarf's fire wine is incomparable to it. I am now offering a reward. Whoever can drink 3 bottles of wine without using fighting spirit will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins.
Gervais explained to Thomas.
Your Majesty, isn't 10,000 gold coins a bit risky?
Thomas was shocked when he heard the reward of 10,000 gold coins. When he was buying strong fire wine, the merchant thought he was a tavern owner. The businessman once said that a dwarf could drink a pot of such fire wine in a day, so he would not lose money if he took some back and sold them. Now that my master said that he could drink 3 pots without pouring it out, it is possible that many dwarves could do it. So wouldn't the 10,000 gold coins have been wasted?
It's okay. Just do as I say. Yes, Your Majesty.
Gervais spoke, but Thomas did not dare to say anything. The wise master's thoughts are definitely something she cannot figure out. She just needs to do things well according to the master's instructions. At that moment, Thomas responded, got on his horse again, and headed out of the manor with more than a dozen guards. Thomas was very efficient, and it took him half a day to spread the news to all the places where the dwarves gathered. And the method he used was to have the 10 guards announce the news with their voices in the street. As soon as this news was announced, it immediately caused huge waves in the City of Hope. There are undoubtedly two major breaking points in this news. One of them is the strongest fire wine in the world, which is stronger than the dwarf fire wine. After the news was announced, the people who reacted the most were naturally the dwarves. When Thomas announced the news in the street with more than a dozen guards, the dwarf in the blacksmith shop almost jumped to his feet and wanted to challenge Thomas to a duel on the spot. Fortunately, this is the City of Hope, and Thomas is smart enough to immediately talk about the challenges and rewards. This challenge and reward is the second bunch, whether they were pedestrians or dwarves passing by. They were all stunned after hearing the news. It was hard to imagine what 10,000 gold coins looked like in front of them. The dwarf, who was still holding a hammer and wanted to fight Thomas, immediately changed his expression and asked Thomas whether the news was true or false. You must know that even if he drinks 5 bottles of strong fire wine, he will only be a little dizzy and will definitely not fall down. As for the fire wine, he does not believe it at all. He thought that even if he drank 10 pots, it would be easy. As long as he got these 10,000 gold coins, he could go back to the Fire Hills and live a life of drunkenness and dreaming every day. Of course, Thomas was absolutely sure of what he said, and he also told the truth about his king's murderous god. By the way, he asked the guards to repeat the news again, and then led the guards to the next location. As both the outer city and the inner city were turned around by Thomas, everyone in the City of Hope knew about the Hellfire wine.
Have you heard? There is a competition held in the city. I heard that as long as you can drink 3 pots of fire wine without pouring out, you can get 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 gold coins? Real or fake? Did you hear it wrong? There is only 1 gold coin. How can it be fake? Now it has spread throughout the city. And do you know who is organizing this competition? Who is it? Killing God. Humph. I don't care what kind of killing god he is. He dares to belittle the fire wine of our dwarves like this. As His Majesty the King's envoy stationed in the City of Hope, I must let him give us an explanation. Yes. What fire wine? Isn't this a provocation to us dwarves? Let's drink his wine later. And after drinking, we can get the gold coins and repair him properly. We still need to negotiate with the Holy Alliance Council and ask them to give us an explanation.
Early the next morning, Gervais was still sleeping in the small building, but was awakened by the faint noise.
Thomas, what's going on? Why is it so noisy?
It stands to reason that the Winton Manor is so vast and located in the inner city, so it cannot be so noisy. At that moment, Gervais shouted towards the door.
Your Majesty, it's because of the competition. Now there are people outside the manor, and the whole street is blocked, which stretches for several miles.
When Thomas heard Gervais's voice, he immediately opened the bedroom door and walked in cautiously.
So many people.
Gervais was also stunned.
Yes, Your Majesty. Now the entire City of Hope knows about the drinking competition you held and the huge bonus. So even if many people from outside the city have paid the city entrance tax and come outside the manor, they seem to want to participate in this drinking competition.
Thomas carefully took the clothes on the hanger and handed them to Gervais, and then explained. Chapter 793, Lost at the Door.
Miscalculation.
Gervais originally wanted to expand his influence as much as possible, so there was no restriction that only dwarves could participate in the competition. But in fact, this has a certain relationship with his current worth. With a net worth of tens of millions, he has forgotten what 10,000 gold coins represent. This is an amount that ordinary people cannot earn in 100 lifetimes. But now this deal is the dream of everyone in the City of Hope. Of course, Gervais is not worried that the 10,000 gold coins will be won away, even if they are really won away. As long as the reputation of Hellfire wine spreads, it will all be worth it. He is now worried that there are too many people coming, and there is no way for so many people to participate together. But everyone has come, and many people have paid dozens of copper coins to enter the inner city. He can't let them not even have the chance to participate in the competition.
Thomas, now take people from the side door to the outer city to buy another 50 barrels of fire wine, and then distill it according to the method I did yesterday. Remember, we must not let outsiders know that we bought this fire wine.
After thinking for a moment, Gervais made a decision. Since so many people came, he was lucky enough to get a big one, which would only cost him a little more energy. However, this can spread the reputation of Hellfire wine, and it will be easier for the dwarves of the entire Holy Alliance to get the news. Gervais's requirements are not high, as long as he can dig out a dwarf blacksmith from each holy city. His street and city will be able to have hundreds of blacksmiths.
Yes, Master.
in order to highlight the closeness to Gervais. Thomas was always called master when no one was around. After hearing Gervais's instructions, he quickly walked out of the bedroom. After dressing neatly and washing up, Gervais had a delicious breakfast before asking the guards to go to the door to notify those who participated in the competition to enter the manor in an orderly manner. Fortunately, this manor is very large. As long as order is maintained, it will not feel crowded even if tens of thousands of people are crammed into it. In addition to the dwarves, most of the people who came to participate in the competition were adventurers, and Gervais's name was still very intimidating. Under the supervision of 100 giant lava beasts, tens of thousands of adventurers all came honestly, waiting in the manor.
Your Majesty, those who came to participate in the competition have entered the manor.
Soon, a guard came to the small building and reported to Gervais.
Okay, take the 8 barrels of fire wine and follow me.
Gervais stood up immediately, and then walked out of the small building at once. As soon as he walked out of the small building, Gervais saw a sea of people outside. At this time, except for the small building square, which was specially separated by the guards and left empty, the rest of the place extending to the gate was full of people. Gervais was a little worried at the moment, whether he would have to have his lawn and garden plowed again after this competition was over.
Here he comes! He is the god of death! So young. He doesn't look fierce. People should not be judged by their appearance. Do you know how many people died at his hands? There were at least 1,000 of them, and dozens of them were strong men above the white flag knights.
When Gervais walked out of the small building, there was a commotion in the crowd in the front row. When everyone saw Gervais's handsome face, they were completely unable to associate him with a murderous god with a notorious reputation. Of course, only adventurers are concerned about Gervais's appearance and identity. When the dwarf saw Gervais coming out, he looked at him with hatred. After all, the strong fire wine is not only the favorite of the dwarves, but also the pride of their dwarves. As the strongest wine in the Holy Continent, Gervais can grab it at will. This is equivalent to Gervais despising the dwarves' forging technology, which is unacceptable to the dwarves. Gervais didn't pay attention to the comments of the crowd or the anger of the dwarf. With a slight smile on his face, he walked to the high platform that had been set up when selling potions a few days ago.
Thank you all very much for coming to participate in the Hellfire Brew competition. Here I would like to remind you that Hellfire wine is the strongest wine in the world. If you participate in the competition, you'd better bring your friends or family. Otherwise, if you get drunk later, I will not be responsible for sending you back. I will only put you at the gate of the manor.
Gervais didn't dwell too much and got straight to the point as soon as he took the stage.
Humph. God of killing. You are really good at killing people, and we dwarves admit it. But you dare to claim to be the best in fire wine, and we dwarves don't agree.
As soon as Gervais finished speaking, an unhappy retort came from the place where the dwarves gathered. Gervais looked up and saw more than 300 dwarves gathered there. It was estimated that these were all the dwarves in the City of Hope. Among them, the dozen or so people standing at the front were obviously of higher status, wearing exquisite armor, as if they were dressed up for a banquet, and behind them were hundreds of dwarves, who looked like guards. The rest are the dwarves with slightly rough and dark skin, who look like blacksmiths at first glance.
Ha ha! I wonder what this dwarf calls you like.
Gervais looked at the dwarf standing at the front. He was the one who just spoke to refute Gervais.
I am the envoy of the dwarves to the Holy Alliance. I have the most distinguished surname of the dwarves. My name is Quay Osmond.
When the dwarf messenger heard the question about his surname, he immediately announced his name majestically.
It turns out to be Prince K.
Osmond is the surname of the royal family in the dwarves. As long as you have this surname, it means that you must be a direct bloodline of the royal family. So Gervais directly calls this dwarf Prince
Quay. You will know if my fire wine is number 1 when you try it. Okay. I won't say any more. The rules are the same as yesterday. Dochi cannot be used to resolve it. Anyone who can drink 3 pots without pouring them will be rewarded with 10,000 gold coins.
Bang bang. Wow. As he spoke, Gervais smiled and clapped his hands. And then 2 guards carried a large treasure box to the high platform. Then he opened the treasure chest directly, and all the yellow-orange gold coins inside were poured onto the high platform.
Wow!
Instantly, there was a commotion among the crowd around the square. Everyone stared at the high platform with wide eyes. They had never seen the small pile of gold coins before, and they were all swallowing their saliva.
Let the competition begin. Starting from your side. Everyone, please be sure to abide by the order. Otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences.
At this time, Gervais finally put away his smile, then pointed to the far left of the crowd and spoke to everyone seriously. In order to ensure that the Hellfire wine is sufficiently shocking, Gervais must prepare the ground for the dwarf's appearance, so that today's competition can achieve the best effect. Obviously, those human adventurers are the foreshadowing.
Ah! I'll go first. This is really great.
The person standing on the far left suddenly showed a happy expression after hearing Gervais's words. There is only one bonus, and if it were the dwarves' turn directly, they would be worried that their reward would be in vain. The guard immediately opened an opening and allowed the cheerful adventurer to enter the square. Although the dwarves were a little dissatisfied with Gervais's decision, they did not object in order to test the depth of the Hellfire wine. The first person to appear was a peak silver adventurer. When he came to the bottom of the high platform, the guard soon took a porcelain bowl and handed it to him.
Why so little? Don't you have to drink 3 pots to get the bonus?
Looking at the amount of wine in the porcelain bowl, which contained less than 3 sips, the adventurer was filled with doubts.
Just drink it. If it doesn't pour after you drink it, I'll add it to you later.
The guard who handed the wine was the one who was rewarded by Gervais yesterday and was lucky enough to drink the Hellfire wine. At this time, he looked at the adventurer in front of him with a smile and said,
"Oh."
The adventurer always felt that the guard's smile was a little oozing, and his body couldn't help but shudder. But fortunately, he had nothing to worry about under the spotlight. Dang even took the porcelain bowl and put it to his mouth.
Well,
under everyone's gaze, the adventurer drank most of the Hellfire wine in one gulp. But when this large mouthful of Hellfire wine entered his mouth, the adventurer's expression turned strange. It was exactly the same as the guard's behavior yesterday, first turning from ruddy to pale, and then from pale to red again.
Remember, you can't use fighting spirit.
The guard's smile became brighter, and he reminded me softly.
Gudong!
After hearing the guard's well-intentioned reminder, the adventurer finally became heartbroken and swallowed the Hellfire wine in his mouth. Then his face became more and more ugly, and his hands began to cover his throat. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 9 seconds, 10 seconds. Bang! Plop! 10 seconds later, the adventurer began to sway. Then the porcelain bowl in his hand fell, and he fell to the ground. Although the Hellfire wine is only twice as strong as Lao Bygone. But in this different world, even strong fire wine is called the strongest wine, and it is stipulated that fighting spirit is not allowed to be used to resolve it. Therefore, for these adventurers, it is really more effective to drink it immediately than to suffocate the donkey, if they weren't in good health. Gervais wouldn't dare to give them a try. Otherwise it would be unsightly to have their hair braided.
Carry it out!
Next one. Gervais sat on a soft chair, looked at everyone present with a smile, and then gave instructions. Soon, 2 guards came forward and carried the drunk adventurer directly towards the gate of the manor. Suddenly, the audience was silent. This man was a peak silver knight, but he couldn't resist a sip of wine and fell to the ground in an instant. Everyone is a little confused.
I come!
After the silver knight was carried away, a gold knight on the left immediately spoke and wanted to step forward. The guard didn't say anything and let him in directly. When the golden knight came to the high platform, the guard who handed the wine smiled and handed over half a bowl of strong fire wine. But this time, the porcelain bowl has been replaced by a wooden one.
Gudong!
Without saying a word, the golden knight took the wooden bowl and drank it in one gulp.
It's so intense!
The golden knight's face changed suddenly after drinking the Hellfire wine, and after about 10 seconds, he staggered and spat out 2 words. Plop! Then the golden knight also fell to the ground.
Could it be the poison? Why did even the golden knight fall down in 10 seconds? Yes, I know this adventurer. He often drinks in a tavern. Even if he drinks a pot of dwarf fire wine, he won't get drunk.
If the first adventurer collapsed so quickly because he didn't know how to drink, everyone would still be able to accept it. But this second golden knight was a regular visitor to the tavern, and many adventurers knew him. Seeing that he fell down so quickly, they immediately began to wonder if what he drank was poison.
But, bring me a bowl of wine!
Gervais also heard the discussion of the people below. In order to prevent anyone from daring to come up to compete, he immediately gave an order to the guard.
Yes, Your Majesty!
After the guard heard this, he immediately took a clean porcelain bowl, and then scooped out a bowl of Hellfire wine from the barrel.
His Majesty!
Then the guard gave Gervais a porcelain bowl filled with Hellfire wine.
Gudong! Gudong!
Gervais took the porcelain bowl without saying a word. He raised the porcelain bowl and drank it in public. Bang! After drinking the wine in the porcelain bowl, Gervais threw the porcelain bowl directly on the ground in front of him. At this moment, the discussion in the venue immediately stopped. The god of death drank the bowl himself. Anyone who said it was poisonous would be thinking that his life was too long.
Isn't it possible that no one wants to take these 10,000 gold coins? If you want to take it, hurry up. Otherwise, I will let the dwarves come forward to compete.
Gervais glanced down and urged with some dissatisfaction.
I want it. Of course I want it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Hearing Gervais's words, the hearts of the people below tightened, and someone immediately shouted and walked out of the crowd. In this way, Gervais continued to lean back on the chair leisurely, and the next competition was on the right track, and the adventurers stepped forward to compete one by one. However, basically no one can survive 10 seconds. They all come up and fall down, and everyone comes up and fall down. Gradually, hundreds of drunkards piled up outside the gate of Welton Manor, which attracted some sideways glances from passers-by who did not understand the situation. Fortunately, there were still a few guards on duty around, but no one dared to come close to pick up leaks or anything like that. As time went by, the number of people at the gate of the manor continued to increase. 100, 200, 300, 600, 800. Faced with such a spectacle, many people even gathered outside the manor, speculating about what happened inside and why so many adventurers fell asleep and came out. At the same time, he speculated how many people would be carried out later.
God of death, you human adventurers are too weak. Why don't we let our dwarf warriors try a few first?
The attempts of more than 800 people took more than an hour, and the group of dwarves finally couldn't wait any longer. Their disdain for hellfire wine from the beginning has slowly turned into curiosity, with a hint of excitement. After all, whether it was the Silver Knight or the Golden Knight, they almost all fell in about 10 seconds. The ones who drank the fire wine the longest were the 4 or 5 White Flag Knights. The 4 or 5 White Flag Knights all persisted in drinking 3 bowls of wine for more than a minute. But of course, the result was the same. In the end, he was carried out by the guards and thrown into the street.
Okay, now that Prince Gui has spoken, let's invite the dwarf brothers to come on first.
Gervais also felt that the preparation was almost complete. More than 800 people had fallen. No matter which holy city it was in, hellfire wine would definitely become famous in the future. And now is the time for the dwarves to try it out and push this reputation to its highest peak. Chapter 794 The Dwarf Who Makes Dumplings.
Okay, thank you, Lord Killer.
When the Kue dwarf heard this, he immediately started to take action. However, his status was noble after all. So in the end, other dwarves were sent to test the situation first. The first person to appear was the dwarf blacksmith from behind. Although this dwarf is only 1.34 meters tall, his burly body does not look like that of a humanoid creature at all. Under the dwarf blacksmith's coarse linen clothes, his arms were at least as thick as an ordinary human's thigh.
Let me, Quilade, have a taste of your age, fire wine. How dare you claim to be the best in the world? Don't let me down.
At this time, the dwarf blacksmith had already reached the high platform and snorted coldly at the guard holding the wine. The lower the dwarves are, the less scheming they are. So even when facing Gervais, the god of death, he will not hesitate to speak. In fact, we have met the blacksmith dwarf Gervais several times. He is the well-known blacksmith outside the City of Hope. He was the one who helped Gervais forge skeleton soldiers and nightmare armor. The craftsmanship was so extraordinary that even Bernard said he couldn't compare to it after seeing it.
Give him a wine bottle.
Hearing the dwarf's words, Gervais smiled. This was a talent, and what he liked most was talent.
Yes, your majesty,
the guard responded in the street, then directly picked up the jug on the side and started filling the wine. While the guard was loading the wine, Queller glanced at Gervais in surprise, and then bowed slightly towards him, because Gervais's move gave Queller an instant sense of satisfaction. Previously, the human adventurers always drank from bowls, and they only filled half of the bowl. Now let him drink directly from a wine bottle. Doesn't this indirectly prove that dwarves are more powerful than those human adventurers? After the salute, Queller stopped talking and began to wait quietly for the guards to serve him wine. After a while, the guard filled a flask of hellfire wine and handed it to Quilade. Quillard took the jug and immediately smelled a strong aroma of wine, which came from the jug. This, Quillard was shocked. Such a smell of wine was naturally very familiar to him as an alcoholic. Unlike beer, which is like stinky water, dwarf fire wine has a strong aroma of grain alcohol. Any dwarf can smell it immediately, and be deeply fascinated by this aroma. But at this moment, he discovered that the aroma of the pot of wine in his hand was richer and stronger than the dwarf's fire wine. Queller couldn't help but secretly swallowed.
Impossible! The dwarf's fire wine is the best wine in the Holy Continent.
The next moment, Queller immediately woke up and cheered himself up. The dwarf's sense of honor prevented him from belittling the dwarf fire wine like this. Then Queller put the spout of the pot to his mouth, trying to find out the flaws of the pot of wine and make the dwarf fire wine the only one in his heart.
Gudong, gudong, gudong. Hiss!
When the impactful liquid of hellfire wine entered his mouth, Queller knew that the dwarves had lost because he could not find any flaws in this hellfire wine. The moment he entered the mouth of this fire wine, he felt an unprecedented stimulation of his taste buds. This was definitely the strongest wine he had ever drunk in his life. It was as if a ball of fire was poured into his mouth. Not only was the impact strong, it also gave him a sense of pleasure again in his mouth that had been numbed by dwarf fire wine for a long time. After taking 3 big gulps in a row, Queller temporarily took the wine bottle away from his mouth, and then made a comfortable hissing sound. And as the hissing sound of Queller came out, the expressions of hundreds of dwarves on the sidelines changed. As old drunkards, they naturally understand what such a hissing sound means. This is like the burping of a very hungry person after a good meal, or the sound of relief after being extremely nervous. Therefore, such a hissing sound can only be made when it is extremely reserved. But Quillard was still very aggressive when he first came on the field. What could change his mood at this time? For dwarves, there is only good wine.
Is this fire wine really stronger than our fire wine? This is impossible.
The dwarves on the sidelines like Kui are unwilling to believe this fact, let alone hope that such a thing will happen.
Quillard, drink quickly. Drink 3 pots to win the bonus.
Kui knew that after drinking strong alcohol, the longer the time passed, the greater the stamina would be. And if Quillard can drink 3 pots of fire wine in a short period of time, no matter what happens afterwards, as long as he doesn't fall down on the spot, then their dwarves will win in today's matter. There was still some chance of regaining some reputation for the dwarf fire wine. So he no longer cared about his dignity, and immediately shouted a reminder to Quillard.
Okay.
Quillard was just in the wonderful feeling of having his taste buds reborn, and he reacted instantly when he heard Prince Kui shout. Although he is a blacksmith, he must also maintain the dignity of dwarf fire wine. Immediately, Quillard continued to pick up the wine bottle in his hand, put it to his mouth, and then started drinking. In just over 10 seconds, Quillard poured a pot of fire wine into his belly.
Hey! Hurry! Give me another pot!
After drinking a bottle, Quillard quickly handed the bottle back to the guard, and then spoke to urge him. The guard had already prepared another filled wine flask, and exchanged it directly with Quillade.
This dwarf is so powerful! He can't even drink a pot! Is he going to take away the bonus? Don't let him take it away! I haven't even played yet!
When Quillade picked up the second pot, the adventurers on the sidelines all showed shocked expressions. They didn't expect that the dwarf's drinking capacity could be so strong. After all, there were more than 800 people supporting him before, and even the most powerful adventurer only drank 3 bowls. The first dwarf immediately started drinking from the second pot, and Quillard had no time to pay attention to the discussions of the adventurers outside the venue. He just wanted to drink the second pot as quickly as possible.
Gudong! Gudong! Hiccup! Give me another pot!
It took Quillard more than half a minute to finish the second pot of hellfire wine. However, although the hellfire wine was drunk, Quellard's state at this time also showed obvious changes. His originally dark skin turned red, as if coated with a layer of red wax, and it was even more obvious on his big nose. In addition to the change in his face, Quellard's body also began to sway greatly, like a roly-poly. Fortunately, Quellard's unwillingness to admit defeat still supported him. At the same time, the taste of the fire wine was indeed good, so he immediately asked the guard for a third bottle of wine. The guard heard Quellard's words, and subconsciously glanced at Gervais. It was obvious that the dwarf's performance made him feel a sense of danger, and he was worried that the 10,000 gold coins would really be won by the dwarf.
Give him!
Gervais, however, was not worried at all, because the old god was there. The burp just now showed that Quillade was full, and it was impossible for him to drink the next bottle quickly. Moreover, Gervais also drank the fire wine himself. Based on the strength of the fire wine, he felt that without using fighting energy to relieve the hangover, even if the Black Flag night came, he would not be able to withstand 2.5 pots. What's more, with the current reloading of Quillard, he probably doesn't even need half a pot. After hearing what Gervais said, The guard stopped delaying and immediately handed the third bottle of wine to Quilade's hand.
I will fight for the honor of the dwarves. I will fight for the honor of fire wine.
In fact, Quillade now felt huge dizziness, and his stomach was turbulent and burning. According to his past habits, this was his limit. At this time, he would usually get into his soft bed and sleep soundly for 3 days and 3 nights. But now, he wanted to continue to persevere in order to win the competition. So he kept whispering to himself to encourage him.
Good on burp. Good on burp.
Quillade continued to pick up the third bottle of wine and began to drink. However, the speed of drinking is no longer as fast as before. Every time he took a sip, he had to wait for several seconds or even more than 10 seconds. After he burped, he slowly continued to drink.
Good on burp. I want to fight for the honor of the dwarves. Good on burp. I want to do it.
1 bite. 2 bites. 3 bites. 4 bites.
Plop. I want it for a hoo-hoo.
When Quillade took the 4th sip of the third pot, it had already taken nearly 3 or 4 minutes. And just when he wanted to continue taking the 5th sip, his consciousness finally became completely blurred, and he could no longer stand still, and fell to the ground with a thud. Quillade, who fell to the ground, still murmured, and then he held most of the pot and made a purring sound unconsciously.
Wow! Wow! The dwarf actually fell. Yes! It seems that he only drank 4 sips from the third bottle. Right. He is a knight of the white flag. And the fire wine is really powerful.
Seeing Quillade fall, the adventurers who were watching breathed a sigh of relief. But they could not help but be shocked by the powerful feeling of fire. There are many drinks that can knock down human adventurers. Even beer. After all, human bodies are inherently weaker. In the past, the only strong drink that could bring down the dwarves was the dwarves' own strong fire wine. But now they have added this hellfire wine, which is just 2.5 pots. With this alone, the reputation of hellfire wine can spread throughout the Holy Alliance from today on. Quillade and all the dwarves heard what Adventure said, and all of them looked unhappy. In this way, there is no need to compete. As long as you get out of this gate, the dwarf fire wine will really be overwhelmed by the fire wine in the future.
Prince Quillade, are you responsible for this dwarf yourself? Or should I have someone send him outside the manor?
But at this moment, Gervaise's voice came over.
Thank you, God of Killing, for your kindness. Our people should be taken care of by our own people.
Quillade thanked him calmly, and sent 2 dwarf guards to take Quillade outside the venue.
Tyrui, go up and give it a try this time.
Once Quillade was carried down, Quillade immediately sent a dwarf forward. This dwarf named Tyrui is tall and strong, and his cultivation is much better than that of Quillade. He is a Black Flag Knight. In order to save the current situation, he didn't care much. Anyway, the god of death did not stipulate the strength of the men sent out. He only required that the strength should not be used to relieve the drunkenness. Sure enough, when Tyrui came to the field, Gervaise on the high platform did not react at all, and was still sitting leisurely on the soft chair.
Here, I'll give you this jug of wine.
The guard moved quickly filled a pot of fire wine, and handed it to Tyrui. Tyrui also had the same mental journey as Quillade after drinking the fire. First, I was surprised by the aroma of this fire wine. Then when the fire wine entered the mouth, he immediately made enough judgments. This fire wine is worthy of being the best in the world. Just for the glory of the dwarves, he must try his best to win this competition. 1 pot and 2 pots. But the wishes are full, and the reality is always very skinny. When the second pot was finished, Tyrui also followed in Quillade's footsteps, belching from time to time. The only thing that was better than Quillade was that the tower's body swayed less. The third pot. 1 bite. 2 bites. 6 bites. Plop. Gervaise's calculations were very accurate. Even a Black Flag Knight like Tyrui cannot stop him from facing hellfire liquor with his physical body. When Tyrui took the 6th sip of the third pot of wine, he swayed and then fell to the ground. At this time, the wine in the jug is not too much, not too little, and there is just half a jug left.
Wow! Fell down again. What can we do? The 2 dwarfs fell down drunk. Is there any hope for us? This fire wine seems to be the best in the world. I have never seen a dwarf fall down on the spot after drinking dwarf fire wine.
The square was suddenly crowded with people, and the adventurers at this time were already feeling desperate. The pile of yellow and orange gold coins were clearly placed on the high platform and very close to them, but they felt out of reach.
Let me give it a try.
This time without Gervaise asking, Two guards quickly walked out of the crowd of dwarves and carried Tierway back. After Tierway was carried away, faced with the scene of the human adventurers boasting about the hellfire wine, the dwarves stood up without hesitation even though they knew the odds were slim. The first pot. The second pot. Plop.
I come!
The first pot and the second pot went bang.
I come!
Plop. 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 Suddenly, in just over half an hour, it was the dwarves' turn to start making dumplings. There were more than 100 dwarves on the field. But unfortunately, without exception, they all fell down in the third pot. Without exception, after more than 100 people drank, there were still dwarves who wanted to continue playing. But at this time, Prince Kuei waved his hand to stop the dwarves.
Let me give it a try.
Kuei knew that sending more people up would only increase the reputation of this fire wine. He was really curious as to how strong it could be so that the dwarf warrior could not drink more than 3 pots. Dang even walked into the square in person and headed towards the high platform. Chapter 795 Heading to the Sky City.
Wow! The Prince of the Dwarves appears in person. I don't know if I can win.
Seeing the dwarf prince entering in person, the adventurers, who were watching, all let out bursts of exclamations. But it was a pity that Gervais was not prepared to let them see Kuei fall to the ground. He wanted to build up the reputation of hellfire wine. But his main purpose was to win over the dwarves and let them come to Saint and City to open a blacksmith shop. If the dwarf prince Kuei is also drunk today, then the dwarves will lose all faith in the Holy Alliance. At that time, let alone win over each other. It was probably because he was open-minded if he didn't have a big feud. So, after Kuei entered the stage, Gervais stood up and went directly to the high platform.
Prince Kuei, as the organizer of today's competition, it is my honor for you to come. However, your status is noble, so there is no need to compete in person. How about we go to the back to discuss?
Gervais came to Kuei and greeted him with a smile.
Your Excellency, God of Death, this is related to the reputation of our dwarf fire wine. I think I must participate in this competition.
Kuei's cultivation level is at the peak of Black Flag. Although he is the weakest among the dwarf princes, his drinking capacity is half a point stronger than Tierway. So after hearing Gervais's words, Kuei didn't appreciate it and was determined to compete in person. When Gervais heard this, he thought that the tempers of these dwarves were really stubborn. If it weren't for the sake of saving some face for the dwarves, he really wouldn't persuade them. But who said he was greedy for other people's blacksmith skills?
In this case, how about Prince Kuei have a drink with me first and then consider whether to compete?
This Kuei's drinking capacity must be half better than that of Tyrui just now. Gervais can see this. But the problem is that by the third pot, every additional sip reaches a limit. Gervais dared to conclude that without the cultivation of the Red Flag Knight, no one except himself could hold on for 3 pots without falling. And this Kuei was no exception.
Good.
Although Kuei has the usual stubborn character of a dwarf, he is still very clear about the ways of the world, as he can be sent as an envoy to the City of Hope. This god of murder is now a well-known figure in the Holy Alliance. If he refuses such a proposal, it will be too disrespectful to others. At worst, you can finish the bowl and continue the competition by yourself.
Help Prince Kuei and I both have a full bowl.
After Kuei agreed, Gervais immediately gave instructions to the guards without any hesitation. Afterwards, the guards filled a bowl for each of them.
Prince Kuei, for the sake of the friendship between humans and dwarves, I will do it first as a courtesy.
Gervais picked up the porcelain bowl and put it to his mouth, then drank.
For the friendship between humans and dwarves.
Seeing that Gervais was straightforward, Kuei immediately agreed and then raised the bowl to start drinking. But when he brought the wine bowl to his mouth, his body couldn't help but tremble. At this time, Kuei could smell the rich fragrance of the hellfire wine. However, this small gesture was instantly hidden by Kuei. And then he continued to pretend to be bold and opened his mouth to drink.
How is this possible? Why can humans brew such strong fire wine? Our dwarf fire wine has gone through thousands of years of improvement to achieve its current effect.
The moment the fire wine entered his mouth, Kuei felt mixed emotions in his heart. The slight luck he had originally had was ruthlessly shattered at this moment. He finally understood why the killing god asked him not to participate in the competition. Because just by taking this sip, he, the dwarf prince, also estimated his own limit. Even if he managed to drink 3 pots of fire wine, he would definitely collapse within 5 seconds. You must know the rules of today's competition. But if you can still stand without falling down after drinking 3 pots, you must at least hold on until you get the prize and walk down the square. Otherwise, Even if the god of death does not care about whether the result is effective, those human adventurers will definitely be the first to refuse.
Gudong! Gudong!
With mixed emotions, Kuei drank the bowl of fire wine in one gulp. Not to mention, if it weren't for his position at this time, Kuei would definitely yell on the spot.
Good wine! Ha ha! Prince Kuei is such a good drinker. Come on! Prince Kuei, let's have another drink.
Gervais has been observing the expression of the dwarf prince for a long time. When he saw the slightly disappointed look in Kuei's eyes, he knew that Kuei would definitely not compete again, and his goal today was achieved. It not only allowed the dwarves to see the power of Hellfire wine, but also made the reputation of Hellfire wine spread far and wide. Of course, now that Kuei is still standing on the court, Gervais still needs to step down for him.
Okay.
Kuei also knew that Gervais was going to step down for him, so he immediately responded. Then the two picked up the porcelain bowls again and started drinking from each other. Seeing this scene, the adventurers outside the venue looked at each other, wondering how this good competition turned into a duel between a dwarf and a god of death.
Prince Kuei, if we don't have enough food here to enjoy ourselves, why don't we go to the small building to drink? There are a lot of delicious food in the small building. What do you think?
After drinking the second bowl, Gervais continued to speak.
Of course. Thank you for your hospitality. Your Majesty the God of Death.
At this moment, Kuei's tone became sincere. In the past, he had only heard that this god of death was decisive and cruel in his attacks. But at this moment, he discovered that in addition to his ferocious reputation, this god of murder was also an impeccable leader. And he didn't even want to appreciate this method. Originally, the god of death only had to have a few drinks with him outside, which would have given him enough face to let him go. However, this would inevitably lead to speculation. But now the god of death took the initiative to invite him into the small building to have a drink, which can be explained by the fact that the two of them have free and easy personalities, and they forgot about the competition as soon as they met and drank.
Then let's go in.
Gervais heard Kuei's attitude and immediately walked into the small building with him with a smile. Afterwards, only a group of adventurers were left outside the square, not knowing what to do. Now that the god of death is gone, will the next competition still be a competition? Everyone looked at the gold coins still piled on the ground on the high platform, and naturally they were unwilling to leave.
Don't worry, everyone. I will host the next competition.
Everyone's worries were unnecessary. Within a few seconds, Thomas walked out of the small building and came to the high platform, and then comforted everyone.
Because there are too many people participating in the competition today, so we will conduct it in groups of 10. But everyone must also abide by the order. Now, let's continue the competition.
After Thomas finished speaking, the competition in the square continued. This time it was the turn of the adventurers. However, although there are many adventurers, the results are always without exception. The adventurers are simply no match for the dwarves, and their highest record is not to be able to drink more than a jug of wine. Almost every few dozen seconds, 10 people were carried away by the guards and placed at the gate of the manor, and the drunkenness outside the manor became more and more popular, extending for more than a mile. Fortunately, what happened outside the manor had already alerted the Alliance College of Higher Education, and the city guards had been sent to guard this street to maintain order. Otherwise, the safety of these drunkards could not be guaranteed by just a few hundred guards from Gervais. This drinking competition lasted until noon, when 3,000 people were drunk and lying on the street. No adventurers dared to try, because all those high-level people and good drinkers were on the street. They, the Silver Knights, naturally had no suspense. Rather than lying on the street and being embarrassed, it's better to be a bystander. Being able to witness today's unprecedented competition with my own eyes was not a waste of the dozens of copper coins I spent. 3 days later, the dwarf blacksmith Quellard hurriedly drove a carriage to the closed door of Welton Manor.
Why is the door closed? Did you leave?
Quellard was a little uneasy when he saw that the door was closed and there was no guard handle. Boom, boom, boom.
Hey! Is there anyone? Is your excellency the god of death here?
Although he guessed the possibility, Quellard still stepped forward and knocked on the heavy door of the manor without giving up.
Who?
At this time, the small door on the side of the manor was opened, and an elderly man came out and asked,
This old man? Is the god of death here?
When Quellard saw the old man, he immediately leaned over and asked,
Oh, you're talking about the god of killing. They left yesterday morning.
The old man, who was arranged by the 10 Alliance College of Higher Education to be responsible for guarding the gate, responded directly after hearing Quellard's words.
Gone!
When Quellard heard this, He immediately showed a painful expression. Ever since he drank the fire wine that day, he slept until this morning when he woke up. With his strong body, Quellard naturally had no hangover after he woke up. After 2 days of drunken sleep, he became more energetic. Quellard, who was full of energy, was ready to continue his blacksmithing business after getting up. When he was blacksmithing, he naturally picked up the wine bottle and poured a sip of dwarf fire wine into his mouth. But when he took a sip of the dwarf fire wine, he discovered that the wine was no longer fragrant. I drank a bottle of it continuously, and it had the same effect. Quellard found that he could no longer find the thrill of drinking dwarven fire wine. In an instant, fire wine appeared in his mind, with its powerful aroma and impactful hot feeling. Quillard immediately put down the hammer in his hand and drove a broken carriage to the inner city to find the god of death and buy hellfire wine. At this time, I didn't expect that the killing god had already left.
This is how to do!
Quellard turned around and was about to leave, with a sad look on his face, not knowing what to do. Without good wine, it would be the end for him. Dwarf blacksmith,
please wait!
Just after Quillade turned around, the voice of the old gatekeeper came from behind.
I have a few jugs of wine here left by the god of death. He said that if any dwarf comes to see him, he will ask me to give 5 jugs of wine to each dwarf who comes.
When Quellard heard this, he immediately turned around and looked at the old man, only to see that the old man was holding a wine bottle in his hand. Quellard immediately stepped forward and took the wine bottle from the old man. After taking the wine bottle, the tip of his nose moved, and then his eyes lit up.
Hellfire wine! The god of death also said that if you really want to drink this fire wine in the future, you can go to the sacred forest or St. Anne's City in the land of God's fall to find him. Master, why do you want to leave the fire wine for free to the dwarves? We can just come to them and ask them to pay for it.
On the way to the Sky City, Gervais sat leisurely on the back of the giant crocodile, while Thomas sat beside him and asked curiously,
Thomas, do you know why I value you so much?
Gervais heard Thomas's question and asked Thomas back with a smile.
The little one is loyal to his master, and he is also his castle steward.
Thomas was naturally embarrassed to praise himself, so he immediately replied in a decent manner.
It's because you are a talent. Do talents know? Whether it's your ability to flatter someone or your level of handling things. I highly approve of it. And I don't lack gold coins now. What I lack is talent. So I give them wine for free, so that they will remember my generosity.
Gervais taught Thomas the Tao.
Talent!
Thomas remembered this sentence deeply. Of course, the reason he remembers it is because Gervais said he was also a talent. The City of Hope is not far from the Sky City. After 2 days of traveling, Gervais and his party arrived not far from the Sky City. This largest city in the Holy Alliance really has a reputation for being so close to the Sky City. And there is an endless stream of pedestrians on the road, and the huge city wall in the distance that was 100 meters high and with no visible boundaries shocked even the ignorant countrymen like Thomas. As the group moved forward slowly, they finally arrived at the foot of the city wall after more than 10 minutes, where you had to raise your head at 90 degrees to see the top. The gate under the city wall was busy with pedestrians coming in and out, and there was a long queue of people waiting to pay the city entry tax. There are ordinary civilian teams and caravan teams entering the city, because there were hundreds of people in Gervais's group, and there were many carriages and magical beasts. They lined up directly behind the caravan entering the city. When Gervais and his party joined the long queue, many guards near the city gate were looking at them frequently, because in addition to Gervais's giant crocodile being particularly exaggerated, there is also a squadron of warcraft that is also rare to see. I'm afraid no one except the Holy City forces can handle such a team. But the problem is that Gervais and his party waited in line at the back of the caravan.
Your Excellency, riding monsters is not allowed in the Sky City. Please come down and walk.
After waiting for a while, when it was finally Gervais's turn, a guard immediately spoke to him in a respectful tone.
Oh!
After hearing this, Gervais nodded and jumped off the giant crocodile without saying anything.
How much do we have to pay to get into town?
Gervais asked after getting off the ground.
Your Excellency, caravans with more than 300 people and less than 500 people only need to pay the city entry tax of 10 gold coins. However, we first need to ask you to register your information.
It is obvious that Gervais and others are not like ordinary caravans. These guards have long seen it, so naturally they want to find out the details first.
Oh, no problem.
Gervais was very cooperative.
Excuse me, Your Excellency, which holy city does your caravan come from?
The guard took the registration book and prepared to start registration.
We are not from the Holy City.
The guard was stunned.
We are from Stormwind City. Not the Holy City.
Gervais smiled and explained.
Stormwind City?
The guard thought for a moment after hearing this. But he couldn't remember where there was Stormwind City.
Excuse me. Sir, where is Stormwind City? Which Holy City does it belong to?
Just ask if you don't understand. The guard continued to ask patiently.
Well, Stormwind City is in the Sacred Forest. Sacred Forest? Yes, right on the edge of the Sacred Forest. Isn't the Sacred Forest the territory of the elves? By the way, it seems that there are indeed human races. I heard that their city lord is the god of death. He is the guardian knight of our Miss Adela.
The guard looked at Gervais while recalling the information about the Sacred Forest. As he was thinking about it, he suddenly realized that Gervais seemed familiar and had seen it before. Like a wanted warrant or something like that.
Your Majesty, I don't know what to call you.
The next moment, the guard remembered and felt a little startled.
Gervais!
Gervais was a little helpless. Originally, he wanted to enter the city quietly and give Adela a surprise when the time came. But his identity was exposed at the door.
Killing God!
The guard widened his eyes and looked at Gervais in disbelief. Chapter 796 Goodbye Adela.
What? The god of death?
When the registration guard's exclamation came out, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone around him. The name,
God of Death,
is already well known in the Holy Alliance. And in this city in the sky, everyone knows it. Because the God of Death is still the guardian knight of their eldest lady.
It's really him. I saw it on the wanted poster. Hush. You are looking for death. Be careful of being caught by the guards.
Several passers-by looked at Gervais and recognized Gervais's face. Because the wanted poster for killing the god was posted all over the Holy City territory. And the bonus was even more coveted. Plop.
Sir, I didn't know it was you and didn't recognize you before. Please don't blame me.
The guard in front of Gervais could no longer stand, and half knelt on the ground with a thud. Not to mention the murderous reputation of the God of Death, which can make people fearful. His status as a guardian knight alone has the same status as Duke Edward in the Sky City. His guard had just asked people to get on and off the Warcraft. And he also wanted to check and register them. Isn't this a move on the God of Death's head?
It's okay. Get up. I don't blame you for this. It's because I didn't want to reveal my identity. You didn't recognize me.
Gervais saw the guard's actions and immediately helped him up.
I've seen Lord Gervais. I didn't expect you to come to the Sky City. I'm going to inform the Duke and Miss Adela now.
At this time, the guard captain who was originally stationed on the city wall had also ran over. After learning Gervais's identity, he immediately saluted him respectfully.
No need. Just take me to see them.
Gervais waved his hand towards the guard captain and said,
Yes, Lord Gervais. Please come with me.
Afterwards, Gervais and his party followed the guards into the city. The whole road in the Sky City is naturally very prosperous. But the broad main street with 4 lanes in the previous life is still crowded with people. Fortunately, the guard captain led someone to clear the way for them. So Gervais and his party were able to bring the Warcraft and carriage unimpeded. Because their identities were known. Gervais and the direct guards were traveling in the city on Warcraft. This caused passers-by on the street to look sideways and guess the identities of Gervais and others.
Lord Gervais, Miss Adela has been in the land of God's Fall for the past few days. So I will take you directly to the land of God's Fall.
The guard captain took Gervais to a corner of the outer city of Sky City. There is a special urn city here. And the divine meteorite passage of Sky City is placed in this urn city.
Okay, I'm done,
Gervais immediately said politely. Next, after passing through the God's Fall passage in the Sky City, Gervais once again stepped into the land of God's Fall. As soon as I walked out of the passage, a sweltering heat hit my face. The 2 giant suns in the sky turned the climate of the land of God's Fall into a year-round summer pattern. The city that Edward occupied was a large city that could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. And it was called St. Osqui. Edward also placed the exit of the land of God's Fall in the square in front of the temple. Therefore, when Gervais and others arrived here, they were actually close to Adela and Edward.
Thomas, Bud, you guys stay here first,
Gervais told Thomas and the captain of his guard, and then followed the guard into the temple.
When will Stormwind City be built? When will Gervais come see me? My letters have been sent. Why hasn't Gervais replied? Could it be that Gervais was busy and forgot to reply to me? Should I ask my grandfather to take me to St. Anne City? It must be very beautiful there.
The back garden of the St. Osqui City Temple has a beautiful environment, with birds singing and flowers fragrant. Adela was wearing a white princess dress and sitting on a stone chair by the lake. Her snow-white and tender skin looked like tempting marshmallows under the sunlight. But at this time, Adela's eyes were a little empty. Her mind was wandering, and she was muttering something in a low voice.
Adela, why don't you practice magic well? What are you doing here?
At this moment, a serious voice came from behind Adela.
Ah, Grandpa, I just finished practicing. I just want to take a rest.
When Adela heard the questioning voice, she immediately retracted her thoughts, sat up straight and looked like a lady, and said the excuse she had used countless times in the past few days. But when she was halfway through her words, she realized that there was something wrong with the voice. Although it was very familiar and very kind, it was not her grandfather's voice. The next moment, Adela's eyes widened. Her mouth opened slightly, and then she quickly turned her head.
Gervis!
Adela turned her head and saw a handsome man standing at the entrance of the garden in disbelief. Isn't this what she thinks about most when she wanders in the sky? And is the guardian knight Gervais, who has been in her heart for a long time?
It's me! Adela! I'm here to see you!
Gervais saw Adela's surprised expression, with a happy smile on his face.
Woo!
What Gervais didn't expect was that although Adela's joyful expression remained the same at the next moment, crystal tears welled up in her eyes.
Gervais!
The next moment, Adela stood up and ran towards Gervais. Seeing this, Gervais immediately stepped forward, fearing that Adela, who was wearing a princess dress, would fall. After a moment, Adela's delicate body was hugged into Gervais's arms.
Why are you crying? Do you not want to see me coming?
Gervais looked at Adela, who was crying as pitifully as a kitten, and his heart was filled with pity.
No, I miss you.
Because Gervais stared closely at her eyes, and they were still at such a close distance. Adela was a little embarrassed to speak out. However, he was worried that Gervais would really misunderstand him. So he finally told the reason for his tears intermittently.
I miss you too.
Gervais smiled slightly, and said what was in his heart. After hearing this, Adela trembled slightly. The next moment, he held his head high and looked at Gervais with his shining eyes, with a hint of shyness and expectation in his eyes. Of course, Gervais immediately understood Adela's expression. Their eyes met, and then Gervais slowly lowered his head.
Ahem!
About a minute later, Gervais and Adela were still hugging each other. But at this time, a cough came from behind, interrupting their sweet atmosphere.
Ahem! Duke Edward!
Hearing the cough, Gervais paused, couldn't help but retracted his mouth, and then separated from Adela. Turning around, he saw Edward standing at the entrance of the garden with an expressionless face. Gervais looked embarrassed and greeted Edward with a hint of guilt. Grandfather. Adela also adjusted her long skirt, blushed and lowered her head, and shouted towards Edward. Chapter 797 Lightning and Thunder.
Gervais, I heard that you came from the city in the sky.
Edward looked at Gervais, and then at his granddaughter, who had her head lowered and blushing. After all, she couldn't pursue the scene just now. Edward did not expect Gervais to come to St. Osqui City. After all, it was several days' journey back to St. Anne's City from here. Therefore, Gervais's motive of abandoning the near and far away must be suspicious. Even if he changed the topic and started to make a fuss about this matter.
Yes, Duke Edward.
Gervais nodded. Seeing a trace of suspicion in Edward's eyes, Gervais thought for a while, immediately found a small reason for his trip, and continued.
I originally planned to return from the same route from Shindy City, but I still have some wine left. I thought it was not far from the city in the sky, so I sent it here for you to try. And take a look at Adela.
Edward just happened to be no longer in the temple, so Gervais came to look for Adela first. Unexpectedly, Edward caught him while they were being intimate. But although it is a bit embarrassing, the ugly daughter-in-law always wants to see her parents-in-law being bumped into by Edward. Gervais had actually rehearsed it in his mind. He wanted to test Edward's bottom line. Now it seems that although Edward is opposed to the matter between him and Adela, he is not too strong. It is probably because he loves Adela too much. After understanding Adela's thoughts, he pays attention to all the reluctances. But he can only try to be careful.
Why are there any leftovers? How is the wine sales going?
After hearing Gervais's reason, Edward's focus shifted a little. Edward had long heard from Gervais that the orcs had cut off the caravan's path to the sacred forest. So he knew that Gervais personally led a team to the City of Hope to sell wine. But now that I heard Gervais say that the wine was not sold out, I thought he was telling the truth.
The wine sales are pretty good, and there aren't too many left. Just a few dozen barrels.
Unexpectedly, Edward believed his nonsense excuse. Gervais feels a little guilty. If he learns the true situation in the City of Hope in the future, he wonders if he will want to beat himself up. Gervais immediately replied carelessly.
Well, there are only a few dozen barrels left. That's okay. Let's move the wine into the temple later. I bought it.
Edward nodded and spoke. He also knew that Gervais was not easy either. His soldiers were not very strong yet, and needed to spend a lot of gold coins to train them. Naturally, they would not accept his wine for free.
Duke Edward, there is no need to pay. I brought these wines here just for you and Adela. Duke.
Gervais was not lying. The 50 barrels of wine left behind were specially prepared for the Sky City, of which 20 barrels were still potion wine.
Grandpa, let's go sit and talk in the small building. Gervais must be tired after coming so far.
Seeing that Edward was about to refuse, Adela suddenly interrupted. She was naturally happy when Gervais brought something, and she thought to herself that her grandfather also liked to drink this wine. If he drank more and more in the future, maybe his grandfather would not object to her affairs with Gervais.
Okay, let's go to the house and talk.
Edward looked at his granddaughter and nodded. Then the three of them walked into the small building next to them. This conversation lasted for half a day and didn't end until dinner time. During this period, Edward informed Gervais of the movements of many other forces during this period. For example, the orcs and other holy cities have already driven out the indigenous people in their areas, and are currently consolidating the occupied base and developing nearby mineral deposits. The Sea Tribe also began to capture cities and territories a few days ago. In the sea area to their right, many indigenous Sea Tribes have been driven to the shore to take shelter these days. Other than that, everything else is normal. At the dinner table, there were only 3 people, Gervais, Edward and Adela, sharing the table tonight. And at such a private dinner, wine is naturally indispensable. Even Adela asked for half a glass and drank it until her face turned red. After the combination of good wine and delicious food, the conversation between the 3 people at the table became more harmonious. Gervais also mentioned that he drank a mouthful of the strongest wine he had prepared and drank thousands of people down. After hearing this, Adela's eyes widened and her mouth opened slightly. Not to mention how cute she was. Edward had also drank dwarf fire wine before, and he was very curious as to why Gervais said that H.L. fire wine was so strong. The two of them immediately switched from wine to H.L. fire wine. After downing several bowls of hellfire wine, Edward gave Gervais a thumbs up. Just 3 or 4 bowls of wine made him a peak-level Hungchi expert. Feel slightly tipsy.
Gervais, with the intensity of your fire wine, I believe no dwarf can resist the temptation. You can just sit back and wait in Saint and City for the dwarves to come to your door.
After Edward had a drink with Gervais, his face turned slightly red, and he said something to Gervais before leaving the table.
Ha ha! Thank you, Duke Edward, for the compliment.
It was rare to get such a refreshing drunkenness, so neither of them used their fighting energy to resolve the hangover. Instead, they drank like ordinary people and got a little drunk.
Well, then you go to bed early. I'll also take advantage of today's opportunity to get a good night's sleep.
Edward said something to Gervais and left the restaurant first. As for Adela, she was helped to the room by the servant because she was overpowered by the wine already in the middle of the meal. After Edward left, Gervais was led by the servant to the guest room. This guest room was tidied and prepared by Adela herself in the afternoon. When Gervais saw the pink quilt on the bed, he knew how considerate this rich lady was. Lying on the bed, smelling the fragrance of Adela's body on the quilt, Gervais fell into a deep sleep in a short time. In the middle of the night, while Gervais was casually hazy, he discovered something got into the quilt. He touched it immediately, and immediately felt a soft and warm touch on his fingertips.
Who?
Gervais woke up instantly, but he didn't expect someone to get under his bed. That is to say, he drank a lot today and relaxed his vigilance. Otherwise he would definitely notice it when someone enters the room.
Gervais, it's me.
Unexpectedly, there was a sound from under the quilt that made Gervais tremble. It was Adela, the rich young lady.
It was thundering outside just now. I'm scared.
The room was dark, and Adela's voice continued to come from the bed. Boom! At this moment, a burst of white light flashed outside the window, and there was a loud roar, which was indeed lightning and thunder.
It's okay. You don't have to be afraid as long as I'm here.
Gervais then covered himself with the quilt and patted Adela's back gently. The rich lady was hiding in the bed like a kitten, trembling with fear, which instantly made Gervais feel distressed. Chapter 798 for Adela's safety. Such a kitten suddenly got into the bed, and it would tremble from time to time with the lightning and thunder outside, which made Gervais no longer interested in sleeping. Of course, his mentality at this time was also very upright. He only had pity in his heart, and had no other evil thoughts. As Gervais patted her, Adela got closer and closer to him, and finally curled up completely in his arms. About half an hour later, the lightning and thunder outside the window finally stopped. At this time, Gervais pulled up the quilt slightly, wanting to remind Adela that she could go back to sleep. After all, Edward lived not far away. If he was discovered, his legs might be broken.
Adela!
When Gervais lifted the quilt, he found that Adela was breathing evenly and had curled up in his arms and slept sweetly.
Alas! I hope Duke Edward will not misunderstand.
Gervais sighed lightly. If he had found another place, he would have fallen asleep peacefully. But it happened to be in Edward's hometown. After a silent night, Gervais woke up leisurely early the next morning. First he stretched his waist, and then he noticed something strange in his arms.
Oops! This girl is still under the covers.
Looking at the sun that was already high outside, Gervais was shocked.
Adela! Wake up!
Gervais ignored it, and pushed Adela's shoulder directly to wake her up.
Woo!
Adela woke up immediately after being pushed by Gervais, and stretched before she could react.
Ah!
But the next moment, Adela also noticed something was wrong and screamed in surprise.
Shoo! Go back quickly! It's dawn! It would be bad if your grandfather finds out!
Gervais quickly reminded Adela.
Oh well.
Adela nodded quickly and wanted to get up. But she hesitated when she lifted the quilt because she came here wearing a nightgown last night and no coat.
Put on my clothes first!
Seeing Adela's predicament, Gervais sighed and handed Adela his coat immediately. In this way, Adela blushed with embarrassment, put on Gervais's coat, and stood up to escape from the guest room. Adela first stretched out her little head and looked around at the door of the guest room. After finding that there was no one there, she ran all the way towards her room not far away.
Phew! It's so scary! It's so embarrassing!
Returning to her bedroom, Adela quickly patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. However, what Adela didn't know was that at the end of the corridor, outside her room, Edward was standing at the corner with a somewhat unkind expression.
This bastard boy! He really dares!
After Adela left and didn't hear any movement outside the door, Gervais finally felt relieved. Then he dressed and washed himself, tidied himself up, and then walked out of the room. As he walked out of the door, a servant came from the end of the corridor.
Lord Gervais, breakfast is ready. Your Majesty the Duke invites you to enjoy breakfast. Oh well.
Gervais nodded, and then followed the servant towards the restaurant. Entering the restaurant, Edward was the only one sitting at the table, and Adela hadn't come yet.
Good morning, Duke Edward.
Gervais smiled and said low to Edward.
Well, sit down.
Edward looked up at Gervais, nodded towards him, and said low.
Why is it a little weird?
Gervais looked at Edward's appearance and felt something was wrong. Although Edward's expression didn't change much, the look he looked at himself had a complicated expression. However, smelling the fragrant breakfast, Gervais didn't think much, sat down and started to eat happily.
Gervais, your fire wine is very good.
After Gervais started eating, Edward suddenly spoke to him.
Ha ha. Thank you, Duke Edward, for the compliment. I still have a bucket there. If Duke Edward likes it, I will have someone move it in with me.
Gervais didn't pay attention, thinking that Edward really fell in love with hellfire wine. After all, with their physiques, drinking wine is to enjoy the sweet taste, and only fire wine can obtain a strong enough stimulation.
Yeah, 1 barrel is a little short. But if you take over and brew it again, send 10 barrels over every month. I will also give it to my subordinates to have a taste. What's wrong? Is it too much?
Edward didn't pay any attention to Gervais's confused look, but when Gervais didn't answer, he asked a question.
No. I'll brew it and have it delivered by then,
Gervais replied. In his heart, he complained about Edward's sudden change in temperament overnight. It seemed natural to ask him to deliver 10 barrels of wine every month. But Gervais remembered that Edward was not like this in the past. The cost of 10 barrels of wine was only 100 gold coins at most, which was nothing to the multimillionaire Gervais. The most important thing was that Edward's matter-of-fact tone made him confused. Edward nodded with satisfaction after hearing Gervais's answer. After a pause, he swallowed the roast meat in his mouth and continued.
How is your elf queen wife doing lately? Alice?
Gervais glanced at Edward opposite him strangely. but still answered.
Not bad. The elves have already occupied a city. Their location should be in the far west, adjacent to the orcs. If they want to join together, they will probably have to wait for the next stage. Oh, although the elves are small in number and are not as good as humans in attacking cities, they are extremely powerful in combat in the wild.
Edward nodded. And then the conversation changed again.
Gervis heard that you took out thousands of magic potions in the City of Hope. Do you have any extra potions now? There's some left.
Gervais couldn't keep up with Edward's pace, but he still told the truth.
Oh, very good. I'm older now. If I'm not with Adela in the future, and she gets bullied and has no one to protect her, please give me a few hundred of those mental potions. I'm going to train Adela to have an army of magicians just like you did last time. As for the title knights, I'm not worried. I have quite a few under my command. Plus, with the magician army, I won't have to worry about Adela in the future.
Gervais was stunned for a moment, before he could stuff the piece of meat that was just handed to his mouth. Gervais found that Edward really seemed to be a different person today. Forget it, he said. Fire wine first. But as soon as the conversation changed, he started asking him for potions. From Edward's tone, Gervais could naturally tell that this was for free. And it did not mean that Edward would pay him after it was delivered.
What's wrong? There aren't so many potions now? If there aren't so many, it can be delayed by a month or two. But hurry up. The growth period of magicians is much slower than that of our title knights.
Edward's expression turned serious this time, although he was not facing Gervais. Gervais always felt a chill lingering on his back.
Yes, I'll send it over later.
Edward's character was trustworthy, and he would never take advantage of his granddaughter's name. Therefore, since it was for Adela, Gervais agreed. Anyway, the cost of 10 potions is only 10,000 gold coins. So it's just a matter of throwing away 500,000 gold coins to protect Adela. For Adela's safety, 500,000 gold coins are worth it. Chapter 799. The Indigenous Sea Tribe, outside the Holy Bridge Castle.
Very good. Then this matter is settled. Hurry up and eat. The food is almost cold.
Hearing that Gervais firmly agreed to his subsequent request, Edward finally became satisfied. Then he smiled and began to kindly remind Gervais to eat breakfast.
Oh!
Seeing Edward eating deliciously, Gervais couldn't complain and started eating immediately.
Grandfather! Gervais!
At this time, Adela, who had finished washing and dressed up, walked in from the door of the restaurant.
Pearl of the Sky City! Come and have breakfast! You are the latest today!
When Edward saw Adela, he immediately showed a loving expression and greeted her.
I drank wine yesterday and got up late today.
Adela lowered her head and made an excuse in a low voice.
Well, this is your first time drinking wine, and the wine is quite strong.
Edward didn't feel any strange, but echoed Adela's words. Hearing Edward's agreement, Adela felt completely relieved, and then smiled shyly at Gervais.
Adela, Gervais told me just now that he is willing to provide hundreds of potions to help you form an army of magicians.
After Adela sat down and the servant brought warm breakfast, Edward continued to speak.
Ah, what's the point of forming the magician army?
Adela looked surprised, looked at Edward, and then at Gervais, a little confused.
I said, I am worried that if I am no longer by your side, no one will protect you. So Gervais said that he is willing to provide magical potions and form an army of all magicians for you. Grandpa will take care of all this for you, so you don't have to worry.
Edward explained immediately.
No way. From now on, I will be by my grandfather's side all my life, and he will be able to protect me.
Adela sounded like she was about to die, and she immediately acted coquettishly toward Edward.
Ha ha! Okay. Okay.
Edward burst out laughing.
However, the matter has been settled. Grandpa will make arrangements when Gervais's magical potion is delivered. Gervais, do you think so? Yes. I will send the potion later.
Gervais kept talking, knowing why Edward mentioned it again in front of Adela. Wasn't this just to put a tight spell on himself, lest he would not admit it when the time came?
Thank you, Gervais. Thank you, Grandpa.
Although Adela didn't know her grandfather's intentions, not only did she see Gervais and her grandfather worrying about her, her heart was filled with love, and she thanked them sweetly. After breakfast, Gervais went to fetch a total of 500 magical potions. 250 of them are potions that increase mental power, and the other 250 are potions that increase affinity. When Gervais delivered the potion, he did not give it to Edward, but directly to Adela, and she told Adela not to let her grandfather know about the orange potion. also known as the affinity potion. And when distributing potions, be sure to do it yourself and watch them drink it. This was not because Gervais was wary of Edward, but Gervais had never sold the affinity potion, so he would not be seen and questioned by Edward. When Edward learned that Gervais had given the potion to his precious granddaughter, he told Gervais after lunch that he was going to take Adela out for training this afternoon. The location is on the coast of the sea to the east, because the Sea tribe was conquering the city there. Many indigenous Sea tribes were forced to come ashore. These indigenous Sea tribes were the best opportunity for Adela, a rookie, to gain experience. In this regard, Gervais actually vaguely guessed that this was probably because Edward wanted to keep Adela away from him. And at this time, Gervais also realized it later, wondering whether Adela had been noticed by Edward when she stayed in her room last night. And it seemed that she had misunderstood something. This can explain why Edward's temperament changed drastically. And he asked himself for fire, wine, and potions. And he seemed to take it for granted. Gervais originally wanted to stay a few more days, but after hearing Edward's decision, he also expressed his intention to leave in the afternoon and start returning to his own city of St. Anne. Adela was very reluctant to let go of this. But no matter how coquettishly he acted this time, Edward remained unchangeable. In addition, Gervais reassured her that he would come see her next time. So he pouted and was taken away by Edward. It took at least 4 days to reach Johnson Sandy City from St. Osque City. And it took another 2 days to reach Gervais's Holy Bridge Castle from Sandy City. So when Gervais actually arrived at Holy Bridge Castle, it was already 6 days later.
Your Majesty, I remember this place. As long as we pass through this forest, we can reach the wooden bridge.
Thomas pointed to a wild fruit forest on the side of the road and said to Gervais. This caravan outing was a completely informative trip for Thomas. Even now that he has returned, he can't help but be excited.
Yeah, you have a pretty good memory. The main reason is that when I passed by here, I picked a few wild fruits and tasted them.
Thomas felt a little embarrassed after being praised by Gervais.
Wow, Your Majesty, the Holy Bridge Castle is 3 miles ahead. However, when my subordinates went to explore the road just now, they found that there was a battle taking place on the banks of the Holy Bridge Castle River.
While Gervais was chatting with Thomas, the guard responsible for conducting reconnaissance on the rapid dragon bird swooped down from the air and came to the ground to report to Gervais.
Fighting?
Gervais was stunned.
Yes, Your Majesty. The enemy seems to have 700 or 800 people.
The guard replied quickly.
Then what are you waiting for? Everyone speed up.
Gervais immediately couldn't sit still and gave an order to the people behind him.
Ride dragon bird for me.
After giving the order, Gervais himself jumped onto the rapid dragon bird. About a minute later, Gervais rode the rapid dragon bird to the sky above the Holy Bridge Castle. And sure enough, he saw a battle taking place on the river bank. Gervais immediately let the rapid dragon bird swoop down.
Wow! Your Majesty the King! The King is here!
When Gervais landed, the direct guards were surprised to see Gervais, and then shouted. Gervais was not in a hurry to take action at this time, because he found that the battle situation was not actually critical. The people fighting the direct guards were not the soldiers of the Golden Shield family, or the natives of other cities, as Gervais had originally expected. It was the indigenous Sea tribe that Gervais had met once outside Shinka City. The 700 to 800 indigenous Sea tribes are still very weak. Most of them are bronze knights, and only a few are silver knights. Only one of them, the Knight of the White Flag, was on par with Hayden.
Why is there a Sea tribe here?
Gervais was puzzled. This was an inland river, and it would take several days to reach the seaside.
Woo!
At this time, the leader of the Sea tribe, who had just fought equally with Hayden, also discovered Gervais's arrival. Seeing Gervais's strength, he realized that he was no match for him. So he immediately turned around and ran away without getting into trouble with Hayden. Chapter 800 The Role of Small Conch. The leader of the Sea tribe held a conch to his mouth and blew it while running. When the Sea tribe soldiers heard the sound of the conch, they began to retreat towards the river.
Don't let them escape. Kill!
Seeing the Sea tribes beginning to flee in panic, the direct guards of the Holy Bridge Castle began to chase them away, shouting. And Gervais no longer delayed, and directly used his fighting spirit to rush towards the leader of the Sea clan.
Where to run?
Gervais's body was like lightning, and he ran rampant among the indigenous Sea tribe. After a moment, he arrived behind the leader of the Sea tribe. When the Sea tribe leader saw Gervais approaching, his face turned pale with fright. Without thinking, he grabbed a Sea tribe soldier and pushed it towards Gervais.
Ah!
Leader. The Sea tribe soldier was startled, wailing and crashing into Gervais. Boom! But when he reached Gervais, he was kicked away by Gervais like a football.
Critical strike and slash with one sword.
After Gervais kicked away the Sea Clan soldier, he took out the Crimson Moon and struck it towards the Sea Clan leader. Then a strong sword light appeared in front of Gervais and slashed towards the leader of the Sea Clan.
I'll fight you.
Seeing that he had no hope of escaping, the leader of the Sea tribe turned around immediately, raised his sword and swung his sword at Gervais. Boom! As the two sword lights clashed, an explosion suddenly erupted in the field. However, the attack of the White Flag Knight was no longer a threat to Gervais. When the rumble sounded, Gervais did not pause at all. He came directly in front of the leader of the Sea tribe. Bang! The leader of the Sea Clan was pushed by the aftermath of the explosion. As soon as he stood up, Gervais arrived in front of him. And then a casserole-sized fist directly hit his face.
Well,
the leader of the Sea tribe immediately covered his face and howled in pain.
I surrender! I surrender! Don't kill me!
After the leader of the Sea tribe suffered this blow, he immediately begged Gervais for mercy without any backbone.
Let your subordinates surrender obediently to me.
Gervais put his sword against his neck and gave a stern command.
Okay. Okay. I'll let them surrender now.
The leader of the Sea tribe immediately nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. And then he continued to pick up the conch and blow it. Miraculously, with the sound of the conch blowing, the running sea soldiers slowly stopped one by one, and then knelt on the ground obediently and surrendered. Half an hour later, inside the Holy Bridge Castle Temple, after interrogation, Gervais has asked why these sea people appeared in this inland river. It turned out that it was because of the invasion of the Holy Continent Sea tribe, and it was coming in a ferocious manner. In addition, there were no cities in the sea that could withstand the attacks on land. So these indigenous sea tribes were unable to stop them, and were quickly defeated. This leader of the Sea tribe is a captain of the indigenous Sea tribe. Their legion has more than 20,000 people. After the defeat, more than 20,000 people fled to this section of the river. These people were sent out to collect food for the Sea Legion this time. So they arrived near the Holy Bridge Castle. After arriving at the Holy Bridge Castle, I saw serfs farming outside the city. So I thought of going ashore to capture them for food. As a result, he was discovered by the rapid dragon bird in the air and received a head-on attack from the direct guard. Moreover, he was unlucky enough to encounter Gervais returning just as he was about to return.
Is this conch specially used by your Sea tribe to command the army?
Gervais was playing with a conch in his hand. This conch was quite large and had an extremely smooth surface. It was seized from Shaka, the leader of the Sea tribe.
Yes, sir. We, the Sea tribe, all use this conch to convey orders. According to rumors, we, the main god of the sea, possess a conch that can command everything in the sea. So our commanders and priests use the conch as a symbol of their identity. And no one can violate it.
Shaka, the leader of the Sea tribe, knelt down and shivered, not daring to hide anything, and answered Gervais's question honestly.
Oh, then look at the difference in my conch.
Gervais was thoughtful and took out a delicate and small conch from the space ring. This small conch belongs to Lolita, the eldest lady of the Holy Merchant Company. But the exquisiteness of this conch is not comparable to that of the larger one, because Lolita's little conch still has a hint of spiritual luster. It's not ordinary at first glance.
Sir, this conch should be owned by a certain big shot of the Sea Clan, because it has a spiritual light on it. It has obviously been sacrificed by the priest and blessed by the god of the sea. Except for those at the commander level. If the Sea Clan with low strength hears the sound of the conch, they will surrender unconsciously. Huh? After sacrifice and blessing from the sea god? Can some sea people surrender?
Gervais looked at the small conch in his hand with some surprise. At the same time, he secretly thought in his mind,
that young man from the Sea tribe was willing to give such a precious thing to that Lolita girl.
Because the few times I had contact with Lolita were very brief, and they were all confrontational situations. So Gervais has not yet suspected that this girl Lolita is the princess of the Sea tribe. Instead, he regarded this small conch as a token of love from Vaden to Lolita. This can also explain that day in the manor, the girl Lolita even asked him for conch, and she was very interested in conch.
How should I blow this conch effectively?
Although he has little contact with the Sea tribe, Gervais is still a little curious about this thing.
Sir, I have a conch herald signal spectrum here. Huh? You also carry this thing with you?
Gervais really didn't expect that the other party was carrying this thing.
My lord, I have only been the captain for 4 or 5 days. So this signal spectrum was just sent to me by the Legion commander.
Shaka's face turned red, and he explained coyly. The signal spectrum was quickly taken over by the guard and sent to Gervais.
Well, it's quite simple.
Gervais checked it briefly and then commented. This conch signal is used to convey orders, not to play music. So the method of playing it is actually similar to the Morse code in the previous life. You can tell what the order is by the length of the conch sound. Gervais already had a photographic memory, so he immediately remembered everything after reading it once. The next moment, Gervais picked up Lolita, a small conch, and put it to his mouth. You. As Gervais blew, a conch sound immediately sounded in the hall. When Shaka, who was kneeling on the ground, heard Lolita's conch sound, he instinctively stood up from the ground. Clang! As soon as he stood up, several direct guards immediately pulled out their swords and put them on his neck.
Misunderstanding! Misunderstanding! I didn't mean it! Sir!
After Shaka reacted, he immediately knelt back and explained hurriedly.
Huh? Does this conch work for you too?
Gervais did not pursue his action of standing up, but was surprised that Lolita's conch was also effective on Shaka.
Sir, whether the conch is our own or an invading one, the effect is the same, because the Poseidon we believe in and the Poseidon they believe in should be the same main god. So, the only difference is the content of the signal spectrum. Just now you sounded according to my signal manual, so you gave me the order.
Shaka also guessed that the conch in Gervais's hand must have been obtained from the intruder, so he immediately explained it. After listening to the explanation, Gervais instantly understood that the conch was just a carrier. This is like the horn used by the human race to convey messages. Whether it is the enemy's horn or your own horn, you can just pick it up and blow it. What really plays a role in the command is the agreed playing method. For example, 1 long and 1 short, or 2 long and 1 short. When the time comes, our own people will definitely know what the order means, and they will not be afraid of being confused with the enemy.
Good stuff. Put it away for now.
Gervais used to think that the conch was useless. He just wanted to discuss that Lolita chick. But now it doesn't want to be returned to Lolita. This thing is considered a treasure to him.
Now I know everything I want to know. Then let's talk about how to deal with you. There should be a lot of fish and shrimps in the river. Why do you want to go ashore to catch humans to eat?
If possible, Gervais actually wants to raise a few sea tribes for fun. After all, he is really blind in the sea. But first of all, he has no way to absolutely control these sea tribes. In addition, the river next to the Holy Bridge Fort is more than 300 meters wide, and there should be a lot of big fish and shrimps in the river. These sea tribes actually wanted to capture serfs for food, which was a breakthrough for Gervais. So he was now murderous.
Sir, please spare my life. We are also forced to do nothing. I have never eaten anyone before. This time, the commander issued a death order, saying that if we don't find enough food to go back, the entire brigade will be placed at the front of the legion during the battle. I was confused for a moment, and then I ran to the shore.
Shaka also noticed the killing intent in Gervais's eyes, and immediately trembled with fright, and began to beg for mercy loudly.
I'm so obsessed with this. There must be enough fish and shrimp for you to eat in such a big river.
Gervais was unmoved and asked,
Sir, there are no fish or shrimps in the river. This is the 3rd time I have searched for food here. If you don't believe it, you can ask other sea tribe soldiers. I will never dare to lie.
Shaka slapped his chest and shouted injustice to Gervais.
Huh? Is this the 3rd time?
If what Shaka said was true, it would reduce his guilt. Gervais immediately winked at Hayden standing aside. Hayden immediately understood what Gervais meant, and immediately bowed, okay, and left. 5 or 6 minutes later, Hayden returned again and reported next to Gervais.
Your Majesty, I asked people to ask those Sea Clan soldiers. It is indeed the 3rd time that they have come to this area to search for supplies. If there are not enough supplies, they will be at the front during the battle. They are all interrogated separately, so there should be no possibility of collusion in confessions.
Hayden's voice was loud, and Shaka also heard his words, and finally looked better after hearing it. And seeing that Gervais' murderous intention had subsided a little, he immediately struck while the iron was hot and spoke.
Sir, I am willing to abandon the dark side and become your subordinate. Please don't kill us. Even if you are telling the truth, do you really want to take refuge in me? However, although you see tribe can temporarily move on the shore, you must return to the water for a period of time. What will happen if you run away?
Loli looked at Shaka and continued to speak.
Sir, your conch has been blessed by the god of the sea. It allows you to move freely in the water, and you don't have to worry about holding your breath. So you don't have to worry about us escaping.
Shaka immediately responded to Gervais.
Oh, my conch actually has such an effect.
Gervais was surprised.
Yes, absolutely true. My lord.
Shaka looked at Gervais with a pleading look on his face.
In this case, I will spare your lives for the time being. If you behave well, I will allow you to become my subordinates. If you have evil intentions, you know the consequences.
Gervais has decided to accept these sea people. He had just realized that these tribes were not as cruel and bloodthirsty and cannibalistic as the orcs. And he had already had this idea. Now that I have this magical conch, I feel more at ease.
Yes, sir. I will try my best from now on and never dare to betray you.
Shaka looked overjoyed and immediately swore.
Okay, you'd better remember what you said. By the way, how far is that sea army from here? How strong is it?
Gervais nodded, accepting Shaka's allegiance. As for whether he could abide by his oath, Gervais didn't hesitate. If he really wanted to escape, it would be best not to be hit by him in the future. Otherwise, there would be 100 ways to deal with him.
Sir, that sea legion is more than 100 miles away from here. It will take about 2 days to reach here against the current. The legion's strength is at least 21,000 people. And the legion leader has the strength of the first level of the red flag. There are 2 elite gold brigades in the legion. There are also more than 20 captains and deputy commanders above the white flag knights.
Shaka immediately informed Gervais of the information he knew.
It stands to reason that the ocean is so big. Why didn't your commander escape toward the depths of the ocean, but instead hid in this river?
The combat effectiveness of such a legion cannot be underestimated. And now it appears near the Holy Bridge Castle. Gervais has to understand the situation in detail and be careful.
Sir, the commander of the legion said that we did not bring any wealth with us when we fled. So after the invading sea tribe disperses, he plans to take us back to the palace in the sea, steal a batch of treasures, and then leave. Sure enough, I want wealth rather than life.
Gervais has nothing to say about this.
Hayden, take Shaka down first and place him in the city. I'll stay here for the next 2 days.
After almost finishing all the questions, Gervais gave Hayden an order.
Yes, your majesty. Sir, that little guy has to leave first.
Afterwards, Hayden walked out of the temple hall with Shaka, the leader of the sea tribe, who had narrowly escaped death.
Thomas, Bud, the caravan is here for a day of repairs today, and you two will take it back tomorrow. When you get back, tell Caroline and ask her to send my slave team over.
Hayden and Shaka left, and Gervais looked at Thomas and Bud, the captain of the direct guard.
Yes, your majesty. Yes, your majesty.